If Yufei's words are taken seriously, then the image of Qi Li's painstakingly managed, Gaolong store manager will be gone. Although at present, Qi Lu does not seem to be a cold store manager. But at least it's better than wearing the name of bullying little girls. But it can also be seen from here that as long as they are cute enough, they can be very popular no matter where they are. Don't make this expression, go ahead first. Qi Lu said helplessly as she looked at Yu Shuangxue with her head lowered and a smile on her face. Although helpless, it is actually a good thing that Yu Shuangxue and Yufei can get along so well. At least it is certain that Yu Shuangxue is competent for the job of watching the store. In this way, Qi Lu can safely go to other worlds to collect the power of faith. Listen to Shauna, you are a new clerk recruited by Manager Qi. I don't know what happened when you pointed at me just now. Tiana's perception is so sharp, Yu Shuangxue's previous small movements can't guide Tiana's perception at all. So as soon as Yu Shuangxue came over, Tiana asked aloud. It's nothing, I just think my sister is very beautiful. With a sweet smile on her face, Yu Shuangxue answered in a very sophisticated manner. Coupled with her cute appearance and soft voice, she couldn't feel any resentment at all. Where, you are cuter. Tiana did the same. After hearing Yu Shuangxue's answer, she suddenly smiled. This scene surprised Qi Lu on the spot. Unexpectedly, Yu Shuangxue, as a civet-devouring cat, obviously doesn't communicate with people very much, but her communication skills are better than her own, the real store manager. Was it trained in the New World mode? After all, the name of a kitty is really famous in the New World mode. And still started as a game merchant and brought a copy. There are hundreds of employees under his command. That being said, it is not surprising that Yu Shuangxue's communication skills are stronger. Because as a businessman, how can you not communicate? So in a few words, Tiana accepted the existence of Yu Shuangxue, the new clerk, and she seemed to accept it much more than Qi Lego. But this is also impossible. A powerful and unparalleled power, and a cute and soft cat ear lowly. As a customer, if you come to choose a store clerk, it should not be necessary to say who you believe to choose. Who would want to stay under the eyelids of a tyrannical power all the time? In that case, the pressure is too great. When I couldn't keep up, my mind was pumped, something unexpected happened, and then I was sanctioned at the beginning. What's more, in terms of pleasing the eyes, it is also better than cat early. That seems to be fine. Qi Lu touched his face and muttered to himself rather lonely. It's just that Qi Lu couldn't understand, he clearly felt that he was handsome too, why couldn't compare to Yu Shuangxue? Is it true that being cute can do whatever you want? Is this little girl also a member of the Beastier clan? Why don't I have the slightest impression? Just as Qi Lu was sitting on the sofa and feeling pity for Ying, Sirader also came to the store. Then the first sight after entering the store fell on Yu Shuangxue. But it was not Yu Shuangxue's cute appearance that caught Saratel's attention, but the aura emanating from Yu Shuangxue. Saratel could clearly perceive the aura of the heroic realm that Moonfrost Snow possessed. However, judging from the appearance of Yu Shuangxue, her age is definitely not young. After all, it is only a juvenile devouring cat, no matter how old it is, how big can it be? But at this age, to be promoted to the realm of the hero level, the training qualifications and talents required are absolutely unimaginably powerful. That's why Saratel was astonished. He didn't even notice when such a talented junior appeared in the Beastier clan. Sarater, don't look at it, that little girl is not a member of your Beastier clan, she is a clerk in Manager Qi's store, and a genuine human race. Lan Qi sat beside the small round table, glanced back, saw Saratel's gaze, and immediately guessed what he was thinking. So kindly introduce it. She is a human race? Saratel looked at the cat ears on Yu Shuangxue's head, and immediately the same doubts as Jaffer appeared in his mind. Therefore, the two are worthy of being father and daughter, and they can even bump into ideas. At least that's what Manager Qi said, but to me, it's not important. Lan Qi smiled and didn't intend to struggle with this issue at all. Anyway, whether Shu is a beast-ear clan or a human clan, it has nothing to do with his dragon. And before that, Lan Qi also sensed an aura that made him uncomfortable in Shu. Not a threat. It's just disgusting and disgusting. Because the relationship between the devouring cat and the dragon clan is not a relationship between natural enemies and prey. After all, the strength gap between the dragon and the devouring cat is not as big as imagined, but the fighting methods of the devouring cat are more and more strange. Coupled with the speed at which the devouring cat improves its strength, it is too incredible. That's why dragons are eaten by civet cats as food. It's just that Qi Lu knew about this, but Lan Qi didn't. Otherwise, Lan Qi said that it was impossible to let Xuanhuan sway under his eyelids. Fortunately, after being warned by Qi Lu, Xuanhuan had no idea about Lan Qi. So the uncomfortable aura that Lan Qi had sensed before has disappeared now. So Lan Qi once doubted whether his perception was really wrong. Forget it, this issue is still not explored. Saratel stared at Xuanhuan's cat ears for a long time, then went to Booyah bowl of braised beef rice bowl, and then sat down at the small round table next to Lan Qi. Anyway, coming here at this time is basically for the moon viewing event tonight. The most important of them is the limited copy of the special events of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Palace K in the Moon. Presale card for the Rabbit Pet Card of the Month. At least, Shauna thinks so. So as the night gradually came, when night fell, Xuanhuan had already picked up the membership card and began to command in the communication channel of the Merchant Guild. A small number of Dongwang's customers have already entered the world server. Among them, several merchant guilds spared no effort and spent a lot of money, plus Xuanhuan's face, the guild members who asked the boss to bring in. Unfortunately, none of the players in the Beishan Mountains can enter the world server. This has to be said, it is a miscalculation of Xuanhuan. But this little mistake is innocuous. Because with the opening of the world server, the trading system of the Donghuang server and the Beishan server has actually been connected. It just needs special settings to search for the goods in the trading system off another server. But no matter what, buying moon cake pieces during the event will never lose money. Because of the separate pieces of moon cake, it is not very useful. Only after synthesizing the special moon cakes for Mid-Autumn Festival can they be used in this event. One is used to exchange for the Mid-Autumn Mooncake Exchange card, and the other is used to enter the copy of the Moon Palace K. And this, I have to say, the system is really good at calculating. The Moon Palace K dungeon requires the consumption of the Mid-Autumn Festival special moon cakes, and the moon cake fragments to synthesize the Mid-Autumn Festival special moon cakes must participate in the Moon Appreciation event, and the accumulated time can be obtained. So, in this special Mid-Autumn Festival event, a choice must be made between the Mid-Autumn Mooncake and the Mid-Autumn Rabbit Pet Card presale card. If you choose to have all of them, you can only spend a lot of Spirit Crystal by mooncake fragments in the trading system. And here, the role of game merchants begins to manifest. Because in the hands of most players, there will be fragmented mooncake fragments. After all, it takes 10 pieces of mooncake to synthesize the special mooncake for Mid-Autumn Festival. Therefore, even if there are 9 pieces of mooncake, as long as there is no nth piece, then these 9 pieces can only be fragmentary pieces of mooncake. The game merchants are just to acquire these fragmented mooncake fragments. This, under the command of Xuanhuan, was carried out particularly quickly. Almost every mooncake fragment that appeared in the trading system would be photographed by members of the Merchant Guild in the next second. Then, after synthesizing the special moon cakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival, the price is marked up and returned to the trading system. But this is only a small shot. Most of the mooncake fragments have been preserved. Waiting for the last few days of this Mid-Autumn Festival special event to release in large quantities. Qi Lu looked at Xuanhuan's commander, touched his chin, and thought silently in his heart. What in the end changed Xuanhuan? Let such a ferocious and cruel devouring cat become what it is now. Is it the greedy nature of the devouring cat? Sheila, what have you been looking at me for? After the command in the merchant guild came to an end, Xuanhuan realized that there was a gaze watching her. Then when he looked up, he saw Qi Li's confused look on his face. I'm wondering, did you come to see the store, or just change the place top lay? Qi Li touched his chin and slowly expressed his doubts. I'm just giving instructions, it shouldn't be in the way. Oh, don't worry, I promised you to come and visit the store, so I won't delay things. Xuanhuan said with some reason. It would be nice if it was just like that, otherwise I wouldn't be at ease. In fact, Qi Li just said that. Because it seems impossible to let Xuanhuan give up the achievements in the New World mode and concentrate on watching the store. So as long as you don't get addicted to the New World mode when you're looking at the store, then Qi Li will be too lazy to take care of Xuanhuan. After all, the cat's nature is like this, and it can't be managed. Moreover, Xuanhuan still needs to rely on the New World model to earn spirit crystals, and then contributes to Qi Li's turnover. Although the clerk can use the goods in the store for free. But for free, there are limits. If a guy like Xuanhuan who eats equipment every day knows that he can eat it for free, it will be a big problem. It is estimated that for any treasure-level weapon, you have to eat 8 pieces a day, and you will stop eating until you have indigestion. So after thinking for a long time, Qi Li made this decision. How did Xuanhuan charge before, and how do they still charge now? Free is impossible to be free. If it is free for creatures like the devouring cat, then it is estimated that Qi Li will declare bankruptcy the next day. It's still sheer who makes me feel at ease. So while Xuanhuan was arguing about the loss, Qi Li entered the New World mode after a few random teachings. It is a special event for the Mid-Autumn Festival, although Qi Li does not need to go to appreciate the moon for the Mid-Autumn Festival moon cakes. There is no need to play a copy for the pre-sale card of the Rabbit Pet card. But Qi Li just wanted to see what was in the copy of the palace in the midleaf the month. Therefore, in the name of education, after looking for Xuanhuan to get a special moon cake for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Qi Li directly entered the copy off the palace in the middle of the moon. This copy was modified by the system based on the Moon Palace in Qi Li's memory. So as soon as he entered the copy of Moon Palace, Qi Li felt a familiar atmosphere. A deserted palace, towering laurel trees. And the strong man who stood in front of the laurel tree with an axe and kept chopping down the tree. Could this guy be the Wu Gang who cut Gui Gui? This strong man is not the little monster in the Moon Palace dungeon, right, but there is only one small monster in a dungeon, wouldn't it be too strange? Qi Li stood at the entrance of the copy and looked at the back of this strong man. Because this strong man has been chopping down trees, Qi Li couldn't see Thigi's face. Maybe it feels like someone is coming. The strong man who chopped the tree paused for a moment, then turned around and looked at the person who came. Qi Li also saw the face of this strong man. A square face with Chinese characters, slightly dark, with traces of vicissitudes and years. Although it is a little different from what I imagined, it is reasonable. Who are you? Why are you here? Do you want to disturb fairies cleaning? After the strong man saw Qi Li, he was asked 3 times on the spot. He asked Qi Li for a while, and then subconsciously replied, "Is there still Chang'e living in the palace behind you?" Qi Li did not expect that the system would restore this copy to be so real. Everything should be there. It's just that this osmanthus tree grows at the entrance of the palace, so Qi Li has no way to bypass this strong man and enter the palace directly. You actually know the name of the fairy, it seems that you really want to disturb the fairy's cleaning. Then forgive the offense. When the strong man heard the word Chang'e uttered by Qi Li, his eyes widened immediately, and then he raised the axe in his hand and slashed towards Qi Li. If you want to do it, do it. Qi Lu was taken aback. He didn't expect that this strong man's temper would be so irritable, and he would attack people if he didn't agree. Fortunately, Qi Li's reaction speed was not slow. When the strong man attacked, Qi Lu had already stepped aside. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and the axe slammed into the ground where Qi Li was standing before. Suddenly, the earth was shattered, and the gravel splashed around, forming a sunken pothole. This strange force is really worthy of this strong man's knotted muscles. Just looking at it makes him feel a little terrifying. New World mode is not like the outside world. If you want to destroy the scene in the New World mode, unless it is a skill special effect, it is impossible to do it at all. Because if the scene in the New World mode is so destructive, it will be unplayable. For example, after the wild area has been brushed for a round, there may be no way to settle down. Why? Because they were all destroyed. That's why Qi Lu felt so shocked when he saw that this strong man could smash the ground with one axe. The effect of this skill is much stronger than Sunder armor. At least Qi Lu didn't want to pick up the axe at all. Who knows if there is an instant death effect in this axe? If there is, wouldn't it be an unjust death? However, Qi Lu estimated that there should be many players killed by this axe because of the sudden action of the strong man. A copy of the challenge, there is no resurrection point. If you are killed, then honestly reconsume a special moon cake for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Thinking of this, Qi Lu immediately understood. It seems that the stingy system is still the same stingy system. Thanks to Qi Lu, I thought that this stingy and greedy system suddenly became generous. Even the Mid-Autumn moon cakes that can increase life and luck are even willing to give away. As a result, there is still no pit in the copy of the palace in the middle of the moon. First, use the Moon Rabbit Pet Card presale card as a bait, and use the Moon Palace copy to consume a round of special moon cakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Then there are the Mid-Autumn Festival special moon cakes that can be exchanged for the Mid-Autumn Festival moon cake exchange card, which I estimated to be at least half less. It seems generous, but it actually hides a mystery. Fortunately, Qi Li's fighting consciousness was excellent, so there was no plot against this sneak attack. Flaming Spear. After escaping the strong man's attack, Qi Lu immediately launched a counterattack. Several flaming flame spears were suddenly condensed out, and then attacked the strong man with the whistling sound of the wind. How dare you resist, such a murderer? How can you disturb the fairy? With a swing of the axe in the strong man's hand, a wind blade flew out, cutting off the flame spear in the air. Immediately afterwards, the strong man stepped on his feet, with afterimage behind him, he rushed towards Qi Lu. This speed, in the New World mode, can be said to be amazing. Although Qi Li's fighting skills were superb, he did not dare to neglect battle. After all, the monsters designed by the system, if you really want to talk about combat skills, can completely achieve the level of evil spirits. It's just that for the balance of the copy, this is not done. But even so, the fighting skills of this strong man should not be underestimated. And the most terrifying thing is that every attack of this strong man can destroy part of the scene. Could such a terrifying power come from cutting down trees? As expected of a guy who chops down laurel trees day after day, year after year, and chops it down so much that he forgets himself. At this time, Qi Lu couldn't help but want to apologize for his thoughts when entered the dungeon. This brawny is not a little monster, but a boss. No wonder the palace in the middle of the moon is a challenge dungeon, and a triole cannot be measured by the difficulty of a normal dungeon. Qi Lu dared to say that the player who can defeat this strong man alone is only a palm. It seems that ordinary players can only team up and cooperate if they want to break through the copy of the palace in the middle of the moon. This is also fortunate that the system is still a little conscious. The system does not restrict players to form a copy of Moon Palace K. Otherwise, few people will get the presale card of the mid-month Rabbit Pet card. After nearly 10 minutes of negotiation and testing, Qi finally found a flaw in the strong man. Then a set of ultimate infinite combos solved the strong man. Fortunately, this guy is only boss-level fighting skills, and does not have boss-level blood volume. Otherwise, it's more than just wasted time. I finally killed this guy. Then, let me see how beautiful the legendary fairy Chang'e is. Qi took a rest while recovering his mana. Then he turned his attention to the palace gate. Since the name of the dungeon is called the Palace in the Middle of the Moon, there will naturally be a huge palace. It's just that this palace does not look majestic, but is extremely poignant and cold. But think about it. Speaking of the Moon Palace, it is actually a cold palace. The atmosphere here is cooler, which is a matter of course. However, just when Qi wanted to open the gate of the palace, the gate opened a gap by itself. Immediately afterwards, a snow-white rabbit stuck its head out of the crack of the door. This is the rabbit in the moon? Qi stared at the rabbit for a long time before speaking uncertainly. Because of the prototype of the rabbit in the moon, Qi guessed that it should be the teacup rabbit. But the rabbit in front of him was obviously much bigger. How big is it? Crack. While Qi was thinking about this question, the gate of the palace was completely opened, revealing the rabbit hidden behind the door. No way. Qi couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva and slowly raised his head. Because the rabbit in front of him was nearly 10 meters high after the person stood up. The rabbit head that came out from the crack of the door before was staring at Qi condescendingly. And compared with the body that is nearly 10 meters high, the rabbit head is obviously much smaller. It feels a bit incongruous. However, Qi knew in his heart that this time was not the time to consider the issue of coordination. Because the rabbit who came out of the palace did not look friendly. 1 dungeon and 2 bosses, I'm really convinced. Qi silently clenched the staff in his hand. Then I saw the rabbit in front of me and suddenly disappeared. Behind. Qi seemed to feel something in his heart, and his back suddenly became cold, and he immediately fell forward. Boom. The ground that had been devastated before, now has a large pothole. This speed is completely inconsistent with the huge body, which is really incredible. I shouldn't have believed that the system would be so kind. It's no wonder that, after eliminating the previous strong man, nothing was revealed. It seems that if you want the mid-month rabbit pet card pre-sale card, you have to defeat this rabbit. Qi took a deep breath, and then released nearly 20 magic spells in a row. Most of them are buff magic, used to bless themselves. A small part of it is debuff magic, used to weaken the enemy. It's just that it doesn't seem to work very well on this rabbit. I really don't know how many players will be killed by these 2 pits. Qi couldn't help but sighed. The only good thing is that no matter how many people there are in a team, you only need a special moon cake for the Mid-Autumn Festival to enter the dungeon. Otherwise, it would be really boring. This time the battle is not as easy as the previous battle. The blood volume of rabbits is much more than that of strong men, and it is aerial boss-level blood volume. Moreover, the attack power of the rabbit is not weaker than that of the previous strong man. The only downside is that after the attack, the rabbit will become stiff for a moment and become a living target. Players can use this to attack. But Qi suffered here. In terms of combat skills, Qi said that he was second, and no one would dare to say that he was first. But in terms of output ability, no matter how strong Qi is alone, he can't compare to a team. So that Qi wasted 2 full hours in order to slowly grind the rabbit to death, and also spent a lot of blue medicine during the period. It is really sad for those who see it, and tears for those who hear it. Since the beginning of the New World mode, Qi has not experienced such a difficult battle yet. The main reason is that the blood volume of this giant rabbit is too thick. At the end of the fight, Qi was almost knocked out. Fortunately, before entering the dungeon, Lan Yao had prepared a lot otherwise Qi Lu might have to die in the palace dungeon this month. But after such a tough battle. After the giant rabbit fell, he also gave face to 2 presale cards of the rabbit pet card in the month. The explosion rate is okay, it's worthy of the difficulty of this dungeon. Qi Lu picked up the 2 moon rabbit pet card presale cards on the ground and expressed his opinion. Judging from the current situation, the explosion rate of the mid-month rabbit pet card presale card should still be quite high. Otherwise, I wouldn't give 2 at a time. However, this explosion rate is also what it should be. After all, in terms of the difficulty of the Moon Palace K dungeon and the cost of entering the dungeon, if the explosion rate is not high, then it is really cheating. Because I want to cultivate a 5-time awakened graduation month rabbit pet card. That would require 381 moon rabbit pet cards. Moreover, it is necessary to ensure that the randomly activated skills are not bad at the time of awakening, otherwise, it can only be used as a Kanban pet card for appreciation. What's more, according to Qi Li's prediction, there are not many teams that can beat this giant rabbit. In the end, you still have to have a master player to lead the team. If it is really a team of rookie chickens, then how many people come before nothing? Although the attack power of this giant rabbit can't be instant kill, it is still an easy thing to take away all the HP of a player with 2 attacks. And the most powerful thing is that the attacks of this giant rabbit are basically range attacks. Crowd tactics are not very useful in this dungeon. The rabbit is also finished, so now I can see what the fairy looks like. After Qi Lu put away the presale card of the rabbit pet card, he said with anticipation. In the past, the appearance of this so-called fairy Chona only existed in imagination. Now, it's finally time to see the real thing. Although the fairies seen in the New World mode are probably also character models pinched by the system, Qi Lu is still very confident in the system skills in pinching people. Then, after Qi Lu pushed open the palace gate with anticipation. After the dungeon cleared, the settlement page appeared in front of Qi Lu. Qi Lu looked at the settlement page that suddenly appeared in front of him, and was at a loss as to what to do. What happened? Qi Lu looked at the settlement page that suddenly appeared in front of him with a bewildered expression, feeling a little overwhelmed. Is this the end of the copy of Palace K in the middle of the month? What about the fairy who guards the palace alone? In this case, isn't the palace dungeon this month just a challenge to push the boss? Qi Lu was stunned for a while before he realized it, and then he had to accept this fact. That is, the system simply doesn't have the time to polish a temporary copy. Put 2 bosses in it and you're done. As for the fairy, that only exists in the imagination of the players. The most beautiful person in his mind is probably the appearance of a fairy. Hey, Qi Lu, why do you look so lonely? Xuanhuan saw Qi Lima walk out of the booth silently, and hurriedly leaned over and asked, curiously. It's nothing, it's just that I suddenly have a little insight. Qi Lu waved his hand, paused, and then said, Shao Shu, do you think the fairy in your mind? No, it's a fairy man, what does it look like? What fairy, is it food? Or a treasure? Xuanhuan froze for a while, and then asked back with a little doubt. Sorry, I asked the wrong person, let's pretend I didn't say it. Qi Lu also remembered that there is no concept of immortal in this world. So even if Qi Lu asked, they didn't know what immortal was. But since this matter is more troublesome to explain, Qi Lu wisely chose to avoid talking about it and change the subject. Fortunately, Xuanhuan didn't care about this issue either. After Qi Lu returned to the counter, Xuanhuan brought her membership card together. Qila, look at the posts in the forum, and hear them say that the Mid-Autumn Festival limited copy seems to be particularly difficult, doesn't it? Talking, Xuanhuan handed over the membership card. Qi Lu glanced casually, and found that the forum section in the communication system was all posts saying that the copy of the palace in the middle of the moon was too difficult. Looking at the mark on the front of the post, There are players in the East Wilderness server and players in the Beishan server. Is it difficult? Isn't it because the giant rabbit is a waste of time, because it has too much blood? Qi Lu only looked at the titles of these posts, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. It seems that such creatures as vegetable chickens are found everywhere. If it weren't for the pre-sale card of the rabbit and the moon rabbit, it would be meaningless to Qi Lu. Qi Lu would have used a single dungeon in the past. Giant rabbit? What giant rabbit? Xuanhuan was stunned when she heard Qi Li's words. No giant rabbits? No, the post only said that there was a strong man who chopped down trees in the copy of the palace in the middle of the month. Where did the giant rabbit come from? What? Qi Lu and Xuanhuan stared at each other for a while before they were suddenly startled. These players who posted have never beaten the strong man who chopped down the tree, so they didn't see the giant rabbit at the end of the dungeon. Cough, cough, okay, I probably understand what's going on. Qi Lu coughed a little embarrassedly after reading these posts and selecting some of the posts with high clicks. Although Qi Lu had thought about it, the copy of Palace K in the middle of the month was difficult. But I never thought it would be so difficult. In fact, Qi Lu had thought about it before that the copy of Palace K in the middle of the month should be difficult. But I never thought it would be so difficult. It turned out that the guy who chopped the tree would improve his strength according to the number of teams entering the dungeon. Fortunately, it is not doubled, but only slightly improved. Probably, every time the number of people in the team increases, the strength will increase by about 10%. That is to say, the strength of the strong man will be doubled only if 11 players form a team to enter the Moon Palace dungeon. But even so, for those players who are not so strong in combat skills, this strong man is simply a nightmare. Unpredictable speed and furious attacks. Coupled with the attack special effect with its own huge destructive power, it is really dead next to each other, and dead when touched. That is to say, those defensive classes with complete armor can withstand 2 or 3 blows without falling, and this has to be in the case of complete auxiliary magic. It can be seen from this. It seems that there is no problem with Qi Lu calling them a chicken. As you mean, after this strong man, there is a giant rabbit? Xuanhuan immediately dropped the membership card and looked at Qi Lu. With this kind of information after personal land reclamation, what form are you looking at? That's right, it's a boss with a fairly high HP, and it has a lot of ranged attacks. The information of these bosses in the dungeon is not a secret. As long as you hit the giant rabbit, you can get it soon. So Qi Lu has nothing to hide. What's more, after the strategy of the dungeon is released, it can better enhance the enthusiasm of the players. After all, no one wants to keep playing a copy that can't be beat at all. And every time you go in, you have to consume a special moon cake for Mid-Autumn Festival. Challenging is a good thing. But when the challenge turns to despair, that's a bad thing. That's it, thank you for the news. Xuanhuan took notes while listening, and her tail swayed happily. At the end, she thanked her very rarely. It's a very important thing to open up Wasteland and seize the first opportunity. Now that Xuanhuan got this information, she could immediately start training her subordinates, those employees who specially lead people to brush dungeons. The same player, there are many ways to live in the New World mode. Some players need to spend a lot of spirit crystals, and naturally some players can earn a lot of spirit crystals from them. In the stores of Yunwu City, this mode of earning spirit crystals has long since entered a virtuous circle under the leadership of Xuanhuan. It also allowed more or less wealthy customers to enter Qi Li's store. As long as there is a startup capital and can enter the New World mode, then there is an opportunity to earn spirit crystals. As for whether you can earn it, and how much you can earn, it all depends on your personal ability. Therefore, the information provided by Qi Lu can bring benefits to Xuanhuan. And judging from the extent of the cat-eared loli's tail swing, this income is probably not low. You keep records, but don't forget to visit the store. Qi Lu worriedly warned again. Got it, Qi Lu, you're so annoying. Yu Shuangshu pouted, and murmured with some dissatisfaction. Tisk, do you still think I'm annoying? Qi Lu couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, looked at Yu Xuanhuan, and said with a smile that was not a smile. No, how is it possible? You must have heard it wrong. How can I find you annoying? Yu Xuanhuan immediately showed a sweet smile, and the tail of the cat behind her was swaying diligently. The so-called bold and cowardly is probably like this. Then when I heard it wrong, you can do whatever you want after closing the store. Qi Lu shrugged, yawned, and walked to the bedroom on the second floor. Not too long, presumably after the Mid-Autumn Festival special event is over. Qi Lu is about to open the gate of the barrier and go to another world to collect the power of faith, so from now on, Yu Shuangshu must be on his own. Otherwise, Qi Lu can't be relieved. Now, while you haven't left in the past few days, let's go back to the store in Yunwu City every night to have a look. Mid-Autumn Festival, reunion with family is the real business. Although on the surface, the Mid-Autumn Festival is only 1 day, but the special events of the Mid-Autumn Festival are 7 days long. Therefore, Qi Lu also regarded the Mid-Autumn Festival as having 7 days. So that night, after Yu Xuanhuan got the dungeon information that Qi Lu told her, she stayed all night to try out the dungeon of the palace in the Midleaf the Moon. Then publish it in your own kitty guild, and let the guild members figure out and practice on their own. Be sure to get acquainted within a day. This kitty guild was actually a guild created by Yu Xuanhuan to earn spirit crystals. It's just that Yu Shuangshu's previous image was so cute, so it attracted a few little loli to join the guild. For example, Ling Diawu, the little princess of the Yuanyuan Empire, and Lanzier and Nayland Qinchi. But that doesn't matter. Because these few people didn't read the guild news at all. When Yu Shuangshu was preparing to stay overnight, Qi Lu returned to the store in Yunwu City and found Yuxier. Then he brought Yuxier to the North Mountain Range. This is what the manager said, a new world? After Yuxier came to the store in the City of Life, she looked around with surprise and curiosity. Yuxier, who has lived in Moonlight Forest since she was a child, has only been to Yunwu City at most. I didn't even go all over the East Wasteland, but I came to a new world first. I have to say that this experience is quite magical. Yeah, this is the North Mountain Range. Outside is the City of Life built by the elves. The night market here is much more lively than Yunwu City. Qi Lu followed Yuxier, who was looking around, and introduced her. Because Yuxier wanted to see the store, Qi Lu could only bring Yuxier over after closing the store. Shao Shu, do you want to go out for a walk together? Qi Lekon shouted to Yu Shuangshu, who got into the deck impatiently. No need, you guys go. What's there to shop in this kind of place? If I go with me, Xier can't help but hate me. Yu Xuanhuan refused Qi Li's invitation almost without thinking. It was the second half of the sentence that made Yuxier's face blushed. Okay, then you can continue to stay in the store. Qi Li did not continue to shout. Bring one more cat, or one less cat-eared loli, in fact, the difference is not big. Anyway, Yu Shuangshu stayed in the City of Life, and there was time to gossiping. Then let the two of us go to the night market in the City of Life. There are actually quite a lot of delicious snacks here, and there should be many that you haven't eaten before. Qi Li said to Yuxier with a faint smile on her face. Since Shao Shu won't go, let's go to the night market in the City of Life. Actually, there are quite a lot of food and snacks here, and there should be many that you haven't eaten before. With a light smile on Qi Li's face, Chao Yuxier said. Okay. Yuxier looked at Qi Li's face, and was so nervous that her hands could not help grasping the corners of her clothes. Two people go to the night market together, is this the legendary date? The word dating is still uttered by Qi Lu himself. Then it quickly became popular among couples in the store, and brought it out of the store, becoming a novel vocabulary. I don't know why, a single dog would say this word that does not belong to a single dog. Your face is so red, are you alright? Sheila didn't notice Yu Shi'er's reaction at all, but felt that Yu Shi'er's blushing was a little abnormal. The temperature in the store should be automatically adjusted. Is it hot? No, it's fine, manager, let's go. Yu Shi'er took a deep breath and managed to calm her pounding heart. That's good. If you feel any discomfort, remember to tell me. By the way, there is one more thing. After you leave the store, you can just call me Chi Lu. You don't have to call me the store manager all the time, because it seems a little unfamiliar. Chi Lu nodded, and then added another sentence. The store manager has been calling. It feels a bit like a relationship between superiors and subordinates. It's nothing in the store. After all, Yu Shi'er was indeed a clerk in the store. But in Chi Li's eyes, Yu Shi'er is not just a clerk. After coming to this world, Chi Lu has always been alone, until Yu Shi'er broke into Chi Li's life because of a misunderstanding and became the first clerk in the store. Then get along day and night together. After that, Yu Shi'er also stayed in the store for various reasons. To this day, as Chi Lu himself said, although Yu Shi'er is a clerk in the store, she is also like a family member. So outside the store, Chi Lu preferred Yu Shi'er to call her by her first name. Or some other name. Instead of calling yourself the store manager all the time. Manager, is it really okay to call you by your name? Yu Shi'er asked in surprise. If nothing else, at least so far, the only person who will call Chi Li's name directly is Xuanhuan. No, it should be this cat. This is mainly because Chi Li took Xuanhuan back to the store, which caused Xuanhuan's oral dissatisfaction. So resist it this way. However, it has continued to this day, and the dissatisfaction should be gone, but the title has become a habit, so it is retained. But for the others, they basically called Chi Lu, the store manager, Chi, to show respect. Including those existences that Yu Shi'er can only look up to till now. That's why Chi Li's words made Yu Shi'er seem so surprised. Of course you can, but if you want to use another name, that's fine. Chi Lu answered affirmatively. That. Chi Lu. Elder brother. Yu Shi'er spoke very nervously, her voice a little choppy. What? Chi Lu felt as if he had heard two other words. Brother Chi Lu, you said it yourself, I can use other names, right? I mean, brother Chi Lu. You said it yourself, I can call it something else, right? After shouting once, Yu Shi'er seemed to relax a lot. Facing Chi Li's puzzled expression, Yu Shi'er said with a smile. If according to the family's position, except for the identity that I's embarrassed to say, in Yu Shi'er's mind, Chi Li's image is like a brother. A brother who can help himself with anything. Always come to your side when you are most in danger. That's why Yu Shi'er subconsciously added these two words. But when the words came out, Yu Shi'er felt a little embarrassed, but fortunately Chi Li didn't care about this issue. Of course, if it wasn't for her brother, Yu Shi'er would prefer another identity. It's just this identity, Yu Shi'er can't say it now. That should be love. I did say, be my sister if you want. Chi Lu was just a little surprised, and didn't mean to blame. So after listening to Yu Shi'er's words, a smile appeared on Chi Li's face instead. Yu Shi'er lowered her head and replied softly. Then silently cheered for himself in his heart. Starting from my sister, it's no problem, at least the relationship is a little closer, isn't it? Moreover, you can always stay by the store manager's side. Isn't it? But he must also become better, so as not to hold back brother Chi Lu. Otherwise, I will only get farther and farther away from brother Chi Lu, and I can only be my sister forever, watching brother Chi Lu silently from behind. Yu Shi'er thought a lot in her heart and understood it very well. although shy, but very firm. Let's go and take you to the city of life to see. Qi didn't notice what Yu Shi'er was thinking, just said with a smile. The northern mountain range is different from the eastern wilderness. The terrain of the east wasteland is flat, and most of them are plain areas. The north mountains are mostly forest areas with many hills. Therefore, the plants and diets within the two worlds are quite different. Moreover, the eastern wilderness is dominated by the human race, with the majority of imperial forces and sect forces. Although other races also exist, they are not many. And compared with the human race, the population of these races is quite rare. But in the North Mountains, races abound. As the three dominant races, the elves, the dwarves, and the bestiars, there is no human race among them. Therefore, the dietary differences between the two worlds are also quite large. There are also a lot of delicious food that Yu Shi'er has never eaten or even seen before, appearing in the night market of the City of Life. The reason why Qi Lu brought Yu Shi'er to the City of Life to visit the night market is also included. After all, there is no point in wandering around in a familiar place all the time. Well, travel. Usually, you go to places you are not familiar with. That's called tourism, isn't it? The so-called tourism is to go to an unfamiliar place, spend the money you earn, and then enjoy the scenery there and taste the food there. Then, with a whole body of tiredness and memories, go back to the place you are familiar with. The diets of the City of Life and the City of Clouds are very different, but the taste is common. The basic flavors are sweet and sour. The taste in terms of taste is actually not as big as expected. As for the scenery, although the topography of the eastern wilderness and the northern mountains is very different, the difference in the scenery between the Cloud City and the City of Life is also huge. But unfortunately it is night. Who will go to see the scenery when visiting the night market? At most, it is to look at the lights and night scenes. The magic lights scattered throughout the city-state and the starlight in the sky set off each other, which is gorgeous and illusory. From a distance, it really looks like a dream. For Yu Shi'er, the night market she visited this time was like a dream. Because this is Yu Shi'er's first date with Qi Lu. If this counts as a date. At this time, although there are not many tourists on the street, they are not too few, making the whole night market very lively. The influence of Stokel's arrival in the City of Life before has also been gradually diluted with the passage of time. Qi Lu was walking on the street and looked at the buildings that had been destroyed before. It has now been rebuilt. It's just that those buildings that were rebuilt later have obvious signs of new construction, and have a fairly clear demarcation line with the surrounding buildings. It seems that the City of Life was built a long time ago. Just when Qi Lu was thinking about these things, Yu Shi'er, who was following him, after hesitating for a long time, finally reached out and hugged Qi Lu's arm. Qi Lu, who noticed this action, looked back at Yu Shi'er. What's wrong? Qi Lu looked at Yu Shi'er a little puzzled, thinking she had something to do with her. It's nothing, there shouldn't be anything strange about my sister holding my brother's hand. Yu Shi'er gathered up her courage and explained her behavior aloud. In fact, Yu Shi'er wanted to do this before. But when she was in the store, because of the difference in identity, Yu Shi'er always felt that there was a gap between herself and Qi Lu. However, this problem is finally solved today. The identity of the younger sister, compared to the previous clerk, can be regarded as a lot closer. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the closest person. So this made Yu Shi'er dare to muster up the courage and take the initiative to make some more intimate actions with Qi Lu. After all, expecting Qi Lu to take the initiative is basically impossible. But waiting, it doesn't seem to be good. So Yu Shi'er could only think of a way to take the initiative to attack. If you directly speak your mind and want to be a lifelong lover, judging by Qi Lu's character, I'm afraid it will also be a rejection. Because of Qi Lu's character, on the surface, it may just be easygoing and principled. but in truth, it should be lazy and determined. Has his own opinion and is very unwilling to be bound. Therefore, the relationship between lovers is a very exclusive relationship for Qi Lu. In such inappropriate situations, speak up directly. The relationship between the two is about to have a scar that is difficult to heal. This is also something Yu Shi'er doesn't want to see no matter what. And, most importantly, that is, Yu Shi'er felt that her current self was not worthy of Qi Lu. Because I am still too weak now, I can't help Qi Lu at all, so I can only watch the store silently behind me. That's why Yu Shi'er came up with this compromise. Being able to have a more intimate relationship with Qi Lu will not bother Qi Lu. Moreover, when the right time comes, Yu Shi'er will also act. In the future, when Yu Shi'er feels that she is worthy of Qi Lu, she can start her own counterattack as her sister. Qi Lu said the words that he did not dare to say. Going further is not a dream. Come on. Yu Shi'er recalled her plan and cheered herself up in her heart. Blindly waiting is not the best decision. If you like it, you should fight for it. Although Yu Shi'er is shy, she also wants to work hard. Even if he doesn't succeed in the end, it is a good choice to be able to use his younger sister's identity to stay by Qi Li's side forever. In the face of Yu Shi'er's close actions and explanations, Qi Li felt that there seemed to be no problem. The younger sister and the older brother are a little closer. Doesn't it mean that the relationship is good? What could be the problem? Well, it's mainly because I suddenly have a younger sister, and I didn't get used to it for a while. Qi Li smiled and rubbed Yu Shi'er's head with the other hand. Yu Shi'er also got her wish and leaned on Qi Li's shoulder, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of this moment. The first step of getting close is very successful. If you want to get to the last step, the beginning is always the most important and the most difficult. Like childhood sweethearts. Once the relationship begins to get closer, some things are always logical and natural. Although the night market in the city of life is lively, it is not noisy. Tourists of all races come and go on the street, bargaining with the roadside's tall owners, tasting the food, or enjoying the night view. Among them were friends, couples, and parents with children. In addition to their different races, in fact, the desire for peace and emotion is the same. No one wants to live in dire straits. No one wants to live without food and precarious days. The current city of life is just right, always giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er walked slowly in the night market. Yu Shi'er was in front and Qi Lu was behind. Brother Qi Lu, try this, I think it's delicious. Yu Shi'er bought a bunch of meatballs from the food stall, bit one, and handed it to Qi Lu. Snacks can't be used as meals, and it's boring to buy too many. So Qi Lu didn't think about anything, just took the meatballs that Yu Shi'er handed over and tasted one. The taste is strong, savory and salty, with just the right amount of spiciness. The spiciness should be the flavor of the sauce brushed on the outside of the meatballs. It's really good. Qi Lu only tasted one, and then handed back the meatball skewer in his hand to Yu Shi'er, with a sincere comment. If it is compared to the food provided by the system, the taste of this meatball is really nothing. But when evaluating snacks, how can we use this kind of super regular food for comparison? So in all fairness, Qi Li's evaluation is not perfunctory. This meatball made of meat that I don't know what kind of Warcraft is indeed has merit. The city of life is very big, and it is impossible to visit the night market in one day. So when they were almost full after eating all kinds of snacks, Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er also felt that they should go back to the store. And the relationship between the two has also been quickly narrowed in the process of visiting the night market this time. Not as rusty and reserved as before. So, when Yu Shi'er held Qi Li's hand and returned to the store with a smile on her face, she saw Xuanhuan who was all night for a moment. To be honest, since Xuanhuan and Yu Shi'er met, they have never seen Yu Shi'er smile so happily. Not once. It's not too early, I'll go upstairs first, you also remember to rest early. Qilu had no plans to stay overnight, so he glanced at the time and knew it was time to go to bed. Well, good night, brother Qilu. Good night. After the two said good night to each other, Qilu went back to the bedroom first, leaving Yushir in the hall on the first floor with a smile on her face. What did you call Qilu just now? I heard it right. Xuanhuan jumped out of the booth with a face full of surprise and came to Yushir, looking at Yushir with a scrutiny. Shao Shu, I'm really happy today. However, Yushir answered non-answer. I see it, but what's with the name, just now, don't you plan to wait for Qilu? Xuanhuan waved her hand, the cat behind her kept shaking her tail, and her eyes couldn't hide her curiosity. As a talkative girlfriend. Although Yushir had never directly revealed this feeling to Xuanhuan, how could she not be able to tell with Xuanhuan's eyesight? Even if the devouring cat is only in its infancy, its intuition will not be bad. Yushir likes Qilu. But with Qili's wooden character, Xuanhuan didn't believe that Qili could detect Yushir's feelings. That's why Xuanhuan felt that Yushir suddenly changed her name to Qilu. Did she give up? Isn't that a waste of your hard work? It's really a shame that I've been assisting. I really don't want to wait any longer, because I want to take the initiative. When Yushir faced Xuanhuan, she didn't face the nervousness of Qilu. Regarding Xuanhuan's question, Yushir immediately clenched her two small fists and said it seriously and firmly. What's more, Yushir was just a little shy, not stupid. Yushir sees everything Xuanhuan has done for herself and assists, saw there is nothing to hide about this matter. Because Xuanhuan will definitely not say it. Just figure it out together. This is what a good girlfriend should do. So that's the way it is, starting from my sister and starting the strategy little by little, right? After Xuanhuan heard Yushir's plan, she immediately began to turn her head, ready to make plans. I use my membership card to visit the forum every day, and Xuanhuan can read a lot of posts about emotional issues. Although it has never been practiced. But on paper, Xuanhuan is first class. I also think your plan is very good. If you confess it directly, with Qili's character, it is estimated that you will be scared away directly. When Qilu is wary of this relationship, it will be difficult to handle. Xuanhuan began to analyze for Yuxir. Love is a gradual process. Of course there is love at first sight, but Qilu and Yuxir have been together for so long, and they are talking about love at first sight with Ahammer. Therefore, we can only approach the strategy from the perspective of long-term affection. As long as you get close little by little, one day you will be able to successfully conquer it. However, Shir, there is one thing you have to grasp, otherwise Qilu really only regards you as her sister, but there will be a big problem. At the end, Xuanhuan also solemnly warned Yushir. Okay, I know. Yushir nodded earnestly, then paused slightly, and continued, however, if this happens, I have no regrets. The sister and the couple are actually on the same level, in terms of affection. But one is love and the other is love. Qilu, who returned to the bedroom early, didn't know that one person and one Katir lowly downstairs was planning how to attack him. Qilu only knew that the feeling of having a younger sister seemed to be not bad. Family, is this family? Looking at the night sky outside the window, that round of silver plates that looked like a full moon, Qilu let out an inexplicable sigh. Lonely for a long time, will get used to being alone. When foreign feelings come into your life, there will always be some discomfort. So Qilu also seemed a little dazed. But in any case, the family is always a sustenance, so Qilu also chose to accept it calmly. Silent night, dawn in the blink of an eye. Qilu walked out of the bedroom a quarter of an hour earlier. The store portal is still in Qili's bedroom. If she doesn't get up early, Yushir may not be able to rush back to Donghuan on time. Boss, good morning. Yu Shi'er sat in the hall on the first floor early, and greeted Qi Lei cheerfully when she saw Qi Lu come down. When they were in the store, the relationship between the two was still the store manager and the store clerk. But Yu Shi'er's tone today was more cheerful and closer than before. "Shi'er, good morning, how did you sleep last night?" Qi Lu smiled and replied. "It's the same as the store in Yunwu City, it's very comfortable," Yu Shi'er replied, "it's also very down-to-earth." Then he served the breakfast to Qi Lu. After all night, Yu Shuangshu, staring at a pair of faint dark circles, comitoed the small round table and sat down on the chair. The cat's tail that had been shaking before also stopped. The two cat ears on his head also drooped down. "How do you feel?" Qi Lu laughed. "It really doesn't feel good to not be able to sleep after an all-nighter." Yu Shuangshu replied listlessly, and then suddenly fixed her eyes on the breakfast in front of Qi Lu. "What's wrong with you? If you really feel bad, you can rest for a long time." Qi Lu noticed that Yu Xuanshu's eyes were a bit wrong, and couldn't help but say it out loud. "No, that's not the problem." Yu Xuanshu waved her hand, and then seemed to be reminiscing, and said slowly, "I remember you said that kittens can't drink milk, right?" "That's right." When Qi Lu heard the words, he realized that Yu Xuanshu's eyes were not staring at himself, but at the pure milk in front of him. But on the topic of cats not drinking milk. In the world of technology, this is indeed the case. But Qi Lu was not sure whether this topic would hold true in this world of grudge and magic. However, what surprised Qi Lu was, after Qi Lu said that cats can't drink milk, Yu Xuanshu really hasn't drank pure milk, but has been drinking black coffee. This kind of self-discipline is truly unique in cats. Then I should be able to drink now. Yu Xuanshu didn't care what Qi Li's expression looked like, but continued to ask. Qi Lu did not expect that Yu Xuanshu was actually thinking about this question. Okay. Qi Lu didn't expect that Yu Xuanshu was actually thinking about this question, so after a moment of confusion, Qi Lu could only nod silently. "Great, then I'll try to see if milk can refresh my mind." Yu Xuanshu immediately ran to the snack vending machine and bought a bought-leaf pure milk. This operation stunned Qi Lu. Should I tell this guy that milk is actually a sleep aid? Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. Then, after thinking for a second, Qi Lu resolutely decided that it would be better for Yu Xuangshu to experience it for herself. But these things are just blips. The store is still open, and the Mid-Autumn Festival special event is still being held. After getting the information given by Qi Lu to open up the wasteland, plus a night of practice. The next day, Yu Shuangshu released the strategy for the copy of the palace in the middle of the moon in her kitty guild, and told the guild members not to disclose it. After all, the copy of Palace K in the middle of the moon is only a temporary copy. Raiders this kind of thing, certainly not much. Because it is meaningless to study the strategy of this kind of temporary copy. Who knows when it will open again, when will it go, and whether it will open again is a question. As a result, the members of Kitty's guild who specially brought people through the dungeon suddenly became a sweet treat. There are teams everywhere vying for it. And the prices offered are also higher than each other. For the pre-sale of the Moon Rabbit pet card, and for the hard-won Mid-Autumn Festival special moon cakes not to be wasted. What is it to spend more spirit crystals? When these flowers go out to the spirit crystals, they don't really disappear, they just stay by their side in a different way. For example, the rabbit pet card and the moon cake for the Mid-Autumn Festival. These are all good things. Although the moon rabbit is only an R-rank pet card, it does not help the strong level power at all, and the help for the hero level will also rapidly weaken. However, how many powerhouses can there be? Countless. Even if it is a hero, it is very small compared to the number of shop customers. Therefore, it is not a loss at all to replace the Ling Jing with a pre-sale card of the Moon Rabbit pet card, and there is even a profit. Otherwise, you can compare the customers of those pet cards of the flaming spirit. Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals were smashed down, and there was not even a shadow. How difficult is it to cultivate a fully graduated spirit of flame pet card? It is 100 times more difficult than the cultivation of the rabbit in the moon. Fortunately, Xuanhuan still understands the rules of the market. Although a monopoly can indeed do whatever it wants, but brainless destruction of market prices, the result must be a bad result. Therefore, Xuanhuan also set a ceiling price for the price of the dungeon off the palace in the middle of the month. In this way, it is a win-win result. The members of Xuanhuan and Kitty's Guild made a lot of money. Those players who got the pre-sale card of the rabbit in the moon pet card also felt that the Lingjingua was worth the money. And the special events of the Mid-Autumn Festival, also in this atmosphere, slowly passed. 7 days, whether it is too long or too short. But in the process of brushing dungeons and accumulating the duration off viewing the moon, it is really not long. In particular, the accumulated time for viewing the moon can only be done at night. This makes the customers in the store wish that the time of this Mid-Autumn Festival special event would be doubled. But this is impossible. Not even Qi Lu could influence the decision to end the event. Fortunately, on the last day of the Mid-Autumn Festival special event, when the store was closed, this event was a perfect ending. Event Dungeon, the Palace K in the middle of the month is closed. In the sky of the New World mode, that round of full moon also slowly dissipated. It's over, this event is really tiring. Qi Lu stretched his body vigorously, and then sat down on the sofa. Xuanhuan is counting the profits during this special Mid-Autumn Festival event. It also includes moon cake fragments and special moon cakes for Mid-Autumn Festival that have been hoarded in the guild warehouse, as well as a considerable part of the rabbit pet card pre-sale card. And the origin of the rabbit pet card pre-sale card these months is actually due to the members of the Kitten Guild. Because the rabbit in the moon pet card pre-sale card is not like a mooncake fragment. Mooncake fragments less than 10 pieces, that is waste. However, as long as there is one pre-sale card for the rabbit in the moon pet card, it can be exchanged for a rabbit in the moon pet card from the pet card swap machine. The premise is that the pet card swap machine has opened the exchange option. Therefore, in the trading system, basically no one would choose to sell the mid-month rabbit pet card pre-sale card. All are left in their own hands waiting to be exchanged. Therefore, even if Xuanhuan asked the members of the Kitty Guild to squat in the trading system, they would not be able to wait for the pre-sale card of the moon rabbit pet card, but only until the pieces of the moon cake. Fortunately, the copy of Palace K in the middle of the month is a very conscientious copy. Because the strength of the boss inside will increase with the increase of the number of team members, so the number of pre-sale cards of the rabbit pet card that exploded will also increase accordingly. So that those guys who collect spirit crystals and lead the team to dungeon scan sometimes get 1 or 2. There are also many members of the Kitty Guild. If you save a lot, you will store them in the guild warehouse, and you will have a lot of them. This is a considerable amount of spirit crystals. After all, a fully graduated moon rabbit pet card requires a total of 381 pre-sale cards. Even if it's just 1 or 2 awakenings, it takes dozens of cards. Therefore, Xuanhuan made a shrewd decision to slowly put the pre-sale card off the mid-month rabbit pet card into the trading system for sale in the future. Rare is expensive. Or directly open a sales post in the forum, and reply in the post if you need it. All in all, you can make a lot of money. So this makes Xuanhuan look very happy. Compared with Xuanhuan's happiness, Qi Li's happiness is not too small. Because the sound of the system actively sounded again. System, congratulations to the host, the special event of the Mid-Autumn Festival has ended successfully. There is good news in this system. Would the host want to hear it? Of course you have to listen, just say it directly. Qi Li lay on the sofa and answered in his mind. System: the new pet card swap machine has been manufactured and can be placed in the store at any time. I know that if you dare to take out the pet card presale card in this event, it must be a pet card swap machine that will be manufactured. This good news was expected by Qi Lu. If there is no pet card swap machine, the Moon Rabbit pet card presale card is just a piece of waste paper. No, not even waste paper. It should only be placed in the character backpack in the New World mode, as an icon for decoration. However, although the new pet card swap machine is to be expected. But when it's time to be happy, be happy. The new pet card changing machine should be placed under the shelf area. By the way, put a stand on the side to explain the function and usage of the pet card changing machine. Qi Lu immediately ordered in his mind. Below the shelf area is actually the corner next to the store door. In addition to the shelf area on one side, the side close to the store door is the fast food area with small round tables. As for the other two sides, that is the wall of the store. Although this location is in a corner of the store, as long as you look at these eyes of the current store, you will find that this corner is not small at all. It can be completely divided as a new area. And this is exactly what Qi Lu thought. Because the pet card is slightly different from other products in the store. Commodities such as weapons, armor, accessories, title badges, and medicinal pills can only be regarded as items. But pets summoned by pet cards are living creatures. Or call it a partner. Therefore, in the stores of Yunwu City, many customers have a special feeling for pet cards. Just as a swordsman cherishes his sword, a warrior cherishes his armor. Otherwise, these customers who like to draw pet cards would not have created a pet card research guild. You know, other products do not have this treatment. Therefore, it is not too much to divide the pet card swap machine into a separate area. So is there any other good news besides this one thing I can think of? After Qi Lu finished his instructions, he continued to ask. System: I don't know what good news the host wants to hear. Can I still choose? Rarely, the system actually replied. Qi Lu looked happy, and immediately began to think. System, haha. However, Qi Lu would not care about the implication of the system. Although Qi Lu could indeed hear that the system was speaking the opposite, what did it matter? Who wouldn't play stupid? I'm going to open the gate of the barrier in the past few days. I think, can you make the gate of the barrier recharge twice in the system, so that I can go back and forth without waiting for a month? After pretending to think about it, Qi Lu made a solemn suggestion in his mind. Now this barrier gate, which can only be recharged once, is really not easy task. After turning it on once, it will take a month to turn on the next time, and the cooling time is too long. System, host, do you think breaking the world barrier is a very simple thing? It shouldn't be difficult for you, after all, you are so strong. Qi Lu immediately complimented him. As long as the barrier gate can be upgraded, not to mention a few good words, even if it is a knight. It doesn't hurt anyway. System, the host really has a vision. This system thinks you are right. This system is really strong. System, however, having said that, for this matter, please ask the host to wait for a while. Obviously, this Irby system likes to listen to compliments. However, after going around in a circle, the system still refused. So what does this mean? Qi Lu can understand it without thinking about it. That is, the system is temporarily unable to upgrade the boundary barrier door. Wait, let's do it. In this case, Qi Lu can't think of any other good news for the system to do. After all, if you want to fool this stingy system, you still need some skills. Under the influence of Qi Li's ears and eyes, after such a long period of edification, the Irby system is now a lot smarter, and it is not as easy to fool as before. Blindly fooling around, I am afraid that I will be ridiculed by this Irby system. System, however, although there is no way to strengthen the barrier gate, this system can guarantee that the world to open the barrier gate this time will not be too dangerous. Yeah, that's fine too. Qi Lu is not interested in this kind of reward that is better than nothing. What's more, even if the world he went to this time was dangerous, could the system still leave him as a host? Impossible. So, having said that, it's actually almost the same as not saying it. But after all, it is a promise of the system, so Qi Lu agreed unhappily. Then go to the corner of the shop to check the new pet card swap machine. Regarding the function and usage of the pet card swapping machine, it was written in great detail on the sign next to it. Qi Lu read it thoroughly and made sure that there was no problem before going back to the bedroom to rest. Although the system is not reliable, as a store manager, I still have to be more reliable. On the second day, Qi Lu got up and washed up, came down from the second floor, and opened the door. It was found that Xuanhuan was still in the booth, counting her gains with excitement, which seemed to be a bit of a lucky cat. It's weird, everyone else's store has a lucky cat, why is there a lucky cat in my store? Qi Lu thought in confusion. System, isn't this implying that the host is stingy? Bah, you would interject at such a time. Who are you and I mean? Do you really have no idea in your heart? Qi Lu pouted, frowning at the system's rhetoric. Then he took a bucket of instant noodles for himself, tore the package, and poured hot water. Although Qi Lu likes to eat bacon sandwiches with pure milk when he eats breakfast, sometimes he needs to change the taste, otherwise it will be too monotonous. Hearing the movement, Yu Shuangshu probably finished counting her gains. Lying on the sofa in the deck, stretched out for a long time, and then jumped out of the deck. Qi Lu. Hey, isn't that a pet card swap machine? When did you move out? Yu Xuanhui originally wanted to ask when Qi Lu came down, but before she could say anything, she was attracted by the new machine in the store. Just moved out last night. If there is anything the customer doesn't understand, remember to introduce it. Qi Lu put the barreled instant noodles on the small round table and said slowly. I know, but with such a simple operation method, there should be no one who doesn't know how to use it. Yu Xuanhui looked at the pet card swap machine curiously. When she was in the store in Cloud Mist City, Yu Xuanhui had never drawn a pet card. Because at that time, Yu Xuanhui was only the appearance of a kitten, and it always felt weird to draw a pet card. Even if the pet is summoned, it feels like two pets are standing together. But I haven't used it myself, and it doesn't mean I haven't seen other customers use it. The group of customers who crowded around the pet card swap machine every day talked a lot about the metaphysics of card drawing. After all, the members of the Pet Card Research Association do more than just study the use of pet cards. I also have a lot of experience with how to draw cards. It's just that there is really no good way to solve this kind of metaphysical problem. Let me see. Put the membership card into the card slot of the pet card exchange machine, load and upgrade. You can install the pet card exchange function, which includes the pet card presale card exchange option. Yu Xuanhui carefully looked at the stand next to the card explaining how to use it. I quickly found the detailed step-by-step instructions for how to exchange the pet card presale card into the corresponding pet card. And this explanation is the same for the stores in Yunwu City. The redemption function is a newly opened function. It is placed in the pet card swap function of the membership card and exists as an additional function. However, for Donghuang customers, there is a pet card swap function in the membership card. And the customers of Beishan Mountain need to follow this function again. After all, this is a function bound to the pet card changing machine. Before the pet card changing machine is manufactured, it is useless even if it is installed. Moreover, when he saw this description, Qi Lu thought of it. It is estimated that there will be no shortage of such pet card presale cards in the future. Limited things always attract customers the most. Of course, the regular pet cards must be more than the limited number of pet cards. So Qi Lu will not worry that there is no market for conventional pet cards. Radish and greens each has its own love. Limited is not necessarily the best, but the number is certainly very rare. Then below this description, there are instructions on how to install the pet card swap function for the membership card, and what are the uses of this function. As for the pet card swap function, it was also specially updated by Qi Lu. Drawing pet cards is just a basic function. In this function, you can also directly view the pet cards in the card pool or the pet card swap machine, as well as the basic information of these pet cards. And direct pet card transactions. Of course, when using a membership card to trade pet cards, the currency used is spirit crystals, not game gold coins in the New World mode. This one is a hard rule. In the trading system in the New World mode, both spirit crystals and game gold coins can be used. However, the trading system cannot be used to trade pet cards. Because pet cards are not items in the New World mode. Therefore, it is impossible for those savvy game businessmen to take advantage of this loophole. Then there is the ability to directly use the pet card swap function on the membership card to upgrade and awaken pet cards, as well as load various skill books for pet cards. And now, there is one more option to exchange. As long as you click to enter the exchange option, you can connect to the character backpack in the New World mode and exchange the pet card presale card for the corresponding pet card. It's getting more and more convenient, and it's easier to operate. After reading the usage method on the standing card, Xuanhuan immediately put the membership card into the card slot of the pet card changing machine to learn and upgrade. Then after browsing all the functions, enter the redemption option. At present, there are a total of 14 kinds of pet cards in the card pool of the pet card changing machine. Among the 14 kinds of pet cards, there are 3 B-rank pet cards, 6 A-rank pet cards, 3 R-rank pet cards, and 1 SR-rank pet card. The Rabbit and the Moon pet card is not included in the card pool. I just don't know if there are any pet cards that customers are interested in among these 14 pet cards. Sheila didn't dare to make a ticket for this issue. Only one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, then you can only let the system take out several new pet cards. Good morning, Manager Qi, Shao Shu Jiu Hui. Shauna and Lanqi have been staying in the City of Life these days in order to catch up with the special events of the Mid-Autumn Festival, so every time they come to the store, it is very early. And Yaffer, who followed behind the two, was always the first to come to the store. Hey, store manager Qi, what is that new machine? Is it a new food vending machine? After Yufei entered the store, he immediately noticed the pet card swap machine in front of Xuanhuan. Lanqi and Shauna also looked at the pet card swap machine with interest. At present, there are 3 machines in the Chila store, except for the pet card swap machine. Snack vending machine, beverage vending machine, and an equipment synthesizer that almost no customers pay attention to, because there are too few synthesizing solutions. Therefore, Yufei's first impression of the pet card swap machine was a new vending machine. Regardless of what to sell. As long as there is new food, Yufei will be happy. I'm sorry, although I don't want to break your sweet dreams, but the machine is not filled with food, but a pet card. Sheila shrugged, pretending to be regretful. Now it was Shauna's turn to be interested. Pet card? Does that mean that the Moon Rabbit pet card can be exchanged? In this special Mid-Autumn Festival event, what Shauna wants most is not the Mid-Autumn Mooncake, but the Mid-Autumn Rabbit pet card that is of no use to her. It is because the rabbit in the moon looks cute. God knows what Shauna thinks. She's cute and can't be eaten, and of course it can't be used as a fighting force. However, that doesn't matter. The senior members of the Yanji Association are so capricious. What's more, Shauna herself is not lacking in combat power. Of course, the specific exchange process is explained on the stand. However, if you don't want to read it, you can ask Shao Shu Jiu Hui directly. Chilu responded, and then pointed to the stand next to the pet card swap machine. Full simple operation, no one should not understand. and less illiterate. Of course, Shauna couldn't be illiterate, so after a quick glance at the usage and various instructions on the card, she immediately followed the pet card swap function for her membership card. Wow, this water spirit white fox pet card is so cute, I must draw it out. And this Chien spirit bird pet card, it looks so pretty, and I want to get it too. When Shauna was looking at the pet card swap machine card pool, she saw 2 pet cards with extremely high value at a glance. Or a cute type pet card. This made Chi Lu, who was standing in the hall, bewildered. When co-authoring this Elven X Sacred Lady, when choosing a pet card, did she just look at what the summoned pet looked like? That is really powerful and can be willful. No wonder Shauna would be willing to give up the position of Elf Queen and choose to elope with Lan Qi. This is completely emotional thinking to control thoughts. Fortunately, Shauna is interested in 2 A-level pet cards. If she is interested in the Spirit of Flame pet card, I don't know if I can draw it out today. The pet card swap machine is a bit interesting. I'll try it out too. Lan Qi was attracted by Shauna's voice, and installed a pet card swap function, and then began to check the pet cards in the card pool. Flying Dragon, there is actually a mount in the positioning tag. Does this guy deserve to have the blood of the dragon family? How can a noble dragon bloodline become a mount? Then, before he even glanced at it, Lan Qi started to stare. From Lan Qi's point of view, the dragon bloodline is the most noble bloodline, and now he wants to become a mount, which is decisively unbearable. Even if Galewind Phylong is not a member of the dragon clan, but only has the blood of the dragon clan, that will not work. Manager Qi. What mount? However, before Lan Qi's words were finished, Shauna looked at Lan Qi suspiciously. Lan Qi was looked at by Shauna like this, and the words suddenly choked in his throat, and he didn't know where to start. At this moment, Lan Qi was really embarrassed to speak again. Because Lan Qi is flying around with Shauna, it is not a matter of once or twice. Isn't it funny to be doing something similar to a mount, but still blaming others? Lan Qi now only feels a little burnt on his face. What's up? Qi Li's voice was long overdue at this time. No, nothing, Manager Qi, you are busy. Lan Qi replied shyly. Oh. The popularity of pet cards was not expected by Qi Lu, but it was reasonable. For the appearance of pet cards, the customers of Beishan also do not reject it. Or should I say welcome? Although all races are now in the stage of keeping a low profile, battles do not take place much. But for things that can improve their own strength, no one will refuse. Be prepared for danger. The more peaceful it is, the more you should improve your strength, otherwise, when the danger comes, there will be no time for you to improve. This truth, for practitioners, is not a big truth, but common sense. Therefore, the appearance of the pet card gave those people of all ethnic groups who were not very good at cultivation, another way to improve their strength. Weapons, armor, and these foreign objects can become combat power. So can pets. Moreover, a powerful pet card can exert a combat power that is definitely thousands of times stronger than a weapon or a piece of armor. Because if you want to use the full power of a weapon or armor, there are also requirements for the user's own strength. But pet card is not required. There is no requirement for the strength of the summoner. Even ordinary people who have no cultivation qualifications and cannot become cultivators can. As long as you have spirit crystals or luck, you can cultivate a graduated pet card, then you can have tyrannical combat power. Currently the only SR level pet card, the Spirit of Fire pet card. If it can be cultivated until graduation, the combat power of the heroic peakies definitely not blown out. That is the real heroic peak combat power. And even those R-rank pet cards, if there are enough spirit crystals to cultivate to graduation, and awaken to activate the appropriate skills. That is also comparable to the heroic primary powerhouse. This terrifying combat power is definitely not something that a weapon or a piece of armor can achieve. hero level, even in the North Mountain range, is also the top combat power. And even if you think R-rank pet cards are too difficult to cultivate, that A-level pet card is not difficult to cultivate. A graduated A-level pet card, as long as the skills that are randomly activated when awakening are better, then the combat power comparable to that of a Grandmaster is completely no problem. Grandmaster level, among most races in the Northern Mountain Range, can be regarded as the backbone. Therefore, the appearance of pet cards is definitely a boon for people of all ethnic groups who are not strong in cultivation aptitude. Of course, the premise is that you have enough spirit crystals. After all, Qilu opened a shop, not a welfare home. Therefore, the news of the pet card swap machine was passed on by the customers who came to the store in the morning through the communication system on the membership card. In the afternoon, the area specially designated for the pet card changing machine was crowded with customers who came to the store. People with tyrannical aptitude are only a minority after all. Just like the number of hero-level powerhouses, with such a large base in various races, it seems quite rare. Ordinary, after all, is the mainstream. That's why pet cards are so popular. Moreover, even if it does not rely on strength, only on appearance, pet cards are not without a market. For example, a senior member of the Development Association like Shauna. Of course, such examples are rare. However, it doesn't matter, because the purchase of pet cards is not about their appearance, but their powerful combat power. So after seeing such a hot scene, Qi Li's originally uneasy heart suddenly let go. It seems that I really think too much. Improving strength is the essence. How could anyone resist this temptation? Qi Li sat on the sofa with relief, watching the crowd gathered in the corner of the store. After most of the players in the New World mode have entered the big map of the Mechanical Cow Forest, I am afraid that the Pet Card Research Guild will have many more members. But even in such a hot scene, Qi Li did not intend to expand the area of the pet card swapping machine. Because it seems crowded now, it is because customers have not installed the pet card swap function on their membership cards. Once it's all installed, it won't be so crowded. Unless it's like a group of guys from the Pet Card Research Association, who stays next to the pet card swap machine every day and studies the metaphysics of card drawing, it's about to study his brain abnormally. Otherwise, in general, it is almost the pet card that is cultivated on the membership card. When you decide to go to the pet card exchange machine and take it out, you will only pass once. After all, the whiteboard card of Zero Awakening, except for the Spirit of Flame pet card, other pet cards are really useless. Unless you can get another SR pet card. However, according to Qi Li's estimation, this possibility is not very big in the recent period. But that's fine too. Because these 14 pet cards are enough for these customers to digest for a while. 10 spirit crystals are drawn once, which is not a small number. Especially when it comes to drawing SR rank pet cards, it's not unheard of when you can't draw hundreds of times. The reason for this situation that makes the person who draws the card desperate is probably because the system does not set a minimum guarantee. However, Qi Li disapproved of the bottom guarantee mechanism. With a guarantee, how can you deceive Krypton? What's more, even if you want to set a minimum guarantee, it is impossible to guarantee a minimum SR level pet card. At most it is a minimum guarantee of an R level pet card. After all, an SR-level pet card is already a high-end pet card. A graduated SR-level pet card has a combat power comparable to that of a hero-level peak. Of course, it is impossible for people to get it so easily, or else it will be messed up. Moreover, it is not without reason that there is no guarantee mechanism, plus the desperate card-out rate of SR-level pet cards. In addition to this kind of power cannot be flooded, that is the transformation of energy. The system makes pet cards, and it is not made out of thin air. Otherwise, why do you need to collect spirit crystals? The higher the quality of pet cards, the more energy is required. Since more energy is needed, the card out rate must be reduced, or else it will be a loss. Will this stingy and greedy system do this kind of loss-making business? Absolutely impossible. So after I understand this, it is easy to understand, unless it is very lucky, otherwise, it is better to honestly cultivate A-level pet cards. At least not feeling hopeless. Because the upper limit of the A-level pet card is the peak of the master level. This level of power, even if the system is greedy for money, it will not be too stingy. As for the R-rank pet card, it can actually be regarded as rare. Although the probability of card issuance is higher than that of SR-level pet cards, overall, the probability is still low. After all, the upper limit of R-level pet cards has also reached the hero level. Even if it's only elementary. But the power of the hero level is not the same level as the master level. So Qilu understands this very well. However, whether those customers who are keen to draw cards can understand this card withdrawal rate, then Qilu will not care. After all, cultivation qualifications cannot be exchanged for spirit crystals, but powerful pet cards can be exchanged with spirit crystals. I believe everyone can clearly tell which one is more important. So it is understandable to spend more spirit crystals. What's more, there is a saying, 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy me happiness. It is not unacceptable to spend more spirit crystals for things you like. Moreover, most of the customers who come to the store can find their favorite pet card. For example, most of the elf tribes like pet cards with cute appearance, which is probably related to the excellent appearance of the elf tribe. As for the dwarves, the most favorite pet card at present is the bronze giant soldier pet card. The second is the earth demon bear pet card. Because of these two pet cards, one can be used to study forging skills, while the other is in line with the aesthetics of the dwarves. The earth demon bear, with its strong appearance and knotted muscles, may have a certain relationship with the dwarves. The pet card is so popular, then going to another world can be put on the agenda earlier. After Qilu made sure that there would be no place in the store that needed him for a while and a half, he made a decision. The items in the fairy and demon battlefield are all good things. But each of these good things needs to be exchanged with the power of faith. However, it is not directly exchanged with the power of faith, but to enter the fairy and demon battlefield, you need to use the power of faith as the entry fee. And after entering the fairy and demon battlefield, you can only choose one item at a time. In fact, this approach is no different from directly exchanging the power of faith for those fairy or magic weapons, but the price of these items is unified in the form of an entry fee. Whether he can get good things depends on Qilu's own eyesight. After nightfall, Qilu and Xuanhuan said hello and went back to the Shopinyu city. After opening the barrier gate, there is a 1-month cooldown. Therefore, after Qilu sets off, he will not be in the store for at least a month. Qilu thought it would be better to talk to Yusier about this kind of thing, so as not to let this girl worry about it. As for Xuanhuan, she was afraid that Qilu would not stay in the store, so that no one would care about her. Brother Qilu, you came very early today. Yusier is cleaning up the trash and inspecting the situation of the store. Although these are optional things, these are the habit that Yusier has left long ago, and it has been kept until now. It's getting late, isn't the store already closed? Qilu sat on the sofa and quietly watched Yusier busy without disturbing her. Sometimes it's more fulfilling to find something to do for yourself. There is a feeling of being at a loss when you are idle all the time. Yusier moved quickly. After visiting the store, she came to Qilu and sat down next to Qilu. Brother Qilu, do you want something to eat? After closing the store, Yusier changed her name to Qilu naturally. No, in fact, I came here today to tell you something. Qilu felt Yusier leaning against her. It was a very soft and warm feeling, and a soft smile appeared on her face unconsciously. What's up? Yusier looked at Qilu's face and asked in confusion. I'm leaving the store for about a month to start a new business elsewhere, so I am here to let you know. Qi Lu said bluntly. This short-term parting is not a life-or-death parting, and a month's time is regarded as a business trip. Ah, are you leaving again? Hearing this, Yu Xier's face suddenly showed a touch of worry and reluctance. After Qi Lu suddenly left the store and became silent, Yu Xier was always worried. It wasn't until the Mid-Autumn Festival a few days ago that Qi Lu returned to the store. But now, it's only been a week since the shops in Donghuang and Beishan have been connected, and I didn't expect Qi Lu to leave again. It's no wonder that Yu Xier is in a good mood. It's only a month, don't show this expression, it's fine. Qi Lu stretched out his finger and tapped Yu Xier's forehead. Separation is a normal emotion. However, although Qi Lu can understand, he still has to do what he should do. Standing still is a taboo, and greed for enjoyment will never change a good ending. Although Qi Li's dream is to be a store manager who eats and waits to die, he doesn't have to worry about anything. But as it turns out, this is impossible. If he is still alone, then Qi Lu may not care, he will eat and die. But now, Qi Lu is no longer alone. So even if Qi Lu is lazy, but for the sake of the people around him, he has to start fighting for it. Well, I know, brother Qi Lu, you must protect yourself, Xier will always be waiting for you. Although Yu Xier was reluctant to part, she would never hinder Qi Lu's decision. Don't worry, with you waiting, I will definitely come back. Qi Lu said with a smile. I have to say, it feels really good when someone is willing to wait for their return. But after saying these words, Qi Lu didn't stay any longer. The longer the parting is delayed, the deeper the sadness will be. On the contrary, it is easier to let go if it is straightforward. So Qi Lu quickly returned to his bedroom, and then called out the system in his mind. Let's start, system, help me open the door to the barrier. While speaking, Qi Lu couldn't help taking a few deep breaths. After all, it was the first time for Qi Lu to do such a thing as crossing the world barrier. It would be impossible to say that he was not nervous. When I came to the northern mountain range from Donghuang before, what I crossed was only a space barrier. And the power possessed by the world barrier, that is the least, is also one level higher than that of the space barrier. System, received. System, the host doesn't need to be so nervous. The security of the barrier gate is still guaranteed, and there will never be any problems. Can you stop saying such things? It feels like a flag is being planted when you hear it. Qi Lu hadn't finished taking a deep breath yet, and when he heard the system's words, he almost choked in one breath. Can such a death declaration be nonsense? Don't you see in TV dramas and movies, those who say that they will go home and get married after this battle, those whose wives are about to give birth, and those who say that they will wash their hands after finishing the vote? Is it all gone in the end? System, this system doesn't understand too complicated language, so I don't understand what the host is saying. System, please also prepare the host, the gate of the boundary barrier, open immediately. Fall with the sound of the system. In front of Qi Lu, a black vortex with strong suction suddenly appeared, and before Qi Lu could react, he was involved in it. Qi Lu only felt the blackness in front of his eyes, and then his body seemed to be crushed, and there was severe pain. Like a tide flooding into my mind. Wow. System, didn't you say it's absolutely safe? Why do I feel like I'm about to die? Qi Lu still has a tolerance for pain, but this kind of feeling like his body being crushed is absolutely unpleasant. System, host, please be patient, this pain is only because the host's mental strength is not strong enough, so you will feel pain when crossing the world barrier. System, but please rest assured, the host, this kind of pain is only mental pain, and has nothing to do with the host's body. The implication is to tell Qi Lu to endure. What am I? Qi Lu immediately wanted to breathe out the fragrance and greet the system cordially. But after thinking about it, Qi Lu felt that he was still a civilized person, so he held back. After all, it is now in the gate of the barrier, and Qi Lu is still very clear about who has the initiative. In case, the Irby system suddenly twitched in his head and threw Qi Lu to a strange place. Who should Qi Lu ask for reasoning? Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. Just when Qi Lu was about to lose consciousness in pain, the system's voice finally rang again. System, the target world has arrived, please prepare the host. System, the god of faith in the world who arrived this time is the god Offerjing. I wish the host a safe and happy journey to collect the power of faith. At the same time as the voice fell, a ray of light also appeared in front of Qi Lu. Then in the next second, with a flash of white light, Qi Lu appeared in a new world. Bam! You bloody system, can't you put me on the ground, I have to appear in the air. Since it suddenly appeared in the air, and this was a new world, Qi Lu was completely unprepared and smashed to the ground. Although the pain is not painful, but it is very shameless. Qi Lu is also a heroic powerhouse after all. He can walk in the air and fall directly from the air, so it's not surprising that he doesn't lose face. Luckily, no one saw it nearby. Is this the new world? The power level of this world feels so low. After Qi Lu complained, he stood up from the ground. Start observing where you are now. If you want to collect the power of belief, the first step must be to understand what kind of world you are in. I seem to have heard from the system before that the gods that this world believes in are the god of blacksmithing, god of forging, that's easy. When Qi Lu thought of this, a lot of thoughts immediately appeared in his mind. Speaking of forging, it's not enough to use the goods in the store to open the way. The weapons, armors, accessories, and title badges produced by the system are all first-class, good things. Even if the ordinary grade is not good, there are still higher quality ones. As long as you can start from the aspect of forging, collecting the power of faith is not a problem at all. System, host, there is good news and bad news in this system, which one do you want to hear first? Good news and bad news? Then listen to the bad news first. There are many thoughts in Qi Li's mind, so it doesn't matter if his thoughts are interrupted by the system, but he takes the opportunity to observe the surrounding environment. I don't know if the location where the barrier gate appears is random. Qi Lu found himself in a vast forest. There are towering trees all around, and from time to time there will be a little beast roar and eagle chirping, but the momentum contained in it is not strong. Is this a forest of monsters? Judging by the momentum, it shouldn't be a high-level forest of monsters. Qi Lu thought silently, and then the sound of the system sounded in his mind. System, the bad news is that all the existing products in the store cannot be sold in this world. What did you say? Qi Lu was still observing the environment around the forest, and was startled by the system's words, and almost didn't jump up. The goods in the store can't be sold in this world? This sentence directly made all Qi Li's thoughts go bankrupt. Because all the methods Qi Lu thought of were related to the products in the store, and now they can't be sold, so what should be used to collect the power of faith? Do you want your host to learn blacksmithing skills again? Then let's talk about a hammer. It doesn't matter if the power of faith isn't collected, so be it. Qi Lu said with a look of resentment, and then, as if remembering something, he said again, what is the good news? System, the good news is that this system will open up a dedicated purchase channel for this world. Co-author, is this Irby system playing tricks on me? After hearing the good news, Qi Lu was really speechless for a long time, not knowing what to say. These two pieces of news should be put together and said, what is the matter of taking them apart? Okay, you won the system, now tell me what's in the dedicated purchase channel. Qi Lu sighed and said helplessly. System, for the products that can be sold now, the host can go to the store manager's background to view them. After being prompted by the system, Qi Lu remembered that he did have a store manager backstage. So I quickly clicked on the backstage of the store manager in my mind. The layout of the store manager's backstage is actually quite simple. Sheila quickly found the words dedicated to the purchase channel, and then clicked on it. There is only one item in front of you. That is, an improved version of the laser light. Am I wrong? A question mark slowly appeared on Qili's face. In a world that believes in the god of blacksmithing, why did you give me an improved version of laser light? Do you want me to transform this world into a world on the technology side? System, host, please don't make a fuss. This product is an improved version of the powerful laser light emitter in the New World mode, not what the host thinks. Regarding Qili's doubts, the system explained it lightly. Okay, then I'll see what's so great about your improved version. Qili heard the words. Without saying a word, he took an improved version of the laser light directly from the dedicated purchase channel. The improved version of the laser light that appeared in Qili's hands is much smaller in appearance than the laser light emitter, and looks a bit like a magnified and bolded version of the staff. It's just that the improved version of the laser light consists of a hollow iron tube, plus a huge gem. Then at the end with the gemstone inlaid, Qili also found a handle. It should be the place to hold it. Let me see how to use it. Because it is impossible to open a store in the world that comes through the gate of the barrier, only an automatic vending point can be set up, and the goods in the dedicated purchase channel are directly supplied to this automatic vending point. Therefore, the products in it and the usage method will be automatically transmitted to the buyer. So Qili quickly learned how to use this improved version of the laser light. Injecting magic power into the energy storage gem at the end, and then bursting out through the laser light emission tube, its power can reach more than 10 times that of using magic power alone. Isn't this the magic version of the laser light emitter? The method of use is simple and clear, and Qili understood it instantly. Magicians use magic in order to use their magic power efficiently. In addition to the powerful effects of magic, it is also because magic can maximize the use of magic. The improved version of the laser light seems to have the same effect. And it also simplifies the process of unleashing magic. As long as the user injects magic power into the energy storage gem at the end of the improved laser beam, he can instantly cast a powerful magic beam. This is simply an innovation. The only downside is that the improved laser beam can only be used to attack. But what does it matter? The so-called offense is the best defense. Although the improved laser light can only be used for offense, there is a saying that offense is the best defense. Since you can kill the enemy, why defend? Sharp. Thinking of this, Qili also had to praise the system. This brain hole is really something. Compared with conventional weapons in the world of grudge and magic, the appearance of the improved laser light is definitely something that subverts conventional. The most important thing is that the energy storage gem of the improved laser light can make the magic power injected into it more condensed. Then it is launched through the laser light emission tube, causing 10 times the lethality. This is something that no other magic can do. And this is also the biggest significance of the improved version of the laser light, that is, it can greatly improve the user's combat effectiveness. Also, let all classes with magic power be able to fight. Including those priest classes that basically only support magic and so on. However, I would like to know if there are any restrictions on the use of this improved version of the laser? Qili suddenly thought of this question. In many cases, the use restrictions are all things that kill people. Many powerful products are planted on this use limit. System, the improved version of the laser light has no usage limit, but the energy storage gem can only store magic power, and there is an upper limit of energy storage. Isn't that a disguised increase in usage restrictions? Qili was silent. However, this statement of the system is also very consistent with the characteristics of technology-side weapons. That is, anyone can use it, and it can greatly improve the combat power, but it has a very clear power range. Like those hot weapons. For Qili, however, the hidden restrictions on the use of the improved laser are nothing. because the attack ability of the improved version of the laser light is too single. It can only convert magic power into powerful magic light bullets, but cannot convert it into other magic. Therefore, for those powerful magicians, they probably disdain to use this improved version of laser light. Because a single magic, it is difficult to deal with all the scenes. Therefore, most of the customers of the improved laser light are relatively weak magic class. And customers in this realm, the amount of magic power they have, is unlike Alido reach the upper limit of energy storage gems. But forget it, let's start with the improved version of the laser. Sheila didn't say anything. Anyway, no matter what world they are in, the strong will always be a minority, the real majority are ordinary cultivators who are not very powerful. Therefore, the market for improved laser light is still very broad. Hey, wait, the runes here, why do I feel a little familiar? Just when Qi Lu was about to put away the improved version of the laser light in his hand, he suddenly caught a glimpse of some strange lines on the inner tube wall of the laser light emitting tube. It looks like some text. So Qi Lu condensed a ray of light elements and illuminated the laser light emission tube. The lines on the inner tube wall immediately appeared in front of Qi Lu. This is, those ancient runes. After watching it for a while, Qi Lu suddenly realized that the lines on the inner tube wall of this improved version of the laser light were exactly the ancient runes that he saw on the store portal last time. Although the rune styles are different, it is certain that they are definitely the same. Could it be that what the system said last time, that these ancient runes can be used to upgrade future products, is this what it means? Qi Lu looked at the ancient runes on the inner tube wall of the improved version of the laser light, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. No wonder the functions of the weapons this time are so different from those of the previous ones. It turned out to be really transformed with a laser light emitter. The ancient rune has such an effect, which is really insightful. Qi Lu finally understood why the improved version of the laser has no quality grades and no restrictions on its use. The laser light transmitter in the big map of the mechanical bull forest can be used by any class. Therefore, the improved version of the laser light can be regarded as inheriting the fine tradition. As long as there is still magic power left in the energy storage gem, even ordinary people who cannot cultivate can use it, and the destructive power will not be weakened at all. Wait. Ordinary people who can't cultivate. When Qi Lu thought of this, it was as if he had caught some inspiration, and his mind suddenly became enlightened. It was really habitual thinking that killed people before. Because the previous customers were basically cultivators, Qi Lu subconsciously ignored those ordinary people. However, the largest customer group for this improved version of the laser light are those ordinary people. And that's where it's most subversive. Perhaps the improved version of the laser light cannot enhance the power and effect of magic, or increase the strength of magic, like a normal wand. But it can maximize the combat effectiveness of the weak. And these people who are not very powerful are the largest customer group. In this way, the improved laser light is really suitable as the first product in this world. Qi Lu can be considered to understand now. Since this is a world that believes in the god of forging, if you want to collect the power of faith, you have to start with forging. Of course, Qi Lu would not doubt the quality of the weapons and armors produced by the system. However, if the forging skills of these weapons and armors are in the same vein. So even if you decide the level, it will only make people feel that you are powerful and admire you, but they will not have to choose the weapons and armor you forged. However, the improved laser light is a different approach. It subverted the conventional forging skills and turned the form of weapons to another development direction. That is, it is not affected by cultivation qualifications and can be used by anyone. You must know that ordinary weapons and armors are all forged for the practitioners, including those products in Qi Li's store before. There are even a considerable number of weapons, armors, medicinal pills, and title badges, all of which have restrictions on their use, and they can't be used when the realm is low. However, now, the appearance of the improved version of the laser light is the real limit of the universality of the weapon. And this will attract the most customers. After all, there are only a few people with cultivation qualifications, and most of them are actually just ordinary people. Although Qi Lu doesn't know the world yet, this kind of thinking is definitely correct. And a large number of customers represent a lot of faith. Because of the power of belief, it must be calculated according to the number of customers, not according to the realm and strength of customers. The power of belief is calculated by the number of customers. After all, belief is not like a spirit crystal. How much can it be divided? Faith is a kind of thought, and it is nothing more than who is pious and who is indifferent. Therefore, in order to collect enough power of faith, Qi Lu must try his best to attract more customers. Therefore, the more universal the product, the better the effect. However, although that's what you said. But, can you tell me about the system? Do you really only tell me so much about this world? I just know what's the use of their belief in the god of forging. Do you still want me to open a shop, right? Is it an automatic vending point? After thinking about it for a while, Qi Lu shouted in his mind. Although Qi Lu has many ideas and plans. However, the means of publicity and marketing strategies need to be adapted to local conditions. If you don't understand the humanistic atmosphere of this world in advance, you may suffer a big loss due to insufficient information. Qi Lu didn't want to see this happen. System, host, this system knows what you want to say, but I'm sorry, this system may not be able to help you this time, because this system can't contact the will of the world. What did you say? How could this be? Qi Lu was shocked when he heard the words, and asked, quickly. Although the system is powerful, it is not omniscient. There is definitely no information in the system for such issues as the humanistic atmosphere and customs in a new world. Must be obtained from other sources. Just like the last time I went to the North Mountain Range from Donghuang, the system had information about the North Mountain Range, which was obtained from the heaven and earth will of Donghuang. But now, the system can't connect with the will of heaven and earth in this world. That would directly block the most convenient way to obtain data. System, to be more precise, it should be that the will of heaven and earth and his world cannot be detected at all, not that it cannot be connected. Undetectable? What does that mean? Qi Lu was a little confused. In terms of the amount of knowledge about the will of heaven and earth, Qi Lu's still far inferior to the system. After all, these are higher-level lucky secrets. Qi Lu usually doesn't care about these things, so at this time, it's better to ask the system honestly. System, host, this system has already said that it will let you learn more knowledge. Now you know how terrifying ignorance is. At a time like this, can you stop talking nonsense? Although he was ridiculed by the system, Qi Lu was speechless and could only urge the system to get to the point quickly. Self-awareness is really impossible. System, if that's the case, let's explain this system to the host. System, there are many situations in which the will of heaven and earth cannot be detected. For us, the worst case is that the level of the will of heaven and earth in this world is too high, which makes the system unable to detect it. Hearing this, Qi Lu frowned slightly. This situation is indeed the worst one. If the power level of the will of heaven and earth is too high, the degree of suppression of outsiders is also very powerful. Just like the power level of the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountain range, it is actually slightly higher than that of the eastern wilderness. As a result, Qi Lu's stores were greatly restricted. The worst case is that the power level of the will of heaven and earth is too high. That will have a strong suppression of outsiders. Just like the power level of the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountain range, it is actually slightly higher than that of the eastern wilderness. As a result, Qi Lu's stores were greatly restricted. System, however, the higher the power level of the will of heaven and earth, the premise is that the power level of this world should be correspondingly strong, but I believe you can also feel the host. System, the power level of this world is not strong. Yes, it is. Qi nodded slightly, agreeing with the system's statement. In fact, this problem has already been felt after Qi came to this world. The power level of this world, let alone the northern mountain range. Even compared with Donghuang, it is half a chip lower. So Qi knew that, in terms of his current realm, in this world, even if it wasn't one of the best, it was still among the top. The safety issue is definitely not to be considered. After all, this is what the system has promised to ensure, that after the gate off the barrier is opened this time, the host will be safe. It's just that Qi didn't expect that it would be guaranteed in this way. However, the power level of the new world is low, and it is not completely useless. At least the improved laser has a wide audience. System, it is precisely because the power level of this world is not strong, so now it is completely possible to rule out the possibility that the power level of the will of heaven and earth is too high. System, furthermore, in addition, the luck between the heavens and the earth is too thin, almost so thin that it is impossible to perceive at all. System, then, there is only one possibility left. What is it? Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for the system's next sentence. System, the will of heaven and earth in this world has been wiped out. Qi slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, "You mean, the will of heaven and earth in this world has been wiped out? How is this possible?" System, this possibility exists. The essence of the will of heaven and earth is the product of the extreme condensation of the instincts of a world. System, but when this instinct returns to its original state, the will of heaven and earth will disappear. Then under what circumstances will this instinct return to its original state? When Qi heard this, he always felt that this matter was not so simple. System, when the fate of heaven and earth between heaven and earth is plundered, the will of heaven and earth will return to the instinctive state, until the fate of heaven and earth is conceived again. I see. This answer also answered a question Qi had a long time ago. That is Donghuang's will of heaven and earth. Why does it keep the last piece off luck in heaven and earth, and give up all opportunities for cultivators to be promoted to the powerhouse level? It turns out that after the luck of heaven and earth is completely exhausted, the will of heaven and earth will disappear. No wonder. Even if the will of heaven and earth is only a product formed by the extreme condensation of instinct, in the final analysis, the will of heaven and earth has a certain intelligence on the basis of instinct. Otherwise, the will of heaven and earth in the Beishan Mountains would not suppress Qi, who had just arrived, out of instinct. Therefore, if possible, the will of heaven and earth will not watch itself go to extinction. Because under possible circumstances, the will of heaven and earth will never watch itself go to extinction. So, here comes the problem. Since the will of heaven and earth will instinctively resist letting its own existence disappear, then why is the will of heaven and earth in this world destroyed? Unless... Qi raised his head, his eyes instantly sharpened. System, yes, host, you guessed it right, unless it is actively plundered, the will of heaven and earth will not give up the last fate of heaven and earth. As expected, it seems that this journey is not as simple as I imagined. After Qi said this, he stopped talking. Who plundered the last piece of heaven and earth luck? Qi couldn't guess, and he didn't want to guess. However, one thing is certain, the guy who can take away the last share of heaven and earth luck from the will of heaven and earth is definitely a peerless power. Even more than one peerless power. But what is the purpose of doing so? Once the will of heaven and earth dissipates and returns to the original instinctive state, it means that the power level of this world has also weakened to the extreme. In this way, the existence of the strong cannot be accommodated between heaven and earth. It's totally detrimental behavior. Qi couldn't think of what benefits he could get by doing this. Forget it, let's see the tricks. After thinking about it for a long time, Qi couldn't think of a reason, so just didn't want to. Anyway, through the conversation with the system just now, Qi also understood that the power level of this world is not high, and there will be no existence that can threaten his own existence. So the most important thing now is to find a good location to set up a vending point. After all, setting up a vending point in the wilderness is completely different from setting up a city-state downtown. What's more, Qi Lu can't just set up automatic vending points. Before that, publicity and marketing are also important. It is necessary to make the product famous in order to collect more power off it faster. But now, since there is no way to know the customs and cultural atmosphere off this world from the system, you can only find a way by yourself. Qi Lu calmed down and spread out his perception. It has to be said that the power level of this world is indeed terribly low. At least within Qi Li's perception range, there is not a single magical beast whose strength exceeds that of the professional class. Although Qi Li didn't know how the power system in this world was divided, according to the intensity of the energy fluctuations, it was only the professional class. Then how do I get out of this forest? Qi Li felt it for a long time and found that he couldn't find his way out at all. But fortunately, I found a road that seems to be people come and go all the year round, and there are faint wheel marks on it, but it was buried by sand, so it was difficult to detect. Keep walking along this road and you should be able to get out. Qi Lu was not sure whether he could go out or not. But try walking first, better than staying put. And the first priority now is to find a city-state or a settlement, and then inquire about the situation. Then make a plan for the next step. Although it was night when Qi Lu opened the barrier door in the bedroom. But the time to come to this world is during the day. Although it was night when Qi Lu opened the gate of the barrier in the North Mountains. But the time to come to this world is during the day. I don't know if the delay in the gate of the barrier is a little longer, or if time of the two planes is not synchronized at all. Qi Lu estimated that it should be both. Walking slowly along the road that I finally found, there are some rustling sounds from time to time around, which makes Qi Lu feel very peaceful. It seems that no matter where they are, monsters like to hunt at night. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that Qi Lu did not encounter those monsters. After all, Qi Lu, who has restrained all his breath, is no different from an ordinary person, so it is not that those monsters are afraid of Qi Li's breath and dare not approach. Drive. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Qi Lu, who had been walking on the road for an unknown amount of time, suddenly heard the sound of a whip whipping, followed by a dense sound off hoofs. Carriage? Qi Lu looked in the direction the voice came from, and with his strong eyesight, he soon saw a caravan walking in his direction. At the head were 4 strong men, each riding a tall horse. The 4 horses were all clad in battle armor, with only one pair of eyes showing. However, even with the heavy armor and the strong men on their backs, the 4 horses did not show any signs of fatigue, which shows that their physical strength is really amazing. The 4 strong men were also wearing light leather armor, holding weapons in their hands, and patrolling the surroundings with alert expressions. Further back, there was a luxurious carriage, pulled by 4 smooth-furred, sturdy horses, following behind the 4 strong men, slowly approaching. Just looking at the appearance of those 4 horses, you can tell that they are definitely expensive. Although it is not as good as the previous 4 war horses, it is definitely not cheap. Then there is the rear of the luxurious carriage, followed by a series of carriages loaded with various materials, all dragged by 2 horses and driven by a groom, followed closely behind. Qi Lu looked around and could estimate without a detailed count. At least there are dozens of these carriages carrying supplies, maybe even hundreds. It can be seen that it is a very large caravan. On the left and right sides of this caravan, there are also some strong men with weapons and armors, riding horses to patrol around. Caravan, follow the caravan, you should be able to go to the next city-state. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, thinking in his heart. Having someone lead the way is better than running around like a headless fly all by yourself. Moreover, after seeing this caravan, Qi Lu also gained a lot of new achievements. The first is that the people in this caravan are all humans. Then it is certain that in this world, the human race should have a place, otherwise it would not be possible to create such a huge caravan. And the second one is the strength of those strong men who are on guard. Judging by the intensity of the energy fluctuations, there are many warriors, a few vocational classes, and only one master class. Such strength is not enough in Qi Li's eyes. And based on this, Qi Li can also roughly judge what the power level of this world is. That is, not as good as Dong Huang. Thinking of this, Qi Li also relaxed a lot, and stood directly on the road waiting for the arrival of the caravan. The speed of the caravan was not slow, walking along the road, and soon saw Qi Li's figure. After giving a routine warning, one of the 4 strong men walking at the front of the caravan took 2 steps before seeing the guy who was blocking the way. "Who are you? How dare you stand in the way of the Fian Chamber of Commerce?" the strong man asked loudly. At the same time as the strong man asked, the speed of the caravan behind him also slowed down. "I am a passing traveler and unfortunately got lost in this forest, so I would like to ask if you can take me out of this forest. Please rest assured, I am willing to pay the corresponding compensation." When Qi Li heard the question, he immediately spoke up. If possible, Qi Li would also like to get some news about the world from this caravan. "Traveler? What kind of traveler would come to this forest to travel? You're not trying to stop us, right? Tell me, who are you from?" The strong man who came out snorted coldly, not believing Qi Li's words at all. But think about it. This kind of person who appeared in front of the caravan inexplicably is indeed not so easy to believe. Especially in this kind of forest, even more so. Although Qi Li didn't know the name of this forest, he was sure that it must be a forest of monsters. Therefore, it is understandable for this strong man to be vigilant. Because maybe one takes it lightly, and even his own head will be left in this forest. Moreover, when every caravan transports supplies, it will pay attention to another problem, that is, being blocked and looted. After all, wealth and silk are moving people's hearts, this is an unavoidable thing. Otherwise, it is impossible for these caravans to spend a lot of money to hire these mercenaries to escort them. The so-called take people's money, for people to eliminate disasters. This strong man just did his duty. So Qi Li was not annoyed when he heard the words, but said with a smile, "This eldest brother is joking. With my small physique, can you still be afraid of failing?" As he spoke, Qi Li stretched out his hands and placed them on his sides. Said he had no weapons and no malice. Is the blogger sympathetic? You really have no strength, but who knows how many people are hiding behind you? The strong man narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Li carefully, but he did not take it lightly because Qi Li was an ordinary person. These old fritters who have been mercenaries for a long time know best that these mountain bandits who looted caravans will use various means to reduce their vigilance. At that time, it's better to take advantage of the emptiness and kill yourself and others by surprise. Maybe this little guy in front of him is a bait, or an undercover agent who is going to be buried in the caravan to cooperate with the inside and the outside. How many people are hiding behind me? Qi Li did not expect that this guy would be so cautious. Because Qi Li has the ability to restrain his breath, there is absolutely no doubt about it. Under the circumstance of completely restraining his own breath, even a strong level power can't see through Qi Li's strength. Not to mention the few guys in front of me who are far from heroic. And the strong man who came out to talk to Qi Li, judging from the intensity of the energy fluctuations, was even a professional class. So it can only be said that these guys are indeed vigilant. But also, in the mercenary industry, they are all licking blood at the tip of a knife, and there is nothing wrong with being vigilant. Qi Li did not reject vigilance against this emotion. Because I'm away from home, especially when it comes to escorting supplies like this. Be vigilant to ensure maximum safety. So Qi Li can also understand. But when the object of vigilance is himself, to be honest, Qi Lu couldn't think of a good way for a while. You can't kill each other just because of such a reasonable thing. Isn't Qi Lu himself a bandit? And when Qi Lu was thinking about what to say next, the strong man who came out to talk to Qi Lu also became impatient at this moment. Seeing that Qi Lu was still standing in front of him, he immediately said with a displeased expression, "Okay, don't stand here any longer in the way. If you still think that this kind of trick can also confuse our hammer mercenary team, then you underestimate us too much." In this passage, the strong man also reported his name. Carrying supplies with the caravan and protecting the safety of the caravan is one of the main businesses of the mercenary squad. Therefore, the names of those powerful mercenary squads are not only famous in the mercenary world, but also in the ears of the nearby mountain bandits and forest thieves. In the process of protecting the caravan, many powerful mercenary teams only need to report their names when they encounter mountain bandits. Then these mountain bandits who dare to come to rob the Dao must start to weigh their weight. See if you are qualified to eat this ticket sale. If you know that your strength is not good, then these bandits will leave automatically, and will never be disturbed. After all, the job of robbery is a matter of tying your head to the waistband off your trousers. It's all for making money. Who would be willing to die? And the name of the hammer mercenary team, not to mention that it is well known in the entire mercenary world, but it is still a bit thin among the several nearby city-states. Therefore, this strong mercenary directly reported the name of his mercenary squad. And doing this is also to probe the bottom of the so-called traveler in front of him. As long as this guy shows a thoughtful look, it is almost certain that this guy is a spy sent by the mountain bandits. However, for Qi Lu, this name is destined to be impossible to hear. What hammer mercenary squad? Are you called Hammer? Qi Lu looked at the strong man in front of him with a puzzled expression, paused for a while, and then said, "Then your taste in naming is too bad." "What are you talking about?" "My name is Grizzly." "Bah, that's not what we're talking about now." The brawny Grizzly stared, and just as he was about to argue with Qi Lu, he remembered the business. But looking at the expression on Qi Li's face now, it doesn't seem to be pretending. Is this guy really a passing traveler? In other words, the hammer mercenary squad is actually not well known. It should be the former. As a member of the hammer mercenary team, Grizzly naturally defended his own mercenary team. However, during the stalemate, for a short time, the speed of the entire caravan slowed down. Fortunately, there are mercenaries from the hammer mercenary team maintaining order, so although the speed has slowed down, it is not chaotic. At this moment, the curtain on the side of the luxurious carriage at the head suddenly opened a small opening. A little girl with a slightly immature face, but with a quirky face, stuck her head out from under the curtain of the car. A mercenary standing beside him saw this, and immediately rushed forward. "Miss Xuanhuan, what's the matter?" the mercenary asked respectfully. The person sitting in the luxurious carriage was the eldest lady of the Fian Chamber of Commerce who hired the hammer mercenary team this time, Bu Yuyan. And this little girl with her head sticking out is the girl, Xuanhuan, who has followed Miss Bu Yuyan since she was a child. Said to be a maid, but in fact, the relationship between Bu Yuyan and Xiaowini is more like sisters. Therefore, these mercenaries did not dare to underestimate them. It's just that because she is a maid, she has been sent to the Fian Chamber of Commerce since she was a child, so Xuanhuan does not have a surname. My lady asked me to ask you, what happened ahead? Why did the caravan slow down? When Xuanhuan saw the mercenary come over, she immediately asked aloud. When the caravan transported supplies, the most feared thing was accidents. The precursor to the accident was probably that the speed of the caravan's advance suddenly slowed down. It's like this, because a person claiming to be a lost traveler suddenly appeared ahead, and the vice-captain of the Grizzlies is now negotiating with him. The mercenary looked at the situation ahead before answering aloud. Will it be dangerous? When Xuanhuan heard the word negotiation, she quickly asked. The situations in which negotiations are used are basically not good situations. For example, those who encountered mountain bandits who robbed the road, or Ortho's desolate practitioners who came to fight the autumn wind, would be negotiated by the mercenary team accompanying the caravan. There should be no danger. According to the detection, the so-called traveler should be an ordinary person. The mercenary being questioned raised his right hand and opened a small window on the armor. In this small window, there is a mirror that looks like a crystal, and on the mirror is an icon in the form of an energy column. This mirror is a simple energy fluctuation detector. The function is very simple, that is, to detect the strength of the target. Although the upper limit of detection is not high, the difficulty of production is not low, so the price is definitely not cheap. However, even if the price is not cheap, this detector is a must-have for a professional mercenary squad. And now, almost all of the detector's energy columns are gray, with only a tiny bit of light at the bottom. It means that the detected target is just an ordinary person. The little bit of light at the bottom actually shows the breath of life, not energy fluctuations. If the upper half of the energy column is gone, it can only mean that the detection is a dead person, or a top powerhouse that exceeds the detection limit of the detector. But now let's look at what the detector shows. The guy who called himself a traveler should be an ordinary person. Since it's an ordinary person, let him leave quickly. These supplies have to be transported to the city-state as soon as possible. Xuanhuan also took a look at the detector, and then returned to the carriage. There was another woman sitting in the carriage. This woman has a beautiful face, picturesque eyebrows, rosy lips, and skin that is as thick as sebum. In terms of appearance, she is definitely an alluring face. The blue silk on the woman's head was tied into a bun, which added a mature temperament to her. Wearing a RU skirt and a brocade robe on her shoulders, she looks a bit graceful and luxurious. Sitting there quietly, you will have a unique aura. Besides Xuanhuan, the only one who can sit in this carriage is Bu Yuyan, the eldest lady of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Miss, I've made it clear. It was a lost traveler who blocked our way. From what they said, he seemed to be an ordinary person. After Xuanhuan put down the car curtain, she immediately said to Bu Yuyan, "A lost traveler? It's not a good thing for an ordinary person to get lost in his forest." Bu Yuyan lowered her eyes slightly and said softly, "Follow the caravan between these city-states, and you will know that this forest is notoriously difficult to walk. Among them, there are many ferocious monsters, and there are mountain bandits. Whether it is for travelers or caravans, it is very unfriendly. Even if a cultivator gets lost in this forest, if his strength is too low, he won't be able to get him. Not to mention an ordinary person. I don't care if it's a good thing or a bad thing, I just know that he's blocking our way, so it's not a good thing." Xuanhuan is not as pitiful as Bu Yuyan. Since her family was too poor, she was sent to the Fian Chamber of Commerce as a maid since she was a child, so Xuanhuan naturally couldn't be in the mood to sympathize with others. Of course, there is no right to sympathize with others. Fortunately, after Xuanhuan came to the Fian Chamber of Commerce, she met the kind-hearted Bu Yuyan, so she didn't suffer much. You know, there are too many maids who have unfortunately died due to various reasons. And it's impossible for anyone to fight for these maids. Becoming a maid is equivalent to signing a deed of prostitution. From then on, you are inferior and can no longer control your own destiny. So in Xuanhuan's eyes, Bu Yuyan is everything. Therefore, things that are detrimental to Bu Yuyan's interests are all bad things in Xuanhuan's view. Xuanhuan, don't say that. As a chamber of commerce, although we value interests, we must also learn to form good relationships with people. Bu Yuyan smiled and didn't care about Xuanhuan's tone. As the daughter of the boss of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, Bu Yuyan has a kind personality, but her mind is not ignorant. If they stopped in front of the caravan, it was a group of bandits. That step Yuyan will immediately give the order to rush out directly, absolutely do not show mercy. But when facing ordinary people, Bu Yuyan couldn't make those harsh decisions. Because these people are not a threat to themselves. What kind of fate can this be? Xuanhuan pouted and muttered. Okay, stop complaining, let someone ask. If he wants to go to the distant mountain city, let him follow us. Bu Yuyan waved her hand, signaling Xuanhuan to stop talking. Yuanshan City was the destination for the Fian Chamber of Commerce to deliver supplies this time. Alright, let's go now. Xuanhuan hummed in response, and then pulled back the curtains of the car. When the mercenary waiting outside saw this, he immediately greeted him and asked respectfully, Miss Xuanhuan, what's the matter this time? Did Miss Bu have any orders? Yes, my lady said, let you ask the guy if he is willing to go to the distant mountain city, and if he is willing, let him follow us. Xuanhuan pouted and said reluctantly. Okay. Hearing the words, the mercenary immediately put his legs on the horse's belly and drove the horse to the side of the grizzly bear. Grizzly, who was confronting Qi Lu, glanced aside and asked aloud, what are you doing here? Deputy Captain, Miss Bu said that if this kid is willing to go to the distant mountain city, he will be allowed to go with the caravan. The mercenary who came over replied immediately. Ah? Has Miss Bu started again? This kindness is not a good thing when delivering supplies. Grizzly scratched the back of his head and said helplessly. It seems to have become accustomed to this kind of thing. After all, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is not a small chamber of commerce. Its power is so large that it covers more than a dozen city-states, and it is definitely a behemoth. And the character of Bu Yuyan, the eldest lady of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, is well known in the mercenary circle. The little kindness from time to time sometimes really makes the accompanying mercenary squad a headache. But even if it's a headache, there's nothing you can do. Who calls people to be their own employers? Entrusted by others and loyal to others, since they have been paid, they can only try their best to meet the requirements of the employer. Okay, I get it, just go back and tell Miss Bu. Although Grizzly scratched his head, he looked at Qi Lu very earnestly and said, Boy, are you going to the distant mountain city? Go. Qi Lu immediately responded. Although I don't know where Yuanshan City is, for Qi Lu, it makes no difference no matter where it is. Because Qi Lu just wanted to find a city-state. It doesn't matter where this city-state is, or what it looks like. Well, our employer said, if you are willing, follow our caravan to Yuanshan City. After Grizzly finished saying this, he silently shook his head and sighed again. It can be seen that the Grizzlies are reluctant to make this decision. But there is really no way. Thank you so much, I will pay you enough. Qi Lu cupped his hands and said, while speaking, he also glanced at the luxuriously decorated carriage, and by the way wrote down the breath of the two people in the carriage. Since the employers of these mercenaries are unwilling to show up, Qi Lu will not force it. However, I have accepted the favor of others here. If there is a chance in the future, Qi Lu will definitely return it. The matter was resolved, and the caravan quickly resumed its advance. Qi Lu casually sat on a carriage pulling goods, listening to the rumbling sound of the wheels, and began to chat with the mercenaries who were on guard next to him. In fact, Qi Lu is not talkative. But in order to understand the situation in this world, Qi Lu had to make himself talkative. It can only be said that you are very lucky, and happen to meet Miss Bu. If it is someone else from the Fian Chamber of Commerce, you will be kicked out of the road by us. The one who chatted with Qi Lu was the mercenary who was approached by Xuanhuan for questioning. After talking, Qi Lu knew that his name was Grey Leopard. Although I don't know what it has to do with the Grizzlies, the name is just a code name, so Qi Lu doesn't bother to care. Grey Panther is the number 3 character in the Hammer Mercenary Squad. Mainly responsible for the investigation. This is probably one of the reasons why he got the name Grey Panther. What's wrong with Miss Bu? Qi Lu was still very curious about the person who made him owe a favor. Listening to this title, it seems that she is still a woman. It seems that you are really a traveler. No wonder you got lost in a place like this. You must have run in here, or you might not know about Miss Boo. Grey Leopard said while noticing the movement around him. From time to time, he raised his hand and glanced at the detector on the armor, and then continued to introduce Bu Yuyan's deeds to Qi Lu. The Fian Chamber of Commerce has a very wide coverage. Among the covered city-states, there are few residents who do not know about Bu Yuyan. It's not that Bu Yuyan's kindness is known to everyone, but this fact has spread more widely in the mercenary circle. After all, no matter what the Fian Chamber of Commerce said, it was also a chamber of commerce, rather than a welfare home. To be a chamber of commerce, you can have a conscience, but you must never be kind. Otherwise, the Fian Chamber of Commerce would not be able to achieve such a large level. People who are good are bullied by others, and horses who are good are ridden by others. This sentence is not without reason. However, Bu Yuyan is still doing porridge and helping some impoverished families. Therefore, in the eyes of the residents of these city-states, Bu Yuyan's popularity is very high. However, what Bu Yuyan is most famous for is not actually her kind deeds. It was Bu Yuyan's splendid posture, plus Bu Yuyan's family background. In recent years, Bu Yuyan has reached a suitable age for marriage, so there are countless people who go to Fian Chamber of Commerce to propose marriage, like Christian carp crossing the river. The pure gold threshold of the Bu family has been stepped down several times. It is also because of this that Bu Yuyan, who was very troubled by this matter, chose to follow the caravan to deliver supplies, in order to avoid those who proposed marriage. It turns out that it seems that my luck is not bad. Qi Lu smiled involuntarily. After listening to Grey Leopard's introduction, Qi Lu had a little more affection for Bu Yuyan, who had never met before. But a good feeling is a good feeling. Even if Bu Yuyan looks like a fish and a geese, it doesn't matter to Qi Lu. Compared with this, it is better to learn more about other things. By the way, Grey Leopard, I found that you have been looking at the armor. What are you looking at? So Qi Lu wisely changed the subject. Is this? This is an energy fluctuation detector, which can detect fluctuations in vindictive energy and magic power, so as to judge the strength of the target. The Grey Leopard raised the small crystal-like lens on the arm guard. This kind of thing is not a secret weapon, but ordinary people know very little about it. So Grey Leopard has nothing to hide. And this question from Qi Lu also made Grey Leopard once again confirmed that this guy is really just an ordinary person. Because if you are a cultivator, it is impossible not to know the energy fluctuation detector. I still need. No, is there such a thing? Qi Li's eyes widened, looking at the lens in surprise. If you want to detect the strength of the target, don't you know it with a swipe of perception? Why even use this stuff? So what Qi Lu wanted to say at the beginning was actually, do you still need this kind of thing? However, after thinking about it, it didn't seem very good, so I temporarily changed my mouth. But the doubts in Qi Li's heart did not change. Could it be that the practitioners in this world are not very good at perception, so they need to use props? Probably. When Qi Lu thought of this, there was a mixed emotion of sudden realization and extreme helplessness. However, the complex expression on Qi Li's face, in the eyes of Grey Leopard, was a look of shock. So the Grey Leopard smiled and said proudly, "How about it? It's amazing. It cost me a lot of money to get it." Yes, it's great. Qi Lu had to echo it, so as not to hurt the confidence of the Grey Leopard. But this also made Qi Lu recognize a little more clearly. That is, the decline in overall strength caused by the collapse of the will of heaven and earth in this world is more serious than imagined. Fortunately, however, this world believes in the god of blacksmithing. Therefore, the lack of strength can be made up with various forged items. For example, now, the perception is too weak, then use the energy fluctuation detector instead. If the strength is not strong, then use a variety of powerful weapons and armor to enhance it. At this moment, Qi Lu deeply felt it. The business opportunities in this world are huge. No wonder the system will send itself into this world. I am afraid this is not only to ensure the safety of the host's life, also for the business opportunities here. Of course, when Qi Lu thought about it, the biggest possibility was to hit him right. Because Qi Lu doesn't believe that, with the IQ of the system, he can understand the meaning of the word business opportunity. But none of this matters. The so-called intentionally planting flowers will not bloom, but inadvertently planting willows and willows will make shade. Although the system cannot understand the meaning of business opportunities, as long as Qi Lu can understand it, it will be over. Then I don't know how powerful you are now, Grey Panther? After Qi Lu praised a few words against his will, he started to ask this question. Because Qi Lu needs to understand the power system of this world, there is absolutely nothing wrong with cutting in from the level of strength. Me? Although I don't know if you can understand it, but it's not me showing off. There are definitely a few practitioners who can be promoted to the professional class at my age. The pride on the gray leopard's face did not disappear, and he began to brag again. After Qi Lu heard the familiar name from Gray Leopard's mouth, he knew that the power system of this world was the same as the power system of Donghuangan Beishan Mountains. At least in the same vein. It's all fighting spirit and magic. Moreover, the division and title of the realm did not seem to have changed. As for what the Gray Leopard is boasting about, it's half-truth. However, as Gray Leopard said, in this world where perception relies on energy fluctuation detectors, the professional class might be really strong. So Qi Lu also showed a shocked expression to face. Although it is very fake, it also satisfies the vanity of the Gray Leopard. After the ensuing chat, Qi Lu also continued to speak calmly and learned about the currency of the transaction. Gold coins, silver coins, copper coins. The exchange rate of the three is 1 to 100, but there is no spirit crystal. Is there no spirit crystal? System, how are you going to price the goods without the spirit crystal? Hearing this, Qi Lu immediately called out the system in his mind. Although there are no spirit crystals in the currency types of this world, which is what Chiang expected, but who knows if this greedy system will be nervous. System, host, this system does not participate in the pricing of the world you go to through the barrier gate. System, by the way, the power of faith will be collected through transactions and attached to the currency, so the type of currency doesn't matter. Is that so? It was the first time that Qi Lu heard such a statement. It turns out that collecting the power of faith has nothing to do with the type of currency. This is definitely a good thing. In addition, the biggest good news is that the prices of commodities in this world are all determined by Qi Lu himself. It's not easy. Is it finally my turn to turn over and call the shots? Qi Lu was almost moved to tears by this. In the past, when I was in the store, I couldn't do my own pricing, but now it's better, and all commodity systems are not involved in pricing. However, even with so much authority, in fact, Qi Lu will not mess up. When opening a store, it should still focus on making profits, even if it is just an automatic vending point, that should be the case. What's more, even if these products are sold cheaply, customers may not thank you. On the contrary, you will feel that the price of selling such a low price is because these products are defective products. The so-called cheap is not good, and good is not cheap. Although this is just a joke, it is not without certain truth. And ordinary people do have a mentality of chasing up and down. Simply put, when the price of an item starts to go up, they feel that it can go up even more, so they start buying like crazy. And if the price of a commodity drops, they will feel that it will drop even more, so they keep watching. Of course, the price reduction mentioned here refers to the real price reduction, rather than a discount. To be honest, the word discount is actually very attractive to customers. So Qi Lu was actually thinking about discounts. Setting a high price and then selling at a timely discount is the most common and commonly used marketing method. It's just because the previous pricing authority was in the hands of the system, so even if Qi Lu wanted to do this, there was no way. But it's different now. Thinking so, Qi Lu also ended the chat with Grey Leopard. After all, the Grey Leopard has to go around to patrol and be alert to those unexpected situations that may occur, and it is not appropriate to chat all the time. And almost everything Qi Lu wanted to know was asked. As for the distribution of forces and other issues, Qi Lu felt that there was nothing to ask about the Grey Leopard. A mercenary, and only a mercenary at the professional level. How much can we know about the distribution of those big forces? For this kind of question, Qi Lu might as well find an opportunity to ask Bu Yuyan instead of asking Grey Leopard. At least the Fian Chamber of Commerce that Bu Yuyan was in was a huge force in itself, and the Bu family was not weak. Knowing the fortunate secret is naturally indispensable. But for now, let's wait until Xuanhuan Castle to make a long-term plan. Needless to say, I have to understand the situation in this world first, and then think about setting up a vending point. After recalling his plan again in his mind, Qi Lu also stretched to ease the stiffness in his body. Sitting on top of the piled goods in the carriage was actually a little wobbly. Fortunately, Qi Lu chose a carriage to transport clothes, so it was quite soft to sit up. As for the materials transported by other carriages, there are grains, spices, and various raw materials for forging. In short, the nearly 100 carriages transported goods, and there were as many as a dozen types of materials. This also shows that the Fian Chamber of Commerce is indeed powerful. Because ordinary small chambers of commerce, even if they receive orders for the transportation of materials, they usually only accept orders for the transportation of a certain kind of materials. It is not like the Fian Chamber of Commerce, who will not refuse to come. You must know that the city-states need to lead the way when they escort materials and communicate with each other. The so-called road guide is similar to a pass. This so-called road guide is actually a pass for materials. You must have a guide for this kind of material before the material you transport will be allowed to enter the city-state. Therefore, Luyin is also one of the foundations for the survival of the Chamber of Commerce. But it's not an easy thing to get the road guide. If you don't have a certain strength, I'm afraid others won't care about you. The big Chamber of Commerce, the big caravan, in the eyes of the mountain bandits, they are probably big fat sheep. Accompanied by the rickety carriage, Qi Lu was half lying on the cargo, feeling drowsy. In a daze, I suddenly found that the carriage under him slammed. Immediately afterwards, the surroundings began to become noisy. What happened? What happened? Qi Lu suddenly changed from half lying to sitting up, and by the way, his face was full of doubts. It won't be the sentence before going to bed, it's really a prophecy. However, the fact is just as Qi Lu thought. Around this road, I do not know when a large number of bandits with various weapons appeared, and they were arrogantly surrounding this caravan of hundreds of carriages. Stop. Stop for me, and no one is allowed to move. Don't think about resisting, and don't sneak up on small moves, it's not good for you. What about you? Don't you hear me? Don't move. Otherwise, don't blame lousy Sknife for not having eyes. The surrounding bandits scolded and yelled, and when they saw who dared to move, they rushed up and kicked them to the ground. If you still dare to resist, then you can directly use the knife. The stimulation of fresh blood suddenly made these drivers who had never experienced such a scene pale, squatting on the ground and shivering. Not to mention moving, not even making a sound. For fear of being careless, these bandits will be stimulated, and then he will give himself a knife. Running a businessman driving a car is all about making hard money. There's no need to risk your life for such a trivial matter. But the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team were different. When they saw these mountain bandits, their faces suddenly became extremely serious. There are so many mountain bandits that can surround such a large caravan. To be honest, since the establishment of the Hammer mercenary team for so many years, the number of times I have seen it is very limited. And the previous few times, they were all encountered when other mercenary squads joined forces to protect the caravan. However, this time, there was only one Hammer mercenary squad. What happened? At this time, the curtain of the luxurious carriage at the front was lifted again, and Xuanhuan also stuck her head out from behind the curtain. Grey Leopard stepped forward very alertly and blocked the window with his body. Miss Xuanhuan, the caravan has encountered a bandit, you hurry in and we will tell you, and Miss Bu when it's settled. Grey Panther said in a low voice and very quickly. In the eyes of the mountain bandits, the value of the employer is much higher than that of the mercenaries who protect the caravan. Especially when the employer is still so beautiful, it is even more dangerous. Mountain bandit. After Xuanhuan heard what Grey Leopard said, she was shocked. Fortunately, the Grey Leopard responded quickly and covered Xuanhuan's mouth, so that she didn't let her cry out, and pushed her into the car, and lowered the curtain of the car. Miss, what to do, we have encountered a bandit. Xuanhuan, who was pushed into the carriage by the Grey Leopard, still had a panicked expression on her face. Xuanhuan, who was pushed into the carriage by the Grey Leopard, looked at Bu Yuyan, who was beside her, still with a panicked expression on her face. Miss, what should I do? We have encountered a bandit. For a maid who has been staying in the Fian Chamber of Commerce and has never traveled far, encountering a mountain bandit is definitely the most exciting experience in her life. When Bu Yuyan heard the words, her face changed slightly. When she was in the Fian Chamber of Commerce before, Bu Yuyan had heard about the mountain bandits, and knew that these guys were brutal and cruel, and they did everything for money. Treat human life as a mustard. But at that time, Bu Yuyan thought that the Fian Chamber of Commerce was so powerful, and they would invite a powerful mercenary team to escort the caravan. How could ordinary bandits come to provoke them with such an obliviousness? However, when she actually met the bandits, Bu Yuyan couldn't help but panic. Even if she had confidence in the Fian Chamber of Commerce and the mercenaries protecting the caravan, Bu Yuyan couldn't not be nervous when it involved her own life and death. Xuanhuan, don't worry, trust Captain Iron Tiger and the others. But Bu Yuyan finally restrained her panic and said calmly. Because Bu Yuyan knew that if she panicked at this time, it would be a big deal. The Iron Tiger Bu Yuyan said was referring to the captain of the Iron Hammer mercenary team. He was also the only Grandmaster-level mercenary who escorted the caravan this time. At the moment when these mountain bandits appeared, Iron Tiger became vigilant, and drove his horse out of the caravan formation and came to the front of the caravan. It is definitely not easy to have such a large formation of mountain bandits. Looking at the posture, he must have been squatting here for a long time. However, after these mountain bandits appeared, they did not directly loot, but quieted the entire caravan, indicating that they did not really want to fight. So Tiahu also knows that as long as he comes out by himself, the boss of this group of bandits will definitely follow. Sure enough, after Tai Hu walked out of the formation of the caravan, a man in battle armor and a long sword on his belt immediately drove a black horse and appeared in front of Tai Hu. Since you are willing to come out, it means that you are also willing to negotiate. Tell me, what do you want? Tai Hu stared at the man and said in a deep voice. The man in front of him had a very masculine face, but there was a scar on his face that could be seen from his forehead to his chin, which added a bit of viciousness to him. What do we want? The scarred man looked at Tiahu, and after repeating this sentence, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. We spent so much energy, united so many people, and squatted here waiting for your arrival. Of course, what we want is all the supplies you escorted. The scarred man said loudly, then his voice paused slightly, and he looked at Tiahu with a playful face again. I came out now, not to negotiate with you, just to tell you. If you don't want to give up your life in vain, just walk away from me honestly, otherwise, you can just wait to be buried with this caravan. And this sentence also explained clearly to Tai Hu why these mountain bandits did not directly loot. Needless casualties, even these desperate mountain bandits, do not want to see things. But if some do not heed the advice, they will not be afraid to go to war. Hearing the words of the man with the scar, Tai Hu's face was also a little unsightly. Tai Hu had thought before that, with so many bandits scattered around the caravan, it was impossible for there to be only one band of bandits. Because a group of mountain bandits absolutely did not have the strength to surround the caravan of hundreds of carriages. It is now confirmed. The mountain bandits squatting here must have had a plan. They came specifically to intercept the caravan of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. And they seem to know that the only mercenary team escorting the Fian Chamber of Commerce's caravan this time is the Hammer mercenary team. That's why it's so reckless. It's too bad, it's been calculated. In such a situation, there is definitely a leak from the inside. Tai Hu stared at the scarred man in front of him, and was silent for a long time before he said, I need to ask my employer about this, if they are not willing to compromise. Then our Hammer mercenary team, even if the entire army is wiped out here, will never retreat half a step. Iron Tiger's voice was sonorous and powerful. Of course we can. We are just seeking money. It is naturally the best to not hurt the peace. The scarred man also heard it. Tai Hu's words were not joking, so he didn't embarrass Tai Hu too much. Asking for money. Iron Tiger snorted coldly, and immediately drove his horse back to the caravan. Then he came to the luxurious carriage and knocked on the outer wall of the carriage. Who are you? Immediately, a very nervous voice came from the carriage, like a frightened bird. It's me, Iron Tiger. Iron Tiger said in a deep voice. Is it Captain Iron Tiger? Great, have all the bandits solved it? Hearing the name on the Tai Hu newspaper, Xuanhuan immediately opened the curtain of the car and stuck her head out of the car window. Sorry, this matter is very important, I need to discuss with Miss Bu. Tai Hu lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and said aloud. The mercenary squad that escorted the caravan was originally responsible for protecting the safety of the employer and the caravan. But now he has to come over and discuss with his employer about breaking the bank and avoiding disaster. It really makes Iron Tiger feel too aggrieved. At this time, the Grey Leopard also came to the Iron Tiger's side. Captain, there are 3 grandmasters in the mountain bandits. Grey Leopard told Iron Tiger the results of the energy fluctuation detector, but did not say how many bandits with other strengths there were. Because for Iron Tiger, the real thing to worry about is the master-level opponent. I see. Tai Hu nodded, indicating that he was clear. In fact, the detection limit of this energy fluctuation detector is the master level. However, this upper limit of detection is completely sufficient for the mercenary team. Because the realm exceeds the master-level enemy, it is impossible for them to fight back. Captain Iron Tiger, what's the matter? When Bu Yuyan heard Tai Hu's solemn tone, she knew that this matter might be no trivial matter, so she quickly spoke up. Miss Bu, I suspect that someone has leaked the news about the caravan's delivery of supplies this time. Iron Tiger said with a very serious expression. Before the caravan delivered the supplies, the news of the supplies, the travel time, the news of the mercenary team escorting the caravan, and the information about the person in charge of the caravan this time should all be kept secret. The purpose is to prevent bandits from squatting. After all, it is too simple to calculate with your mind. So this kind of thing has to be prevented. But now, since this is the case, there is absolutely no second possibility. It's not that Iron Tiger didn't suspect that there were traitors in his Hammer mercenary team. However, there are not many people who can do this thankless thing. After all, betrayal, in the mercenary circle, would be rejected by everyone. Because no one would want to be a companion with someone who could stab him in the back at any time. What's more, about the fact that the Fian Chamber of Commerce hired their Iron Hammer mercenary team this time, and the details of this mission, only Iron Tiger himself knows. Therefore, to leak the rumors, it should also be a problem within the Fian Chamber of Commerce. What? It was ambushed by bandits. After listening to Tai Hu's simple explanation, Bu Yuyan quickly understood what was going on. Although Bu Yuyan used to be an eldest lady who didn't go out of her way. But that doesn't mean that Bu Yuyan doesn't know anything. In fact, apart from being kind-hearted, Bu Yuyan's business skills are no worse than her father's. But because Bu Yuyan is a daughter, she is not taken seriously in Fian Chamber of Commerce. You know, the Bu family is only one of the several forces that make up the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Although the strength of the Bu family is the strongest among the several factions, they can't make a statement. It's just that the Bu family's strength is the strongest, so the owner of the Bu family is the current boss of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. But the other major forces were eyeing the Bu family's position. So this time it is likely that those guys did it. Once the goods delivered by the caravan are lost, the Chamber of Commerce that takes the order will be responsible for full compensation. The quantity and preciousness of the materials delivered this time, even the Bu family would find it difficult to compensate. Because among these materials, there are 2 vehicles of extremely precious forging materials. Moreover, the person who entrusted the Fian Chamber of Commerce to transport the forging materials for these 2 vehicles was also extremely powerful. Therefore, if the supplies go wrong this time, it will definitely be a huge blow to the Bu family. But for several other forces, it is definitely a big piece of good news. It's no wonder that before running the business this time, there were neither mercenary teams at all. It turned out to be calculated. Bu Yuyan ran out of the house and accompanied the delivery of supplies this time. Naturally, he also participated in the employment of the mercenary squad. It just so happened that this time, all those powerful mercenary squads were hired away by others. And the forging materials for these 2 cars are clearly required, and they need to be sent to Yuanshan City as soon as possible. In addition to those stinky fish and rotten shrimps, Bu Yuyan was reluctant to hire them, so only the Hammer mercenary squad was the only mercenary team to escort her. At that time, Bu Yuyan thought it was a coincidence. But now that I think about it, there are so many coincidences in the world. I know, they must have seen this opportunity before they made a decisive move. Bu Yuyan suddenly realized at this moment. In the past, when Bujia took the order and went to run the business with the caravan, they were all experienced leaders. Although Bu Yuyan sometimes goes with her. But those who spoke and did things were other experienced leaders, and Bu Yuyan was just watching from the side. Because in the past, after Bujia took the order, the people who went to run the business with those caravans were all experienced leaders. Although Bu Yuyan sometimes goes with her. But it is the other experienced leaders who do the work. If these coincidences are encountered, these experienced responsible persons will definitely feel that something is wrong. But Bu Yuyan ran out of the house in order to avoid the marriage proposal, saying that she would go to the business alone to relax. Those things that I knew before were all on paper, with no practical experience at all. I just wanted to leave the house early, so I was caught by the opportunity. Then what does Miss Bu want to do now? Don't worry, if Miss Bu is unwilling to compromise, our Hammer mercenary team will definitely not back down. Iron Tiger doesn't know what's going on inside. But Tiehu knew that since he was a mercenary, he had to do his duty. Even if he would lose his life for this, he would do nothing. So when he saw Bu Yuyan's hesitant and angry face, Taihu immediately spoke up. I'm sorry, Captain Tiehu, this matter is likely to be a battle within the Fian Chamber of Commerce, but it has accidentally affected you, I'm sorry. Bu Yuyan sighed and said suddenly. But the first sentence was an apology, which surprised Iron Tiger. I had only heard that this Lady Boo would do some unexpected acts of kindness when she was running with the caravan. But this time Iron Tiger could be considered to have seen it. Miss Boo is serious, we have seen this kind of thing a lot. Since we came out and became mercenaries, then we have no reason to escape danger because of these reasons. Otherwise, it would be better to go home to farm and chop wood honestly. Taihu smiled boldly, only to feel that the anger in his heart was a little lighter. I am lucky to meet such an employer. However, at this moment, a grumpy voice interrupted the conversation between the two. You. It's you. What are you doing? Get out of here, lousy. As soon as this voice came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even Taihu's eyes were attracted. Then everyone only saw an agile figure, who lightly tapped on each carriage, swept all the way, and soon approached the luxurious carriage at the forefront. So what are you doing so irritable? This kind of temper is not very good. Qi didn't have the slightest sense of being watched by everyone, but after a few jumps, he came to the roof of the Huague carriage, and then sat on the roof of the Huague carriage. Followed by a few mountain bandits wielding big knives. You bastard, why did you come here? The gray leopard, who was standing beside Tiehu on a horse, suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Qi Lu on the roof of the car with an incredible look. Qi Li's vigorous movements, just now, didn't look like an ordinary person at all. But during this process, the energy fluctuation detector did not respond at all. It seems that this guy should have a better body. But now, it's not the time to pay attention to this kind of thing. But why did this guy Qi Lu come here? The team suddenly stopped. I felt too stuffy to stay in the back, so I comitoed the front to blow air and listen to what you guys were talking about. Qi Lu sat on the roof of the car and said with a smile. Although Qi Lu still didn't know what was going on right now, judging from this posture, it would definitely not be a good thing. When I was chatting with Grey Leopard before, I asked a lot of things, and Qi Lu naturally knew what happened to the mountain bandits. Speaking of which, this kind of family robbery is really rare in the eastern wilderness and the northern mountains. Probably because of the different distribution of forces. The various forces in the eastern wilderness are intricate and complex, and each has its own rules, and they control things like robbery very strictly. In addition, among many cultivators, there are hatreds themselves. So many times, once you meet in the wilderness, it is basically a war that is inevitable. At the end of the fight, it is probably a scene where both the competition and the life and death are determined. That robbery or something is a small problem. In the North Mountain Range, there are countless races, and in order to avoid conflicts between various races, this kind of robbery is more strictly controlled than the Donghuang. And those races that have feuds themselves are generally resolved in private. The general way to deal with it is to fight when you encounter it, but it does not involve other races. But to this world. One thing to say, this is the first time Qi Lu has encountered a mountain bandit, so he is also very interested. Of course, this interest is based on absolute strength. As far as the strength of these bandits around him, Qi Lu doesn't need to use his perception to deliberately perceive them. He only needs to cover the perception. The weight of these guys is clear in Qi Li's eyes. It's just that these mountain bandits are not aimed at Qi Lu, so Qi Lu is not easy to take care of. Gotta find an excuse. What's more, in this situation, it's a great opportunity to sell. How could Qi Lu miss it? Blow your hair? You bloody bastard. We told you to stop, but you still ran. When Lao Tzu screwed your head off, you'll know how to blow your hair. Yes, I advise you to obey, and we can make you die more happily. Several mountain bandits who chased Qi Lu to the side of the luxurious carriage, waving the big knife in their hands, yelled at Qi Lu on the top of the car. They have been mountain bandits for so long, and when they caught these caravans, except for the mercenaries, the other ordinary people, who were not like little lambs meeting tigers, shrank aside and shivered. not even breathing heavily. Never met such a guy who dared to treat them like nothing. Even an ordinary person who cannot cultivate, dares to be so arrogant. This is simply putting the faces of these mountain bandits on the ground and stepping on them. What happened? Why is it so noisy? You have discussed it for a long time, haven't the results been discussed yet? The movement here naturally alarmed the scarred man who had been waiting outside, staring at Iron Tiger. The materials delivered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce this time are so large that as long as they can eat them all, it is enough for them to rest and recuperate for half a year. Therefore, the scarred man can be said to attach great importance to this action. You know, it's rare for someone to take the initiative to send a message taught him. In order to set up this situation and ensure that this caravan can be ambushed, the scarred man can be said to have tried his best to unite so many bandits. Of course, it is impossible not to give meat to these mountain bandits. What are you anxious about? Are you afraid? When Iron Tiger heard the shouting from the man with scar, he snorted coldly and replied with a sneer. I'm not in a hurry, but I'm afraid that my brothers are in a hurry. If they accidentally hurt you, it will be bad. The scarred man heard the words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he sneered. These slightly narrowed eyes suddenly made the scar on the man's face look like a poisonous insect, twisting slightly, making people daunting. Damn. Taihu cursed inwardly, then looked up at Qi Lu on the roof of the car, and said, if I remember correctly, you are the lost traveler, right? You came here suddenly, what are you trying to do? Iron Tiger would naturally have an impression of this guy who suddenly stopped the caravan. Although the one who negotiated with Qi Lu before was Grizzly Bear, the vice captain of the Iron Hammer mercenary team, Iron Tiger is also paying attention to Qi Lu. After asking Grey Leopard, I also confirmed that this guy is an ordinary person. But it is such an ordinary person who is not afraid of these bandits at all, which is really against common sense. You must know that the minimum requirement for every mountain bandit is to be a cultivator. Ordinary people can't do this kind of desperate life. Therefore, Qi Li's performance cannot but make people suspicious. I don't want to do anything, I just want to sell my wares. Qi Li sat on the roof of the luxurious carriage and said with a smile. Commodity? Iron Tiger's brows furrowed slightly. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who were sitting in the carriage, also heard Qi Li's words, and they felt a little doubt in their hearts. Yes, let me introduce myself again. I am not only a traveler, but also a traveling businessman. After I came here, I accidentally lost my way. Fortunately, I met you. So to thank you guys, I've decided to sell you my unique merchandise here. Qi Li nodded seriously and said aloud. Businessman? I didn't expect that we blocked a caravan today and even gave a businessman as a gift. Then our luck is really good. It's a pity that this businessman will die soon. Who told him to run around without heeding the warning? I didn't expect this guy to be thinking about selling his products before headed. That would really cost money. A few mountain bandits who chased over immediately started laughing after a while. For Qi Li's words, it was regarded as a joke. Originally, these bandits thought what the hell the guy who suddenly started running around was trying to do, but it turned out that he ran over in such a hurry to sell his own products. Oh? So, this guy is not from your caravan. The scarred man immediately reacted after listening to Qi Li's words. In the general caravan, apart from the person in charge and the mercenary team, there are only the driver and the errands left. Even if this caravan wants to trade, it should be the person in charge of the caravan. Because in the caravan, only the person in charge has the power to trade. Your behavior is really ridiculous. A big caravan even let a small businessman who came out of nowhere to follow. It seems that the person in charge this time is really not very professional. The scarred man said coldly. Although the scarred man had already learned about this from the person who took the initiative to send the news. But he had always been skeptical before, but now he is convinced. Putting people who don't know the details into the caravan is a taboo for running a business. This kind of thing can only be done by inexperienced novice leaders. What time is it? You still want to make trouble? I shouldn't have agreed with Miss Boo before and asked you to come to this caravan. Grizzly also said angrily at this time. When Qi Lu appeared before, the Grizzlies were full of vigilance. It's just that Bu Yuyan spoke later, so the Grizzlies couldn't refute Hai's employer's words. But now it seems that the Grizzlies feel that he should have been more resolute in the first place and should not agree to Bu Yuyan's suggestion. But after hearing Qi Li's voice, Bu Yuyan suddenly remembered that Shi Si Meto have helped a lost traveler before. But now that I think about it, I am afraid this is not a help, but an implication. Thinking of this, Bu Yuyan sighed silently, then opened the curtain of the car, and said, I'm really sorry, this time it may be affecting you. If you can reach Xuanhuan City safely this time, I will buy all your goods. After speaking, Bu Yuyan sighed again. Because under such circumstances, Bu Yuyan also knew that it would be difficult to reach the distant mountain city safely. Hearing the sound coming from the carriage, Qi Lu immediately jumped off the roof. How dare you come down? Seeing Qi Lu fall to the ground, several mountain bandits immediately wanted to step forward to take Qi Lu and come out of the previous evil spirits. But he was stunned by Tai Hu from the side, and he immediately retreated. Even if the mountain bandits have the advantage now. But as long as they don't officially tear their faces, these bandits, still have to give these mercenaries face. In particular, Iron Tiger is also the captain of the Iron Hammer mercenary squad. Cut, you are as timid as a mouse. Qi Lu glanced at this scene, and immediately pouted and said disdainfully. You. What did you say? Say it again. Damn it, don't think we are afraid of you, I will make you regret being born in this world later. Provoked by Qi Li's words, these mountain bandits started to burn in anger again. If I couldn't catch this guy before, I lost face. To be ridiculed now is really unbearable and unbearable. I want to see who of you dares to move him in front of me. Iron Tiger snorted coldly. The warhorse under his seat also snorted, and one hoof stomped on the ground. Immediately, the noisy mountain bandits were quieted down. This move made Qi Lu look at Tai Hu twice, thinking to himself, it turns out that this guy is also cold-faced and warm-hearted. What do you mean? The scarred man saw this scene, his face suddenly gloomy. Because of Tai Hu's actions, he was simply hitting him in the face. I don't mean anything. It's just that you don't want to move people on my side under my nose until my employer speaks. Iron Tiger shrugged, and returned without showing weakness. To be a mercenary, all you need is courage. If you have always been timid, then become a mercenary with a hammer. Good. 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 The scarred man spit out 3 good words in a row, and the expression on his face was so gloomy that it almost dripped with water. Then I will give you the last 5 minutes. If there is still no result, then don't blame my sword for being ruthless. To be a bandit, you can lose face. But to be the boss of the bandit, you must not lose face, or else the prestige of the boss will be lost. So the scarred man gave the ultimatum. Brothers, take your weapons, and in 5 minutes, start directly. Taking a deep look at Tai Hu, the scarred man shouted loudly. It should have been this way. When did we wait so long? Wouldn't it be good to kill them all? Ready to do it, brothers, cheer me up. As long as this is done, it will be enough for us to eat and drink for a few months. The shouting of the scarred man immediately cheered up the surrounding bandits. Under the high morale, the eyes of these mountain bandits looking at the caravan were clearly visible with fierce light and greed. These fierce lights made the coachman and pals start to tremble unconsciously. Even Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen sitting in the carriage did not see these eyes with their own eyes, and their bodies began to stiffen. So many practitioners gathered together. Even if the strength of each cultivator is not high, the combined momentum isn't something that ordinary people can bear. The members of the Hammer mercenary squad held their arms tightly, and their knuckles stretched out white marks because they were too tight. Boy, hurry up and say what you want to say. 5 minutes later, we and the mountain bandits are about to start a war, and he won't be able to protect you by then. Iron Tiger's tone also became extremely solemn. Don't worry, 5 minutes is enough. Qi smiled, and then opened the door of this luxurious carriage. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen in the carriage suddenly appeared in front of Qi. I have to say, Bu Yuyan's alluring face and noble and graceful temperament made Qi have a bright feeling. No wonder so many people propose marriage. You, what are you doing? Xiaowen looked at Qi with a look of horror, and stammered. Bu Yuyan was also a little stunned. Because Bu Yuyan didn't expect that someone would open the door of the car directly, and it was still in this situation. So, the two people in the carriage were clearly seen by the bandits nearby. Even Qi would feel the bright face in front of him. How could these mountain bandits be able to resist? All of a sudden, the sound of swallowing saliva came and went. The greed in the eyes of those mountain bandits was even more at this moment, and it was also mixed with a trace of eagerness and desire. These gazes suddenly made Bu Yuyan's face pale. He was even thinking about how he should commit suicide in case the Hammer mercenary team was defeated later, without being humiliated. Xiaowen pointed at Qi angrily at the moment, and asked angrily, Why do you open the car door, you bastard? I'm sorry, because I want you to see the effect of the product with your ownies, so. I'm really sorry. Qi quickly raised his hand to plead guilty. Opening the door is really just a subconscious action. And after seeing Bu Yuyan's pale face, Qi could also think of what Bu Yuyan was thinking. Mountain bandits regard human life as a mustard. Can you expect them to be honest after catching an all-powerful woman? So Qi apologized. There was nothing wrong with that. Because Qi still owes Bu Yuyan a favor, she originally wanted to reciprocate. But doing this now, I'm afraid it's a bit of a retribution. Xiaowen, forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. With a pale face, Bu Yuyan waved her hand to stop Xiaowen's questioning. In fact, the previous situation was already very bad, and now it is only a little worse, no difference. So Bu Yuyan didn't want to blame anyone but her own willfulness. If I hadn't insisted on going out alone, I'm afraid this situation would not have happened. Will not be counted. Incompetent bungler. Seeing this scene, Grey Leopard almost smashed Qi with a punch. When Xiaowen wanted to stick her head out before, she was stopped by herself. Unexpectedly, this guy opened the door of the carriage directly. Don't be so pessimistic. Why don't you decide whether to be pessimistic or not after seeing my products? How about it? Qi clapped his hands, attracting Bu Yuyan's attention. Then please. Bu Yuyan smiled reluctantly. Anyway, it's this time, the big deal is to die generously. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Qi immediately took out an improved version of the laser from his arms, and then introduced it. In simple terms, this improved version of laser light stores magic power through the energy storage gem at the end, and then compresses and releases this magic power to cause huge destructive power when needed. Qi tried his best to introduce in simple and easy-to-understand words. Because of the principle of hot weapons, I am afraid that Qi said it, but Bu Yuyan was also at a loss when she heard it. You mean, is this a special staff? After Bu Yuyan listened to the introduction of the improved version of the laser light, her eyes that were still a little absent-minded suddenly became brighter. In this world that believes in the god of forging, the profession of blacksmith is a very noble profession. However, as I said before, the level of forging skills, the strength of enchanting skills, and their own strength are inseparable, which is a rigid requirement. Because the more powerful the weapon or armor, the more majestic the power it contains. If your strength is too weak, you can't control it at all. Therefore, in fact, although this world believes in the god of blacksmithing, there are not many blacksmiths. After all, this is a profession that pays great attention to talent and qualifications. And not only talent and aptitude in forging, but also the support of cultivation aptitude. So in this environment, the profession of blacksmith became more and more noble. But the real honorable ones are actually those master blacksmiths. Don't look at the difference between a blacksmith and a blacksmith, but the levels in them are vastly different. And those powerful weapons, armors, and various treasures can only be forged by master blacksmiths. As for ordinary blacksmiths, they mostly forge some weaker artifacts, such as the weapons and armors used by the hero class and the professional class, or some gadgets with bizarre functions. For example, the energy fluctuation detector, which is not helpful for combat effectiveness, is actually the work of the blacksmith. Because the master blacksmith will not create these side-by-side things. The minimum standard that can be called a master blacksmith is to create a weapon of the peak master level by hand. Although Bu Yuyan still didn't know what level of weapon Qi Lu took out, which was called an improved version of the laser light staff. But one thing is for sure. Since Qi Lu can take out the staff, it proves that he has friendship with the blacksmith. Even have a friendship with a blacksmith. In that case, reporting the name of the master blacksmith might scare off these bandits and help him survive this crisis. After all, the face of a master blacksmith is still very big. Hello, this son, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Bu Yuyan, the rain of the raindrops, the Yenran. I don't know what the sun is called. Thinking of this, Bu Yuyan immediately sat up straight. Just call me Qi Lu. Qi Lu didn't care about Bu Yuyan's attitude. Ordinary people in this situation, it is already very good to talk freely. Qi Lu could sense that the two people in front of them had no vindictive energy or magic power in their bodies. I don't know how to stay so calm. You must know that although Qi Lu looks like an ordinary person on the surface, in fact, when he bursts out with all his strength, as long as he breathes, the bandits here will die a lot. Hello, young Master Qi, where did you get this staff from? Bu Yuyan asked straight to the point. Don't ask where Qi Lu took out the staff from. Because storage objects are really not uncommon, even ordinary blacksmiths can make them. It's just that the space inside is different. It's a coincidence, you'll find out later, but it doesn't matter. Importantly, do you need me to show you how this improved laser is used in his way? Qi Lu knew that it was too much trouble to explain this kind of thing at this time, so he immediately changed the subject. Because who would have thought that such a good sales opportunity would come across at this time? And, most importantly, even Qi Lu didn't know the status of the blacksmith in this world. Otherwise, Qi Lu is also a traveler and businessman with a hammer. Just saying that you are a blacksmith is not enough. After Bu Yuyan was changed by Qi Lu, she was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the man with scars narrowed his eyes, and a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. 5 minutes are up, brothers, kill me. The scarred man shouted violently, and with his right hand, he took out the saber that hung on the saddle and held it high above his head. The sharp blade flashed a dazzling cold light, which also represented the beginning of this robbery. Brothers, go ahead. Take all the supplies, not a single one. When the bandits heard the screams of the scarred man, their morale rose to a peak. Roaring one by one, they rushed towards the caravan. Hearing the roar full of suffocation and viciousness, almost all the drivers and guys in the caravan had their legs weakened and collapsed to the ground. When had they seen such a terrible scene? Almost every one of these bandits' hands was stained with blood. For these ordinary people who cannot cultivate, this murderous aura alone is already a huge deterrent. Hammer mercenary team, top me up. Tai Hu also shouted violently, and then took off the 2 large solid copper hammers from both sides of the saddle, and immediately rushed forward. In the face of this mountain bandits, it takes courage to rush up. As the captain of the Iron Hammer mercenary squad, Iron Tiger should take the lead to boost morale. "Brothers, rush for me, don't let these bastards look down on us." Followed by the vice captain Grizzlies. As the vice captain of the Hammer mercenary squad, the Grizzlies naturally wound back down at such a critical moment. This kind of large-scale battle, at the time of the battle, relies on momentum. The stronger the morale, the stronger the combat effectiveness that can be exerted. It is not like the battle between the strong ones. If they are not equal in terms of hard power and realm, they will always be deadlocked. If you want to distinguish between winners and losers, it depends on who reveals the flaws first. Life and death are only in a moment. Therefore, surrounded by the momentum of Iron Tiger and Grizzly Bear, all the mercenaries of the Iron Hammer mercenary team raised their weapons and rushed towards the mountain bandits with a roar. Xintian's screams of killing immediately frightened Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen dumbfounded. Having always lived under the protection of the Bu family, Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen have never seen such a tragic scene. Looking at the bandits charging over the sky, Bu Yuyan almost forgot what to say. "Forget it, it seems that you are asking in vain. Just now I have the opportunity, I will show you how to use the improved laser light for free." Qile looked at Bu Yuyan, whose face was sluggish, and even her body began to tremble unconsciously, and shrugged helplessly. Then he lifted the improved version of the laser light and aimed the opening off the launch tube at the bandit who rushed up. "All right." Qile put his finger on the trigger of the improved laser light and pressed ithard. The magic power in the energy storage gem was immediately mobilized, and frantically gathered towards the launch tube. And here is where the improved laser light is different from conventional thermal weapons. Because this improved version of the laser light is actually a power charging weapon. The longer the trigger is held down, the more powerful the magic light projectile is. And the upper limit of the power of the magic light bullet is all the magic power stored in the energy storage gem. According to the original design of the improved version of the laser light, the upper limit of the energy storage gemstone is probably the total amount of magic power in a normal master-level peak magician. After all, it is not ruled out that some guys are talented, and the amount of magic power that can be contained in the body will be more than that of normal practitioners. So this special case is not counted. According to the upper limit of energy storage gems, the magic light projectile that the improved version of the laser light can emit, its greatest power is to completely surpass the full-strength blow of a Grandmaster-level peak magician. But the premise is that the magic power in the energy storage gem is full. Of course, in addition to the feature of charging attack, the original design of the improved version of the laser light is still an instant weapon. If the trigger is released in seconds, the magic light projectile emitted is roughly equivalent to the full-strength blow of a normal hero-level peak magician. Although the power is a little smaller, relatively, the mana consumed will also be reduced a lot. If all such small-power magic light bombs are fired, the magic power in Aster Gem can be fired nearly 1,000 times before it is exhausted. It can be said to be quite affordable. The only downside is probably that it has certain requirements for theoponent speed. However, this time, Qile wanted to demonstrate the power of the improved laser light to Bu Yuyan. Since it is demonstrating the power of the improved version of the laser light, it is natural that it will not launch such a small power magic light bomb. If you want to come to a shock. In the emission tube of the improved version of the laser light, the magic power is still gathering. Just as the mountain bandits and the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team were in short-handed encounters, Qile released the trigger. Whoosh dash. I saw a white light appear on the emission port of the improved version of the laser light, and then disappeared instantly. Then, there was a deafening bang. Boom. The place where the magic light bomb exploded was filled with smoke and dust and rubble flying, and all the surrounding bandits were thrown into the sky by violent impact. Any bandit who is a little closer to the magic light bomb will have no resistance at all under this impact. Almost all of the bones were broken, and he was killed on the spot. If you are lucky, if you stay a little further away, you can still die a little more completely. With bad luck, the bandits who were hit by the magic bullet were torn to pieces. The surrounding trees within the affected range were also broken by this impact, and if they were a little closer, they would turn into wood chips all over the sky. This sudden loud noise also shocked everyone present. Even the bandits and mercenaries who were already fighting stopped their movements involuntarily and looked at the place where the loud noise came from. Hide dash. My God, what the hell happened? What happened just now? Why is there such a big movement? Is there that powerful magician around here? Why attack us? Impossible. Looking at it at this moment, countless gasping voices suddenly sounded at the scene. Whether it was a bandit or a mercenary, they couldn't believe their eyes. After the smoke and dust dissipated, the blasted magic light bomb left a huge pothole on the ground, and the edge of the pothole was full of scorch marks. The ground was torn apart, and within the range of the explosion, no one could stand up at all. Very few even survived. What exactly is going on? Tai Hu stared at the pothole that was still smoking, and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Such a powerful attack, if it falls on him. Tai Hu asked himself, if he didn't escape, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Damn. Could it be that the guy is lying to me? Or rather, this caravan secretly hired other strong men to escort it. The face of the scarred man at this time can be said to be extremely wonderful. Looking at the pothole that was blasted out by the magic light bomb, it was also a look of surprise. In fact, no wonder they think so. Because at the time of the short battle just now, no one would care about the carriage that Bu Yuyan was in. In the eyes of the mountain bandits, this caravan is theirs, and they just need to knock down these mercenaries. So there is no need to pay attention to that carriage at all. The mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team knew that if they wanted to break out, they had to defeat these mountain bandits, otherwise they would not even want to leave. In addition, there is a gap in the strength of the two sides. Therefore, the Hammer mercenary team had to go all out, and there was no extra energy to protect Bu Yuyan. And in battle, this kind of thing is actually unnecessary. Hence the present situation. No one knew at all where the source of this magic light bomb was. Except for Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan, who were sitting in the carriage. I shouldn't have read it wrong, is it true what just happened? Bu Yuyan looked at the huge damage caused by this magic light bomb, and even her words were a little incomplete. The eyes looking at Qi Lu are also full of incredible. Could you be a powerful magician? Yes, sorry, I didn't mean it before, please don't kill me. Xuanhuan was also full of horror, looking at Qi Lu with shock and fear in her eyes. Then suddenly remembered Qi Li's angry questioning before. Xiaowen's face instantly turned pale, and she stuttered and began to apologize. This is the majesty of the strong. The weak have no status at all in front of the strong. What's more, Xuanhuan is just a maid. Do I look so bad-tempered? Qi Li said with some tears and laughter. Originally, I just wanted to show the power of the improved version of the laser light. Who knew that this strange-looking little girl could think off going so far? When the strong face the weak's vicious words, they either don't care, or they are crushed to death on the spot. There's no retaliation after the fact. On the contrary, Bu Yuyan's reaction should be more realistic. Shock is shock, shock is shock. At least not cranky. Okay, don't talk about that now. Qi Li looked at the sluggishness on Bu Yuyan's face and the sincerity and fair in Xiaowen's face, and knew that now was not the time to talk nonsense. So he quickly returned to the topic and asked aloud, what do you think the power of the blow just now? Strong. When Bu Yuyan was asked this question, she answered without thinking. The tone was firm. But this strong evaluation, I don't know if it refers to Qi Lu himself or the improved version of the laser in his hand. Have eyesight. Qi Lu didn't care what Bu Yuyan said, she expressed her approval first. Anyway, no matter who said it, there is nothing wrong with this evaluation. Then, Qi Lu raised the improved version of the laser light in his hand and said seriously, I can probably use an attack like the one just now. Yes, the magic light bullet just now consumed only 1/3 of the magic power in the energy storage gem. After all the magic power in the energy storage gem was used up, and the condensed magic light bomb was too powerful for these bandits. Although the effect may be much more shocking than it is now, in terms of cost performance, it is a bit of a waste. Qi Lu still understood the principle of killing chickens with a butcher's knife. Huh? What do you mean? When Bu Yuyan heard the words, her face was full of doubts, and she immediately asked aloud. However, in terms of tone, honorific is used unconsciously. Because in Bu Yuyan's eyes, Qi Lu is no longer an ordinary traveler or businessman, but a powerful magician. And there are blacksmiths as friends. I almost forgot to mention that the attack just now was not released by me. Looking at Bu Yuyan's expression, Qi Lu knew that she might have misunderstood, so she quickly explained it. You didn't release it, what does this mean? After Bu Yuyan heard these words, the puzzled look on her face became even heavier. It's very simple, the attack just now was released by the product I recommended to you, the improved version of the laser light. Qi Lu didn't talk nonsense, but handed the improved version of the laser light forward in his hand. What? This time, Bu Yuyan was really shocked. And it wasn't just stunned, it was simply that Qi Li's words subverted his previous worldview. Such a powerful attack was actually released by the staff. How can that be? Although people in this world believe in the god of forging, but they also know that forged weapons and other artifacts, no matter how powerful, requires a powerful user to exert their power. But now, the man in front of him has told Bu Yuyan that the staff in his hand does not need a strong user. All it takes is a staff to unleash powerful attacks. It's a joke. But after Qi Lu said these words, Bu Yuyan couldn't see a trace of joking expression on Qi Li's face. Are you telling the truth? Bu Yuyan was a little incoherent at the moment. Even Xuanhuan, who was sitting beside her, was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. It's just that after the previous scene, Xuanhuan was still a little afraid of Qi Lu, so she didn't dare to speak. Of course it's true, there is still magic left in the energy storage gem, and it can be used a few more times. Then I'll teach you how to use it this time. Qi Lu nodded seriously, and then pointed the emission port of the improved laser light at the bandit. This time, both Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan widened their eyes and stared at Qi Lu, for fear of missing any of his subtle movements. Don't be so nervous, the use of the improved laser light is very simple. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the two, Qi Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. The use of this improved version of the laser light is much simpler than those conventional weapons such as swords, clubs, axes, hooks, and forks. If you don't practice cold weapons for a few years, there will be no results at all. Unless it's talented. But this improved version of the laser light is different. As long as you can pull the trigger, you will be done by learning to aim. At most, practice makes perfect, learning how to use the length of time to pull the trigger to control the power of the magic light bomb. Only a normal person can use it. Because the behavior of a fool can't be speculated with common sense. Of course, the premise is that there is still magic in the energy storage gem of the improved laser light. So Qi Lu was a little funny after seeing the nervousness and solemnity on the faces of Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan. However, this time, the people who noticed Qi Li's actions were not just Yuyan and Xuanhuan. Everyone stopped because of the movement caused by the explosion of the magic light bomb. So at this time, Qi Li's actions were very conspicuous. So in the eyes of everyone's doubts, Qi Lu raised the improved version of the laser light in his hand, put his finger on the trigger, and pressed it down. The magic power in the energy storage gem suddenly surged, and it converged towards the launch tube of the improved version of the laser light, condensing into a new magic light bomb. A new energy fluctuation has appeared, and the intensity has reached the master level. It was only at this time that the gray leopard noticed that the energy column icon on the energy fluctuation detector on his armor actually began to jump inexplicably. The target of the detection was the strangely shaped staff in Qi Li's hand. What were you talking about? Grandmaster level energy fluctuations? Where? After Iron Tiger heard the words of the gray leopard, he immediately asked aloud. At this time, if there is a Grandmaster level powerhouse, it can completely turn the tide of the battle. If this Grandmaster level powerhouse ganged up on the mountain bandits, then the Hammer mercenary team would probably all be buried here. But if this Grandmaster level powerhouse who suddenly appeared was willing to help the Iron Hammer mercenary team, then Iron Tiger would have the competency to repel these bandits. Team, Captain, the target of this energy fluctuation is, yes, the staff in that guy's hand. Although Grey Leopard knew that the result was a bit unbelievable, he still dared to say it. Staff? Iron Tiger followed Grey Leopard's fingers and looked at Qi Lu, as well as the improved laser beam in his hand that was condensing magic power. Could it be, he's a Grandmaster level magician? There was a glimmer of hope in Iron Tiger's heart. If this is the case, the kindness of Bu Yuyan this time is really not in the wrong place. Maybe it's really a good thing. No, Captain, the energy fluctuations on that guy are still just an ordinary person, and the one that exudes master-level energy fluctuations is the staff in his hand. Grey Leopard gritted his teeth, corrected Iron Tiger's statement, and dashed Iron Tiger's hopes. As soon as he finished speaking, Taihu stared at the Grey Leopard. The meaning of the eyes is already quite obvious. That is, are you really not kidding? However, it is different from Iron Tiger's doubt and Grey Leopard's disbelief. After seeing Qi Li's actions, the boss of the mountain bandit, the man with Asker, appeared puzzled. What does this guy want to do? With a staff, is he a magician? The scarred man frowned, guessing in his heart. The improved version of the laser light is quite good at blocking the Brethoff magic power stored in the energy storage gem. And even if it started to condense the magic light bullets, the aura emitted is actually very weak. If it weren't for the energy fluctuation detector, it would be really useful at some point. I am afraid that Grey Leopard and others are also in an unknown state at the moment. However, just a guess can't shake the determination of the scarred man. Even adding a magician to the Hammer mercenary squad would definitely not defeat their long-planned ambush. It's up to him. Brothers, kill me after that. And the guy who doesn't know what he's doing, kill him first for me. The scarred man pointed to where Qi Lu was, and then shouted loudly. Since you don't know what this guy is doing, just kill him. Yes. Boss. Brothers, follow me and keep rushing. The morale of the bandits rose again. A mere magic light bomb, even if its power is huge, it is impossible to break up the morale of the bandits by this alone. Because the bandits themselves are desperados. If you don't even have the guts, then what a bandit. And the bandits who had been aroused by Qi Lu before, immediately raised the big knife in their hands and charged towards Qi Lu. Be careful. Bu Yuyan couldn't help shouting. Then, before the sentence was finished, the trigger that Qi Lu pressed under his finger was released. Whoosh dash. A dazzling white light instantly appeared at the emission port of the improved version of the laser light, and then wiped past the bandits who rushed up. Terrible magic fluctuations directly knocked these bandits out. This is just the lingering prestige before this magic light bomb explodes. Boom. Another loud noise came from the place where the bandits gathered. Accompanied by this loud noise, there are gravel in the sky, smoke and dust, and countless bandits who have been bombed to the sky. Same as the last magic light bullet. This time, none of the bandits could resist the terrifying impact, and they were blasted to pieces, and their internal organs ruptured. There is no chance of life at all. Everyone who saw this scene happen with their own eyes was once again stunned. But this time is different from the previous doubts. After witnessing the appearance of the magic light bullet and its huge destructive power, in the hearts of these bandits, there was an emotion called cowardice. My God, what kind of person is the one we saved before? Iron Tiger looked at the gray leopard in astonishment. Because after Chila came to the caravan, the one who had the most contact with him was the gray leopard. I don't know. He only said that he was a traveler who came here by accident, and he didn't say anything else. Gray leopard is also full of confusion. But more than that, it was shocking. As for Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan sitting in the carriage, the shock in their hearts was the most profound. This is how to use the improved version of the laser light. As long as you keep pressing the trigger, you can continue to increase the power of the magic bullet. Of course, you must also remember to let the magician inject magic into the energy storage gem. Chila taught the two of them how to use the improved laser light. Then he handed the improved version of the laser light to Bu Yuyan. Is it really possible? Bu Yuyan was a little afraid to answer. Of course, I am a businessman. Since I want to sell products, I naturally have to let customers experience it. Chila smiled gently, and then nodded affirmatively. Of course, this statement is false. Want to experience merchandise? Non-existent. Chila has been open for so long, when have customers experienced the functions of the products? It was only because Chila felt that he owed Bu Yuyan a favor, so there was this special case. Return the peach. But for others, I'm sorry, I love to buy it or not, and I don't want to buy it and pull it down. Anyway, after this village, there is no such shop. You don't want it, some people want it. Thank you, thank you. Bu Yuyan quickly thanked her, and then carefully took the improved version of the laser light that Chila handed over. Don't be so careful, this thing doesn't break so easily. Of course Chila knew what Bu Yuyan was careful about. The function of the improved version of the laser light can be said to have subverted the entire forging world. And apart from this reason, just relying on the improved version of the laser light to release such a powerful attack is enough to prove its preciousness. So it's not unreasonable for Bu Yuyan to be so careful. Okay, try it, pay attention to aiming, don't hurt yourself. Chila guided to the side. Okay, alright. The improved version of the laser light is not heavy, so Bu Yuyan easily picked it up and aimed at the bandits surrounding the caravan. This time, the scarred man saw that something was wrong. Could it be? Just when the scarred man was still suspicious. Because it was the first time for Bu Yuyan to use the improved laser light, she was still a little scared and unskilled, so she quickly released the trigger. A magic light bullet with not too much power was fired. Then it exploded among the bandits, and immediately seriously injured a large number of bandits that were affected. However, perhaps the power of the magic bullet was insufficient, so there were not many bandits killed on the spot this time. But it was enough for the scarred man to confirm his guess. Impossible. The scarred man couldn't believe his eyes at all. But the fact is in front of you, even if you don't want to believe it, you have to believe it. That is the peculiarly shaped staff, which can really release powerful magic light bombs to attack without the need for a magician to use it. This kind of strange staff is simply unheard of and unseen. But this kind of wand with peculiar functions just appeared in front of Heizes. And also gave himself a heavy blow. This made the arrogant man with scars not angry. Although the scarred man has never seen this type of staff, there are thousands of items that can be forged, and it is not guaranteed that this is a brand new type of weapon. Even if it is unbelievable, but now it is in front of us, that is the truth. Therefore, the scarred man quickly accepted the fact, and there was a trace of greed that could not be concealed in the eyes of the improved version of the laser light. Since you have taken out such a precious weapon, if I don't accept it, it will be a waste of your kindness. When the scarred man said this, there was an undisguised arrogance and greed in his tone. The look in Qi Li's eyes changed from ignoring it before, to the look that now looks like a big fat sheep to be slaughtered. Who would have imagined this guy who inexplicably followed the caravan to the distant mountain city? Not a mosquito leg, but a big mountain. It was a big surprise. Brothers, do your best to kill that businessman first. Whoever contributes the most will get the staff. The scarred man mixed his grudge into his voice, ensuring that all the bandits could hear what he said. Because by this time, anyone who noticed this scene could almost guess it. Bu Yuyan is an ordinary person who can't cultivate, it can be said that it is a well-known thing. But even such an ordinary person who can't cultivate, when holding that strangely shaped staff, he can also release a powerful magic light bomb with destructive power. What does that mean? That's right. This means that whoever can get that peculiarly shaped staff can master this powerful force. The words of the scarred man instantly made all the bandits excited. Although it was said that those who came to be bandits were indeed cultivators. But they are also cultivators. In terms of strength, they are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. A cultivator who is truly capable, who would want to be a mountain bandit if hadn't committed a crime, or because of some special reason. With that strength, isn't it more comfortable than being a mountain bandit to go to those rich and noble people's houses to worship? Therefore, the improved version of the laser light that Qi Li took out was definitely extremely attractive to these bandits. This can be known just by looking at the destructive power of the previous magic bullets. Master-level destructive power. A powerhouse of this level, even if one is in the mercenary squad, can make the mercenary squad famous. Not to mention these bandits. Just like this time, the number of bandits joined by the men with scars would have to be 6 or 7 at least, but how many master-level powerhouses are there? Just 3. It can be seen how rare the master-level powerhouse is among the mountain bandits. So how could this kind of power not make these bandits jealous? Not only these bandits, but even the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team, looking at Qi Lu at this moment, became a little more eager. Captain, this. Grey Leopard was about to say something when he was interrupted by Iron Tiger. I now believe that what you said before was not a joke, but now is not the time to say that. Taihu took a deep look at Grey Leopard, and then said with a serious expression, if that staff is really the traveling merchant. Captain, his name is Qi Lu. Grey Panther, corrected. In the entire caravan, only Grey Leopard, Bu Yuyan, and Xuanhuan knew Qi Lu's name. If that staff is really what Mr. Qi Lu said, I would actually like to buy it, but not now, but after I get rid of these bandits. Iron Tiger is very aware of the current situation. The current Qi Lu is a piece of fat in everyone's eyes, and everyone wants to get the improved version of the laser light he took out. So it is impossible to talk about business calmly. Who can get it, it's up to each individual. As of now, it can only be like this. As soon as the Grey Leopard heard this, he knew what the Iron Tiger meant. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Qi Li's eyes like a wolf like a tiger, and they almost brought the blue light they longed for. Tisk, these guys look really unfriendly. Qi Lu was stared at by so many people, but he was not afraid. But in the face of such eager eyes, Qi Lu felt really bad, and Goosebump suddenly appeared. Brothers, rush. Protect the caravan. Iron Tiger raised the 2 large solid copper hammers in his hands and charged ahead. Little ones, give it to me. Whoever has the most power will get that staff. The scarred man also let out a roar. Bandits and mercenaries are different. Driven by interests, the combat effectiveness that can be exerted is definitely much higher than under normal circumstances. Even the two Grandmaster-level powerhouses among the mountain bandits began to feel a little tempted after hearing the words of the scarred man. The same as the Master-level powerhouse, the gap in strength can also be very large. The other two Grandmaster-level powerhouses in this group of mountain bandits are only the first-level Grandmaster level who have been promoted to the Grandmaster-level realm for a long time. Otherwise, it would not be the Scar Man's turn to be the boss. Therefore, the improved version of laser light that can burst out such powerful destructive power is also not weak to their attraction. Even the master-level powerhouse is like this. Not to mention the appeal to ordinary mountain bandits. As soon as the scarred man said the words, almost all the mountain bandits charged towards the carriage where Qi Lu was with their eyes glowing with green light like a hungry wolf. Seeing these aggressive mountain bandits, Bu Yuyan's face turned pale with fright. Fortunately, Xuanhuan, who was sitting on the side, was also sitting, otherwise she might be lying on the ground with her legs weak. But now it looks like it's not much better. These ferocious mountain bandits can also frighten Xuanhuan's whole body to become weak, unable to sit still, and can only lean against the carriage and shiver. Master Qi, now, what should I do now? Bu Yuyan stammered and asked. What are you holding in your hand? Do you need to ask me what to do? Qi Lu glanced at Bu Yuyan and said angrily. It seems that just possessing a powerful weapon does not seem to solve the problem of psychological quality. Just like the current Bu Yuyan, the improved version of the laser light can easily deal with the rushing bandits. But because of fear, he forgot what to do. It's a bad sentence. If Qi Lu didn't remind this sentence now, maybe the mountain bandits rushed to the front and snatched the improved version of the laser light, and Bu Yuyan didn't even know what happened. It's no wonder that every time you advance to a realm, you will have requirements for your state of mind. The city guards in those city-states also need to be trained every day before they can shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the city-state. The flowers in the greenhouse can't stand the wind and rain after all. Yes, I still have this. Bu Yuyan also seemed to wake up from a dream, and quickly raised the improved version of the laser light in her hand, aiming at the menacing mountain bandits. This action caused the forward speed of these bandits on the spot. The damage caused by the previous two powerful magic light bombs is still vivid in my mind. Those two potholes filled with corpses are still there and haven't disappeared at the moment. What are you afraid of? It's enough to attack separately. No matter how powerful she is, she only has one staff. At this moment, someone in the mountain bandits shouted, and the minds of the mountain bandits became active again. A staff can only hold one direction. Although that staff is indeed very powerful, the people who use the staff are not so good. As long as Bu Yuyan can be controlled, there will be no more threats. That's right, brothers, what are we afraid of? If we want to get this power, how can we not take some risks? Come on, whoever gets it first will get it. In a few words, the mountain bandits started roaring and rushing forward again. At this time, the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team also collided with the mountain bandits who rushed up. Be careful, just shoot with the least powerful magic bullet, or you will hurt yourself. Qi Lu had to exclaim. In case Bu Yuyan was under tension, no matter how serious, a magic light popped out, connecting the bandits and mercenaries, and all of them were wiped out at one time. I know. Bu Yuyan's finger on the trigger was obviously still shaking. But he still tried very hard to control his tone and make himself appear calmer. Well, in this case, it seems that in terms of psychological quality, it took a while to train for a while. Qi Lu scratched the back of his head and muttered to himself a little helplessly. In most cases, psychological quality is definitely a very important part in the battle. It's not uncommon to be timid before a fight. If you haven't started the fight, you will be afraid. Even if you have a strong combat power, it is not bad to have 1/3 of the real display. Although the improved version of laser light can improve combat effectiveness, it cannot improve psychological quality. Because psychological quality comes from self-confidence and belief. If you have confidence in your own strength, or have an unshakable belief in yourself, you will not be afraid in battle. However, it now seems that Bu Yuyan has no confidence in her own strength. But if you think about it, it doesn't seem to be a problem. An ordinary person who has no vindictiveness and magic power at all, can really have little confidence when facing a cultivator and fighting for life and death. Grey Panther, come here. In desperation, Qi Lu could only call out the grey leopard who had just run past him on a war horse. What's wrong? When the grey leopard was called by Qi Lu, he immediately stopped. The current Qi Lu, his identity in the eyes of grey leopard, is completely different from before. So when Qi Lu called his name, grey leopard didn't rush forward, and came directly to Qi Lu. Anyway, the Hammer mercenary team is not lacking in the fighting power of the grey leopard. Because as a reconnaissance-type team member, the grey leopard's combat effectiveness is actually not strong. In the Hammer mercenary team, they can only be ranked in the middle and lower reaches. So instead of contributing his own power that is not strong at all, it is better to come to Qi Lu to see what's going on. It's nothing, I came here to teach you how to use the improved laser light, do you want to learn? Qi Lu pointed to the improved version of the laser light in Bu Yuyan's hand and asked aloud. No way, it is really impossible to build up Yuyan's confidence in a short period of time. The problem of mental quality can only be improved through continuous exercise. Therefore, it is faster to find a mercenary who has the courage to pass the test. Think. Grey Leopard didn't expect such a good thing, so he responded without saying a word. Just think about it, the improved version of the laser light has 100 gold coins, and there is no bargaining. You pay first and then teach, and the teaching package will be included. Qi Lu got the expected answer, and then quickly said the propaganda words he just thought of. According to the information Qi Lu got from Grey Leopard, he analyzed it. In this world, a copper coin is roughly equivalent to the purchasing power of $1. Then according to the conversion ratio of copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, a gold coin is almost the purchasing power of 10,000 yuan. In a city-state with a decent standard of living, a single gold coin would be enough for an ordinary family of 3 to barely survive for a month. It can be said that a gold coin is still quite valuable. So after thinking about it for a while, Qi Lu decided to set the improved laser light as 100 gold coins. Isn't the power of a Grandmaster level peak worth 100 gold coins? Although it is a one-time use, it needs to be re-injected with magic power after use. However, if a magician at the peak of the master level is willing to go to the houses of those rich businessmen to make offerings, the monthly salary will almost cost 50 gold coins. And when it's not enough, you can always ask those rich businessmen for it. Thinking about this, you will find that 100 gold coins is really just the price of cabbage. And in fact, it is. Just like the Grey Leopard, when he heard the price, he was stunned for a moment, and then he subconsciously asked, "It's so cheap? Are you lying to me, or did I hear it wrong?" The scarcity of blacksmiths has resulted in high prices for weapons and armor. Of course, it also includes those objects with bizarre functions. For example, the energy fluctuation detector that Grey Leopard bought with a lot of money. This thing is definitely not a very precious item, after all, it has no Benesto combat power. But it also took Grey Leopard nearly 200 gold coins to get it. This can reflect the high price of the utensils made by these blacksmiths. On the basis of this high price, the more powerful weapons and armors, the more their prices will naturally rise. Therefore, for the power level contained in the improved version of the laser light, 100 gold coins are really cheap and somewhat unreal. It's no wonder that the Grey Panther is suspicious. This is the power of a master, and it only sells 100 gold coins. Who can you trust? Even those weapons and armors that only have the power of the professional class are probably more than 100 gold coins. And that doesn't include the time wasted by the blacksmith and the fees for forging skills. These 100 gold coins are probably the cost of forging materials. At most, add the favor fee for hiring a blacksmith. Of course, if the relationship with the blacksmith is good, the cost of this favor and the cost of forging skills can probably be saved. However, this thing of human affection always needs to be maintained, so under normal circumstances, no one will save this amount of money. However, now, in front of the Grey Panther, it is not a weapon of professional power. It is a genuine weapon with Grandmaster-level power. And most importantly, this weapon does not require any power for the user. The mercenaries who escorted the caravan knew exactly what Buyuyan was. But this peculiarly shaped staff, which is an improved version of the laser light, can even be used by Buyuyan, and it can also create such a powerful power. It is enough to prove the power of this improved laser light. That's why Grey Leopard subconsciously suspects that he heard it wrong. Don't worry, you heard it right, it's 100 gold coins, the real thing, and the old man is innocent. Chila didn't know what the market for the artifacts made by these blacksmiths was in this world. But seeing the Grey Leopard suspicious, so the conditioned reflex replied. However, even if Chila knew that the utensils made by those blacksmiths were all expensive, I am afraid they would not increase the price. After all, when they were in the eastern wilderness and Beishan Mountains, the goods in the Chila store had always been value for money. So from the beginning, Chila did not intend to set a particularly high price. The purpose of this is actually quite obvious. That is for more customers and more faith. Because Chila came to this world, the most essential purpose is not to make money, but to collect the power of faith. Besides, if it is a spirit crystal, it can be converted into a piece of energy if it is thrown into the hands of the system. But gold coins are really useless. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the system will come up with an improved version of the laser, the first product in this world. This question was also thought of by Qi Lu in the process of chatting with Grey Leopard. That is, what is the most essential difference between the improved laser beam and those weapons in the previous store? Now Qi Lu also thought of it. That is the power contained in it. Those weapons that appeared in the store in the past, the power is contained in the weapon itself, and can be directly used to improve the user's combat effectiveness. That's why it's called durability. Of course, durability is something, except for some products. For example, the title badges that have been specially explained in the system, as well as those fairy weapons and magic weapons that came out of the fairy and devil battlefield, have no durability. The improved version of laser light that has appeared now is, in essence, more like an energy converter. It's just that after strengthening the magic power in the energy storage gem, it condenses into a magic light bullet. The essence of its power comes from the magic power input from the outside world into the energy storage gem. Therefore, compared to the previous weapons, from the perspective of the system, the cost of the improved laser light is really cheap. Because letting the system look at the cost is nothing more than to see how much energy it takes to make this product. So, in the original intention of a conscientious businessman, Qi Lu lowered the price of the improved laser light slightly, so that not many people can afford it and delay the collection of the power of faith. Well, this improved version of the laser light is definitely worth 100 gold coins, right? Give me 10. Grey Leopard looked at Qi Li's expression carefully, and after confirming that he was not joking, he waved his hand and said it richly. If it weren't for the limited funds, the Grey Leopard might be able to buy 100 of them. Such a powerful weapon, 100 gold coins, that's not how much it is. Borrow money to buy. If you sell it, how much gold will you earn? I'm sorry, one person can only buy one. Qi Lu heard the words, smiled slightly, and said it very seriously and firmly. What? Grey Leopard was stunned on the spot when he heard Qi Li's words. I mean, this improved version of the laser is limited to one per person, so you can only buy one. Qi Lu repeated the words just now, his tone was still very serious and firm. Just kidding, the price of this 100 gold coins and an improved version of the laser light is the low price that Qi Lu set in order to increase the customer base. How can one person be monopolized? You know, the power of faith, no matter how much a person has, there is only so much. That's why Qi Lu is so eager to increase the number of customers, rather than increase the price of goods. Because Qi Lu is not here to make money. If you really want to make money, no joke, this improved version of the laser is set for 1,000 gold coins, and there are still a lot of people rushing to grab it. But it will reduce a lot of customers who want to buy gold coins that are not enough. This is not what Qi Lu wants to see. So if one of them monopolizes the shipping channel of the improved version of the laser light, Qi Lu will also collect the power of faith from a hammer. However, Qi Lu also knew that with this level of power, too much of it would cause big problems. Therefore, it will not set a free price of 12 gold coins. That's right, for the improved laser light, 12 gold coins, not even the price of cabbage, are free. So, 100 gold coins is just enough. Neither too high nor too low. What's more, after the magic power in the energy storage gem is used up, the magician needs to inject magic power to continue to use it. So in some cases, especially those practitioners who act alone, they will consider whether they really need to buy an improved version of the laser. Because the practitioners of the fighting Qi class have no magic power in their bodies. And in the energy storage gem of the improved version of the laser light, vindictive energy cannot be stored. So for some Lone Rangers, it is likely that they will give up buying the improved laser light because of this. However, such people are in the minority. Besides, the customer positioning of the improved version of the laser light is originally those who are low-strength practitioners or ordinary people who are unable to practice. Qi Lu is very aware of this, so he will not force the improved version of the laser to be perfect. Because there is no such thing as an absolutely perfect weapon. Therefore, when choosing a weapon, there is only a word about whether it is suitable, but there is no word perfect. For example, now, if the improved version of the laser light is thrown into the hands of the gray leopard alone, it is actually not very suitable, because the gray leopard is a standard fighting Qi class. But in the hammer mercenary team, there are members of the magician class, so this problem is not a problem. However, appropriate is appropriate. The rule that one person can only buy one can't be changed. 1. Okay. 1 is just 1. It's better to take it first in case of emergency. When Grey Leopard heard the firmness in Qi Li's tone, he knew that it was useless to talk too much at this moment, and it was useless to persuade him. And now is not the time for debate. So without saying a word, Grey Leopard took out the money bag from his arms, took a look inside, and then drew a golden ticket out of it and handed it to Qi Lu. The golden ticket is a kind of paper made of special materials. Issued by the bank in this world, it is similar to the fixed amount of paper money. As long as you hold the gold ticket, you can go to the bank to take out the corresponding amount of gold coins. However, this thing is useless for Qi Lu. After all, it is impossible for Qi Lu to go to the bank to exchange gold coins with the golden ticket. Because the amount of gold coins does not mean much to Qi Lu, the most important thing is to collect the power of faith attached to the gold coins through transactions. However, the golden tickets issued by Xuanhuan are rarely circulated because of their high value. As a result, the golden ticket cannot carry much faith. Therefore, Qi Lu does not recognize the golden ticket. What? This golden ticket is issued by the famous treasure bank. It is guaranteed to be authentic and valid. There is absolutely no problem. Seeing that Qi Lu had no reaction, Grey Leopard immediately explained. Of course I know your golden ticket is fine, but I don't accept golden tickets. Qi Lu spread his hands. Qi Lu would rather receive silver coins than gold tickets. Because the circulation of silver coins is higher than that of gold coins, the power of faith gathered is also stronger. However, after talking to the system, Qi Lu also knows that there is a limit to the power of faith that can be obtained in each exchange, so whether it is traded with gold coins, silver coins, or copper coins, every time you trade, you can basically get the power of faith up to the upper limit. So Qi Lu must have picked the gold coin with the highest value. Although Qi Lu did not come to make money, he did not come to open a welfare home. If you can earn it, you have to earn it. If you want to gain more power of faith, you can only increase the number of transactions as much as possible. That is, to expand the number of customers. Therefore, for Qi Lu, the golden ticket is just a special piece of paper. No golden ticket? What do you want? Grey Leopard was stunned for a moment, and the golden ticket handed out was neither sent nor received. Gold, Qi Lu said decisively. Grey Leopard looked at Qi Lu with a strange expression, thinking to himself, does this guy want to sell the improved version of the laser to himself? Who would carry so many gold coins with them when they go out? Not to mention the weight, 100 gold coins, just the space it occupies is a big problem. Otherwise, those banks would not start issuing gold tickets, because it is really inconvenient to carry too many gold coins. If it's just 100 gold coins, I have them here. At this moment, Bu Yuyan spoke. As soon as these words came out, Grey Leopard's eyes lit up, looked at Bu Yuyan, and said, Miss Bu, look, my golden ticket, issued by Treasure Bank, is absolutely real and effective. If it is convenient, please change it. Give me 100 gold coins. Qi Lu doesn't accept golden tickets, so it's impossible for Bu Yuyan not to. If even Bu Yuyan didn't want the golden ticket, it would not be far from the closure of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Hold on. Bu Yuyan didn't accept the golden ticket. She got up directly, opened the soft seat on the side of the carriage, and dragged a box out of it. Then opened the box, and immediately a golden light came out. A box of gold coins. Seeing this scene, the Grey Leopard's eyes squinted. It's not that Grey Leopard has never seen so many gold coins, but it's mainly because he never thought that some people would carry so many gold coins with them when they traveled. Take it yourself, Bu Yuyan said lavishly. The gold coins in this box are not the money from Fian Chamber of Commerce business run this time, but the money from Bu Yuyan's private house. After so many years, Bu Yuyan has also saved a lot of private money. Just in time to run the business alone this time, I brought all of them out. Miss Bu, you're welcome, you're welcome. Although Bu Yuyan said that she wanted Grey Leopard to take it herself, Grey Leopard wouldn't take more, and she would take as much as it was on the golden ticket. After getting 100 gold coins, they gave it to Qi Lu directly. Together. Just call me Manager Qi. Qi Lu knew that the Grey Leopard was struggling with the title, so he casually mentioned it. Having opened the store for so long, I'm used to hearing others call him Manager Qi, so Qi Lu didn't plan to change his name. It's just a title anyway, and it's more comfortable to use what you're familiar with. Okay, Manager Qi, how do I use this improved laser light? The Grey Leopard who got the improved version of the laser light quickly asked aloud. Huh? Isn't the usage method instilled in your mind? Why do you still ask me? Qi Lu glanced at Grey Leopard curiously and asked with some doubts. Before, I specially taught Bu Yuyan to use the improved laser light, because I wanted to prove to Bu Yuyan the power of the improved laser light, not really teaching how to use it. After the improved version of the laser is sold, the buyer gets it, and the usage method will be directly instilled in the past. Otherwise, why did Qi Lu say that the teaching will be packaged? If you can't even teach this kind of direct empowerment, it's only a fool Withan underdeveloped brain. This has it. I know, it turns out that it is so simple to use. When Grey Leopard heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. Before, because I was too excited, I ignored a small piece of information that suddenly appeared in my mind. Now that it was mentioned by Qi Lu, Grey Leopard immediately noticed it. But the magic power in this energy storage gem is used up, and it's too embarrassing to have to recharge it. Then in the next second, the grumble of the Grey Leopard came out. Fortunately, after the improved version of the laser was sold, the magic power in the energy storage gem was full, so the Grey Panther stopped after complaining. Because there are more important things to do now. The improved version of the laser light has finally been bought, and now, you all die for Lao Tzu. The Grey Leopard was riding a war horse, and the original weapon had long been put away and replaced with the current improved version of the laser light. Rush into the mountain bandits is a burst of fire. A large piece of magic light bomb immediately jumped out from the launch port, and then smashed into the mountain bandits fiercely, and then exploded with a bang, and the sound of the explosion suddenly rang incessantly. The instant-launched magical light bullet is only as powerful as the full blow-off a hero-level peak magician. As long as you aim better, you will basically not hurt the people next to you. But those who are hit by magic light bullets are not just injured. A cultivator who can resist the full blow of a hero-level peak magician must at least be in the realm of the professional class. However, the practitioners of the professional class among the mountain bandits are considered capable people. So the Grey Leopard that rushed into the mountain bandits with an improved version of the laser light was like a master of clearing the field. Wherever the magic light bomb went, those mountain bandits died when they touched it. The mercenaries of the Hammer Mercenary Squad met, and they could only say one thing. With a tyrannical weapon, the combat power is instantly different. This is true. And this scene also made these bandits and mercenaries more eager for the improved version of the laser light. The scarred man, who was straying behind the mountain bandits, ready to attack at any time, looked at Qi Lu, and his eyes were full of light. I didn't expect that this guy is really a treasure mountain. Thinking of this, the scarred man was so excited that his breathing became rapid. Before, the scarred man was only guessing the number of goods carried by Qi Lu, but now he can be sure. Absolutely not a lot. All of a sudden, the scarred man is even more determined to win Qi Lu, or the goods on Qi Li's body. The effect of this propaganda is simply incredible. Qi Lu didn't think about it so much before, but now, seeing that the Grey Leopard went to battle with an improved version of the laser, the effect was really good. Because of this, these guys can truly feel the power of the improved laser light. This is the power of technology. Pooh. No, this is not the power of technology, it should be the power of knowledge. The guy in the system just borrowed from the weapons on the technology side. The real power of the improved laser light is the ancient runes on the inner wall of the launch tube. Just when Qi Lu was thinking about these things, a few mercenaries who were not very powerful ran over on horses. Manager Qi, we're here to buy that. Improved laser light? Qi Lu reminded. Yes, that's right, we are also here to buy the improved version of the laser light. I heard from Brother Grey Leopard that it is a set of 100 gold coins. Just take the gold ticket and find Miss Bu to exchange it for gold coins, right? One of the mercenaries came out and said eagerly. What do you think? Qi Lu looked back at Bu Yuyan. There is no problem in selling the improved version of the laser light, but about the exchange of gold tickets for gold coins, you still have to ask Bu Yuyan. I'm okay. Bu Yuyan nodded and dragged the box full of gold coins out. Thank you, Miss Bu. If something happens in the future, our Hammer mercenary team is bound to. Several mercenaries put down the golden tickets in their hands, then took 100 gold coins each from the box and gave them to Qi Lu. This change of hands, although troublesome, is not slow. As soon as the improved version of the laser light arrived, these mercenaries rode their horses and rejoined the battle. For a time, magic light bombs flew all over the battlefield, and the sound-off magic light bombs exploded in all directions. Then from time to time a few less powerful mercenaries ran over, left a few golden tickets, and then took a few improved laser beams from Qi Lu. At the end, Qi Lu sat in the carriage and gave Bu Yuyan a deep look. I said, "How about you sell me your box? It is good." Bu Yuyan held a golden ticket in her hand and an improved version of the laser beside her, and then pushed the empty box to Qi Lu. By this time, it didn't matter whether Bu Yuyanjia joined the battle or not. Qi Lu looked at the battlefield outside the caravan, and now he couldn't see clearly. Because the smoke and dust blown up by the magic light bomb had enveloped the entire battlefield. And the face of the scarred man standing at the back of the mountain bandit also became extremely ugly at this time. Impossible, how is this possible? Why is this happening? A large number of improved laser beams fell into the hands of the members of the Hammer Mercenary Squad, which has turned the battle into a one-sided slaughter. Wherever the magic light bullet goes, it is either dead or injured. If the first magic light bomb is not solved, then increase the power and make another shot. And after the members of the Hammer Mercenary team had these improved laser lights, those mountain bandits would not even think about getting close to here Qi Lu was. This made the scarred man, who was still full of confidence, become extremely angry. Because all of this was caused by that damn guy who called himself a businessman. If there is no existence of this improved version of the laser light, it can be said that so many mountain bandits will definitely eat this caravan. A mere Hammer Mercenary Squad, in front of so many bandits, could not make any waves at all. What's more, among this group of mountain bandits, there are still 3 master-level powerhouses. It can be said that it cannot be more stable. But unfortunately, accidents happen at such times. Just the addition of a weapon turned the battle upside down. From the one-sided suppression of the mercenary by the mountain bandits, He completely transformed into a mercenary who suppressed the mountain bandits one-sidedly. There is no hope. We lost this battle. The scarred man gritted his teeth and stared at Iron Tiger, not far away. Because Tai, who was also staring at the scarred man at this time, to prevent him from making a sudden move and going directly to Qi Lu for trouble. Although the magic light projectile emitted by the improved version of the laser light is very powerful, as long as the charging time is long enough, even the master-level powerhouse is difficult to resist. But the premise is that the magic bullet must be able to hit. Therefore, Iron Tiger naturally left the center of the battle, strayed to the side, and focused on the scarred man. Anyway, there is an improved version of the laser light, and those mountain bandits of the brave and professional class can't make any troubles. What's more, in the mountain bandits, there are many practitioners who are not yet brave. There is no need to worry about these low-strength mountain bandits. Boss, we can't take it anymore. A mountain bandit with blood on his face came to the man with the knife handle, gasping for breath, and speaking with some difficulty. I see. Withdraw, withdraw. Let me withdraw. When the scarred man shouted this sentence, he almost clenched his teeth. But for the bandits, face or something is obviously not that important. The so-called stay in the green hills, do not worry about no firewood. So after the scarred man gritted his teeth and shouted this sentence, those mountain bandits immediately began to retreat. No, it might be more appropriate to say that they were running away. The army was defeated like a mountain. Under the bombardment of magic light bombs, these mountain bandits only hated themselves for losing 2 legs. It didn't take long for the bandits, who survived by chance, all got into the forest and disappeared. The people from the Hammer mercenary team didn't go after them either. In the forest, it is obvious that these mountain bandits who have lived in it for a long time have an advantage. If they pursue it now, I am afraid that those mountain bandits will turn back and fight back. I can't believe we won. Holding the improved version of the laser light, Grey Leopard said in disbelief. When he saw the bandits emerge from the woods and surround the caravan, Grey Leopard thought he was doomed. But who would have thought that it would actually win like this? It's all thanks to Manager Qi. If it wasn't for the improved version of the laser light provided by store manager Qi, our hammer mercenary team might have been disbanded today. Taihu hung the two solid copper hammers back on both sides of the saddle before coming to Qi Lu and sincerely thanked him. "You're welcome, it's business, it's just a fair deal." Qi Lu waved his hand and said very modestly, "Business belongs to business, and human feelings belong to human feelings." Manager Qi is open-minded and admires him. Hearing the words, Taihu cupped his hands with admiration in his tone. Even if it was in business, it was an indisputable fact that Qi Lu rescued them in distress. So I should be thankful. Taihu will not miss a word. It now seems that Miss Bu's kindness has been rewarded. When Grizzly mentioned this at this time, he was also a little embarrassed. Previously, the Grizzlies rejected Qi Lu from joining the caravan, but now that I think about it, if Bu Yuyan hadn't been kind-hearted, maybe they won't even be able to get out of this forest. Kindness and goodness do exist. Is this the kindness that Miss said? Xuanhuan looked at this scene, and said a little indifferently. Probably. Bu Yuyan smiled and returned noncommittally. What Bu Yuyan said before about forming a good relationship was just a casual remark, but who could have imagined that it would become true? A dream come true, but that's it. Then, Miss, this time I'm going to Xuanhuan City. Xuanhuan suddenly looked at Bu Yuyan as if she suddenly thought of something. Well, I know that if it's possible, Manager Qi must win over. No matter how bad it is, he must make good friends. Bu Yuyan knew what Xuanhuan meant, and her gaze towards Qi Li's back was also a little more unclear. Okay, everyone, don't get too excited, this time the task has not been completed yet. In the midst of the commotion, the sound of Iron Tiger's sudden shouting immediately suppressed the other voices. After the members of the Iron Hammer mercenary squad heard the captain shout, they quickly quieted down and looked at Iron Tiger. Now clean up the battlefield immediately and count the losses. Then, take away all the sacrificed brothers and take them to Xuanhuan City for a proper burial. Taihu took a deep breath and said aloud. Although I have seen many partings of life and death, it does not mean that I will not feel heartache when I see the brothers who were still laughing and scolding together a moment ago, and they will collapse in front of me the next moment. Just as a mercenary, this kind of emotion will not be easily revealed. So as soon as Taihu's words came out, the scene fell silent. Although the addition of an improved version of the laser light quickly made the battle situation clear, the gap between the Hammer mercenary team and the mountain bandits still existed. Sacrifice, of course, is inevitable. I am sorry for your loss. Qi Lu patted Taihu on the shoulder and comforted him. I'm fine, Manager Qi, I just feel a little uncomfortable seeing so many brothers leave like this. Taihu waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. If it weren't for Qi Lu, maybe even himself would be planted here. Now this situation, Taihu is also clear, it is already the best situation. I went to Xuanhuan City, I'll find you a drink. Taihu showed a very reluctant smile towards Qi Lu. Forget it, I don't know how to drink, but if you want to buy something from, I'm still very welcome. Qi Lu shook his head slightly and declined Taihu's invitation. Because of the pressure brought by the task and the particularity of the way-off life, the mercenaries need to find some way to relax. Or anesthetize yourself. Drinking and women naturally become the best choice. But Qi Lu didn't need to use this method to relieve stress, so he didn't bother to run to those noisy places. Okay, brothers' weapons, it's really time to get some new ones. Iron Tiger complied. Although the improved version of the laser cannot be used as a main weapon, it is still very good as a fire support. After all, in the general mercenary squad, there are not many configurations of the magician class. If the improved version of the laser is bought too much, those magicians will be too busy. In a short time, the battlefield was cleared. All the sacrificed members of the Hammer mercenary squad were moved to carriages, ready to be taken to Xuanhuan City for a good life burial. As for those mountain bandits, who cares? The caravan soon began to move on. Although they had been raided by mountain bandits, those drivers and buddies were all afraid of what they should be afraid of. Since they are still alive, they must continue to live. Therefore, although their faces were filled with the joy and horror of the rest of their lives, the movements of their hands were not slow at all. It's just that in the previous battle, the horse that pulled the goods died better. So I had to requisition some war horses that the mercenaries were riding topple the carriage when they came. Fortunately, this place is not far from Xuanhuan City. Iron Tiger specifically asked the experienced driver. After the driver looked at the sky, he said that he should be able to reach Xuanhuan City before dark. It's almost noon now, and before it gets dark, it will take half a day. It's best to get there before dark, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to stay outside the city for another day. Iron Tiger gave a warning, and then returned to the side of the caravan to continue to patrol. Most city-states have curfews. Especially in the city-states near the Forest of Monsters, the curfew system is particularly strict. The purpose is to prevent the invasion of monsters and ensure the safety of the city-state. So generally, the city gates are closed shortly after dark. Except for some caravans that transport special materials and teams with special passes, the gate guards of these city-states will not let people into the city. You can only go in after the dawn and the gates are reopened. Although the Fian Chamber of Commerce is powerful, it is relatively speaking. When facing the rules set by the city lords of various city-states, what should be obeyed should still be obeyed. After all, what businessmen pay attention to is peace and prosperity. There is no benefit in arguing with the official power of the city lords of various city-states. And what the caravan transported this time was not any special material. The Fian Chamber of Commerce does not have a special pass, and the Hammer mercenary squad is even less likely to have one. So just hurry up. Fortunately, these drivers who have been running business on this road for many years have not made any mistakes. Although they were frightened by the sudden appearance of mountain bandits, the driving experience of these years is not so easy to forget. If you say you can get there before dark, you can get there. The towering and majestic city walls of the distant mountains are in front of you. On the outer wall of this city wall, there are also many engraved magic array patterns, which are arranged in a neat and faint formation. It can be seen that the engraving scheme of these magic array patterns should have been designed at the beginning of the construction of the city wall. Sheila took a serious look at the city walls of Xuanhuan City, and then glanced at the light in the sky. The sun was setting at this moment. The splendid burning clouds make people fascinated by it. It's still early, don't worry. Sheila sat on the carriage pulling the goods and spoke slowly. In fact, after repelling the bandits, Bu Yuyan invited Qi Lu to sit together in her carriage. But Qi Lu declined. This lonely man and widow, living together in the same room, although nothing will happen, but who can tell me clearly who is under the melon field? Although Qi Lu is not afraid of rumors, when it is time to avoid suspicion, he still has to avoid it. Bu Yuyan is a yellow-flowered girl, and it is not good for her reputation if it is spread out. Manager Qi, get ready, it will be our turn to enter the city soon. When Grey Leopard passed by Qi Li's side, he routinely reminded him. When passing through the city gate, not only did they need Luin, but those who entered the city with the caravan also had to be checked by the city gate guards. Of course, it's just a routine check. There are detectors specially made by blacksmiths on the side of the city gate. As long as the detector does not display a warning prompt, it will be fine. Okay, I get it. Sheila stretched, moved his body, and jumped off the carriage. The process of entering the city was very smooth, except that the caravan had a little more carriages, and there was nothing else. So after a short period of time, Sheila finally came to the city-state of this world. Getting into town went smoothly. Apart from the fact that the caravan had a little more carriages and wasted a little time, there was nothing else. So soon, Qi Lu came to Yuanshan City. After entering the city of Yuanshan, Qi Lu parted ways with the caravan of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The Hammer mercenary team was going to the mercenary guild to hand in the mission, while Bu Yuyan needed to follow the caravan to report the situation to the branch of the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Yuanshan City. Especially when it comes to mountain bandits. So in the end, only Qi Lu was left. But this is also good. It is more convenient for a person to act, at least without considering the thoughts of other people. So the first thing Qi Lu did was to turn around in the distant mountain city. The city-state of the human race can always give Qi Lu a sense of intimacy. Far Mountain City is no exception. Although the customs are different, the difference is not big. The diet and clothing are also expected, and there is no too weird type. But probably because it was getting dark, there were fewer pedestrians on the street than expected. But there are still many shops that have not closed and are still open. Although the curfew system is strict, it still restricts the entry and exit of the city gate, and there are relatively few restrictions on the city. As long as it doesn't make trouble, it's not a problem. Therefore, the brightly lit scene gradually appeared in the distant mountain city after the light on the horizon disappeared little by little. The only difference is that in the distant mountain city, the number of blacksmith shops is slightly more. At least compared to the city-states in Qi Lu's impression, at least twice as much. But this is probably the characteristic of the city-states in this world. To believe in the god of blacksmithing, you must start from the basics. The blacksmith in the blacksmith shop, although not called a blacksmith, is at least engaged in a business related to blacksmithing. If it is said that the artifacts created by blacksmiths are mostly used by practitioners. The utensils made by the blacksmith are for the use of ordinary people. So Qi Lu ran to the blacksmith shop with great interest to observe. Although the status of a blacksmith is not comparable to that of a blacksmith, it is still much stronger than most professions. But in the same way, the work of a blacksmith is a lot harder than a normal occupation. However, these hardships are nothing to any blacksmith. Because every blacksmith has a dream of becoming a blacksmith. It is only limited by his own talent and aptitude, so he can only be a blacksmith. It can be said that a blacksmith is an abbreviated version of a blacksmith. Is this little brother here to buy weapons? The weapons I have here are all made of high-quality iron ore. In the blacksmith shop, a burly man with a naked upper body noticed Qi Lu, and a naive smile appeared on his face immediately, and then said aloud. However, while saying hello, the movements of the strong man's hands did not stop. The solid big hammer was still pounding the red-hot iron blocks on the forging table one after another. You're busy first, don't say hello to me, I'll take a look for myself first. Qi Lu waved his hand and said politely. In fact, Qi Lu came to see how the world's forging skills were different from what he knew. But now, it seems that the difference is not very big. In fact, Qi Lu was looking for blacksmith shops everywhere in Yuanshan City, that is, he came to see those blacksmiths. Let's take a look at the forging skills of this world, and what is the difference between them and what they know. But now, it doesn't seem like much of a difference. At most, there are some differences in the forging technique, but additionless. But Qi Lu also knew that what he saw now were all weapons made by blacksmiths. The real blacksmith, Qi Lu has not seen. So it's hard to say. Okay, little brother, just look at it yourself. If you have a weapon you like, it doesn't matter if you take it off and try it, just don't hurt yourself. The brawny man didn't say much. After exhorting him, he focused on beating the iron under his hand. Qi Lu turned slowly in this small blacksmith shop. The fire in the forge was very strong, making the temperature in the blacksmith shop a little high. The upper body of the sturdy blacksmith was turned orange red by the fire, and he was already sweating profusely. The beads of sweat dripping on the ground had already gathered into a small pool of wet marks. Then under the fire, wet and dry, dry and wet. It's really hard work. After Qi Lu sighed with emotion, he began to look at the weapons hanging on the wall. Most of them are swords and shields. This single type of weapon is actually a normal situation in a blacksmith shop. The so-called practice makes perfect, can be perfect. A person's energy is always limited. Therefore, when ordinary blacksmiths forge weapons, they will choose the types of weapons that they are best at and good at. On the one hand, it is to ensure the success rate and the sophistication of the finished product. On the other hand, it is also for the continuous proficiency of the forging of such weapons. Until it is perfect, or even at its peak, choose another weapon type. Therefore, most of the customers of the blacksmith shop are actually quite fixed. For example, if you want to buy a sword, go to this smithy, and if you want to buy a knife, go to another smithy. Conflicts are rare. And those blacksmiths who forge the same type of weapons, it is not difficult to distinguish which forging skills are stronger and weaker. Therefore, in this regard, there are quite high requirements for the forging skills of the blacksmiths themselves. This is also one of the reasons why the blacksmith profession, although its status is good, is more difficult than other professions. Because the competition is too great. Forging techniques like this are considered excellent for ordinary people. After Qi Lu turned around, he also reached out and took a one-handed knightsword from the wall. The cutting edge is sharp and the forged lines are clear. With a flick of the finger, a slight humming sound can also be heard from the blade, indicating that the level of toughness has passed the test. So Qi Lu has nothing to be picky about. The biggest difference between the tools forged by the blacksmith and the ones forged by ordinary blacksmiths is whether they can hold the grudge and magic power. Just like the one-handed knight sword in Qi Li's hand. If a grudge or magic power is injected into it, this one-handed knight sword will soon be scrapped. Because the quality of the forging material is too low. But those high-quality forging materials, if you want to control it, have a high requirement for your own strength. Take the simplest example. Dragon tooth is a top forging material. Take the simplest example. Dragon tooth is a top forging material. But if you put an untreated dragon tooth in the hands of an ordinary person, I am afraid that the forging has not started yet, and the coercion carried on the dragon tooth will make this ordinary person faint. Moreover, even if the dragon tooth has been processed, a blacksmith will be used to forge it. The blacksmith was also helpless. Because of the lack of strength, there is no way to hurt the dragon tooth at all, and it may not even be possible to grind a little powder, so how to forget? Therefore, forging skills and enchanting skills are not aimless for the strength requirements of the blacksmiths themselves. If the strength is insufficient, even the forging materials can't be processed, so how can we forge the finished product? And apart from that, the difference between a blacksmith and a blacksmith is the mastery of various forging techniques. You must know that there are quite a few forging skills. If their own strength is not enough and their realm is not reached, they cannot be used. And these forging skills are exactly what is necessary to forge powerful weapons and armors. As for the mastery of enchanting skills, I'm sorry, I don't have a certain strength and talent, so don't think about it. If the foundation of forging skills is the processing and smelting of various forging materials, then the foundation of enchanting skills is to understand and master the magic pattern. That's why it is said that the requirements for talent and qualifications for enchanting skills are quite high. Moreover, forging first, enchanting last. In a complete forging process, only the finished product can be forged before enchanting can be performed. So if you want to learn, you must first learn to forge, and then learn to enchant. Of course, this is not to say that enchanting skills cannot be used alone. It's just that this is rarely the case. So don't come up with it. How about it, little brother, the one-handed knight sword I forged is not bad. The strong man who struck iron had beaten the iron block under his hand into the prototype of a thin sword, and then put it into the quenching liquid. Not bad. Qi Lu nodded in approval. Although from Qi Li's point of view, this one-handed knight sword might not even be considered a waste, but it can only be regarded as a waste of materials. However, for this strong man, it can definitely be regarded as excellent. Therefore, Qi Lu will not attack the other party's self-confidence. Do you need anything, little brother? Just 1 gold coin will do. The strong man said with a smile. The price is also reasonable. After all, weapons are not farm implements. Good weapons are forged with good materials, and it is a matter of course that the price is higher. Otherwise, why is it the price of cabbage that the improved version of the laser sells for 100 gold coins? Even such an ordinary one-handed knight sword can be sold for 1 gold coin, and the improved laser light can sell for thousands of gold coins, which isn't a problem at all. But who made Qi Lu a conscientious businessman? Okay, then I'll buy one. Qi Lu had been looking at the store for so long, and he felt a little sorry I didn't buy anything. Thank you, little brother. If this one-handed knight's sword is broken, if it's not a big problem, you can ask me to repair it for free. The strong man said cheerfully, with joy written all over his face. This is the life of ordinary people. If you earn a gold coin, you can be happy for a long time. This is the life of ordinary people. If you earn a gold coin, you can be happy for a long time. But this gold coin, in the eyes of cultivators, I am afraid that even some high-quality medicinal materials cannot be bought. Putting the one-handed knight sword into the storage ring, Qi Lu left the blacksmith shop. In fact, you should know almost everything. Now what Qi Lu needs to consider is where to set up the vending point and how to advertise its products. Although it is said that the fragrance of wine is not afraid of deep alleys. But Qi Lu didn't want to wait. Why should we rely on time to solve problems that can be solved by active publicity? Don't you hear that an inch of time is worth an inch of gold can buy an inch of time, and it is said that time is money. Qi Lu is well aware of this principle and naturally has to lead by example. Manager Qi, why are you here? When Qi Lu was hanging out, a familiar voice sounded from behind. There are not many voices in this world that can make Qi Lu feel familiar, so Qi Lu doesn't need to guess at all to know who it is. Look back. Sure enough, it was Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan. However, the Bu Yuyan I met this time was wearing a veil to cover up her alluring face. Well, it's good to cover it up. I just wandered around in the city of Xuanhuan, and it was probably because the city of Xuanhuan was small. Qi Lu originally wanted to say that it was fate. But when I think about it, I feel that something is wrong. Saying this isolates a misunderstanding, so I changed my tune. Really, Xuanhuan City is not too small. Bu Yuyan covered her mouth and chuckled, as if she had gained a new understanding of Qi Li's sense of humor. And Xuanhuan, who was following Bu Yuyan, stared at Qi Lu a little unconvinced. Probably because after seeing Qi Lu take out the improved version of the laser, he misunderstood Qi Li's strength, so that he frightened himself, so he felt very embarrassed. But with Bu Yuyan by her side, Xuanhuan couldn't say anything. In addition, Qi Lu is the savior of himself and his young lady no matter what, so he can't say anything. So as not to appear to be very rude. So Xuanhuan could only vent her dissatisfaction with her eyes. However, although Qi Lu noticed this, he rationally pretended not to see it. On the contrary, it suffocated Xuanhuan. The so-called greatest ridicule is not sarcastic language, but ignorance. This sentence is not without reason. Okay, Xuanhuan, no matter what Manager Qi said, he saved our lives. Bu Yuyan also noticed Xuanhuan's strangeness, and immediately comforted her. Then he looked at Qi Lu and said, I don't know if Manager Qi has eaten dinner. If not, I don't know if I can give you a face. Let me express my gratitude. Okay, then I'll trouble Miss Bu. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, glanced at Bu Yuyan with a light smile, and nodded slightly in response. It is much better to invite someone to dinner than to run around on your own. It just so happened that Qi Lu also felt a little hungry. Then please come here, Manager Qi. There was also a smile on Bu Yuyan's face, hidden under the translucent veil. She looked particularly intoxicating. Along the way, Bu Yuyan and Qi Lu walked side by side, and Xuanhuan was half a step behind. The two people in front chatted from time to time, and the conversation was very enjoyable. Xuanhuan kept pouting and staring at Qi Li's back. The front is Fian Restaurant, which is one of the industries of our Fian Chamber of Commerce. But don't get me wrong, Manager Qi, Fian Restaurant is located in the distant mountain city, but it is a well-known restaurant, and the food and drinks in it are definitely the best. While walking, Bu Yuyan introduced Qi Lu. The Fian Chamber of Commerce is such a big force, and naturally it is impossible to rely solely on running merchants to make profits. Otherwise, it will become logistics. In fact, the money earned by the runners accounted for less than 30% of the total profits of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Among the more than a dozen city-states covered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the Fian Chamber of Commerce also participated in many other industries. This Fian restaurant is one of them. Don't worry, I don't have any special requirements for wine and food, as long as I can eat enough. Qi Lu heard the words and just smiled. In fact, where to eat, it doesn't matter much to Qi Lu. After all, under the influence of the food and drinks produced by the system, Qi Lu no longer has high expectations for most of the other meals. It's okay to improve the taste occasionally, but if you eat it all the time, the food produced by the system is better. However, Bu Yuyan is willing to explain, which is considered to be intentional. And Fian Restaurant is worthy of being a well-known restaurant in Yuanshan City. Just looking at the door, you can feel the grandeur in the hall. The maids standing on both sides of the aisle are also young and beautiful. Excuse me, it's Miss Bu. As soon as he walked into Fian Restaurant, a maid stepped forward, but halfway through, she seemed to recognize Bu Yuyan. But this is normal. With Bu Yuyan's identity in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, it would best range if she couldn't recognize her. Help me prepare a first-class box, and then notify the back kitchen to serve the dishes according to the best standards in the store. Bu Yuyan gave an order in a low voice. Yes, Miss Bu. After the maid nodded in response, she immediately went to notify the back kitchen. The other maids who were standing by and waiting came up and led the way for the three of them. The boxes are on the second floor. The box that Bu Yuyan wanted was on the inner side of the second floor. Just by looking at the gems inlaid on the box door, one could imagine the luxury inside. The maid, who led the way half a step ahead, pushed open the door of the box ahead of time. The layout inside was as luxurious as Qi Lu imagined. Luxurious, atmospheric, yet elegant. It has to be said that the Fian Chamber of Commerce is not simply a nouveau riche in this regard. At least aesthetically, there is still a certain level. Manager Qi, please. Bu Yuyan made a pleased gesture from the side. This made the maids, who led the way, all looked at Qi Lu with curiosity and awe. Who is Bu Yuyan? Presumably these maids who can work in Fian Restaurant, Noon does not know. The daughter of the current boss of Fian Chamber of Commerce. The eldest lady of the Step family. But Bu Yuyan, who has such a status, is entertaining a young man who looks quite ordinary. Could it be that this young man has something to do with it? And looking at Bu Yuyan's position and tone, there is always a feeling offlowering the young man's head, which makes people even more curious. You must know that the Fian Chamber of Commerce can cover more than a dozen city-states, and its power and strength are naturally no doubt. It is rare to have a force stronger than the Fian Chamber of Commerce. So, is this young man actually a member of a force even stronger than the Fian Chamber of Commerce? Thinking of this, the eyes of the maids looking at Qi Lu changed a little. The Fian Chamber of Commerce is so powerful that in the eyes of these maids, it is already a behemoth that is out of reach in this life. Those forces stronger than the Fian Chamber of Commerce, to what extent can they be strong, are almost unthinkable. So Qi Li's identity suddenly became mysterious. After all, the young masters of the big powers are not the ones that these little maids can recognize. But since I saw it today, I have to leave an impression in my heart. Guarantee that if there is a chance to encounter it in the future, it will not be offended by accident. Because you can't be blamed at all. Miss Bu doesn't need to be so polite, it's just a meal, there's no need to be so restrained. Qi Lu said lightly. However, he didn't do much politeness, but the guest walked into the box first. Bu Yuyan followed closely and walked into the box. Don't stand here, go and let the back kitchen serve the dishes quickly, just have me here. Xuanhuan followed behind, and screened the maids out of sight. Then he closed the door of the box. Qi Lu sat next to the main seat and watched this scene quietly. If the peers invite each other, and the guests go to the main seat, it will inevitably mean that they will overwhelm the guest. Of course, Qi Lu is not such a naive person. After Bu Yuyan took her seat. After a while, the dishes began to be served. Fian restaurant is indeed as Bu Yuyan said, it is a top-level restaurant, and all the dishes served are full of color, aroma, and taste. The ingredients used are also of the highest quality. This made Qi Lu, who had not changed his taste for a long time, very satisfied. After all, there is a difference between a meal and a snack. The delicacies in Qi Lu's store are a little bit like a dinner, and it's just a rice bowl with braised beef. Even if you eat a lot, you won't get tired of it. But after getting used to the taste, it was not as amazing as the first time I ate it. Thank you, Miss Bu, for your hospitality. I am very satisfied with this meal. Since there is nothing to fault, Qi Lu will not be stingy with his thanks. Anyway, let yourself have a good meal. So after a while, Qi Lu went on to say, actually, Miss Bu doesn't need to thank me specially. I met bandits in that forest before, and I just wanted to protect myself. Manager Qi is very polite. In fact, this is what I want to say to Manager Qi. Bu Yuyan immediately followed Qi Li's words. Qi Li's eyes drooped slightly, and he said in his heart, sure enough. As Bu Yuyan, how could she still be wandering around in the distant mountain city so late, and there is no escort by her side? This is clearly on purpose. What's more, looking at the weather outside, it should be long past the time for dinner. But even though he had already guessed Bu Yuyan's purpose, Qi Lu was still invited. Because Qi Lu also wanted to hear what Bu Yuyan wanted to say. Miss Bu, please speak up. I will come over, so naturally I won't leave halfway. Qi Lu propped his elbows on the table, resting his chin in his hands, and said with a light smile. Manager Qi is really outspoken. Bu Yuyan also smiled. With Qi Li's words, Bu Yuyan can feel a little more at ease. So without waiting for Qi Lu to speak again, he continued to speak. Actually, this time the caravan was attacked by mountain bandits. I suspect that someone from the Fian Merchant Association is framing me. Bu Yuyan's tone was a little low. It's just that Manager Qi was accidentally implicated, so I'm deeply sorry. This meal is not only to express my gratitude, but also to express my apology. Bu Yuyan's posture is very low. Because apart from Qi Li's life-saving grace, it is worth Bu Yuyan's lower profile to make friends with Qi Lu based on the improved laser light in Qi Lu's hands. What's more, the meaning behind this improved version of the laser light is obviously more important. Such a powerful weapon would be almost impossible to forge without the support of a forging master. In other words, the store manager, Qi, in front of him, has at least one forging master behind him. In this world of belief in the god of forging, it is self-evident what a noble status a forging master is. Forging masters not only represent great strength, it also represents the power of powerful people. In this world, there are many strong people who seek forging masters. Therefore, once a certain forging master is willing to offer enough conditions, or send his favor, there are too many strong people who can drive. And what Bu Yuyan lacks is precisely this kind of network power. Because once a chamber of commerce does not have enough contacts, it basically announces the decline of the chamber of commerce. After all, the truly powerful powerhouses do not have the leisure to do business. No worries about gold coins either. As long as one's own strength and realm are high to a certain level, it is simply an easy thing to obtain enough gold coins and various resources. You can even get a lot of wealth just by hanging the name of enshrinement on some wealthy merchants' houses. Therefore, although the Fian Chamber of Commerce seems to be powerful, it covers more than a dozen city-states. But really speaking, there are not many strong people in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, every time I run a business, I wouldn't have to hire a mercenary team to escort me. In the eyes of the master forging masters, with aloof status, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is an ordinary force that is not worth mentioning. After all, a power that is mostly ordinary people, not even a hero-level powerhouse, really can't make the master blacksmith interested. And this is a common problem of most powers. Because in this world, the number of hero-level powerhouses is extremely rare. Otherwise, blacksmiths would not be so popular. I don't need to apologize. If you are willing to let me follow the caravan, I am already very grateful to you. For this matter, I should consider it as mere payment to you. Qi Lu shook his head and did not accept Bu Yuyan's apology. Because it wasn't Bu Yuyan's fault that the caravan was plotted against, saw there was no need to put such a thing on Bu Yuyan's head. If it is to be counted, it must be counted on the head of the person who plotted against the caravan. However, it sounds like the situation of your Fian Chamber of Commerce seems to be quite complicated. So after pondering for a moment, Qi Lu spoke again. Hearing this, Bu Yuyan's expression changed slightly, she sighed silently, and then said slowly, "If Manager Qi is interested, I can talk to you." When Qi Lu heard this, she knew that Bu Yuyan wanted to pull herself to her front. Because of these things, it is a struggle within the Fian Chamber of Commerce. You know, these things are all struggles within the Fian Chamber of Commerce. It's still more troublesome for people who don't care to know about these things. However, although Qi Lu doesn't like trouble, but at the invitation of Bu Yuyan, it is impossible to say that Qi Lu has no purpose. So when Bu Yuyan took the initiative to mention it, Qi Lu also nodded. Since Manager Qi wants to know, then I won't hide it anymore. As Bu Yuyan spoke, she took out a small cube from her arms, about the size of half a fist. The shape is not exquisite, but it is very regular. After Bu Yuyan placed the cube on the table, she pressed it hard. The cube was immediately dispersed into 4 smaller cubes, which fell into the 4 corners of the box. Huh? What is this? Qi Li's eyes swept across the 4 small cubes and asked, with interest. Bu Yuyan immediately introduced, "This is a simple soundproof circle, which can prevent people outside the circle from eavesdropping." I see. Qi Li gained a new understanding of these utensils with messy functions. Because in Qi Li's impression, the sound insulation magic circle is just a temporary arrangement using Do Qi or magic power. Just to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping, there is no need for such a rigorous array. All you need to do is add a touch of perception to the vindictive energy or magic power you release. Once someone wants to eavesdrop, they can immediately perceived. However, after thinking about it, Qi Lu understood. Practitioners in this world don't even know how to use perception, and they probably don't have much finesse in their control of fighting qi and magic power. After all, most of the energy was put into the research on forging skills. Otherwise, it would not have created so many bizarre artifacts. However, Bu Yuyan did not notice Qi Li's expression, but continued to tell about the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The Fian Chamber of Commerce was a force composed of the Bu family, Youjia, Yan family, and the city-states covered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce, together with their corresponding mercenary guild branches. To put it simply, the dozen or so mercenary guild branches in the dozen or so city-states covered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce all joined the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Among them, Bujia is the strongest. The Yu family and the Yan family were second, but the two were evenly matched in strength. As for the mercenary guild branch, because in each city-state, only the mercenary guild branch, to which that city-state belongs, is counted. Therefore, in terms of strength, it is incomparable with the other three families. And here is the smart place for the three families that make up the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Because the mercenary guild branch is different from the family, each mercenary guild branch has its own person in charge. And among these responsible persons, it can be said that no one obeys the other. After all, the status of each mercenary guild branch is of the same level, so should the person in charge be divided? The Fian Chamber of Commerce will only talk to the person in charge. Therefore, these mercenary guild branches are all fighting on their own, and it is impossible to unite together. That is to say, in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the people in charge are actually the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family. And the mercenary guild branch, the biggest role should be to issue various tasks, to provide mercenaries to protect the Fian Chamber of Commerce. In addition to issuing tasks and providing mercenaries to protect the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the mercenary guild branch is here to participate in the dividends of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. As for how the Fian Chamber of Commerce should operate, it is up to the mercenary guild branch to dictate. As for the current Fian Chamber of Commerce, because the Bu family is the strongest, the Bu family has the greatest management power for the time being. However, since the current head of the Bu family has no children, only Bu Yuyan has one daughter. So Yu Jia and Yan Jia began to think about it. In the beginning, the Yu family and the Yan family just proposed to the Bu family separately, saying that the three families were in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. However, their wolf ambitions, let alone the master of the Bu family, who lived as an adult. Even Bu Yuyan, who was ignorant of the world, could see it. Once married, Bu Yuyan, as a daughter, naturally wants to get married. When the head of the Bu family passes away, I am afraid that the entire Bu family will become the possession of others. Therefore, the patriarch of the Bu family and Bu Yuyan were strongly opposite to this marriage, and they refused directly to the two families' proposals. However, the opposition turned into opposition, but they couldn't hold back the thick skin of these two families. In the face of rejection, he is neither angry nor angry, and has come many times. In the end, Bu Yuyan could only leave Bu's house alone and run to other city-states to clean up for a while. And the head of the Bu family is naturally supportive. Otherwise, how could the eldest lady, who can only go through one door and not two doors, come to run business alone? It is impossible to be a fool to be the head of the Bu family. But what Bu Yuyan never expected was that proposing a marriage was only the first choice of the Yu family and the Yan family. If the marriage proposal fails, they also have a second choice. That is to get rid of Bu Yuyan. As long as Bu Yuyan dies, the head of the Bu family will be broken. At that time, the decline of the Bu family was a sure thing. The poison of his strategy and the cruelty of his mind are simply chilling. And speaking of this, Qilu almost understood it. No wonder, I said you are such a big caravan, why only a mercenary team toast court? Qilu said something involuntarily. Probably emotional. The struggle for power and profit is still too far away for Qilu. Because for Qilu, the most irritating time is probably arguing with the system. Especially after the IQ of the system becomes higher. Therefore, Qilu really couldn't understand Bu Yuyan's experience. But since Bu Yuyan is willing to say it, she must be asking for something. I only found out later, so if it wasn't for Manager Qi this time, it'd probably have died at the hands of the bandits. When Bu Yuyan talked about this, her face even showed a look of lingering fears. Don't know if it's true or not. But Qi Lu didn't care. The Yu family and the Yan family took great pains to unite with the mercenary guild in the city-state that the merchant caravan set off this time, and transferred most of the powerful mercenary squads. Just to make sure that this plan is foolproof. If it wasn't for Qi Li's appearance, they might have succeeded. After Bu Yuyan died, within 3 years, the Fian Chamber of Commerce was the possession of the Yu family and the Yan family. Unfortunately, nothing is if. Okay, needless to say so much, I already know about this. But, you will find me on purpose tonight, probably not to tell me these things. You will find me on purpose tonight, probably not to tell me these things. Qi Lu interrupted Bu Yuyan's words and said calmly. Playing emotional cards is useless. Qi Lu is a man who has vengeance and revenge, and kindness. But when he is with unfamiliar people, the emotional card is definitely the worst card for Qi Lu. If Yu Shi'er was bullied, then Qi Lu would definitely call the door without saying a word. If the two families hadn't been leveled overnight, Qi Lu would not have opened a store. But what about Bu Yuyan? The part of reciprocating is over, so it's better to talk about something practical. Yes, I do have something to ask for the manager tonight. When Bu Yuyan heard Qi Li's tone, she probably guessed what kind of person Qi Lu was. Knowing that the emotional card doesn't work, Bu Yuyan's tone also became serious. This matter can't be left alone, and the Bu family can never be slaughtered. That's why I deliberately chose Xuanhuan City. From Bu Yuyan's remarks, Qi Lu also knew that Xuanhuan City was the city-state farthest from the Fian Chamber of Commerce headquarters. It's the latest market to open up. My father has already handed over Xuanhuan City's property to the Bu family, and I have taken care of it all. As long as I have enough power, the Yu family and the Yan family will no longer dare to covet me. Having said this, Bu Yuyan can be considered to have said what was in her heart. Because in several conversations with Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan also found out. When making friends with Qi Lu, the most important thing is not to play tricks or hide things. Because this kind of behavior will only arouse Qi Li's unhappiness. Oh? Then you found me because you wanted to. Qi Lu heard what Bu Yuyan meant, but before she could finish speaking, she was preempted by Bu Yuyan. Yes, I want to cooperate with you, Manager Qi. The improved laser light you have is a powerful weapon that I have never seen before. I can guarantee that it will sell for a good price, and it will definitely attract countless people. Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu with a burning gaze. There is no need to say more about the tyranny of the improved laser light. The meaning behind the improved version of the laser light has also been said before. At least a blacksmith. However, Bu Yuyan doesn't have extravagant hopes for the friendship of the master blacksmith. Because the entire Fian Chamber of Commerce has no way to make friends with even a master blacksmith, or even an ordinary blacksmith, they will not value the Fian Chamber of Commerce too much. At most it is cooperation. So Bu Yuyan has self-knowledge. However, just relying on this improved version of the laser light, the connections that can be expanded are enough to make Bu Yuyan excited. You must know that the most powerful part of the improved laser light is not how powerful it can cause damage. But as long as the magic energy is stored in the energy storage gem, anyone can use the improved laser light. This is definitely extremely attractive to some wealthy businessmen who can't make friends with strong people, but have a lot of gold coins. Who would risk their lives? Especially these wealthy businessmen, the richer they are, the more they cherish their lives. For something that can save lives, it is absolutely necessary to get it at any cost. And Bu Yuyan can rely on these transactions to make friends with those wealthy businessmen. After all, the improved version of the laser light is definitely a unique thing, and it is impossible for other companies to have it. This is also the first step for Bu Yuyan to expand her power. As long as it develops steadily, one day, the power that Bu Yuyan possesses will grow to a point that the Fian Chamber of Commerce looks up to. And this is also Bu Yuyan's dream. But the premise of all this is that Qi Lu is willing to cooperate. Interesting, you actually want to work with me. Although Qi Lu had already guessed this, but it really happened, he couldn't help but laugh. However, cooperation is not impossible. Qi Lu needs enough customers, while Bu Yuyan needs enough contacts. It just so happens that both parties can provide each other with corresponding supplements. If they cooperate, it can be regarded as a win-win situation. However, even if it is cooperation, it is also about dominance. So Qi Li's non-committal chuckle made Bu Yuyan anxious. Manager Qi, please believe me, I really want to cooperate with you sincerely. As long as you are willing to give me the improved laser light to sell, I am willing to take no money. Bu Yuyan's tone was a little anxious. After all, the real good products are missing this village, and there is no sick store. Once Qi Lu left Yuanshan City, Bu Yuyan didn't know where to go, and could find a powerful weapon like an improved laser beam. Therefore, Bu Yuyan is not afraid of showing her weak side in the negotiation. Because the dominance fell into Qi Li's hands, it was something Bu Yuyan expected. I believe your sincerity, but how we should cooperate needs to be discussed in detail. But don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. I only charge 100 gold coins for the improved laser light. If you have the ability to sell the price, that's your ability. Qi Lu waved his hand and signaled to Bu Yuyan not to worry. Qi Lu would not refuse such a great deed that someone wanted to help publicize. However, there are some things that need to be said first. However, there are a few points, you remember. First, the sales of the improved laser light, you can't reduce it. Although Qi Lu likes to do hunger marketing. But when it comes to gathering the power of faith, hunger marketing is definitely the last thing you can do. Second, each customer is only allowed to buy one improved version of the laser. Of course, if the same customer comes back the next day, he can buy another one. This, of course, also serves the power of faith. Although a customer's power of faith is limited, the power of faith is not the same as gold coins. When you run out of gold coins, you run out. But the power of faith runs out and will reappear as time passes and faith grows, so just buy it again the next day. Then the third is, the improved laser light can only be purchased with gold coins. But it doesn't matter if you are willing to exchange for gold tickets later, but when trading, you can only trade with gold coins. Qi Lu emphasized this point even more. If you don't trade with gold coins, it's all for nothing. As for the price, you can do it yourself, but don't increase it too much, because I need enough customers, understand? For the issue of price, Qi Lu really doesn't have much obsession. Anyway, in every transaction, selling 100 gold coins and selling 1,000 gold coins, Qi Lu gains the same power of faith. So it is better to sell it cheaper to attract customers. But now that he wants to cooperate with Bu Yuyan, the benefits that should be given should be interesting. Otherwise, what is a win-win situation? These are the basic things that need to be paid attention to for the time being, and the others will be discussed later. Qi Lu touched his chin, but couldn't think of anything else to say for the time being. But if you can't think of it now, it doesn't mean you can't think of it in the future, so you can't say anything. Only these requirements? Since Bu Yuyan decided to give up her dominance, she was ready to pay the price, so she was so surprised when she heard Qi Li's request now. This is not because Qi Li's request is difficult to do. On the contrary, Bu Yuyan was surprised because Qi Li's request was too simple. Except for the purchase restriction requirement, which Bu Yuyan didn't quite understand, the other requirements were all in line with the interests of both parties. For example, a sufficient number of customers. Of course, Bu Yuyan also hopes that the number of customers can be as large as possible. Especially what Qi Lu said, he didn't care how much the improved laser light could sell for, he only charged 100 gold coins anyway. Such favorable conditions made Bu Yuyan a little suspicious that Qi Lu had other plans. By the way, there is one last point. You can choose the location of the store that sells the goods I provide, but I must build it myself. And all transactions must be completed in the store. After hearing Bu Yuyan's unbelievable question, Qi Lu thought again. That is to collect the power of faith in the process of trading, unless Qi sells the goods, otherwise, it must be done in the vending point. So it doesn't matter to cooperate with Bu Yuyan and let her be an agent. Or rather, it's a good choice. Because Qi Lu can't stay in this world forever. And the automatic vending point set up in this world, after Qi Lu leaves this world, will be in a state of automatic operation, always implementing the sales plan set by Qi Lu before leaving this world. Until Qi Lu modified it. So it's not really a bad thing to hire an agent for the vending point to help manage it. The premise is that the agent is obedient enough, and it will not be a bad thing. At present, in terms of obedience, Bu Yuyan should have no problem. Because of the internal situation of Fian Chamber of Commerce, for Bu Yuyan, it is not optimistic. If there is a problem with the cooperation, it will not have much impact on Qi Lu, but Bu Yuyan may be out of luck. So even for her own sake, Bu Yuyan couldn't have any dissent. No problem. Regarding cooperation matters, I will do my best to meet Manager Qi's request. Bu Yuyan nodded and answered all. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation. After Qi Lu was sure that he really had no other request to make this time, he said with a light smile. Thank you, Manager Qi, for giving me this opportunity. It's a pleasure to work with. Bu Yuyan heard the words, got up quickly, and thanked Qi Lu. Qi Lu shook his head with a smile, then got up and said, Miss Bu, you don't need to be polite. If there is nothing else, then I will leave first. When I first arrived in the new world, I experienced so many things in half a day. Qi Lu is new to this world. And then in half a day, I went through so many things. Although not tired, Qi Lu also wanted to find a quiet place to sort out his thoughts and plan what to do next. Otherwise, this month's time wouldn't it be too boring? But after Bu Yuyan got what she wanted, she was too embarrassed to continue disturbing Qi Lu. So after Qi Lu left these words, Xuanhuan left Fian restaurant. In the box, Bu Yuyan also put away the 4 cubes used to arrange the sound perforé. This thing is not a one-off, it is too precious to be thrown away. Miss, is the cooperation with Manager Qi really so important? Xuanhuan, who didn't say a word during the negotiation, immediately asked out loud after seeing Qi Lu leave. Of course, Bu Yuyan seemed very happy with a smile on her face. Whether the Bu family can break away from the Fian Chamber of Commerce and become a more powerful force and cooperate with store manager Qi is the key point. The Bu family can't rely on the Fian Chamber of Commerce forever. If you want to go to a higher level and see a wider world, you must seize the opportunity. Ordinary people who do not have the qualifications to cultivate and cannot cultivate, even if they have more wealth. In the eyes of the real powerhouse, it is still so insignificant. Therefore, after those wealthy businessmen have a huge wealth, they will start to make friends with powerful people from all walks of life, and make friends with those forging masters with high status. In order to be able to go to a higher level. Because it is never a huge wealth that can compete with the strong, but another strong. And Qi Lu, in Bu Yuyan's eyes, is a strong man. In other words, behind Qi Lu, there is a strong person with extraordinary strength supporting him. Therefore, for Bu Yuyan to cooperate with Qi Lu, no matter what the price is, it will be beneficial and harmless. What's more, it seems that Bu Yuyan didn't pay any price. But the matter of cooperation with Manager Qi must not be said before Manager Qi takes the initiative to talk about it, otherwise it will arouse the resentment of Manager Qi, which is not good. After Bu Yuyan noticed the longing look in Xiaowen's eyes, she asked. Well, I see, miss. Xiaowen nodded vigorously. On the same night, in Fian City. Here is the city-state where the headquarters of the Fian Chamber of Commerce is located. The name of the Fian Chamber of Commerce was actually determined by the name of Fian City. A few decades ago, the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family were already the three largest families in Fian City. It was also from that time that the heads of the three major families decided set up a chamber of commerce during a joint negotiation. It is now the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The mercenary guild branch was added later. Under the development of these decades and the inheritance of several generations, the Fian Chamber of Commerce began to expand and cover from Fian City. From the coverage of one city-state to the scale of more than a dozen city-states today. But unfortunately, this rate of development has stagnated a few years ago. Because there are too few strong people in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. There are only a few dozen masters at the master level, and only a few hundred practitioners at the professional level. As for the hero-level powerhouse, there is no need to think about it, there is none. Why are there no heroic powerhouses at all? That's because, when you reach the hero level, the people you make friends with are generally the same level as yourself, or the powerhouses that are not far away. For the Fian Chamber of Commerce, I really don't look down on it. Therefore, with the strength of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, it is actually the limit that it can expand its coverage to more than a dozen city-states. It is for this reason that the three major families that make up the Fian Chamber of Commerce also began to compete for power. Now that the size of the cake has been determined, it is better to eat the cake alone than to divide the cake among three people. The truth is simple. Therefore, the first object to be expelled is the Bu family, which occupies the largest part of the cake. But now it appears that things are not going well. I still let the girl from the Bu family go to Xuanhuan City. Those mountain bandits are too useless. The current head of the Yu family, Yu Qiyuan, slammed the table on the table and said angrily. The elegant middle-aged man sitting on the side turned a deaf ear, slowly blew the tea in his hand, and took a small sip. Seeing that Yu Qiyuan's anger seemed to have subsided a little, he said slowly, "Calm down, since Bu Yuyan has gone to Xuanhuan City, it's useless for you to be angry now. Then tell me, what should I do now, Yan Qianshan?" Hearing this, Yu Qiyuan rolled his eyes and looked at this elegant middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is the current head of the Yan family, Yan Qianshan. The two met in the middle of the night, naturally, because of the problem of how to swallow the Bu family. It's just that previous plans have failed. This is also a question that Yu Qiyuan can't figure out. Bought the head of the mercenary guild branch in Fian City, and informed the bandits in advance of the news of the caravan, and even used the power of the family to prevent the practitioners of the Fian Chamber of Commerce from escorting the caravan. It is precisely in such a favorable time and place that the mountain bandits failed. Bu Yuyan fled to the distant mountain city. Yu Qiyuan didn't know the specific situation, and Yan Qianshan didn't know either, so he could only scold the group of bandits for not being successful enough and more than failing. But Yan Qianshan was still much calmer. Knowing that this is the end of the matter, you can only think about it in the long run. The Bu family sent Bu Yuyan to Xuanhuan City, and made it clear that they did not want to fight with us, and wanted to transfer the foundation of the Bu family to other city-states. However, in the process, there will always be times of weakness. You must know that the strength of the three of us in the distant mountain city is not far from the difference. With Bu Yuyan, a little girl, do you still want to fight with the two of us? Yan Qianshan spoke slowly, and his eyes narrowed, showing a bit of a fierce aura. You mean? Yu Qiyuan seemed to have heard something. Yes, the Bu family dared to let that little girl from Bu Yuyan go to Xuanhuan City, relying only on the strength of the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Xuanhuan City, so we just need to isolate Bu Yuyan. At that time, a helpless little girl will still return to Fian City. Yan Qianshan continued to speak, the voice fell, and it seemed that he felt a little thirsty, so he took another sip of tea. To openly use the power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce to isolate Bu Yuyan, wouldn't that be a rip-off with the Bu family? Yuan frowned and said worriedly. The current struggle for power and profit in the Fian Chamber of Commerce isn't going on in secret. The Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family, although they were at odds in private, there was no major conflict on the surface. At least the three major families are tacit. But this matter is really coming to the fore, and the Fian Chamber of Commerce will probably be torn apart soon. The hard work of several generations, if not forced, no one is willing to give up. What we are moving is only the property of our two families. The Bu family is in the distant mountain city, and it's not that they have no property. How can we tear our face? Yan Qianshan said with a smile. Among the more than a dozen city-states covered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the industries of the three major families were clearly divided. It's just that they all belong to the Fian Chamber of Commerce. However, the internal management of these industries are all people belong to the three major families. In normal times, the three major families can issue orders in the name of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. However, under special circumstances, the managers of these industries will still follow the orders of the families they belong to. I understand. Hearing this sentence, Yuan suddenly realized. As long as Bu Yuyan can return to Fian City, then the Bu family will have toedside the winner in Fian City, the Yu family and the Yan family. It's a matter of time before you get ripped off. The power of other city-states is not important at all, because the helms of the Fian Chamber of Commerce are all in Fian City. After Qi Le came out of Fian Restaurant, he strolled around the city of Yuanshan again, before going to the inn to rest. Since the store opened, Qi Le may have slept outside the store for the first time. There will inevitably be some strange feeling. But to be honest, the rooms in these inns are really not as good as the bedrooms in the store. At least the softness of the bed is not comparable. Fortunately, Qi Lu is not a person who just wants to enjoy himself, and there is no problem in spending one night casually. It's better to build the vending point as soon as possible, or it's not an option to live in an inn every day. After taking a bath, Qi Le sat on the bed and thought silently. In the world of fighting spirit and magic, taking a bath is indeed not as convenient as the world on the technology side. Especially in this world that believes in the god of blacksmithing. It's hard to take a shower, so I can only take a big bucket to take a bath. Speaking of this, Qi Le missed the bedroom in the store again. System, congratulations to the host, you have collected the power of faith for the first time. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly jumped out. Don't congratulate, your congratulations, I always have a bad premonition in me heart. Qi Le was about to sleep when he was woken up by the sound of congratulations. System, don't worry, host, this time is good news. Oh? This is really rare, so tell me what the good news is this time. As soon as he heard the good news, Qi Le became interested. To be honest, Qi Le didn't quite believe the good news from the system. But people are like this. Once there is any good news, even if you don't believe it, you still want to hear it and satisfy your curiosity. System, the power of faith can not only be used to open the fairy and demon battlefield, but also can be used to unlock new commodities. Of course, it is limited to the dedicated purchase channel in this world. New merchandise? Qi Le was very keen to grasp the key words. System, yes, if you want to unlock new products, you only need to pay a little bit of faith to the host, which is quite affordable. After hearing Qi Le repeat the new product again, the system immediately emphasized one sentence. Cut, it turns out that you are here to trick my faith. Qi Le understood as soon as he heard it, this guy in the system really did nothing to gallant him. It is really good news that there are new items. But it's not free, so what's the good news? However, since the system said that there are new products, Qi Le is still very interested. Because Qi Le really wanted to see, in this special purchase channel, in addition to the improved version of the laser light, there will also be those strange products. So after thinking for a while, Qilu asked, how much faith does it take to unlock new products? System, unlocking a new item requires only 1 unit of faith. How much is that unit? Qilu heard the words and immediately asked aloud. This way of describing a unit is definitely the most deceptive description. If you don't ask clearly, Qilu can guarantee that this guy in the system can eat all the power of faith he has now. System, a unit is a unit, don't worry, host, this system has always been innocent and will never cheat you. Oh, there are no silver 300 taels here. Qilu smiled silently, haha. If the system didn't say the last sentence, it would be fine. When I said it, it always felt like it was going to pit me. Don't give me such a fake, tell me first, can I see what the new item is, and then decide whether to unlock it? Qilu couldn't make a plan, so he made another plan. Since you don't know how much a unit is, let's first look at the value of the new item. System, host, what are you thinking about? Isn't it? Forget it, I don't want any new products. The improved laser light is enough for the time being. Hearing this, Qilu directly rejected the system's proposal, without saying a word. This kind of clear-cut deal is a scam. How could someone as smart as Qilu? System, wait, host, this system assures you that new products will never disappoint you, and if you are disappointed, this system will not charge you a cent. Hey, this is a good way. When Qilu heard this, he immediately became interested. It's not up to you to be disappointed or not. System, however, host, don't be imaginative, have you forgotten that this system can detect your thoughts? This sentence seems to be correct. However, after having the words system, Qilu was a little relieved. After all, it is worth paying a little bit of faith for a satisfactory new product. Anyway, isn't the power of belief collected to open the battlefield of fairy and devil in exchange for those fairy and magic weapons? This is essentially a purchase. Impossible is a matter of how much. Okay, since that's the case, then help me unlock new items. After Qilu thought for a moment, he made a decisive decision. Then he paused for a while, and then asked aloud, by the way, how many new products can I unlock with the power of faith I have now? System, host, in fact, according to the quality of unlocking new products, the power of belief charged is different. What did you say? Didn't you say 1 unit was enough? How could you go back in your word? Qilu was stunned for a moment, and then asked repeatedly. Didn't you say that the power of faith in 1 unit is enough? How can you go back on your word? Qilu was stunned for a moment, and then asked repeatedly. Fortunately, I asked this question more at this time, otherwise I would bet wrapped by this Irby system again. System, that, host, in fact, the sentence is that unlocking new products requires at least 1 unit of faith. Least? Qilu was silent. This second essence, even the missing words, know the most important words. With this IQ, in a few more years, Qilu asked himself, I am afraid that his own host will not be able to fight it. System, well, otherwise, this is the first time a new item is unlocked. No matter what is unlocked, it only needs 1 unit of the power of faith. It seems that Qilu suddenly became silent, and the system immediately spoke out. Probably to compensate for his slip of the tongue. However, whether the missing 2 words were a slip of the tongue or not, Qilu did not know. Okay, but... System, however, this is only 1 time, and the next one will not be an example. Just when Qilu was about to say something, the system immediately interrupted Qilu's words, and solemnly emphasized the sentence, the next one is not an example. As long as you don't make a slip of your tongue next time, then it won't be an example next time. Qilu pouted and said with a humming. Since that's the case, let's start unlocking new product extraction. After complaining a little, Qilu took a deep breath and shouted in his mind. The world's dedicated purchase channel, unlocking new products, is similar to the previous lottery. This made Qilu inexplicably recall the days of the previous lottery. It's a pity that since I went to the Beishan Mountains, I haven't drawn any prizes, and the system has done it for me. There is no fancy interface for the extraction of new products. Everything is waiting in darkness. Until the system beeps. System, congratulations to the host, you have unlocked a new item, the energy storage gem set. What? What energy storage gem set? After Qilu heard the name of the new product, he was stunned for a while. I always felt that the name gave me a bad premonition. System, the energy storage gem set is the latest accessory set of the improved version of the laser light. It needs to be sold together with the latest version of the improved version of the laser light. Sure enough, a damn bundle. As soon as Qilu heard the system's words, he knew what kind of routine it was. Qilu had thought about the issue of bundled sales before. However, when the quality of the goods in the store is completely cleared, this kind of bundled sales routine is not needed at all. However, the problem that I thought about once was actually used by the system. Don't worry, I'll see what this energy storage gem set is. Qilu quickly calmed down. The biggest problem with bundled sales is whether the bait thrown by the system is worth the price Qilu spends to unlock the new products recommended by the system. Therefore, the function of the energy storage gem set is particularly important. Energy storage gem set. It can be installed on the launch tube and freely combined into various types of improved laser light sets. The set contains fire element energy storage gems, water element energy storage gems, thunder element energy storage gems. There are a lot of types of energy storage gems in this energy storage gem set. Qilu glanced at it and almost didn't see his head. The large number of them simply surprised Qilu. This two-stroke system is too much for me to unlock other new products, but something's wrong. Qilu's surprise didn't last long, and then he quickly woke up. And in the next second, he saw through the trick of the system. Because just looking at the new product, the energy storage gem set, is indeed a great gift. But there is one thing to pay attention to, that is, the energy storage gem set is just a set of accessories. If you want to use this accessory set, you must buy the main part. This approach is a bit like when you buy something in a store and you hit a high-end tire, a particularly high-end one. Then, in order to use this high-end tire, I had to bite my teeth and buy a supercar. Isn't this sick? However, Qilu knew that this practice of abandoning the basics was a bit neurotic, but he had to do it. Because of this energy storage gem set, the effect is really too good. The brief introduction about the energy storage gem set that Qilu had seen before was indeed a brief introduction. As for the functions of the energy storage gems contained in the set, you need to click on the detailed introduction of the energy storage gem set to see it. So looking at it, Qilu was even more surprised. Fire element energy storage gem. After assembly, a random fire element effect can be added to the condensed magic light projectile. The random range includes, but is not limited to, burning, flame burst, high temperature fuse, and other effects. Not to mention burns and flame bursts. This high temperature fuse is actually a very destructive magical effect in the fire element magic. It can directly destroy the target's body protection or magic barrier. Even those enchanted armors will be melted if they are not careful. It can be said to be a very terrifying magical effect. Water element energy storage gem. After assembling, a random water element effect can be added to the condensed magic light projectile. The random range includes, but is not limited to, effects such as corrosion, deceleration, and strong pressure impact. Corrosion effect can be regarded as a very unique magical effect in water element magic. It can effectively destroy the target's physical defense and magic resistance. It has the same effect as the high temperature fuse in the fire element, but it is completely different in terms of properties. High temperature fusing is about instant damage, but the degree of damage is limited. Corrosion, on the other hand, is a silent and slow erosion, but there is no upper limit to the extent of damage. As long as the corrosion effect is still there, the erosion of the target will continue. Of course, that's what's interesting about elemental magic as well. Each element has its own uniqueness. Lightning Element Energy Storage Gem. After the assembly is completed, a lightning element special effect can be randomly added to the condensed magic light projectile. The random range includes but is not limited to paralysis, thunder burst, lightning chain, and other effects. Wind Element Energy Storage Gem. This time, the detailed introduction of these energy storage gems is really impossible to see at a glance. Qi Lu turned back more than a dozen pages before reading all the functions of these energy storage gems. And after turning over these dozens of pages, after reading all the functions of these energy storage gems in the energy storage gem set, Qi Lu had to say one more thing. Sharp. The system is really generous this time, and it is really willing to pay for it. Qi Lu had to sigh with emotion. Because the effect of these energy storage gems, one thing is said, it is really strong. If we say that the previous improved version of the laser light is to purify the magic power injected into the energy storage gem, then condense it into a magic light bomb and launch it. Then these energy storage gems are transformed and upgraded after the magic power is purified. As for the direction of transformation and upgrading, it depends on the effect of these energy storage gems. But no matter what the direction of the transformation and upgrading is, the magic power after the transformation and upgrading is by no means comparable to a purification. That's not to mention the special effects that are randomly attached to the magic light projectiles. You know, these special magic effects are the essence of these energy storage gems. The system is really getting better and better. The bait thrown out is simply impossible to refuse. Qi Lu flipped through the details of this energy storage gem set, thought for a while, sighed silently, and shouted in his mind, "Okay, you won, system, how much faith does it take to unlock the matching launch tube? Anyway, the power of belief is to be used to purchase goods, what is imported is not imported. What's more, unlocking new products with the power of faith in your hand is also to better obtain the power of faith. It's a virtuous cycle, and it's a good thing." However, this is what he said, but after being calculated by the system once, Qi Lu just couldn't be happy. System, host, you finally figured it out. Unlocking the latest version of the improved laser beam launch tube set requires 50 units of the power of faith. System, after testing, the power of belief possessed by the host is insufficient. Do you need credit? Huh? What did you just say? It's on credit, right? Qi Lu thought he had heard it wrong at first. But the voice that appeared directly in my head, how could it be wrong? That's why Qi Lu was extremely surprised. It's unbelievable that this unscrupulous stingy system can actually say the word credit. System, yes, host, if you want to pay on credit, this system can lend you a generous amount, and you only need to pay a little interest. I see. 100 million points? Qi Lepi asked without a smile. Emotion is this stingy and greedy system. I feel that the bait I throw out is too big, so I start to feel distressed. So I wanted to use the name of interest to collect a little something and go back. No wonder it will take the initiative to mention the credit thing. But this kind of usury, Qi Lu will not consider it, who knows that if he is strapped, he will not be able to get out. System, how can you think so, host? Think about it carefully. When has this system ever cheated on you? More than once. Qi Lu said with a dry smile. System. Seeing that the system suddenly fell into silence, Qi Lu immediately felt that the opportunity had come. Then he said aloud, "Well, system, tell me first, how much faith I still lack, and then I will consider whether to take credit." System, after testing, the host still lacks 47 units of the power of faith. It's so much worse? Qi Lu really did not expect that he had lost so much faith. The first time to unlock a new item is to count 1 unit of faith, and then unlock the newest launch tube set for the improved laser light, which requires 50 units of faith. That being said, Qi Lu currently seems to have only 4 units of the power of faith. When you think about it, you can do the math in your heart. Qi Lu probably deduced it. The power of faith of a unit is about the sum of the power of faith that can be collected in 30 transactions. The specific amount may fluctuate up and down, but the fluctuation should not be large. Because Qi Lu was with the caravan before, when he encountered the mountain bandits, the Hammer mercenary team bought a lot of improved laser lights from him. It is also all the transactions that have been carried out in this world so far. About 100 mercenaries bought the improved laser light. This number is less than 1/3 of the entire Hammer mercenary squad. After all, being able to escort a caravan of hundreds of carriages with the strength of a mercenary squad is definitely not weak. At least in the number of people, there must be a lot. Otherwise, even if the strength of the mercenaries is enough, when escorting such a long caravan, there will definitely be situations where the end cannot be taken care of. There is still 47 units of the power of faith, in this case. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly made a sound. Don't ask for more, and I don't give less. Since I borrowed it from you, I will definitely pay interest. It will be settled at one time within half a month, and I will pay you back 70 units of the power of faith. How about it? It's fine, if it doesn't work, I'll wait a few more days. After speaking, Qi Lu began to wait for the system's answer. Anyway, Qi Lu is not in a hurry now. Do business. Wasting a little time is really nothing compared to losing money. So, time passed by little in this silence, until Qi Lu yawned. System, okay, deal. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining the newest launch tube set-off improved laser light. That's right. You and I are not at a loss. It's a win-win situation and goodness. The highest level of doing business must be good for both parties. Qi Lu happily guided the system while opening the store manager's backstage. Start viewing newly unlocked items. Laser light emission tube, handheld, a conventional laser light emission tube, which can fire rapidly and store power without special effects. This is the first launch tube in the set. Looking at the picture, it is similar to the improved version of the laser without the energy storage gems. A hollow iron tube plus a handle, and a trigger on the handle. At the back of the laser light emitting tube, there is a groove for fixing the energy storage gem, and there are 4 buckles on it. Sure enough, as described, it is a conventional laser light emission tube. Qi Lu nodded, then looked down. Laser light emission tube, city defense type. The laser light emission tube used for city-state defense has huge recoil and needs to be used fixedly. It is recommended to install it on the city wall. Qi Lu stared at him for a while without speaking. This is just the second type of laser light emitting tube, and it started to be a little abnormal. Because this city defense type laser light emission tube is not like a small weapon at all, but like a machine gun. The shape is mighty and atmospheric, and 2 iron boxes are deliberately set aside at the rear for storing energy storage gems. Yes, for the city defense version of the laser light emitting tube, you only need to put the energy storage gems in the iron box, and even the installation is saved. I knew that there would always be something unusual in this suit. Qi Lu rubbed his eyebrows and took a deep breath. Because of this city defense version of the laser light emitting tube, Qi Lu has not thought that anyone would need it. The recoil is huge and needs to be fixed. This excludes individual customers and those mercenary squads. Could it really only be bought to various city-states, then the scope of this customer is too small. However, when Qi Lu then glanced down, he realized that the problem he had thought about before did not seem to be that serious. Laser light launch tube, destruction version. For this version of the laser light launch tube, Please directly put the energy storage gems that store full mana as ammunition into the launch tube to attack the target. Note that the condensed attack of the destruction version of the laser light emission tube is very powerful. Please use it with caution. I'm really convinced. When Qilu saw this description, he really had the word serving in capital letters in his heart. These 3 laser light emission tubes are really a loser. The handheld version is pretty normal. But when it comes to the city defense version, the number of energy storage gems needed is directly increased tenfold. Then in the destruction version, the number of energy storage gems is no longer calculated, and the energy storage gems are directly launched. The first 2 kinds of laser light emission tubes, energy storage gems can be recycled anyway. The result is the third one. Recycling? Non-existent. If you don't have a lot of money, you can't play at all. However, one thing must be mentioned. That is the power of the destruction version of the laser light emission tube. It is really not covered. The energy storage gems are fired as ammunition, and the destructive power can almost stably reach the level of the initial hero level. Definitely a weapon with a full threat level. After all, in this world where there are only a handful of heroic powerhouses, it is absolutely unimaginable to have a weapon that can burst out the power of the primary heroic level. Qilu seems to be able to see that with these new commodities, the days off continuously harvesting the power of faith are coming. Just like buying a car and needing gas. To buy a laser light emission tube, you need to constantly buy energy storage gems. Because various types of energy storage gems can correspond to various environments, resulting in stronger destructive power. 50 units of faith. No, 70. It's still not right. It should be the power of faith of 74 units. It's really worth it. Qilu repeated the calculation several times before trying to understand. If the interest is also included, it should cost 74 units of faith tonight. But it's worth it. Just wait for Bu Yuyan to choose the location, complete the construction of the vending point, and collect the power of faith can almost get on the right track. On the second day, Qilu was able to sleep in after a long absence. However, on Bu Yuyan's side, something went wrong. Oops, miss, for some of the shops we chose before, the owners of the shops are not willing to sell their shops anymore. Crap, miss. Early in the morning, Xuanhuan knocked on Bu Yuyan's door and said hurriedly. For some of the shops we selected before, the owners of the shops are not willing to sell their shops. What did you say? Speak slowly and clearly. Bu Yuyan frowned and said in a deep voice. Yes, miss, it's like this. After Xuanhuan calmed her breath and tone, she began to explain the situation. Originally, after Bu Yuyan came to Xuanhuan City, she immediately started to take over the Bu family's property in Xuanhuan City. Then, relying on these industries and the name of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, he was ready to start making friends with all kinds of wealthy businessmen in Xuanhuan City. You know, every city-state hides huge wealth. Naturally, there are also rich businessmen belonging to various city-states. Although the power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce covers more than a dozen city-states, the real situation should be said to have a share of the dozen or so city-states. Rather than control these city-states. In fact, if you really want to control it, Fian City is the only city-state completely controlled by the Fian Merchant Guild. And the other city-states just used the power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce to share a piece of the cake. Just like in the distant mountain city. Although the Fian Chamber of Commerce has also put some industries here, it is not worth mentioning compared with the local forces in Xuanhuan City. So Bu Yuyan came to Xuanhuan City and wanted to grow her own power. It would be impossible to rely on the strength of the Fian Chamber of Commerce without making friends with other wealthy businessmen. However, if you want to make friends with wealthy businessmen, you do not have to be strong. No one else will look at you. So Bu Yuyan wanted to acquire some shops and start to spread out her own industry, slowly expanding the influence of Bu family in Xuanhuan City. But unexpectedly, it was blocked at the first step. We had already discussed with the owners of those shops, as long as Bu Yuyan arrived in Xuanhuan City, he would be able to take over these shops immediately. However, as the night passed, the owners of these shops all regretted it. What's going on? Their repentance without warning is not good for their credibility. Bu Yuyan was a little confused. To be a businessman, the most important thing is reputation. If a businessman loses credibility, no one will be willing to cooperate with him anymore, which is definitely a fatal blow to a businessman. Unless it is, someone gives them enough favors. Although Bu Yuyan was in her boudoir before, she was also a voice in a business family, so she quickly thought of this. The world is hilarious, all come for profit. As long as there is enough interest to drive, let alone go back on it, even if it is absolutely impossible, businessmen can do it. Miss, is it because the people in Xuanhuan City don't want to see us coming? Xiaowen's face changed, and she hurriedly said. No, probably not. Bu Yuyan shook her head, denying this point of view. If the local forces in Xuanhuan City were unwilling to accept foreign forces, they should have stopped them when the business of the Fian Chamber of Commerce was established in Xuanhuan City. Instead of playing such a small trick at this time. Because Bu Yuyan could not acquire these shops, the biggest impact was that the Bu family's industry could not be spread. As a result, Bu Yuyan was unable to gain a foothold in the distant mountain city. It has no impact on the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The acquisition of these shops will only affect the Bujia industry. It has no impact on the Fian Chamber of Commerce. And many more. Bu Yuyan thought of this, as if she had grasped some key point. If I can't acquire the shops, then the Bu family's industry will not be able to expand. In this case, the biggest benefit is Yu family and Yan family. When Bu Yuyan talked about these two families, she was gnashing her teeth. Don't think that Bu Yuyan has been staying at Bu's house and that she doesn't know anything without participating in the management of Fian Chamber of Commerce. You must know that the current owner of the Bu family, Shui Kongka, has only one daughter, Bu Yuyan. Without a son. Could it be that the foundation of the Bu family will not be inherited? That is obviously impossible. So on the surface, it seems that Bu Yuyan has never participated in the management of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, but in fact, there are many fortunate secrets, and Bu Yuyan has told Bu Yuyan. Including the disputes between the three major families in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The biggest purpose of Bu Yuyan's visit to Xuanhuan City this time is to spread the Bu family's industry, and then gradually transfer the Bu family's foundation from Fian City to Xuanhuan City. In this case, it is possible to lead the Fian Chamber of Commerce and stay away from disputes. Second, it is able to avoid the restraint of the Youjia and Yanjia, and allow the Bujia to develop better. But unfortunately, the Yu family and the Yan family did not seem to want to see the Bu family leave the Fian Chamber of Commerce so easily. Instead, he wanted to eat Bujia. Miss, you mean? Although Xiaowen doesn't know as much as Bu Yuyan. But Xiaowen is also Bu Yuyan's personal maid anyway, so she immediately understood what Bu Yuyan said. Just be clear about this matter, because even if you say it, it's useless. Bu Yuyan was really angry in her heart, but she wasn't so angry that she lost her mind. So seeing Xiaowen's indignant look, she immediately waved her hand to stop Xiaowen's next move. Although the Yu family and the Yan family instructed the Fian Chamber of Commerce and the owners of those shops to be in trouble, it's not difficult for me, because my trump card is not this at all. Bu Yuyan took a deep breath and stood up. Let's go pick a shop for Manager Chi first. Although Bujia's business in Xuanhuan City is not too many, it should be no problem to choose a suitable store location. Since the power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce could not be used, it would be better to use the power of the Bu family itself. If you can't buy shops, doesn't the Bu family have their own shops in Xuanhuan City? Yu Jia and Yan Jia did this, which really made Bu Yuyan unable to develop in Yuanshan City, and the business of the Bu Jia family has been stagnant. But that was before. But now, as long as the improved version of the laser light is in hand, Bu Yuyan has the confidence to use this weapon to make friends with the rich and powerful in the distant mountain city. At that time it was no longer the Yu family and the Yan family who came to restrict the Bu family. Instead, the Bu family united with the wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City to expel the Yu family and the Yan family. Yes, ma'am. Although Xuanhuan was angry, she would not disobey Bu Yuyan's order. So after answering the voice, she followed Bu Yuyan unhappily. Okay, Xuanhuan, be happy. The current setbacks are just the ups and downs on the road to success. Bu Yuyan glanced at Xuanhuan and knew that she was unhappy because she was tricked by the Yu family and the Yan family, so she comforted her aloud. The Bu family's industry in Yuanshan City is mostly various forging material stores, as well as a few blacksmith shops. But Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan searched in Yuanshan City, this time, to select a store with the best location and give it to Qi Lu. However, the places where forging material stores and blacksmith shops are set up are generally not very good locations. After all, these two kinds of shops sell things that are not necessary for people's daily life. The number of customers in demand is relatively small, so it is useless to pen in a lively place. Putting this issue in the past is nothing. Anyway, for those customers who need weapons and armor, they will naturally go to find a suitable blacksmith shop, even if the place is a little off. Because the blacksmith shop relies on craftsmanship to eat. Therefore, the requirements for the location of the store are not high. But now, it has become the biggest drawback. Because Bu Yuyan now needs to rely on the improved version of the laser lighto make a name in a short time, and then use this to cooperate with the wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City. However, if the location of the store is too bad, even though Bu Yuyan can afford to wait. But Bu Yuyan was worried that the Bu family in Fian City could not wait. And the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Yuanshan City, the best location is the Fian restaurant where Bu Yuyan invited Qi Lu to go before. But Fian restaurant, speaking of it, actually belongs to the industry of Fian Chamber of Commerce. The Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family have all arranged to manage it, so it can only be regarded as a neutral industry for the time being. Although Bu Yuyan had this idea, she couldn't implement it. However, apart from that, the Yojia and Yan stores in Yuanshan City were not so welcoming to Bu Yuyan. Although the face is not torn. But the enthusiasm of the reception is evident. The employees of Fian Chamber of Commerce who used to try their best top lease, because of Bu Yuyan's identity, are now like seeing something bad and can't avoid it. This situation is even more serious in the shops opened by Yojia and Yanjia. It was almost impossible to put up a sign at the entrance of the store, which said, "This store refuses to enter the house." Fortunately, Bu Yuyan also knew this situation in her heart, so she just glanced at the door of these shops to observe the situation. After all, in Yuanshan City, the Yu family and the Yan family have already begun to clearly oppose the Bu family. Therefore, Bu Yuyan observes the situation in order to know herself and her enemy. Our Bu family just wants to quietly withdraw from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Since you don't want to, don't blame us for being rude. However, after walking past the door of these shops, Bu Yuyan was still angry. There is no way, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. Sometimes, when you enter this circle, you can just quit if you want to quit. But if Yu family and Yan family want to swallow all the Bu family, then you have to weigh yourself, whether you have the ability. Only the people from the Bu family still have the same attitude towards Bu Yuyan. Even more enthusiastic than ever. "Miss, why are you here? Is there anything we can do for you?" In a blacksmith shop facing the street, Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan had just entered the door, and the blacksmith, who was still beating the blanks of weapons, immediately put down his work and greeted them. Don't worry about us, I'm just here to have a look. Just keep doing your thing, don't worry about us too much. Bu Yuyan waved her hand and said lightly. When choosing a store, the most important thing is to examine the passenger flow of this location, as well as the surrounding customer groups, and the residential area in the city-state. After all, if a luxury store is placed in an ordinary residential area, no matter how much traffic there is, it is useless. Because economic strength does not allow it. It's just that the stores owned by the Bu family in Xuanhuan City are generally not very good. So you can only pick tall people from short people. And the blacksmith shop on the street that Bu Yuyan is looking at now, the location is already very good. Not far from the branch of the mercenary guild in the distant mountain city. The number of customers should not be too small. As for the place where the rich and powerful people live, I'm sorry, there are no such shops outside. In order to ensure their own safety, these wealthy businessmen who cherished their lives would stay in their manor most of the time. If you need anything, there will be special servants to buy it. Miss, you have seen so many shops along the way. This blacksmith shop should be the best one. Xuanhuan followed behind Bu Yuyan, talking raggedly. Well, the location of this blacksmith shop is really good. Bu Yuyan looked out from the inside of the store, her field of vision was fairly wide, and there were not many pedestrians coming and going on the street outside the store. From time to time, a few mercenaries would go to the smithy to buy weapons. After seeing Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan, he would joke with the blacksmith who was working on the iron, saying that the blacksmith is really lucky. Then she was reprimanded by the blacksmith, saying that Bu Yuyan was the eldest lady of their Bu family. The Fian Chamber of Commerce's sphere of influence can cover the distant mountain city, and these mercenaries are naturally no strangers to the Bu family's name. So after listening to the blacksmith's words, I also apologized. After all, the internal disputes within the Fian Chamber of Commerce are still secret to these outsiders. In the eyes of these mercenaries, Bu Yuyan was still the daughter of the boss of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. But Bu Yuyan doesn't care about these little things. Those who do not know are not guilty. Besides, Bu Yuyan is not a savage person. Knowing that the profession of mercenary is on the edge of the blade, it is extremely stressful, and it is normal to like to say a few words. Moreover, after watching the store for a while, Bu Yuyan also determined that this store is really good. So in the case of serious business, these small details are forgotten. Miss, you've been here for a long time, what's the matter? On the blacksmith's side, all the work in hand has been done. Then, seeing that Bu Yuyan was still in the store, she immediately came over and asked respectfully. You should be clear about the current situation of the Bu family. Bu Yuyan looked at the blacksmith, was silent for a while, and then said aloud. Yes, eldest miss, the master has already told us, and said that when the eldest miss comes to Xuanhuan City, we must follow any orders. The blacksmith lowered his head, very calm, but also said firmly. If you were born in the Bu family, then you must consider the interests of the Bu family. This is all the more so at a time of crisis like this. Bu Yuyan didn't expect to get such an answer, so she was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously and said, Don't worry, the Bu family will not lose. Now, I need to call this blacksmith shop for other purposes. Bu Yuyan was only halfway through her words, when the blacksmith interrupted her words aloud. No problem, miss, I'll start packing immediately. Is there anything else that needs to be ordered? Although I still feel a little sad about the blacksmith shop that has been in business for so long, I can't do anything like blacksmithing anywhere. As long as the Bu family is still there, they can live a better life. As soon as the Bu family collapsed, those of them who depended on the Bu family to live would probably not be much better. Temporarily unavailable. Bu Yuyan returned in a daze. I originally thought that it would take a little more speech, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. It seems that it is imperative for the Bu family to break away from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, staying in the Fian Chamber of Commerce all the time, under the restraint of the Yu family and the Yan family, it would be impossible for the Bu family to truly grow. Now that the store location has been chosen, it's time to tell Qi Lu. Because it was agreed in the previous cooperation agreement, the location's election was handed over to Bu Yuyan, but the construction of the new store had to be done by Qi Lu himself. This also happened to save Bu Yuyan a lot of trouble. Although the network power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce was unavailable due to the Yan family and the Yu family. But the Bu family has been developing in Xuanhuan City for so many years. It is very simple to find out a person somewhere in Xuanhuan City. So that night, Bu Yuyan met with Qi Lu and told Qi Lu the location of the store. I didn't expect it to be so fast. I thought it would take several days. After Bu Yuyan left, Qi Lu did not waste any time, and went directly to the door of the blacksmith shop facing the street overnight. The location is good. System, how long does it take to build a vending point? System, if the host needs it urgently, 10 minutes will be enough. If you don't ask me for the power of faith, I need it urgently, but if you want it, I don't need it urgently. Qi Lu replied slowly. Just listening to the meaning of the system, Qi Lu knows that Krypton Gold can't speed up the construction speed. I really don't know which shoddy mobile game of accumulating wealth came from this damn system. It has been known to accumulate wealth all day long, and Ida's still so stingy. System, the host is joking. How does one need the power of faith to serve the host? System, however, if the host is willing to give a little, then this system has no opinion. Of course you have no opinion, but I have. Qi Lu shrugged, replied calmly to the system's words, paused, and then said, okay, I still have some time, so don't talk about it. It's this blacksmith shop that I transformed into a vending point. Probably because he knew that Qi Lu would not use the power of faith in such a small place, so the system didn't bother anymore. Instead, he began to concentrate on transforming the blacksmith shop in front of him. So, under Qi Li's gaze, the blacksmith shop in front of him was instantly enveloped by a soft white light. This white light is not dazzling, not even noticeable at all. Like a white stone. However, this is also the case. After all, it is the middle of the night. If a dazzling light suddenly appears, illuminating half of the distant mountain city, who knows how many people will come to see it? This big night, so much light pollution. What a nuisance. Even if you want to attract popularity, it is not so attractive. 10 minutes passed quickly. The system has always been strangled to death for this thing. Saying 10 minutes means 10 minutes. Generally speaking, 1 minute is not much, and 1 second is not less than 1 second. So at the same time as the 10-minute countdown ended, the white light wrapped around the blacksmith also disappeared. And the other thing that disappeared along with it was the previous blacksmith shop. Because the blacksmith shop that looked a bit shabby before has now become a completely different shop. The walls and floors are all made of marble, which looks extraordinarily high-end and atmospheric. The glazed shelves used to display goods in the store are even more dazzling and extremely gorgeous. And the decoration of the store is also how gorgeous, how resplendent and how to use. But the most striking thing is the simulated robot standing in front of the store, which gives Qi Lu a high-tech sense of sight that has traveled to the future. System, what is this guy used for? Qi Lu was also prompted by the system to realize that the expressionless strong man standing in front of the store was actually a simulated robot. But that's a little too artificial. At least Qi Lu didn't notice any flaws in this strong man. Even the breath is exactly the same as a normal cultivator. System, host, this is the #1 simulation robot, which is used to guard the vending point. When Qi Lu heard the words, he was stunned on the spot. It turns out that the point of vending is not to let customers help themselves. Why is there a simulated robot? System, host, please don't be surprised. Although this system wants to trust those customers, there will always be people who don't follow the rules. System, so the simulation robot number 1 was specially placed here to deal with those unexpected situations. Qi Lu felt that he had no way to refute what the system said. Because there are many people who want to take advantage of the small things. Not to mention, the goods in this vending point are not cheap, but real bargains. If it really becomes a vending point, I'm afraid it won't take a few days, someone will try to evacuate this place. So it is better to put a simulation robot in it. Anyway, there is no need to worry about Qi Lu. Okay, I see. Qi Lu waved his hand, dismissing the system, and then came to the simulation robot. I have to say that the system's kneading skills are indeed quite powerful. This can be felt from the production of the promotional video before. And now the simulation robot produced by the system is even more so, with a strong and sturdy body, a sunny face, wearing a tuxedo and white gloves. A delicate bow is also tied with a ribbon at the neckline. It doesn't look like a shopkeeper, but like a housekeeper. Pulled out like this, he is a handsome sunny man, plus a handsome butler. That must be fascinated by how much Miss Qin Jin. Just when Qi Lu was thinking so, the imitation robot brawny man in front of him seemed to see Qi Lu walking in front of him, so he immediately bowed and saluted. Hello, young master, I'm the housekeeper of this vending point, you can call number 1. Respectful greetings from the simulation robot number 1. It's really a housekeeper. When Qi Lu heard the self-proclaimed man, he was surprised. However, the level of system naming is really not that good. The simulation robot number 1 was directly named number 1. Does it really sound like a personal name? But... Master? After a few seconds, Qi Lu suddenly remembered the name number 1 addressed to him. Yes, young master, this name is what the master ordered me to call it. Number 1 said with a smile on his face, his attitude was very respectful. But Qi Li's mood was obviously not high. You goddamn system, you are taking advantage of me here. The master mentioned it in the first mouth, I am afraid it is your second pen system. Qi Lu immediately thought of a guy who would have such a bad taste. If you can't take advantage of negotiation, you can't take advantage of credit, so you start to take advantage of seniority. Really childish. System, host, how can you contaminate people's innocence out of thin air? Which one of your eyes sees me taking advantage of you? Stop, of course I can't see what you're doing secretly. Facing the system's defense, Qi Lu sneered. However, just because I didn't see it doesn't mean you're right, because I think you did it, so it must be you. Because for this two-stroke system, many times there is no need to debate at all. After all, the evidence is obvious. System, I don't want you to think, I want me to think, I said I didn't, I just didn't. Bah, I don't dare to admit that I took advantage, spicy chicken. Qi Lu snorted coldly and didn't bother to argue with the system anymore. Instead, he turned his head to look at number 1 and asked aloud, how strong are you? What are your main responsibilities? Can you follow my orders? 3 questions in a row are key questions. Master Qi, my strength probably fluctuates around the hero level. Number 1 did not hesitate to answer immediately. As we all know, each great realm is divided into 20 sub-levels. But these 20 sub-levels are actually divided into 4 sub-realms. That is, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. In these 4 small realms, each small realm contains 5 small levels. Therefore, the hero level high-level float mentioned by number 1 is actually quite large. However, this strength, in this world, is obviously enough. You must know that Qi Li's realm is actually full of calculations, and it is only a hero level high level. It's just that Qi Li's strength can't be calculated with normal realm. For example, at the peak of the hero level, in fact, with the strength Qi Li currently possesses, he can also beat him. What's more, even if you can't beat it, The last sentence, system help, is actually the same. My main responsibility is to let those customers who bought something but not pay for it willingly take out the gold coins. Number 1 continued. When mentioning the words willingly, a complicated look appeared on Qilu's face. Because Qilu could clearly see the expression on Number 1's face, when he said willingly, what happened in a flash should be bloodthirsty, right? Willingly? Do you really say willingly? I'm afraid I won't be convinced. This is indeed in line with the violent aesthetics of the system. For customers who are unwilling to pay, they must be fully educated. And the young master's orders, as long as they do not violate my duties, I will obey them all. Number 1 didn't care about the weird look on Qilu's face, but continued to speak seriously. Not against your duty, I see. Qilu thought for a moment, then nodded. To put it simply, when the vending point is open, Number 1 cannot leave it. But after closing, it doesn't matter. In that case, I will introduce you to a partner tomorrow. Remember to protect her when you are free. Because I don't want to change my partner often. Qilu quickly thought of the task that could be assigned to Number 1. As for protecting Qilu, it was unnecessary. Although Number 1's combat effectiveness, Qilu still doesn't know how strong it is. But in fact, it doesn't matter how strong it is, because even if Number 1 is strong, it is impossible to be stronger than Qilu himself. Follow your orders, my lord. Number 1 heard the words, bowed slightly, and said aloud. In this case, I can rest assured. Qilu hadn't slept in the middle of the night, so he came here on purpose, and finally got a little something. But after getting to know Number 1, Qilu remembered that he didn't seem to have gone to the vending point to see it. Almost put the cart before the horse. Qilu slapped his forehead and hurriedly walked into the store. The layout of the vending point is completely different from that of the shops in Donghuang and Beishan. Because there is no need for counters and other areas, in the vending point, all shelves are made of colored glass, which are quite loosely distributed in the store. The size of the area in the vending point is obviously the use of space-folding magic. The actual size of the interior is at least 10 times larger than what it looks like outside the store, and it may be more than that. It can accommodate many customers to buy products at one time. And next to these shelves, basically, on one side of each shelf, there is a collection box with a large opening on it. Since only gold coins are accepted, it is not acceptable to speak too much. After the customer enters the store, after purchasing the desired product, as long as he walks to the cash box will display the amount of gold coins that the customer needs to pay. Just drop the gold coins into the cash box. Very convenient. The only problem is that when there are more types of products in the future, if these customers want to buy more, I am afraid they will have to drag a box over. Otherwise, so many gold coins may not be able to be put down. Of course, it is also possible to use storage utensils to hold gold coins. However, although storage utensils are not particularly rare, they are also very precious things. Ordinary customers should not have either. However, these issues are not what Qilu should worry about. Anyway, Qilu only knows that if someone dares not to pay, he wants to take the goods and go out of the store. The sentence willingly in the Number 1 slogan is definitely not a joke. There is a simulation robot with heroic high-level strength staring at it, and Qilu really doesn't worry about any blind guy who dares to escape the order. If there is, then Qilu can only praise the last sentence. Remarkably brave. Seeing here, Qilu has almost finished reading the layout in the vending point. In addition, there is a warehouse door in the innermost part of the store, which should be used for replenishment. But Qilu didn't go to see it either. Anyway, there is no need for Qilu to replenish the goods in the vending point, so the warehouse looks the same or not. And because it is just a vending point, the layout is extremely simple, and there is no bedroom for Qilu to live in, and there is even only one sofa. probably because the simulated robot does not need to rest. However, for such a hardworking simulation robot, a handsome butler, the name off the system is too rough. Otherwise, let's change his name. Seeing this situation, Qilu touched his chin and thought to himself. In fact, Qilu had this idea when he heard the first account self-reporting his name. It's just that the idea is more firm now. Thinking like this, Qilu's eyes began to look carefully at the handsome butler. To tell the truth, the artificial robot is worthy of being a robot. Under the scrutiny of Qilu's aggressive eyes, it is amazing that he can still handle it calmly. Huh? This mark is... Qilu looked at it for a while, and suddenly saw a familiar pattern on the neckline of this handsome butler. So he immediately reached out and pulled the ribbon around the neckline of the simulated robot. The pattern that made Qilu feel familiar was immediately revealed in a large area and displayed in front of Qilu's eyes. It really is an ancient rune. Qilu's pupils narrowed slightly, and the look in the eyes of the handsome butler in front of him changed immediately. Another product of a combination of technology and magic. The patterns of these patterns, after being ridiculed by the system several times, Qilu deliberately studied the ancient runes, so he still recognized them. That's the puppet rune. The simulation robot plus the puppet rune in the ancient rune? Has the system started to move towards the field of robotics again after creating an improved version of the laser light? That's amazing, my system. Qilu sighed involuntarily. System, I've won the prize, host. I'm not complimenting you. Well, you're sure to be amazing this time. After Qilu subconsciously refuted a sentence, he was silent for a while, and then said another sentence. Because the technological content of robots and laser light is really different. But, not right. Why discuss the technology side in a world of grudge and magic? Forget it, I don't have the strength to care about these issues. After thinking for a while, Qilu gave up thinking and looked at the handsome butler in front of him. At this time, his face was calm, and he methodically retied the ribbon into a bow. Qilu watched for a while, and finally figured it out. No wonder this guy has to be so well dressed that he even has to wear white gloves on his hands. It turned out to be to block the puppet rune. Since it is the product of the combination of ancient runes and technology, it might as well be called Guko. Well, you shouldn't mind if I want to change your name for you. Qilu first sighed about his ability to name the system, and then clapped one hand on the shoulder of the handsome butler and said seriously. Ancient Kobe's name was originally called, but I don't know how many times better. At least it's like a personal name. As long as it doesn't violate my duties, everything is up to the young master's instructions. The handsome butler's voice did not waver at all. Okay, from now on, you will be called Guku. Qilu had to sigh with emotion that the human made of artificial robots and puppet runes really has no emotion at all. Only know to obey orders. Yes, sir. The handsome butler changed his name successfully. Now, Guku bowed to say hello to Qilu. And when Qilu changed his name for the handsome housekeeper, he had already thought of another question. That is, the vending point cannot be the only one. If the system brings out a few more simulated robots in the future, then follow along, all with the surname Gu. Produced by ancient runes, what a meaningful surname. Otherwise, Qilu's taste in naming the system would not be complimented. But when it comes to this, Qilu also has to admire the creativity of the system. A bunch of ancient runes obtained by chance can actually play flowers. By the way, only the improved version of the laser light is currently available in the vending point, and half of the shelves are vacated for spare. After Qilu changed the name for the handsome butler, he went on to instruct him. The assembled laser light is not convenient to release now. Especially the city defense type and the destruction version of the laser light emission tube, it is really not something that ordinary customers can use. What's more, take a step back and think that good things should be released slowly. The wool has been plucked in waves. Let's put an improved version of the basic version of the laser light first, and let customers go crazy for a while. After the market is almost saturated, the release of a higher version of the laser light emission tube will cause a period of popularity. In business, you have to pay attention to some strategies. Yes, sir. After Guka responded, he turned around and went into the store to restock. It feels so good to just move your mouth. Sheila sat comfortably on the only sofa in the vending point, watching Guka busy in the store. A simulated robot blessed with puppet runes has this advantage. As long as the energy is constant and the runes are not damaged, there will never be a feeling of tiredness. So after watching it for a while, Chilu was not interested in watching it any longer. After giving an order, Guka closed the store after he finished replenishing the goods. Then Chilu put his hands behind his back, and Shiran left. In the middle of the night, it is better to go back to sleep than to watch a simulated robot replenishment here. However, the only thing that made Chilu regret was that there was no bedroom in the vending point. This is so painful. The night gradually deepened. In the purple electric forest, a mercenary team of about a dozen people ice running towards the outside of the forest. The speed of running through the forest was as fast as if there were some terrifying beasts chasing them. Each of these mercenaries wore night clothes with a breath-holding effect, and smeared special agents that could hide their breath. Yingying Keikyuo, except for the sound of running, seems to be integrated into the dark night. I don't know how long it took. One of the mercenaries couldn't help but grit his teeth and asked, "Captain. Captain, we have killed so many brothers on this mission, is it really worth it?" The mercenary who spoke had a low tone, with a hint of regret and reluctance. But most of them are still confused. For a mission that he knew would be extremely dangerous, and the lives of so many brothers were ruined in vain, how could he not be lost? As soon as these words came out, a mercenary who looked like a captain said in a sad tone, "I don't know if it's worth it, but this is the end of the matter, and we have no way out. As long as we send what the employer asked for this time to Yuanshan City, the remuneration we get will be enough for us to go home and retire. Having been a mercenary for so long, it is time to learn to look down on matters of life and death." On the task bar in the mercenary guild, dangerous tasks abound. But the more dangerous the task, the higher the reward you can get. If you want to be prosperous and rich, you can only fight with your life. So after a short period of sadness, the captain of this mercenary team also recovered. But now is not the time to say these words. Not far ahead is the Far Mountain Forest. As long as we pass through the Far Mountain Forest, we can reach the Far Mountain City. The Far Mountain Forest is the big forest where Qi met Buyuyan. This forest is not far from Yuanshan City, bordering a small plain outside Yuanshan City, and there are no other city-states around. Hence the name. The reason why it is called Far Mountain Forest is actually because there has never been a particularly famous powerful beast in the Far Mountain Forest. So by the way, it was named after Yuanshan City. Otherwise, there is a high probability that it will be named after that monster. For example, the name of the purple electric forest is because a purple electric winged dragon once appeared in this forest. It was so powerful that it shocked the quartet, so it got its name. But that's all in the past. The purple electric pterodactyl back then has long since disappeared without a trace under the passage of time. Otherwise, the purple electric forest would not be a place where ordinary mercenary teams could come in. However, now, these mercenaries who came to the purple electric forest are still desperately running for their lives to escape the purple electric forest. And when he heard the distant mountain forest, the speed was even faster. Although both Zidian Forest and Yuanshan Forest have monsters, the overall strength of monsters is far behind Yuanshan Forest. At least with the strength of these mercenaries, they can handle it. After all, in a forest where even mountain bandits can live for a long time, in addition to the huge threat to ordinary people who cannot cultivate, ordinary cultivators will basically not have major problems if they are careful. As long as we send things to Lushui Manor in Yuanshan City, our mission is complete. Entering the distant mountain forest, the captain of the mercenary squad was relieved. Most of the monsters have a sense of territory, even if their own strength isn't strong, they will not be lenient in the face of enemies who invade their territory. Unless the enemy invading the territory is too strong, these beasts feel instinctive fear. At this time, the beasts will follow their life-saving instincts and pretend not to see them. However, this is not a problem for the experienced mercenary squad. The mercenary squads who run missions in the surrounding forests all year round basically know the territory of those common monsters. And in the case of figuring out the territorial scope of these monsters, there is basically no possibility of provoking these monsters. However, at this time a deep purple light flashed through the depths of the purple electric forest. The next day, early in the morning, after Qi Lu had breakfast, he walked around according to the address given by Bu Yuyan and came to a slightly remote inn. This is also one of Bujia's industries in Yuanshan City. Although there are guest rooms and Fian restaurant, it is not safe. Bu Yuyan is not a pampered person either. She knows that at this time, if she lives in Fian restaurant, she will definitely be watched by the eyes of the Yu family and the Yen family. So I chose the absolutely trustworthy Bujia industry. The place you live is really far away. Qi Lu scratched his head and began to doubt whether it was the right choice for him to cooperate with Bu Yuyan. However, they have already begun to cooperate, and Qi Lu will not change people casually unless there are special circumstances. So whether this choice is correct or not is actually not that important. Forgive me, Manager Qi. The current situation in Yuanshan City is really not friendly to me. When Bu Yuyan faced Qi Lu, she didn't have the heart to say anything. Because after a short time together, Bu Yuyan also knew that Qi Lu didn't care about these things at all. Really? Is it serious? Qi Lu glanced at Bu Yuyan and asked, casually. As Bu Yuyan thought, Qi Lu really didn't care about these things, she just asked someone to help watch the vending point. After all, Goku is just a simulation robot, and it is really strong in terms of combat effectiveness. But in thinking, it is still a bit rigid. Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Li's expressionless face and couldn't see what Qi Li meant, but she still replied, "Thank you for your concern, Manager Qi, there is no problem for now." That's good. Of course Qi Li didn't want his partner to have an accident on the first day, how unlucky it would be. Exactly, I have already built the new store. You can come with me later, Andy will introduce someone to you. Already built? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu in astonishment. It's been a lot, and it's only been one night. A new store is built? How is this possible? Xuanhuan even more straightforwardly said, "You are not lying to my lady, are you? Is it any good for me to lie to you? If it's true, you'll see if you go over with me." Qi Lu shrugged and didn't care about the doubts of the two at all. Because a new store was built in one night, including the old store before demolition, it is indeed unlikely. That is, the system, a guy who can't speculate with common sense, can do it. Qi Lu had seen this a lot, so he was already numb. But for Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan, it was definitely a shocking thing. Because when they followed Qi Lu to the door of the newly built store, their first reaction was, when did this store appear here? Wasn't it a blacksmith shop that stood here before? But what's going on with this gorgeous marble-clad shop now? Goku, open the door. Qi Lu ignored the shocked Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan, and calmly shouted at the vending point. Goku, open the door. Qi Lu called out to the vending point very calmly. The next second, the store door was opened. Goku in a tuxedo stood at the door of the store, bowed slightly, and greeted respectfully, "Welcome, young master." "Master?" Seeing the handsome man who looked like a housekeeper, listened to his name for Qi Lu. When Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu, her eyes became even more astonished. And in the eyes of Xuanhuan looking at Qi Lu, she was not only stunned, but also awe-inspiring. A person who can be called a young master must be someone from a prominent family background. And how prominent this family background can be, generally speaking, one ortwo can be inferred from the housekeeper who follows this person. The more prominent the family background, the more sophisticated and powerful the housekeeper who follows this person. Because the responsibility of the housekeeper is not only to take care of, but also to protect. You must know that the housekeeper is different from the guards who hide in the dark. If you need to show up, you must have enough strength to deter those who have evil intentions. Otherwise, it will only be looked down upon by other forces of the same level. Just like Bu Yuyan, although she was born in the Bu family. But with the strength of the Bu family, there is no way to match Bu Yuyan with a personal butler. This is the gap. Therefore, in the eyes of Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan, Qi Li's identity is even more mysterious. At least the power behind Qi Lu, the Bu family, is completely incomparable. However, it was impossible for Qi Lu to guess what Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan were thinking. Because no one could have imagined that these two people could guess so many things, based on Gu Ke's young master. "Gu Ke, this one is my partner. It's called Bu Yuyan. When she was in Yuanshan City, please take care of her. I should be able to do it." Qi Lu pointed at Bu Yuyan and introduced Gu Ke. "No problem, sir." Gu Ke nodded calmly, and responded without any hesitation. Unlike ordinary practitioners, Gu Ke does not need to rest. Coupled with the high-level realm of Gu Ke's heroic level, it is simply an easy task to protect a certain person in a city-state. And Qi Lu also knew this, so he limited the scope to the distant mountain city. Because Gu Ke still has the task of guarding the vending point. "Well, how embarrassing is this, Qi Dian? Qi Gongzi, he is your housekeeper after all." When Bu Yuyan heard the words, she quickly waved her hand and wanted to refuse. Moreover, the title of Qi Lu has also changed from the previous store manager Qi to the current Mr. Qi. Because after guessing Qi Li's identity, it seems a little strange to call Qi Lu the manager of Qi Lu. What's so embarrassing about it? I'll take care of you, by the way. It's not a problem for Gu Ke. I just don't want my partner to have an accident under my nose. Qi Lu lowered his eyes slightly, looked at Bu Yuyan, and said slowly. If Bu Yuyan could still have an accident in Yuanshan City under Gu Ke's care, then Qi Li's face would be disgraced. Then I would like to thank Master Qi for your kindness. Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu steadily, and after a long while, she saluted and thanked Qi Lu. Because of the serious expression on Qi Li's face, it didn't seem like he was joking. Moreover, if she could have a powerful butler to take care of her, Bu Yuyan would not be so worried about Youjia and Yanjia's insidious methods. On the condition of those families who can provide housekeepers for the direct descendants of the family. The housekeeper, Qi Lu said. At least it must be the strength of the peak of the master level. Bu Yuyan glanced at Gu Ke and guessed silently in her heart. No way, in this case we can only guess. Moreover, the master-level peak powerhouse, in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, is the object that needs to be flattered. After all, among the dozens of master-level experts belonging to the Fian Chamber of Commerce, only a few have reached the peak of the master level. Nature could not be used to protect Bu Yuyan. And in fact, when Bu Yuyan came to Yuanshan City this time, there were no guards by her side, only Xuanhuan followed. Because those guards were all detained in Fian City by Yu Qiyuan and Yanqianshan using the power of their own family. The reason is to make it difficult for Bu Yuyan to reach the distant mountain city. So Qi Lu asked Gu Ke to take care of Bu Yuyan, by the way, which can be said Toba help in the snow. It's not necessary to thank you. The best way to thank you is to attract more customers. Qilu said lightly, and then walked into the vending point first. Now, hurry up and follow up. I'll show you about this shop. The arrangement of the vending point is fairly simple. There is not much to know, and Qilu quickly finished the introduction. And at the end, he warned, the replenishment matter, just leave it to Gyup to solve it, and your people should not go into the warehouse. Well, I see. Bu Yuyan nodded seriously, indicating that she remembered it. Because it is normal for outsiders to not enter the warehouse, so Bu Yuyan has nothing to doubt. Okay, since everything that needs to be said has been said, then you can rest. I still have something to do, so I won't stay any longer. After Qilu finished speaking, he left the shop alone. Anyway, the things to pay attention to have already been said when discussing cooperation earlier. In addition, with Guke watching, Qilu has nothing to worry about. Master, walk slowly. Guke came to the door of the store and watched Qilu leave. Then just like a statue, it stood there, and there was no other movement. So majestic, so handsome. Xuanhuan followed behind Bu Yuyan, staring at Guke with burning eyes. The same is the identity of the servant, but the maid and the housekeeper cannot be compared. So when looking at Guke, Xuanhuan will inevitably feel a little envious. Yeah, very majestic. Bu Yuyan also took a look at Guke and said something in agreement. In a prestigious family, even if it's just a housekeeper, his status is not something that ordinary people can afford. Especially the forces formed by those powerful cultivators. However, Bu Yuyan didn't read more, but said aloud, let's go, Xuanhuan, have the visiting post I asked you to send out? Visiting posts are posts that are sent before visiting some rich businessmen. In layman's terms, it's something like an appointment. Under normal circumstances, it is only used when there is a significant gap between the power levels of the two sides. It is not necessary for forces of the same level to visit each other. It's a pity that the strength of the Fian Chamber of Commerce is all in Fian City. When it comes to other city-states, although it is not enough to be a man with its tail between its tails, it is not high profile. Typically, it is less than above and more than below. Of course, the powers at the bottom did not dare to provoke the Fian Chamber of Commerce, but the rich and powerful businessmen at the top of Xuanhuan City would not see the Fian Chamber of Commerce so much. Especially when the Fian Chamber of Commerce was still an outside force. Therefore, in order to meet those rich and powerful businessmen, Bu Yuyan must send the visiting stickers. It's all delivered, miss. Xuanhuan pursed her lips, but answered honestly. When Bu Yuyan saw Xiaowen's expression, she knew that she was feeling aggrieved by what happened to her. But there is a saying that is well said, that a strong dragon can't fight a local snake. What's more, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is not a strong dragon for the rich and powerful businessmen at the top of Xuanhuan City. So Bu Yuyan could only helplessly smile. Fortunately, the conflict between the Bu family and the Yu family and the Yan family did not spread. Otherwise, Bu Yuyan would be even more difficult toke in Xuanhuan City. If it is said that the Fian Chamber of Commerce still has some power in Xuanhuan City, the Bu family that was separated out alone is really nothing in Xuanhuan City. Therefore, the visiting stickers that Bu Yuyan asked Xiaowen to send were still in the name of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Anyway, it's all taking advantage of the situation. Since the three major families have not completely torn their faces, then Bu Yuyan will not be polite. As long as you can take advantage of the enemy, it will be profitable for you. The visiting stickers have been sent out. That step Yuyan has to go back to prepare. Although the Bu family's influence in Xuanhuan City is not large, it is still no problem to dispatch a few guards to act as a platoon. Cultivators may be unattainable to ordinary people. However, for those big forces, it depends on the strength of the cultivator. Hero-level powerhouses can indeed ignore mortal powers, rise and fall, and let the weak look up. But before being promoted to the hero-level realm, it is inevitable to run around for money and various cultivation resources. It's just that judging from the current situation of the Bu family in Yuanshan City, the only thing that can be dispatched is the guard of professional class strength. This is still a best-case scenario. No way, reality is always cruel. There are few people who give charcoal in the snow, and many people who add the icing on the cake. It is human nature to fall into trouble and gloat in misfortune, and it is all too common. Bu Yuyan was born in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, and she has seen a lot off this kind of worldly matters, so she naturally understands it. So after preparing a small gift, Bu Yuyan brought Xuanhuan and a few guards dispatched over to the manor of the first wealthy businessman to visit. The manor of a wealthy businessman is naturally not in the ordinary residential area of Yuanshan City. It was a quiet and elegant area that the city lord located in Yuanshan City specially ordered, and there were also city guards patrolling nearby. After all, the industries in the hands of these rich businessmen are inextricably linked with all walks of life in Yuanshan City. If Yuanshan City wants to develop more prosperously, it cannot do without these people. Therefore, the safety of these people must be guaranteed. Even if Bu Yuyan wanted to come in, she still needed to be notified first. This is also one of the reasons for sending a visiting post before. When they came to the gate of the manor, several guards of the manor immediately came out and blocked the way of Bu Yuyan and his party. The guards of the manor who stopped Bu Yuyan and the others from going on their way looked at the person indifferently. One of the leading guards asked loudly, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Please go in and give a briefing," saying that the Fian Chamber of Commerce, Bu Yuyan, came to visit Mr. Jin with a thin gift. Bu Yuyan answered quickly. It is said that the 7 rank officials in front of the Prime Minister's gate are true. These days, there are too many people who are arrogant, so Bu Yuyan doesn't want to cause any trouble here. People from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The leading guard looked up and down at Bu Yuyan, sneered, and said, "Wait here first." After speaking, the guard turned around and walked into the manor. The remaining guards also looked at Bu Yuyan and the group with contempt. So angry that Xuanhuan wanted to scold people on the spot. Fortunately, Bu Yuyan found out early and stopped Xuanhuan quickly. People are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. Considering the current situation of the Bu family in Yuanshan City, it is better not to cause some trouble. If you want others to look up to you, or even take the initiative to come over and flatter in a low voice, the most important thing is to strengthen your own strength. Therefore, even if Bu Yuyan was annoyed at this moment, she would not show it in her face. Soon, the guard who entered the manor came out. "Excuse me." Bu Yuyan hurriedly spoke up, wanting to ask about the situation. But it was interrupted by the guard's indifferent voice. "Don't ask, our master doesn't want to see you, you go, you are not welcome here." "What?" Bu Yuyan's delicate eyebrows suddenly frowned. Because such a straightforward way of refusing was not in Bu Yuyan's vision. Merchants pay attention to harmony and make money. Even if they don't want to meet people who come to visit, they will usually find an excuse to perfunctory. But the practice of directly saying that people are not welcome like now is undoubtedly offending people. No smart businessman would choose to do this. And Mr. Jin, who can save such a large foundation, naturally cannot be a fool, but why did he do such an unwise thing? While Bu Yuyan was puzzled, the guard's voice sounded again. "I've already said that you are not welcome here, why are you still here? Do you really want us to shoot people out?" The guard always conveys the meaning of the master accurately. Just by looking at the contemptuous faces and disdainful eyes of these guards, Bu Yuyan could know what the manor's owner's attitude was towards them. Thinking of this, Bu Yuyan will no longer stay here to humiliate herself. Even if the Bu family declines again, the dignity that they should have will not be discarded. "Let's go." Bu Yuyan took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, and said aloud. "Dog-eyed guy. Xuanhuan glared at the guards angrily and cursed viciously. Then they left with Bu Yuyan and several guards. Humph, the bereaved dog is also worthy to visit our master? I really don't know how much I have. Several guards at the gate of the manor looked at the backs of Bu Yuyan and the others leaving, and sneered disdainfully. At this moment, in the reception hall of this manor, sitting there was a middle-aged fat man with a big belly, wearing a brocade robe, with all kinds of gold and silver jewelry on his neck and fingers. On the opposite side of the middle-aged fat man, sat a tall, thin man. The man was wearing a gray robe and had a beard, looking frail. This middle-aged fat man is the owner of this manor, Jin Datsai. It's a cheesy name, but it's quite a well-known name in the distant mountain city. In the hands of Jin Datsai, he almost occupied more than 70% of the food supply in Xuanhuan City, and he was also involved in various other industries. It can be said that Jin Datsai is definitely the top group of wealthy businessmen in Xuanhuan City. As for the man sitting opposite Jin Datsai, if Bu Yuyan saw it, he would definitely recognize it. It was Yan Lin, the general person in charge of the Yan family in Xuanhuan City in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Boss Jin, thank you for this matter. After learning that Bu Yuyan and his party had left this place, Yan Lin also thanked him. Mr. Yan doesn't need to thank you, it's just a little effort. Since this kind-off thing happened in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, if I want to continue to cooperate, I naturally have to choose. Jin Datsai waved his hand and said carelessly. In the distant mountain city, Bu family, Jin Datsai did not pay attention to it, and Fian Chamber of Commerce, Jin Datsai did not pay attention to either. However, doing business is about having one more friend than one enemy. Although the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Xuanhuan City, Jin Datsai is not afraid. But in Fian City, the Fian Chamber of Commerce was much stronger than Jin Datsai. Moreover, the scope of the industry covered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce is also much stronger than the industries owned by Jin Datsai. If you want to expand your sphere of influence outward, you will inevitably have to cooperate with others. In addition, this kind of thing happened within the Fian Chamber of Commerce. After weighing the pros and cons, Jin Datsai naturally understood who he should cooperate with. So she refused Bu Yuyan's visit, but she just followed the trend. Boss Jin is very polite. Since Boss Jin is willing to help us, the Fian Chamber of Commerce will naturally welcome Boss Jin all the time. Yan Lin's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and spoke very politely. That's good, Lao Jin doesn't like to play tricks. After a while, I'm going to develop another city-state's business, and then I'll trouble you Fian Chamber of Commerce to help. Jin Datsai said it very bluntly. If you want to gain a firm foothold in other city-states before you have enough power, you can't help but let other forces in this city-state help. But it is really difficult for the local forces in the city-state to help a foreign force. Therefore, like the Fian Chamber of Commerce, it is also foreign, but it has developed to a certain level of power, and it is undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, if there are hero-level powerhouses who are willing to help and say something, that effect is much stronger than that of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. It's a pity that in this world, the number of hero-level powerhouses is very limited. It is obviously impossible for a powerhouse of this realm to look directly at these mortal forces. So this kind of thing, Jin Datsai dare not even think about it. Don't worry, as long as Boss Jin is willing to come over, the Fian Chamber of Commerce will definitely welcome you. Yan Lin nodded, his tone very serious. Anyway, there is no need to pay for polite words. Everyone knows that it is false, and whoever takes it seriously will lose. Then it's settled. Jin Datsai laughed. On the other side, Bu Yuyan, Xuanhuan and others visited several wealthy businessmen one after another, as well as several tyrants in the distant mountain city. But the results were all rejected. And the way of refusing is the same as when he was outside Jin Datsai's manor. He didn't find any reason or excuse at all, and bluntly said that people from the Bu family were not welcome to come and visit. This also made Bu Yuyan's face even more ugly. How can this happen? I have already received the visiting post, but I don't even want to see each other. Bu Yuyan was a little confused. If you don't want to meet in the first place, then you should refuse when you accept the post. But now in this situation, there is always a sense of deliberate humiliation. These goddamn fellows look down on people. One day, my lady will make you kneel on the ground and apologize. Xuanhuan was even more furious at the side, and couldn't help but curse. This time even Bu Yuyan did not stop her. Because up to now, offending or not is no different. You've been humiliated so much. If you don't vent, do you still have any temper? Could it be that the Yu family and the Yan family have already found these wealthy businessmen first? Bu Yuyan could only think of this possibility now. Unless the contradictions within the Fian Chamber of Commerce are exposed, even if the Fian Chamber of Commerce's influence in Xuanhuan City is small. But that was only in the distant mountain city. The Fian Chamber of Commerce, which can cover more than a dozen city-states, is bigger than a horse even if it is a starved camel. These rich businessmen in Xuanhuan City, no matter how arrogant they are, it is impossible not to give Fian Chamber of Commerce a face. However, if Bu Yuyan represents, it is only the words of the Bu family. That's different. Compared with the Bu family and the Fian Chamber of Commerce, it is far worse. If people from the upstream family or the Yan family were to fan the flames, it would be no pressure to refuse a visit from the Bu family. Because if the Bu family wanted to find trouble with the wealthy businessmen in Xuanhuan City, they would have to overcome the obstacles of the Yu family and the Yan family. But in this situation, is it possible? Impossible. Once the Bu family did this, it would be in line with the wishes of the Yu family and the Yan family. In this way, the Bu family will only fall faster. So in this situation, even if Bu Yuyan wanted to understand the whole story, she could only endure the anger first. Miss, what should we do now? Maybe because she was tired of scolding, Xuanhuan stopped scolding, but came to Bu Yuyan's side. Go back to the inn first, and then think of a way. Bu Yuyan shook her head and said tiredly. In this situation now, in a short while, what good solution can I come up with? It's just that if we continue like this, we're afraid that we'll fail Mr. Chi's expectations. Bu Yuyan took 2 steps and remembered this question again. Qi Lening cooperated with himself, probably because he was interested in the customer channel in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. But looking at it now, Bu Yuyan herself is almost out of danger. Where are the customer channels? No, miss, Mr. Qi is a very good man, so he shouldn't care about this kind of thing. After listening to Bu Yuyan's words, Xuanhuan quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Just thinking of Qi Lu, Xuanhuan felt a little uneasy in her heart. In business, who doesn't care whether the business is good or bad? These words Xuanhuan said were probably just for fun when she used them to comfort others. I'm fine, Xuanhuan, if I really fail Mr. Qi's trust, I'll just talk to him in person, and at most I won't cooperate anymore. I believe that Qi Gongzi will not blame us. A smile appeared on Bu Yuyan's face, but it was quickly replaced by a sad look. The Bu family belongs to the Fian Chamber of Commerce, although it is the largest family. But if you compare it with Yu and Yan together, they are not as good. After all, at the founding place of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the power of the 3 major families is not equal to each other. It was only in the later development that Bujia took the lead and developed better than the other 2. But even if it were better, it was limited. Otherwise, why would the current owner of the Bu family, Xuanhuan, choose to give up Fian City, and prepare to transfer the foundation of the Bu family to Xuanhuan City? If there is a real chance of winning, why bother? However, just when Bu Yuyan was looking sad, a loud bang interrupted her thoughts. Wood dash. It was followed by a sharp and long scream, which pierced the tranquility of the distant mountain city. It also made everyone nervous. Well, what's going on here? It was the first time for Bu Yuyan to come to Xuanhuan City, so she had no clue about this kind of screeching sound. Report, miss, this is the highest level emergency siren in Xuanhuan City. It will only sound when an incomparable formidable enemy strikes. A guard who followed behind Bu Yuyan answered quickly. The highest level siren? Bu Yuyan was startled. An incomparable formidable enemy? Xiaowen's face was full of astonishment, and there was a trace of fear in it. Yes, miss, this kind of alarm has not sounded in Xuanhuan City for many years. Another guard also said something. The paleness of his face and the beads of sweat on his forehead proved that they were not lying. What the hell happened? Bu Yuyan looked around anxiously. But I could only see the more panicked expressions of the people around, and the people who were so panicked that they started running around. Obviously, they didn't know what was going on either. But the sound of the highest level alarm sounded. It must not represent a good thing. Qi Lu, who was wandering around in the distant mountain city, also heard this sharp and long scream. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the surrounding crowd began to become frightened. Did this happen? Qi Lu was a little curious. Although Qi Lu didn't know what this kind of screeching sound meant, he could guess that it was definitely not a good thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't use such a terrifying voice. But I don't know what happened, and it's not difficult for Qi Lu. The majestic and profound perception was released, covering this distant mountain city in an instant, and quickly spread outward. Soon, Qi Lu sensed something unusual. Warcraft tide? In the display of Qi Li's perception, there is an endless wave of monsters rushing towards the distant mountain city. Raised smoke and dust obscured the sky. The monsters rushing in the forefront have already emerged from the forest in the distant mountains. No way, why do these monsters like to attack the city-state of the human race so much? What kind of hatred is there? Qi Lu felt this and was speechless. Cloud Mist City seems to have experienced this kind of thing when the wave of monsters hit the city-state. But when I was in the City of Life in the North Mountain Range, I didn't encounter such a thing. And I haven't heard of a World of Warcraft tide. Could it be that these monsters just don't like the human race? But guessing is guessing, and the real reason Qi Lu does not know now. But Qi Lu always felt that this matter would not be so simple. Because the strength of this group of monsters did not match what Qi Lu had sensed in the forest in the distant mountains before. In other words, it is very likely that this group of monsters is not the monsters in the forest in the distant mountains. It is absolutely impossible for so many monsters to come here all the way to attack a human city-state. Therefore, it is not good for Qi Lu to intervene in this matter without knowing the reason. That's interesting now. However, although it is not easy to intervene in this matter, Qi Lu couldn't do it as he watched Xuanhuan City being destroyed. Therefore, Qi Lu rushed to the city wall in the direction of the attack of the Warcraft tide as soon as possible. Far Mountain City, the city lord's mansion. The city owner Li Calm, although the name is taken to mean calm, but at the moment, there is not a trace of calm on Li Calm's face. After learning the news of the Warcraft tide, Li calmly ordered the siren of Xuanhuan City to sound for the first time. After that, they began to gather the practitioners from the distant mountain city and rushed to the city wall. In the face of the wave of monsters, the city guards of the distant mountain city alone could not stop such a terrifying impact. Although Li Xuanhuan also has the realm of the peak of the master level. But this kind of strength, thrown in the wave of Warcraft, can't make much waves. What's more, Li Xuanhuan's class is still a sword knight, not those elemental magicians. You must know that the ranks of the knights are mostly defensive ranks. Unless it's the extreme ancient class, it's almost the same. City Lord Li, the summoning order has been passed down, and the practitioners of Xuanhuan City are also rushing to the city wall. What should I do next? A guard standing outside the city lord's mansion knocked on the door and walked into the room, bowed and said, Okay, then let the rich businessman provide assistance. Li calmly gave the order, quickly, deliberately opening up an area to protect the wealthy businessmen, but not for them to make a fortune in the distant mountain city. At this time of crisis, the expenditure of the city lord's mansion alone cannot support the battle of so many cultivators. At this time, the value of those wealthy businessmen is reflected. You must know that a considerable part of the raw material supply of Xuanhuan City, as well as various blacksmith shops, are in the hands of those wealthy businessmen. There are even several wealthy businessmen who have connections with blacksmiths. There are definitely a lot of good things in hand. These things, even the city lord's mansion, can't be taken out for a while. Moreover, these rich businessmen could not refuse a call at this time. Because the distant mountain city was broken, none of them could escape. Yes. After the guard received the order, he immediately ran out, leaving Li calmly alone in the city lord's mansion, staring outside the city wall, where the tide of monsters came. Damn, why is the wave of monsters targeting Xuanhuan City? Li calmly didn't understand. But at this time it doesn't matter whether you can figure it out, because the wave of monsters is coming to your face. At this time, there is no time to think about the reason, so I can only fight back first. As for why the warcraft tide attacked Xuanhuan City, it is necessary to explore the reason after resisting the first wave of the warcraft tide. Lord City Lord, the city guards have been assembled, waiting for your next order. Just a few minutes after the previous guards went out, a messenger in armor strode in, bowed on one knee, and said aloud, "Allocate half of the staff to maintain order in the distant mountain city. For the rest, go to the city wall with me, and prepare to meet the coming beast tide." Li calmly gave the order without thinking too much. The more critical this moment is, the less chaotic the city is. Otherwise, a lot of energy would have to be wasted just dealing with logistics, and naturally, there would be no way to fight the incoming enemy with all their strength. "Yes, Lord City Lord." The messenger bowed his head, and immediately got up and exited the room. After giving all the orders, Li calmly followed to the bookshelf in the room, gently pushed the bookshelf open, and dragged out an exquisite large wooden box. After the wooden box was opened, there was a set of armor that had been polished and maintained very brightly. This set of armor was created by Li Xuanhuan after serving as the city lord of Xuanhuan City, and spent a lot of favors and gold coins to find a quasi-forging master. Usually that's baby tight. Basically, they are kept in wooden boxes, and they are rarely worn for battle. But at a time when he was about to face the wave of monsters, Li Xuanhuan had to take out his treasure. Although the chances of Li calmly going to the battlefield in person to face the monsters are not very high. But not afraid of 10,000, just in case. When necessary, Li Xuanhuan, as the city lord, needs to take the lead to boost morale. "Send the city guards, follow me to the city wall." After wearing the armor, Li and Rong has a heroic aura. After coming to the school grounds and saying a few words to boost morale, Li calmly took the remaining city guards to the city wall that was about to meet the wave of monsters. And the order that was communicated before to let the wealthy businessmen of Far Mountain City provide assistance, soon began to be implemented. After learning that Xuanhuan City was about to face the impact of the wave of monsters, these wealthy businessmen were scared into a cold sweat on the spot, and they were not in the mood to bargain. Although businessmen pursue profits, the premise of pursuing profits is that they still have life. If you lose your life, then even if you earn more gold coins, what's the use? Gold coins are something that can only be enjoyed when you are alive, but useless when you die. Therefore, the wealthy businessmen in Xuanhuan City cooperated very well with the guards of the order, and also took out a lot of weapons, armors, and medicines, and other items. They are all things that can be used in battle. But on the contrary, these wealthy businessmen also put forward some demands. That is to go to the city wall to watch the battle. Because these guys who love money like their lives want to see where the things they donate are used. And one of the most important reasons is that the wave of monsters attacked Xuanhuan City, which was different from other city-states attacking Xuanhuan City. When other city-states attacked the distant mountain city, it was nothing more than wanting to plunder the resources of the distant mountain city. Therefore, the lives of these wealthy businessmen are still guaranteed. However, if the wave of monsters breaks through the distant mountain city, there is only one result. Everyone in Xuanhuan City will be buried in the mouth of the beast. So in this case, these shrewd wealthy businessmen thought of this method. In the face of the wave of monsters, can the city master be safe in a safe place? So these guys made this request after learning that Li Xuanhuan would go to the city wall with the city guards. Going to watch the battle on the city wall and staying by Li Comli's side can guarantee your own safety. And these too, but also to show their loyalty. Common suffering. As long as he survived this time, Hicho couldn't get the support of Li Comli. It is for these reasons. When Li Comli brought the city guards to the city wall, the practitioners of Xuanhuan City had not finished gathering. On the contrary, these wealthy businessmen from Xuanhuan City came first. Along with these wealthy businessmen, there was also a large team of guards, all of whom were in the professional class. These guards were hired by the wealthy businessmen of Xuanhuan City at a high cost. At such a time, of course, the summoning order will not be followed. Boss Jean, why are you here? Li Comli knew these wealthy businessmen in the distant mountain city, so when he saw them, he was a little surprised. When the wave of monsters is about to hit the city wall, isn't this adding to the chaos? The one who walked in the forefront of these wealthy businessmen was Jin Datsai. After hearing Li Xuanhuan's words, Jin Datsai immediately folded his hands and said, "City Lord Li, you and the brothers of the city guard are fighting in front of you, so why don't we have the nerve to hide in the back? That's why I, Lao Jin, took the courage to call the shots and brought everyone here. I am willing to advance and retreat with City Lord Li and Sherwil and Woe." Although Jin Datsai is a carefree person, he has been in business for a long time, and when he speaks, he is also impeccable. So that's the case, the heart of everyone who came this time, the city master has taken the lead. It's just that once the next battle begins, the city owner may have no Tomato take care of him. I also ask Boss Jean and everyone to be more careful. How shrewd is Li Xuanhuan? Although Jin Datsai's words sounded nice, how could Li Xuanhuan not be able to see what the real purpose was? It is the nature of these guys to be greedy for life and fear of death. What they say is to advance and retreat together, to share weal and woe, that 'tis just a scene, so just listen and listen. If it's true, it's a fool. City Master Li, rest assured, I will never distract the brothers who are fighting the monsters, so I specially brought the guards here. Jin Datsai didn't seem to hear what Li Comli meant, and still said with a smile. If that's the case, then the city owner won't accompany him more. Li Comli heard the sense of interest in Jin Datsai's words, and nodded with satisfaction. City Master Li is very polite. If there is something wrong, you don't have to greet us. Jin Datsai said quickly. And in the time of these few words of greetings, the wave of monsters outside the distant mountain city also began to appear. The endless group of monsters appeared from the horizon and rushed towards the distant mountain city. The smoke and dust all over the sky covered the sky, and the rumbling sound of running like thunder resounded through this piece of heaven and earth, driving this piece of earth, and a slight tremor began to appear. Roar. The roars and roars of countless monsters were mixed together, shocking and soul-stirring. Such a terrifying scene, just at a glance, those timid practitioners may have their legs weak. If it is an ordinary person who cannot cultivate, it will be under the coercion carried by the bursts of beast roars. Those who are a little less ambitious may faint from fright on the spot. What a terrifying scene! Is this terrifying coercion really a monster in the forest in the distant mountains? Seeing this scene, Li calmly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The far mountain forest is just outside the far mountain city, and it's not likely Tsongrong hasn't been there. But it was precisely because he had been there, and not once or twice, that Likonli knew that it was absolutely impossible for such a terrifying World of Warcraft lineup to be formed in the mere mountains and forests. In that case, these monsters came from other higher-level monster forests. Thinking of this, Likonli began to feel a little uneasy in his heart. In the face of so many monsters, and the coercion gathered together is still so strong. On the side of Xuanhuan City, before this battle started, the momentum of his side might have already lost a hand. With such an idea in mind, Likonli glanced at the people around him in an uneasy way. Sure enough, the most obvious ones were the wealthy businessmen. When this wave of monsters first appeared, their faces began to turn pale. Now that he is attacked by this terrifying beast roar, his face is even more like golden paper. Even some wealthy businessmen have begun to think of moving to the distant mountain city. He was just frightened by this roar of beasts, so his feet were weak, and he couldn't take action for the time being. Jin Datsai was even more shocked by the coercion carried by this beast roar, and he almost knelt on the ground. Bah, just like this, I still want to advance and retreat together. Likonli couldn't help spit, and then glanced at the city guards assembled on the city wall. Although his face was a little ugly, no one showed a panicked expression. Is this the enemy we will face this time? Can we really deal with these monsters just by us? We're not kidding. I just said how could they be so kind to give us weapons and armors, and lead us take precious medicines at will. It turned out that we were supposed to be sent to death. Brothers, or else we should withdraw. And those practitioners on the city wall, who came because of the summoning order, have already started to retreat at this time. No way, these idle practitioners are not like the city guards. In the face of this kind of danger, they will instinctively want to escape to protect themselves. As for the weapons and armors, as well as some precious medicines, which these cultivators received before the battle, they naturally would not return them. Anyway, this is the reward he deserves after being summoned by the summoning order. Otherwise, this summoning order would not be so attractive. Everyone obeys. Prepare to meet the beasts. Standing calmly on the city wall, Li could see clearly the emotional change of these people, and knew that this time could not be delayed any longer. So there was a loud shout immediately. If these guys who were starting to retreat really start, then the entire front may collapse before the war begins. Falling like a mountain is not just talk. Kill. The city guards received the order and immediately let out a roar. Then began to meet those attacking monsters. At this moment, the magicians also raised their staffs and began to condense magic, applying various buffs to the city guards of the warrior class and knight class. Morale, sometimes it's that simple. After going to the battlefield, the individual's emotions are easily motivated by the whole. Once the morale is high, it will suppress the timidity in the bottom of my heart. And what Likonli wants is this effect. So we can only let the city guards attack first to boost morale. The city guards have already gone, what are we going to do? Will we go with you? It doesn't seem good to run away directly after taking everything. Then let's go together, don't we have the guts, even those of the city guards? That's right, if you're even afraid of monsters, then why don't you be a mercenary, go home and nurse the children to farm. Brothers, follow me. Don't lose to those city guards. Among the practitioners who were attracted by the summoning order in Xuanhuan City, not only those idle practitioners, but also a considerable number of mercenaries. After all, once the summoning order is issued, as long as you come over, you will get paid. It's just a question of how much to pay. Among the mercenaries, there has never been a lack of passion. As soon as the morale is up, and the blood is together, that is, screaming and rushing up. Soon, the city guards and practitioners of Xuanhuan City collided with the wave of monsters. And here, it also reflects the forging skills that are relatively more popular in this world. although high-level forging skills are still scarce. But low-level forging skills are quite popular. Especially the armors created by those skilled blacksmiths. Although it is not comparable to the works of those blacksmiths, it also has ascertained defensive power. It is precisely because of this that in the first battle between the two sides, Xuanhuan City can minimize the number of casualties. It even stopped the advance of the World of Warcraft tide for a while. However, that's all. After all, the armor forged by the blacksmith can indeed block one or two attacks of the monsters, but the use of forging materials is still too bad. However, it is still unable to carry the blessing of fighting spirit and magic power. The long battle just can't stand it. So after the initial good momentum passed, the wave of Warcraft immediately began to gain the upper hand. Compared with the practitioners, once the number of monsters is formed, the threat that it can cause will definitely increase exponentially. Because the gap between the fighting instincts of ordinary cultivators and Warcraft is too great. Unless it is a cultivator group with a high degree of cooperation, it can still fight against the formation of a large number of magical beasts. However, the cultivators who were temporarily summoned from Xuanhuan City obviously did not cooperate. The city guard is slightly better. But the others are simply wandering soldiers, and the more they are, the more they can't cooperate, and they are not opponents of Warcraft at all. Large-scale casualties began quickly. And it is still increasing and spreading. Let Li Calm standing on the city wall look at the campus. How can this happen, the strength of these beasts, why are they so strong? Li calmly couldn't understand, so many beasts with such powerful strength, where did they come from? But it doesn't really matter if you can figure it out now. Because if the first wave of the Warcraft tide had not resisted, Xuanhuan City might have to be delisted today. Li. City Lord Li, what's the situation now? What is the strength of those monsters? Jean Dotsai, who was a little weak all over, suddenly asked aloud at this time. The safety of this distant mountain city is closely related to his own safety. Without the protection of Xuanhuan City, just relying on these wealthy businessmen, and those guards who are mostly bluffing, I am afraid that they will die under the sharp teeth of these monsters on the spot. The situation? I'm not afraid to tell you that the situation is very bad now. Li calmly glanced at Jean Dotsai, inexplicably disgusted, but still answered coldly. Very, very bad. Jean Dotsai repeated Li calmly's words again, and his legs almost softened. Andy sat directly on the ground. Fortunately, the guard beside him was quick-witted and supported Jean Dotsai. And for the other wealthy businessmen who heard this, the situation was not much better. There are a few timid ones, who have already started to feel dizzy at this moment, their eyes are dark, and there is a feeling that they will faint in the next second. This feeling of facing death, directly, is absolutely unpleasant. However, at this moment, a crisp voice broke the dead silence on the city wall. City Lord Li, Bu's family in Xuanhuan City, Bu Yuyan has something to ask for. Bu Yuyan brought Xuanhuan to the city wall, stared straight at Li calmly, and said word by word. Far Shancheng Bujia? Li calmly glanced behind Bu Yuyan and knew that she had come up to the city wall, privately. Because several city guards were stopped by several practitioners who were obviously guards. It was only at this time that there were no extra city guards who could step forward to stop her, so she gave way to Bu Yuyan. That's right, it's Xuanhuan Qingbu's house. Bu Yuyan said with certainty. Now that the contradictions within the Fian Chamber of Commerce have been spread out, then Bu Yuyan does not need to take advantage of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. And most importantly, when Bu Yuyan was on the city wall, she saw a person she didn't want to see among the wealthy businessmen. That is one of the chiefs of the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Xuanhuan City, Yan Lin of the Yan family. Therefore, it is even more impossible for Bu Yuyan to say that she belongs to the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Is it Bujia? Li calmly frowned, not thinking which force the Bu family was, but still asked aloud. You said you have something to ask for, what is it? City Lordly, I have a weapon here that can solve your current problem. Bu Yuyan said neither humbly nor arrogantly. When she heard the alarm sounding, Bu Yuyan had this idea in her heart. It's just that at that time, it was still not sure what happened to Xuanhuan City, so Bu Yuyan had been inquiring before. When the world of Warcraft is booming, it's no secret. So Bu Yuyan quickly knew the beginning and end of this crisis. So this time a plan was made. It's just that the city walls of the city-state are not so good. If there is no permission from the city guards or patrols, there is no way to come up. So Bu Yuyan had no choice but to choose this time to force her way up. You have a weapon in your hand that can solve my problem? There was a hint of astonishment on Li Comley's face at first, and then he burst into laughter. But after laughing, Li Comley looked at Bu Yuyan with a serious face, and shouted, at this time, stop joking. Do you know how many people are working hard for Xuanhuan City outside Xuanhuan City? The tide of monsters is not a joke. Once lost, the entire Far Mountain City will be destroyed in one fell swoop, do you know? Li calmly asked, while drinking and staring at Bu Yuyan with a pair of tiger eyes. But on Bu Yuyan's face, Li calmly didn't see a trace of fear or panic. I know, City Lordly, it is because of this that I take such a big risk, toast to see you. Bu Yuyan said solemnly. This? It turned out to be you. You couldn't come to me before, but now you want to come to the city master for a relationship? After taking a closer look at Bu Yuyan, Jin Datsai immediately recognized Bu Yuyan's identity, and immediately sneered. That's right, it's this person who came to me before. Can you solve the problem of City Lordly? Can the current problem be solved by 1 or 2 weapons? It's really outrageous. With a little achievement, I don't know how important I am. Everyone will say big things. If you are so powerful, why do you need to come to us? The other wealthy businessmen also recognized Bu Yuyan under Jin Datsai's reminder, and they all laughed at her. The fright caused by the wave of monsters always needs an outlet. Bu Yuyan dared to speak such big words in front of Li calmly, which just gave these wealthy businessmen a chance to ridicule. Following Yan Lin among these wealthy businessmen, a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. Then he said disdainfully, the Bu family has become more and more depraved, and its own strength is not enough, and it is really sad that it has begun to use such a grandstanding method. Previously, because of his lack of identity, Yan Lin didn't speak much. But compared to Yan Lin was in the same circle with these wealthy businessmen. Although the status are not high, at least they can get in touch. And he also lived in the manor area that was exclusively for the rich and powerful. This is also the reason why Yan Lin was able to take a quick step towards Yuan, communicate with these wealthy businessmen and shut them out. So in this kind of time when it can fall into a hole. Of course Yan Lin would not be polite. You. Of course, Xiaowen also knew Yan Lin, so when she heard Yan Lin's sarcasm, she was like going back on the spot. But was stopped in time by Bu Yuyan. Miss. It's not the time yet. Bu Yuyan shook her head slightly, motioning Xiaowen to calm down, and then continued to look at Li calmly. City Lordly, please believe me. Bu Yuyan's eyes are very sincere and serious. Li calmly looked into Bu Yuyan's eyes, and just as he was about to say something, a rough voice rang out. Isn't this Miss Bu? Why are you here? Captain Iron Tiger? When Bu Yuyan heard this voice, she turned her head to look, and immediately recognized the identity of the person who came. It is the captain of the Iron Hammer mercenary squad, Iron Tiger. Miss Buba can still remember me. Originally, my brothers and I planned to leave Xuanhuan City today, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Taihu smiled boldly, then looked at Li calmly, and cupped his hands. City Lordly, long time no see, stay safe. Captain Iron Tiger, since you are here too, why don't you let the brothers of the Iron Hammer mercenary squad join the fight as well? Li calmly glanced at Tai Hu, and immediately said aloud. The name of the Hammer Mercenary Squad is still very loud in several nearby states. Especially when they were escorting Bu Yuyan before, the battle where they met a large number of bandits in the distant mountain forest made the Hammer Mercenary Squad famous. It can be said that he became famous all over the world. Most of the people in the mercenary guild knew that the Hammer Mercenary team, on their own, repelled the joint ambush of 5 or 6 gangs of bandits. And among these mountain bandits, there are also 3 master-level masters. This kind of strength is enough to make most of the mercenary squads feel ashamed. Therefore, Li Tsongrong is also very polite to Tiehu. However, what was the situation on that day? The guys in the mercenary guild who spread the rumors didn't know. Could it be that Tai Hu himself didn't know? If it weren't for Qi Li's improved version of the laser light, I'm afraid the Hammer mercenary team would have been wiped out by the mountain bandits. Therefore, although Li Tsongrong was polite, Tiehu didn't make any progress. But after thinking about it for a while, he said, City Lordly, I'm not afraid to tell you that my brothers and I were planning to leave here, so we didn't accept the summoning order. It's just that when I was passing here, I happened to see Miss Bu here, so I came here to talk about it. Tai Hu said this, and a pair of tiger eyes looked around in a circle as if warning. It swept across the faces of the wealthy businessmen one by one. Immediately, these wealthy businessmen took a step back in shock. The name Tiehu, these days in the distant mountain city, it is like thunder. And most importantly, at the pinnacle of the Iron Tiger Grandmaster level, they wouldn't care much about their financial resources. This is what makes these wealthy businessmen most afraid of. If the wealth that they and others are proud of is ignored, then as ordinary people, they will have nothing to do when facing a cultivator at the peak of the master level. Even those guards couldn't protect them completely. Because the strength is not enough. Your Excellency Tiehu, we shouldn't have offended you. In order not to be resented, Jin Datsai could only speak out boldly. Although from what Tai Hu said just now, Jin Datsai could hear Tai Hu's intentions, but some things are better to say clearly. Of course not, I just can't stand your group of big men bullying a little girl here. Iron Tiger said it bluntly. It's just the sneer at the corner of his mouth, nothing like just can't get used to it at all. However, since Tai Hu said so, it is impossible for Jin Datsai to follow up and ask other questions, and he can only take this answer as a fact. Your Excellency Tiehu is indeed a warm-hearted man. I admire him. Jin Datsai complimented him against his will. Naturally, the other wealthy businessmen followed in the footsteps of the leader, Jin Datsai, and greeted Tiehu. It's best not to offend someone who can't be offended like this. It's good that you are really clear in your heart. The warning has already been warned, and Iron Tiger will naturally not continue to talk about it. After all, the friendship between Tai Hu and Bu Yuyan was actually not as deep as she imagined. It is not bad that Tai Hu was able to come here to speak up when Bu Yuyan was wronged. And more than starting Yuyan, in fact, Tiehu wants to make friends with Qi Lu. It's just that Qi Li's whereabouts have always been quiet, so Tai Hu has never been able to find it. Of course we know that in our hearts. Jin Datsai responded again, and his eyes towards Bu Yuyan also changed a little. Although he still despised him, at least before Tai Hu left, he didn't dare Tosnir like he did before. However, when it comes to fear, it is not. Because of the nature of mercenary squads, they rarely stay in the same city-state for a long time. Many missions require traveling around the world. Therefore, these wealthy businessmen are indeed quite afraid of Tiehu and the Iron Hammer mercenary team, but for Bu Yuyan, it is actually just giving Taihu face. That's good. Taihu snorted coldly, then looked at Li calmly, and said aloud, City Lordly, since I'm here, Taihu, naturally, I can't help expressing my feelings. And the tide of monsters won't go away, and we won't be able to leave, so our request, our Hammer mercenary team will accept it. However, I need a batch of potions to restore magic power, and I hope City Lord Li can provide it. Hunting monsters, for the mercenaries, is the same thing as commonplace. And after killing the monsters, the benefits that can be obtained are not small. The magic core, as well as the various materials on Warcraft, can be sold for a good price. However, although Tai Hu is willing to join the battle, the consumption of medicines in such a tragic battle must be huge, and Tai Hu is not willing to pay for it himself. And most importantly, the improved laser is a mana eater. If you don't prepare some potions to restore magic power, you won't be able to hold it at all. Of course, Captain Iron Tiger is willing to lend a helping hand, and naturally we can't let the brothers pay for it out of their own pockets. Li calmly heard the words, and hurriedly beckoned to call a messenger, saying, "Go, transfer a batch of magic potions to the Hammer mercenary team, it's faster." "Yes, Lord City Lord." The messenger took orders, and then quickly stepped back. "Since City Lord Li is so generous, then I'll go first, the brothers are still waiting for me." Tai Hu cupped his hands and said goodbye to Li calmly. The fighting style of the mercenary squad is not the same as that of the city guard. As the city lord of Yuanshan City, Li Tsongrong naturally wanted to strategize from the rear and control the situation on the battlefield. However, as the captain of the mercenary squad, Iron Tiger's best way to boost the morale of his team members during the battle is to take the lead and charge himself. So naturally, he would not stand on the city wall and watch Li calmly. "Captain Iron Tiger, please." Li calmly nodded. He had great expectations for Iron Tiger and the Iron Hammer mercenary team. It is hoped that the addition of the Hammer mercenary team can change the situation on the battlefield and suppress the impact of the wave of Warcraft. After all, the current situation is not very optimistic. Just relying on the city guards and those idle practitioners, it is impossible to resist the wave of monsters now. "Humph, Bu Yuyan, don't be too proud. You don't have the strength. It's useless to rely on others to support you." After seeing Tai Hu leaving, Yan Lin still disdainfully said something to Bu Yuyan. "Yes, if you want to stay in the distant mountain city, it's useless to flatter others. If you want to gain a foothold in Yuanshan City, but also want to develop, you don't have any skills, and it's just wishful thinking to just communicate around." The attitude of wealthy businessmen such as Jing Datsai towards Bu Yuyan is actually not far behind. However, it wasn't as sharp as Yan Lin's side, just looking at Bu Yuyan's eyes was still not good. After all, these wealthy businessmen have been in high positions for a long time. Now that I was warned by Iron Tiger, I would naturally feel uncomfortable. But when facing Tai Hu, no matter how uncomfortable they felt, it was not easy to attack on the spot, so this anger could only be transferred to Bu Yuyan. This scene was also noticed by Bu Yuyan. However, Bu Yuyan still didn't care about the bad attitude of these wealthy businessmen. "Really? That's a real thank you for your concern. However, it's not up to you to decide whether my Bu family can stay in Yuanshan City or not." Bu Yuyan looked directly at these wealthy businessmen and said word by word. When she went to visit various manors before, she was so angry that Bu Yuyan knew that the relationship between the two was difficult to reverse, so she became hardened now. Since they can't make good friends, let them see their backbone and ability. Businessmen do not necessarily have to cooperate. Monopoly is the same way. Well said. When Bu Yuyan finished saying these words, a burst of applause suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, Qila suddenly appeared on the city wall from nowhere, applauding and applauding. "Young Master Qi, why are you here?" Bu Yuyan didn't expect that what she just said would be heard by Qi Lu. A blush appeared on his face immediately. To be honest, the words just now uttered by the current Bu family are not Samic arrogance and lofty ambitions, but rather the words of the scene. It's just cruel words to not lose face. So seeing Qi Lu suddenly appear, Bu Yuyan felt embarrassed. After all, the cooperation with Qi Lu not only failed to bring Qi Lu any help, but also took advantage of Qi Lu. It really is not like what a partner should do. It doesn't matter why I'm here, what matters is that I think what you just said is good. With a faint smile on his face, Qi Lu said slowly, my partner, you don't need to look at anyone's face, and you don't need to flatter anyone. Originally, Qi Lu planned to hide in the dark to see the scale of this wave of warcraft, before taking the next step. That's why I came to the vicinity of the city wall at this time. But after finding out that Bu Yuyan was being laughed at, Qi Lu couldn't sit still. In any case, Bu Yuyan is also Qi Li's chosen partner. If she is mocked, wouldn't it make Qi Lu look very clueless? How can this work? That's why Qi Lu decided to show up and come out to support Bu Yuyan. Lest your first partner be looked down upon. Partner? Originally, Li Tsongrong, Jin Daocai, and others wanted to ask who Qi Lu was. But now it's not hard to tell from Qi Li's words that this guy is a partner of Bu Yuyan. So Li calmly didn't say anything, and waved his hand to let the few city guards who were ready to retreat back. Since he was Bu Yuyan's partner, Li calmly wouldn't care too much even if he gave Tiehu face. After all, the battle outside Yuanshan City now depends on the Hammer mercenary team. So Li Tsongrong didn't want to care about such trivial matters. But those rich businessmen are different. After listening to Qi Li's words, the wealthy businessmen were stunned for a moment, and then immediately laughed. Anyone can talk big, boy, but do you know what it takes to talk big like this? No need to look at anyone's face? Who do you think you are? I haven't eaten for a few years, and I think I'm number one in the world. Don't you know the sky is high and the earth is thick? Humph, young people today really dare to say anything. Jin Daocai looked at Qi Lu with a mocking expression, and even sneered at Qi Lu's words. The other wealthy businessmen were also full of contempt, and what Qi Lu said just now was only regarded as a joke. I said Bu Yuyan, now you can only make friends with this guy who is full of fantasies and can only talk big? Then you Bujia are really walking back and forth. Yan Lin laughed so much that tears came out. Don't need to see anyone's face? No need to flatter anyone? Of all the people present, no one dared to say such a thing. Why would this young man dare to say such a thing? Just because his newborn calf is not afraid of tigers? Even Li Tsongrong couldn't help but persuade, young people, it's good to have dreams, but sometimes, it's better to take one step at a time. Only Bu Yuyan was convinced of Qi Li's words. Master Qi, I know. After being pushed by Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan also understood. The improved version of the laser light is a rare treasure, no matter where it is, and there is no need to curry favor with anyone at all. As long as you know. Qi Lu glanced at the wealthy businessmen who were laughing and sneering at the side, smiled lightly, and didn't take it seriously at all. It's just a clown jumping on the beam, what's the point? Tigers never get furious at the taunts of a lamb. At most, when they are hunting, they will give priority to taking care of these rude guys. Okay, don't say a few words, now is not the time for infighting. At the end, Li Tsongrong couldn't listen anymore, so he stopped a sentence. Humph, you are lucky. After this wave of warcraft is over, you will know the fate of offending us. Now that Li calmly spoke up, Jin Daocai and the others were embarrassed to continue mocking. After all, the face of the city lord of Yuanshan City still has to be given. But without speaking on the surface, the plan in his heart is still planning. For such a disrespectful guy, these wealthy businessmen quickly reached a consensus, that is to drive the Bu family out of Yuanshan City. Qi Lu did not know the thoughts of these wealthy businessmen, nor did Bu Yuyan. However, even if Qi Lu knew about it, he probably wouldn't be moved. Only Xuanhuan was still angrily staring at these wealthy businessmen, but she was pulled by Bu Yuyan, so she didn't start mocking her back. However, when these wealthy businessmen were secretly planning Li calmly looked at the hammer mercenary team that had already come to the front line. Captain, how are you going to fight this time? Grizzly looked at the noisy battlefield in front of him and couldn't help asking aloud. This time, the number of monsters that appeared was unheard of. With the strength of the hammer mercenary squad, in front of this wave of monsters, it is like a stone facing a huge wave. If it is thrown directly into the huge waves, I am afraid that there will be no waves. What else can I do? I specially ordered a batch of magic potions for you. Iron Tiger grinned and said boldly, Go, let the brothers with the improved laser light bring the magic potion and the magician to shoot those monsters. No problem. Grizzly was happy to hear it. It's not that grizzlies are afraid of death. In fact, after working as a mercenary for so long, there are not many cases of fear of death in front of the battlefield. It's just that in the face of this wave of monsters, blind charging can only give up death in vain. Therefore, it is the best choice to use the improved version of the laser light to shoot. What's more, there is now the support of magic potion, which is even better. And more importantly, after repelling the bandits last time, Grizzly deliberately studied how to use the improved version of laser light, as well as the amount of magic power used and the power of magic light bullets. So now, Grizzly is actually the perfect choice for the Hammer's mercenary squad to command those who use the improved laser. Brothers, listen carefully, there is an improved version of the laser light, and then start to attack the beasts. Be careful not to hurt the city guards in the distant mountain city. Grizzly shouted loudly, and the members of the Hammer mercenary team immediately became excited. With the city guards and idol practitioners in front, they just fired magic light bombs at the back, which was an easy task. So soon, rows of improved laser lights were taken out. Then start aiming. This scene suddenly caused a trace of confusion on Li Songrong's face. What's the situation? Because Li calmly saw clearly, among the members of the Hammer mercenary team, there were many guys who were still holding long swords and halberds, and suddenly took out a staff. Could it be that magicians were used as warriors before? However, this doubt has not yet been answered for Li calmly, and even more shocking scenes appeared on the battlefield. Brothers, fire a salvo first. Press back the beasts that are rushing up Tome. Grizzly first glanced at the heights, then stretched out his hand in one direction, and shouted. Yes. Aim, fire. Whizzing. As soon as the word launch was uttered, the sharp sound of the burrowing sound was heard. The magical light bullets that filled the sky seemed to interweave a curtain of rain, covering the tide of monsters that were gradually approaching the distant mountain city. Boom. For a moment, the sound of the explosion drowned out all other sounds. The dazzling light of the magic light bomb exploded was equally dazzling, and accompanied by this dazzling light, there was a deafening roar. And the beast that was knocked out by the huge impact. Almost at the same time that the magical light bomb exploded in the sky, the momentum of the charge of the Warcraft tide was a stagnation. Hundreds of improved laser beams are fired at the same time. What a grand occasion. The remaining magic power disappeared with the wind on the battlefield, and what remained were the shocked city guards and the inexplicable cultivators. Even those monsters have a momentary fear. But soon, driven by the killing instinct in his bones, he rushed towards the distant mountain city again. Well done, brothers, give me another round. This time, I used 1/3 of the magic power to fight farther away, and cut off the wave of monsters for me. Grizzly let out a breath and ordered again. The pleasure of commanding this kind of command is much more comfortable than the feeling of rushing into battle. Okay, Vice Captain Grizzlies. 1/3 of the magic power, high point projection, prepare. Emission. As the sound fell, the magic light bullets in the sky appeared again. And this time, the power of the magic light bullet is stronger than the power of the first time. Countless magic light bullets were intertwined, and the dazzling light almost covered the entire sky. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded again. This time, the gravel was flying, the smoke and dust filled the sky, and the violent shock wave spread to the surrounding. The earth was shattered, and cracks like spider webs spread out on the ground, which was particularly terrifying. Where the magic light bomb exploded, even the beasts with thick skin and strong anti-strike ability were torn apart and shattered their bones. The slightly weaker beasts have no chance of surviving. A magic light bullet that consumes 1/3 of the magic power in the energy storage gem is equivalent to a blow from a master-level elementary-level magician with all his strength. Plus so many. This round of volleys almost tore the ground apart. The wave of monsters that attacked the distant mountain city was directly cut off by the magic light bullet this time. There was a huge vacuum in the middle. In this vacuum area, the ground that was originally flat has now become a pit that has been sunken. Some of the larger potholes are like a dry lake. There were piles of broken corpses of demon beasts. This scene almost didn't frighten the practitioners who were still fighting Tozet on the ground. Not because such a bloody scene had never been seen, but because such a horrific attack had never been seen. My God, this, how the hell did this happen? Li Xuanhuan was a little incomplete at this time. It has to be said that after the number of magic light bombs is formed, the power that erupts is absolutely shocking. The strength of these beasts is only at the master level, and the lower ones are weaker beasts that are not at the hero level. How could it be resisted under this magical light bullet that filled the sky? And this is also the most terrifying part of the improved version of laser light. In the case of a sufficient number, it can easily reverse the situation off a battle. Under the heroic realm, it is invincible. Am I dreaming? It's not my fault. How could there be such a terrible attack? The Hammer mercenary team can have such a prestigious name, and it really has some ability. This kind of method is really scary. There is no vacuous person under the reputation. The faces of those rich businessmen were even more shocking. This terrifying blow had the urge to make them worship on the spot. I didn't expect that the improved version of laser light actually has this kind of usage. It seems to be really powerful. Qi Lu was also surprised. To be honest, in Qi Li's eyes, the improved laser is just a slightly more convenient weapon. But in terms of Qi Li's strength, it's actually not worth seeing. After all, in terms of the power of the improved version of the laser light, even if all the magic power in the energy storage gem is output, it is difficult to cause substantial damage to the heroic powerhouse. This is also the limitation of the improved laser light. However, in the absence of a heroic powerhouse, the effect of the improved laser light is too great. Qi Lu also realized it at once. Sure enough, developing weapons is the ability of the system, but developing the usage of weapons is still the responsibility of these customers. Qi Lu also only sells it. As for the extent to which the power of these weapons can be exerted, it can only depend on the imagination of customers. Now it seems that the Grizzly's imagination is still very good. All of a sudden, the publicity of the improved version of the laser light exploded in an instant. Qi Lu thought of this again. The better the improved laser is in this fight, the more valuable it will be. After the battle, the easier it is to recruit looting. This is also what Qi Lu is happy to see. However, Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who were standing beside Qi Lu, had much more exciting expressions on their faces. Because they never thought that the improved laser light would have such a huge destructive power. It was able to cut off the impact of the wave of monsters abruptly. However, just relying on the magic light bomb to cut off the wave of monsters, there is no way to scare away these monsters. At most, it only delayed the impact of these monsters. The battle continues. But that's the case, the terrifying destructive power of the magic light bullet also gave Li Calgary a huge surprise. Because this attack of the Hammer mercenary team not only delayed the impact off the monsters, but also relieved the pressure on the city guards and idle practitioners. This gave Yuanshan City a chance to breathe. This kind of hand-to-hand war is the most important for momentum and morale. The so-called one hit, and then decline, 3 exhausted. Therefore, the first wave of Warcraft was the most violent and the most difficult to resist. Once this momentum is interrupted, the next pressure will be much less. Brothers, leave half of the people to continue attacking the beasts. Be careful not to hurt the people in the distant mountain city. For the rest, go find the magician in the team and replenish the energy storage gems with magic power. Don't forget the magic potion, anyway, this time it's not our own gold coins, so give me a good luxury. Grizzly naturally understands this truth, so he is not complacent about the attack just now. Instead, new orders were issued soon after. Dividing the mercenaries with the improved laser light into 2 teams and attacking alternately can effectively make up for the limited magic power of the stored gems. With the continuous flying of small magic light bombs, they exploded on the beast. At this moment, the momentum of the charge of the Warcraft tide turned out to be stagnant. As expected of the well-known Iron Hammer mercenary squad, such a powerful strength is much stronger than other practitioners and mercenary squads. Seeing this, Li calmly couldn't help but give a sincere compliment. Idle practitioners have no team or discipline, but their personal strength isn't bad. The city guard has a team and discipline, but it is only suitable for large-scale battles. In terms of individual strength, it is a bit weaker. Ordinary mercenary squads, on the other hand, belong to the category of teams with no discipline, and it's okay to make small fights. But if we really want to encounter a big scene, only the few powerful mercenary squads can watch, and the other mercenary squads are used to make up the number. However, when he arrived at the Hammer mercenary team, Li calmly couldn't think of anything to say other than his surprise and praise. Such a powerful mercenary team must find a way to make good friends. Thinking of this, Li calmly made a decision in his heart. Because in this world, most city-states are in a state of autonomy, and there are few factors that can limit the development of city-states. But the overall strength of a city-state is definitely the most important part. A city-state with strong overall strength can better resist various unknown dangers and provide more perfect protection for the residents in the city-state. Therefore, we can better attract all kinds of talents to come to live, find more resources, and so on. Form a virtuous circle. The weak city-states are just the opposite. Because of their lack of strength, they cannot resist danger, which makes it difficult to obtain various resources, continuously drain talents, and become more and more difficult to develop. That is to say, the strong stay strong and the weak stay weak. Therefore, Li Xuanhuan wants to develop Xuanhuan City into a more prosperous city, and it is absolutely indispensable to make friends with all kinds of strong people, so as to improve the overall strength of the city-state. And the combat effectiveness displayed by the Hammer mercenary team at this moment is already worthy of Li calmly and deliberately making friends. The same goes for the thoughts of the wealthy businessmen. In this world of vindictiveness and magic, doing business is not just about having a business acumen. As long as you want to expand your industry, then the tyrannical strength you said to escort it is indispensable. Just like the current Fian Chamber of Commerce. It is precisely because of its own lack of strength that it limits the pace of continued expansion. The coverage of more than a dozen city-states is indeed not small, but for some really tyrannical forces, it is not enough to see. Therefore, in order to continue to grow and develop their own industries, these wealthy businessmen will never give up the opportunity to make friends with the Hammer mercenary team. What if Tiehu said something that made them uncomfortable before? Those who can bend and stretch are businessmen. Face doesn't matter at all for great benefit. And Yan Lin, who was among a bunch of wealthy businessmen, gave Bu Yuyan a disdainful look at this time, and said sarcastically, "Didn't you say before that you could solve the problem of city lordly? Why don't you talk now? Are your weapons more powerful than Captain Iron Tiger and the others?" As he spoke, Yan Lin looked at Qi Lu again, and said contemptuously, And you too, you will talk big when you are young, and you can't cooperate well with anyone, but you have to cooperate with a poor Bu family. Look at this, you will talk big in this life. Anyway, in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the contradiction between the Bu family and the Yu family and the Yen family began to intensify. Now even if it is torn to the face, it is actually the same. Therefore, Yan Lin naturally would not miss this opportunity to hit his opponent. As long as these wealthy businessmen and Li calmly dislike Bu Yuyan, then the Bu family in Yuanshan City will never have the possibility of continuing to survive. As soon as Yan Lin's remarks came out, he immediately aroused the echoes of the wealthy businessmen. After all, Iron Tiger did say something that made them uncomfortable, but at this time, in order to make friends with Iron Tiger and the Iron Hammer mercenary team, these words could only be selectively forgotten. But forgetting is forgetting. When Yan Lin mentioned it, these wealthy businessmen could still remember what caused the previous unhappiness. So the anger in my heart was naturally vented to Bu Yuyan. By the way, Qi Lu, who was standing by the side, was also involved. Because in the eyes of these wealthy businessmen, the partners are the same raccoon dog, and there is absolutely no problem in accusing them together. This time, Xuanhuan didn't even speak, but Bu Yuyan spoke first. Shut up for me. Young Master Qi is not the kind of person you said, you bastards. For Bu Yuyan, these guys said they could, but if they said Qi Lu, they couldn't. This roar suddenly silenced Yan Lin and the others for a moment. But then, there was a burst of undisguised laughter. Little girl, if you want to stay in Yuanshan City, it's not a good idea to talk like that. Jin Datsai said with a sneer. The implication of this sentence is to say that they are now ready to drive the Bu family out of Yuanshan City. I really don't know what the news of you being kicked out of Yuanshan City will be. After it reaches Fian City, what will Xuekong think? Yan Lin also looked at Bu Yuyan with a teasing face. But the Bu family put most of their hopes on Bu Yuyan. Now if Bu Yuyan was kicked out of Yuanshan City, it would mean that the Bu family's hopes were dashed. This is definitely a huge blow for Bujia. Damn. Of course Bu Yuyan knew this. But now these wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City are at odds with Yanlinran, and they are embarrassed, and Bu Yuyan has nothing to do. But at this time, Li Tsongrong's voice broke the deadlock. Captain Iron Tiger, congratulations to the brothers of the Iron Hammer mercenary team on their first victory, thank you for your hard work. After seeing Tai Hu coming back from the front line, Li calmly greeted him immediately. City Lordly, don't be so polite, the battle isn't over yet. Tai Hu waved his hand and said aloud. The reason why Iron Tiger is now returning to the city wall is because there is a grizzly bear in command, and Iron Tiger can't intervene, so he came back. Because Iron Tiger did not do much research on the formation of the improved version of the laser light. Mainly because of the lack of talent in this area. After all, the charge of cold weapons is different from the fire suppression of hot weapons. So Iron Tiger, who had nothing to do, returned to the city wall. It doesn't matter, with the Hammer mercenary squad here, it won't take long for this battle to end. With a smile on his face, Li calmly complimented him without a trace. City Lordly is serious. Iron Tiger hurriedly made two polite voices, obviously not wanting to answer this. The Hammer mercenary squad is so powerful, it's not a matter of winning against those monsters. Captain Iron Tiger, this is too modest. Yeah, with Captain Iron Tiger here today, Yuanshan City is considered safe. Don't you know that Captain Iron Tiger still needs potions and equipment? If you need it, just say it. The wealthy businessmen standing on the side also gathered around and complimented him. The reason is to make friends with Iron Tiger. Because of a tyrannical force, it is absolutely irreplaceable for the development and expansion of the industries of these wealthy businessmen. Everyone is really polite, I don't dare to say such words. Iron Tiger has self-knowledge and knows the true strength of the Iron Hammer mercenary squad. If there is no improved version of the laser light, in the face of this wave-off monsters, I am afraid that even a small wave will not be able to rise. Therefore, in the face of these compliments, Iron Tiger also shied away again and again. And just as he was shirring away, out of the corner of Tai Hu's eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure who was thinking about it. Manager Qi. This surprise shout suddenly overwhelmed the compliments of these wealthy businessmen. It also caught Qi Li's attention. It turned out to be you, Tai Hu. I thought you had already left Yuanshan City. Qi Li glanced at Tai Hu and said slowly. For his own customers, unless they are particularly impressed or come to the store often, Qi Li will generally not take the initiative to remember them. After all, the traffic is so large, if every customer remembers this, then Qi Li will not have to do other things. However, although I didn't remember it, as long as I saw it, I could still remember it. It's not that fast, Manager Qi. Do you know how hard it is for me to find you in the past few days? I've searched the entire Far Mountain City, and I haven't seen where you are. After seeing Qi Li, Tai Hu immediately left the wealthy businessmen around him and walked over quickly. This scene suddenly made these wealthy businessmen look at each other in dismay. My heart is full of confusion. This big talker, how can he be so close to Tiehu? Moreover, it seemed that Tiehu took the initiative to say hello, but this kid seemed to ignore it. However, Iron Tiger didn't care about the expressions of these rich businessmen at all. It's normal to not find it, but if you want to buy an improved version of the laser light, just find Bu Yuyan. I have already given her the agency. Qi Li still said in a flat tone. And he quickly guessed Iron Tiger's intentions, because it was so obvious. Has it been handed over to Miss Bu? After hearing this, Tai Hu was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, and said with a smile, Manager Qi and Miss Bu are indeed, well, y'understand. Manager Qi, in fact, besides this incident, I also want to ask you for a drink. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Tai Hu said, and by the way pointed to the wave of monsters outside the distant mountain city. It's okay to drink, I don't like drinking very much. Qi Li shook his head and refused directly. Even the sauce-flavored liquor produced by the system, Qi Li seldom drinks it, let alone these liquors with rough brewing techniques. However, it was this attitude that shocked the wealthy businessmen. Jin Datsai couldn't help but asked, Captain Iron Tiger, I don't know who this store manager Qi is? Who? Iron Tiger glanced at Jin Datsai, then raised his head slightly, and said with some pride, have you seen the staff of the Iron Hammer mercenary squad holding those staffs? Certainly. Jin Datsai nodded. There are hundreds of wands with unique shapes, and it is difficult to think of them without seeing them. The name of those staffs is called the improved version of the laser light. The previous magic light bullets were emitted by the improved version of the laser light. And this improved version of the laser can be used by everyone. Iron Tiger continued, and by the way introduced how to use the improved laser light. It's not a secret anyway. What? However, these words were like a dull thunder, and these rich businessmen were shocked and unbelievable. Even Li Xuanhuan, who was on the side, looked in disbelief. Captain Iron Tiger, are you joking? Jin Datsai stammered and asked, and the shock in his tone was even more expressive. No way, the use of the improved version of the laser light is really too advanced. If this is true, it will definitely be great news for them. As long as the loyalty of the subordinates can be guaranteed. Such tyrannical strength is not a problem at all. As long as the hand is equipped with an improved version of the laser light on the line. The strongest can burst out the destructive power of a magician comparable to the peak of the master-level realm, with all his strength. Such a terrifying weapon, they could not even dream of it. No, there is such a weapon. Li Xuanhuan's expression at the moment is even more complicated. As long as everyone knows how to use it, everyone can use a weapon with such enormous power. What it means to each city-state is self-evident. It can be said that as long as the number of improved laser lights is sufficient. So if the status of Xuanhuan city wants to rise, it is a sure thing. It can even deter the surrounding city-states. So if this kind of weapon is real, it must be obtained. Do you look at my expression like I'm joking? Taihu asked a question, and then pointed to the battlefield under the city wall. The facts are in front of you, do I need to joke? Do you want to experience it later? No, no need, we believe what Captain Iron Tiger said. The wealthy businessmen waved their hands again and again, and Li Kongrang nodded in agreement. Then, Li calmly asked a question that all of them were concerned about. Captain Iron Tiger, I don't know which forge master's work is the improved version of the laser light you mentioned. Judging from the number of improved laser beams owned by the Hammer Mercenary Squad, this weapon should be mass-produced. So Li calmly felt that as long as he knew the origin, he should also be able to get it. Yes, Captain Iron Tiger, may I ask which master blacksmith created such a powerful weapon? As the representative of the wealthy businessmen in Xuanhuan City, Jin Daka naturally asked this question without any hesitation. Everyone is looking forward to Iron Tiger's answer. Because having such a powerful weapon is equivalent to having a powerful force. Ordinary people who are loyal enough, these wealthy businessmen can cultivate as much as they want. And Li Tsongrong even more so. There is absolutely no doubt about the loyalty of the city guards. Don't you know? This improved version of the laser light was sold to me by Manager Qi. Iron Tiger had no intention of concealing anything, and happily told the origin of the improved laser light. However, this sentence is like a bolt from the blue. He slashed at these wealthy businessmen fiercely, causing them to be stunned, dumbfounded, and full of astonishment. Yan Lin's face turned pale in an instant. No, no, it's impossible, yes, it's this little. Manager Qi. When Jin Datsai spoke, he tried his best to say a whole sentence, but found that he couldn't do it at all. Yes, it's him. Iron Tiger nodded. Pfft. After getting a positive answer, Jin Dakai was so frightened that he almost knelt on the ground. But even if you don't kneel now, it's almost the same. If it weren't for the guards by his side, Jin Datsai, whose legs were both weakened, would not be able to stand up at this moment. And those other wealthy businessmen are even more unbearable than Jin Datsai. Sweaty and pale, that's all trifles. Among this group of wealthy businessmen, those who can still stand firm by their own strength cannot be found at all. Several of them slumped on the ground, their faces ashen. His clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. How they ridiculed Qi Lu before is still vivid in my mind. In all fairness, if they were mocked like this, it would be absolutely impossible to bear it. However, when I think about it now, what Qi Lu said in his mouth seemed to bet Ru. With such a powerful weapon, of course, you don't need to look at other people's faces. There are only other people who come to flatter him. How can he flatter others? Qi. Manager Qi, I. Jin Datsai looked at Qi Lu, stammering, not knowing what to say. But he had ridiculed the store manager Qi so much before. Basically, he was offended and died, and there was no room for recovery. Therefore, Jin Datsai did not dare to hope that he could still buy an improved version of the laser light. Now for the good words, in fact, I hope that this manager, Qi, can have a lot of adults. As long as you don't care about them, it's a small matter how much you pay. I know what you want to say, so you don't have to say it anymore. Qi Lu glanced at Jin Datsai, who was terrified, and said slowly, I said, Bu Yuyan is my partner, if you want to talk about business, just go to her. Just a few jumping clowns. With Qi Li's character, he has no time to waste on these guys. After all, in this world, Qi Lu will probably only stay for a month, and the vending point will still be set up here. It's comfortable to be happy for a while, but how to deal with the mess behind it? So instead of venting his anger, it's better to let Bu Yuyan stand up. If this was in the eastern wilderness or the northern mountain range, Jing Dazai would have no chance to speak to Qi Lu at all, and was crushed on the spot. Miss Bu, okay, I see. Many thanks to the store manager, Qi, there are a lot of adults, and they are willing to let us go. We will follow Miss Bu's lead in the future. Jing Dazai hurriedly bowed to thank him. Then after a few seconds, Jing Dazai seemed to feel that his sincerity was not enough, so he simply knelt down. Compared with the tyrannical power that can be obtained, what is face? When other wealthy businessmen saw this scene, they immediately followed suit. Thank you, Manager Qi. While shouting what Jing Dazai had said, he knelt down in front of Qi Lu, and knelt down a lot in a hurry. We will definitely follow Miss Bu's lead in the future. If this scene is seen by the people in the distant mountain city, maybe even his jaw dropped. You know, these people are all big men who stomped their feet in the distant mountain city, and the ground was shaking 3 times. Now that all of them are kneeling here, how can they not be shocked? However, among these people, only one person did not kneel like the other 7, though his face was pale. That is Yan Lin, from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Because Yan Lin represented the Yan family of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, it was absolutely impossible for him to bow his head to Bu Yuyan. Unless the Yan family lost and bowed their heads to the Bu family, that's about the same. Therefore, at this moment, Yan Lin has become the most stubborn person on the scene. Manager Qi, I don't understand why you choose to cooperate with the people from the Bu family, but what kind of conditions the Bu family gave you? Our Yan family is willing to give better conditions. I just ask you to cooperate with the Yan family. Yan Lin gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, as if to strengthen himself. It doesn't matter if our Yan family doesn't want any profit, as long as you can cooperate with us. Manager Qi, I believe you also know the situation of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Our Yan family can definitely provide you with more favorable conditions than the Bu family, whether it is customer channels or manpower. Yan Lin said loudly, his eyes looking at Qi Lu were also full of firmness. Because what he said was true. The Bu family has begun to decline now, and it is not the opponent of the Yu family and the Yan family after joining forces. Believe that anyone knows how to choose. Yan Lin thought so too. Since they can cooperate with Bu Yuyan and Bujia, why can't they cooperate with Yanjia, who has more customer channels? Therefore, at such a time, Yan Lin dared to shout out these words. And these words, Jing Dazai and others can't say it. Because if it is only about the distant mountain city, the Yan family where Yan Lin is located, and even the Fian Chamber of Commerce, are nothing. However, the advantage of the Fian Chamber of Commerce lies in the coverage off the dozen or so city-states. This is a condition that Jing Dazai and others do not have. It is also where Yan Lin's confidence lies in shouting these words. Every businessman is profit-seeking. If he can choose more favorable conditions, he will not give up easily. You're right. Judging from the current situation, your Yan family may be stronger than the Bu family. Qi Lu squinted his eyes, looked at Yan Lin expressionlessly, and said calmly. After all, Bu Yuyan was just a fledgling girl. In terms of intrigue, it's still a little bit worse to fight an old fox like Yan Lin. What's more, in the battle of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the Bu family had no advantage. I knew that, Mr. Qi, you are a smart person. You will definitely not regret choosing to cooperate with our Yan family. After listening to Qi Li's words, Yan Lin thought he agreed. The look in Bu Yuyan's eyes immediately became complacent. No, I think you misunderstood. Qi Li's calm voice immediately interrupted Yan Lin's words. No matter how strong your Yan family is, what does it have to do with me? You didn't deserve to cooperate with me. As soon as these words came out, Yan Lin's voice suddenly stopped. What does this mean? Yan Lin had a puzzled look on his face, and a hint of resentment. How could Bu Yuyan have such a good opportunity to let the Bu family climb such a high branch? His Yan family is worse than the starter family? It doesn't mean anything, I just tell you that you are not worthy to cooperate with me. That's all. Qi Lu slowly repeated what he just said, without any further explanation. Although Qi Lu is a businessman, he is not a pure businessman. Most of the time you will do things according to your own preferences. What more are you talking about here? Manager Qi said that he doesn't plan to cooperate with you, and you are still standing here shamelessly. Is it interesting? That is, if you say that you are not worthy, you are not worthy. What are you wishing for? Can't you just follow Miss Bu honestly? If you are like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything in the future. At this time, all the wealthy businessmen who were kneeling on the ground also stood up and accused Yan Lin. We had talked very happily before, but in the blink of an eye, the eyebrows were cold. The speed of the face change is unbelievable. But this is also impossible. These wealthy businessmen knew in their hearts that they laughed at Bu Yuyan and Qi Lu like that before, but if they don't do anything now, if they want to have a better life in the future, they are afraid it will be difficult. If only Yan Lin was handed over, it would be the best thing to do. Anyway, did the fire burn on him? Mr. Qi, thank you for this matter. But Bu Yuyan came to Qi Li's side and thanked her very solemnly. Of course Bu Yuyan could guess what the purpose of keeping these wealthy businessmen behind was, and it was precisely because of this that she had taught Hank Qi Lu even more. Thank you, Master Qi. Xuanhuan also followed, sincerely thanking Qi Lu. You're welcome, you'd better deal with the rest. Qi Lu shook his head slightly, then pointed to the wealthy businessmen who were about to come over after scolding Yan Lin. For this kind of effort, Qi Lu never thought of taking credit. It's just that what happens next depends on Bu Yuyan's ability. It is not an easy task for a young girl who is not familiar with the world to control these old foxes. You know, the fact that the subordinates secretly made up the boss happened in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the boss who was overridden was Bu Yuyan's father, the current big boss of Fian Chamber of Commerce, Bu Yuyan. Even a person with so much experience would make this mistake. Not to mention a novice like Bu Yuyan, who has only done a lot of work on paper. All Qi Lu can do is to give Bu Yuyan a chance to stand out. But how to do it specifically, Qi Lu can't control it, and he doesn't have sonic energy to manage it. However, no matter what Bu Yuyan has to do, as long as Guku is there, at least her life can be guaranteed in Yuanshan City. Even if those wealthy businessmen are not convinced or reconciled, they can only stumble in secret and make tricks. Anyone who dares to use assassins and killers that break the rules of the game. The first to be ended must be their own lives. Manager Qi, I didn't expect that you still have such a powerful weapon in your hand. I was blind before, I hope you don't mind. Li calmly stepped forward and apologized aloud. However, compared to the wealthy businessmen in Far Mountain City, Li Kengrong was undoubtedly much better. At least from the perspective of Li Tsongrong's identity and pattern, it is assumed that Li Tsongrong will not be so obvious to ridicule a person. Therefore, Qi Li's disgust for Li Tsongrong was not so heavy. City Master Li, don't worry, I'm not that stingy. Qi Li spoke, walked slowly to the edge of the city wall, and looked at the battlefield outside the distant mountain city. His eyes became a little sharp. This battle is not over yet, City Lord Li, don't take it easy too soon. What does Store Manager Qi mean? With the reinforcements of Captain Iron Tiger and the others, it's just a matter of time to eliminate these monsters. Li calmly heard the words, frowned, and followed to look at the battlefield, expressing his own views. With the reinforcements of the improved version of the laser light, the Tidov warcraft has been gradually suppressed. The power of the magic light bomb is definitely not covered. Otherwise, Li Tsongrong and those wealthy businessmen would not have attached so much importance to the improved laser light. This is simply a weapon that can change fate. Some things can't just be seen on the surface. Qi Lu spoke slowly, but his eyes turned to the side. Those wealthy businessmen who were surrounded by Bu Yuyan, who were respectful on the surface, were all unconvinced in their hearts. In terms of seniority, they were much stronger than Bu Yuyan. Why did Bu Yuyan come across such a good opportunity? Thinking about it this way, it's strange to be willing. If Bu Yuyan didn't handle it properly, I'm afraid it won't be long before this partner's name will exist in name only. These old fox-like wealthy businessmen have some ways to benefit from the improved laser light. And also expand their own industry. The apparent surrender is nothing but holding back a belly of bad water, waiting for the right moment. Only Yan Lin, who was clearly rejected by Qi Lu, stood there with a look of resentment. He clenched his fists, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, this little girl, Xuanhuan, was proud of herself at this time. Standing beside Bu Yuyan, she reprimanded the wealthy businessman in Yuanshan City. Still laughing complacently. Manager Qi, are you worried about Miss Bu? Li Tsongrong also looked over, and seemed to have a feeling to ask a question, and then continued, in this matter, please rest assured, Manager Qi, as long as Li Tsongrong is still the city owner of Yuanshan City for one day, Miss Bu will be fine. Will not be wronged. No, I'm not worried about that. Qi Lu shook his head, and his eyes became sharper and sharper. It's coming. What's coming? Just when Li calmly was a little puzzled and felt that what Qi Lu said was inexplicable, a huge roar echoed between heaven and earth and came from a distance. Roar. The violent roar, like a dull thunder, hit everyone's heart heavily. Accompanied by a violent and unparalleled coercion. Shrouded everyone present. The city guards who were fighting the monsters on the battlefield, and the practitioners of the distant mountain city, heard the roar, and their movements were obviously stagnant. At this moment, many people died tragically under the claws of the beasts. Li Tsongrong's pupils also shrank suddenly, and he suddenly felt a suffocation in his chest, and there was an indescribable sense of depression. As for the wealthy businessmen next to them, it was even more unbearable. The physical weakness caused by the excessive wine color is more vividly reflected under this violent roar. Almost half of the wealthy businessmen spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fell to the ground. The other wealthy businessmen who were lucky enough not to vomit blood had a morbid flush on their faces at the moment. The lips of these rich businessmen were so pale that there was no trace of blood. Just looking at this face, it seems that he will faint in the next second. Fortunately, the coercion that accompanied the roar was an indiscriminate attack, which was much weaker than a concentrated destructive force. Otherwise, today next year may be the death anniversary of these guys. This roar, what kind of magical beast came from? Taihu on the side was gasping for breath, trying to relieve the suffocation in his chest, and his face was even more horrified. Just from this roar, Iron Tiger could feel it. A magical beast that can burst out such terrifying coercion is by no means its opponent. He didn't even have the qualifications to be the opponent of this monster. Manager Qi, what you said just now, you don't mean this. Li calmly was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Because of such a terrifying aura, in his long career, Li Tsongrong has never met him before. It has completely exceeded his imagination. Look, that guy is coming soon. Qi Lu did not answer Li calmly's question, but came to Bu Yuyan's side, looked at her horrified face, and asked aloud, are you all right? I'm fine, but. Although Bu Yuyan's face was a little pale at this time, it was much better than those wealthy businessmen who vomited blood and froze on the ground. So when asked by Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan said she was happy. But more than that, there are still doubts. Because Bu Yuyan still has self-knowledge, and she is also an ordinary person who cannot cultivate. Even if the physique is stronger than those of these wealthy businessmen, it is also limited. So under this roar, no matter how good the situation is, it is impossible for nothing to happen. It's fine. I told Guku before that he should be within the range of Far Mountain City to protect your well-being. It seems to be useful. Qi Lu answered the doubts in Bu Yuyan's heart in one sentence. Qi Lu could perceive the momentum coming towards the distant mountain city, and the ancient subjects created by the system could naturally also perceive it. The same explosive momentum, condensed coercion. In the distant mountain city, Guku would not be weaker than these invaders. So there is no need for Qi Lu to do anything. Guku alone can protect Bu Yuyan from being hurt by this pressure. As for Xuanhuan next to her. Little girl, don't look at me like that, protecting you is just a matter of the way. Qi Lu glanced at Xuanhuan, who was also pale and full of astonishment, and added lightly. Then he muttered silently in his heart. Guku is really a robot. Even with the addition of the puppet rune. When I said to protect Bu Yuyan, I really just protected Bu Yuyan. The coercion that came along with the roar before was an indiscriminate attack. So for the protection of Xuanhuan, it is still Qi Li's own hands. However, Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan would not know about it. Gu. Is Mr. Gu's strength so strong? Bu Yuyan asked in surprise. Based on the previous guesses about Guku's strength, Bu Yuyan felt that breaking the sky was just the peak of the master-level realm. But now it seems that it is far more than that. You have to ask him about this. Qi Lu smiled and did not answer Bu Yuyan's question. When something is said, there is a feeling of showing off. Qi Lu is not a person who likes to show off, so he will not say it directly. It is best to keep a little mystery. However, these few conversations, although not very loud. However, the wealthy businessmen who were in distress around them were not far away, so I still heard them. So in their hearts, a huge wave suddenly surged up. In this distant mountain city, there are even strong men hiding in the dark to protect Miss Bu secretly. And it was ordered by Manager Qi. My God. Impossible, there is such a strong powerhouse, how could we not know? I hope Miss Bu didn't see those thoughts I had before. From now on, I will definitely be loyal to Miss Bu. At this moment, these wealthy businessmen have extinguished the idea that they wanted to make a fuss about Bu Yuyan. Don't even dare to think about it. A strong man who has not shown his face can withstand such a terrifying coercion. Before, Bu Yuyan only had a tyrannical weapon in her hand as a commodity. So the idea of these wealthy businessmen is to curry favor with Bu Yuyan, and then wait for the opportunity to grab it and get it into their own hands. But now, a strong one. Especially a strong man who is so tyrannical to such a situation, that is not ordinary money, something that can be shaken. Everyone has only one thought in their hearts, that is, they must follow the steps of Bu Yuyan, and tell them to go east and never go west. As for Qi Lu, as long as he speaks, the priority must be higher than Bu Yuyan. It's just that it's still unknown whether Qi Lu will talk to them. The gazes of Li Com and Tai Hu looking at Qi Lu immediately changed. Li calmly didn't feel any momentum from Qi Lu before, and thought that Qi Lei was just an ordinary person with better luck. Now it seems that it is probably the son-in-law who came out to experience some top power. However, this kind of thinking can't help but think about it more calmly. Because at this moment, a monster with a size of hundreds of meters long appeared in the sky above the distant mountain city. This monster is shaped like a snake, with scales on its back and 4 claws on its belly. The head is like a triangle, and the eyes are erect. The whole body is entwined with electric light, and just by looking at this appearance, you can feel that this beast is extremely fierce. And the coercion emanating from this monster is even more frightening. Even if the coercion is not deliberately burst out, it still makes people feel extremely strong evil spirits, which makes people horrified. This kind of coercion that naturally radiates, for practitioners, it is still good and can bear. But for ordinary people in the distant mountain city, it's not enough. The moment this beast appeared, most of the residents in Xuanhuan City were so frightened that they felt so weak that it was difficult to move. What's more, even breathing became a little difficult. How could it be this guy? With just one glance, Li calmly recognized the demon beast that came to the sky above the distant mountain city. Zidian Lingjiao. Damn, why did this guy come to Far Mountain City? The moment Li calmly saw the appearance of the Zidian Lingjiao, the cold hairs all over his body stood up, and there was a swish on his back, and a layer of cold sweat broke out. No, this appearance, this purple thunderbolt. Taihu looked at the sky. His body was so large that it was almost a monster that covered the sky, and the beads of sweat on his face were just bubbling out. In this world, there are only a handful of strong heroes in the heroic realm. There are also not many monsters that can reach the heroic realm. In addition, the lifespan of monsters in the hero-level realm is generally not short, so most of the hero-level monsters are actually recorded. This Zidian Lingjiao is naturally one of them. You know this monster? Seeing the extremely stiff faces of Li Songrong and Tai Hu, Qi Lu couldn't help asking. Dang, of course I know. As the city lord of Xuanhuan City, Li Songrong is still calmer in the end. According to records, the Zidian Lingjiao came from the Zidian forest. It was the descendant of the Zidian pterosaur that had passed away, and its strength was undoubtedly heroic. Therefore, for the purple electric forest, under normal circumstances, no one will enter. But Li calmly couldn't understand why Zidian Lingjiao would come to Far Mountain City today. Purple electric spirit flood dragon. Qila nodded, then looked up at the monsters in the sky. Jiao is actually the predecessor of the dragon, and the Jiao transforms into Edragon. However, the dragon here does not refer to those giant dragons with wings flying around, but a real dragon. So Qilu actually didn't feel that bad about this purple lightning spirit flood dragon. After all, this is the predecessor of the dragon in his hometown, Ah. However, although this purple lightning flood dragon is covered in lightning, the dragon horns on top of it are not very obvious. It seems that there is still a long way to go before Hualong. However, this is the case. This purple electric spirit flood dragon also possesses the strength of a heroic elementary rank. I really don't know how powerful it will be after it successfully transforms into a dragon. However, under Qi Li's perception, the purple lightning flood dragon seemed to be seriously injured. The breath is a little unstable. That's why this guy didn't release his coercion all the time to deter the people in the distant mountain city. Otherwise, where would it be the cultivators who came to Far Mountain City to resist? They would have been shaken by the pressure of the Zidian Lingjiao and could not move. After all, Zidian Lingjiao belongs to the dragon clan no matter what. Even if it doesn't belong to the dragon's lineage, is the five-clawed golden dragon bad? So simple dragon might can still be released. However, even so, this purple lightning spirit flood dragon still didn't move, which was enough to show that it was seriously injured. However, this kind of unstable atmosphere, I am afraid that only Qi Lu can perceive it. As for the Zidian Lingjiao, just appearing here, relying on the coercion that naturally radiates, is enough to deter these people present. Now, what should I do? Li Calm's face became extremely ugly. In the face of the wave of monsters, Li calmly felt that there was still a chance to fight to the death. As long as the victory was won, the things that were left behind by the hunted monsters would be a huge amount of wealth. However, in the face of Shang Zidian Lingjiao, Li calmly felt despair in his heart. It's not a level at all, it's not a level of combat power, how do you fight? Moreover, after the appearance of the Zidian spirit flood dragon, the attack of the monster wave seemed to have stopped. However, the practitioners and the city guards in Xuanhuan City didn't seem tadar to make the slightest move under the gaze of Zidian Lingjiao. Hero-level warcraft, the deterrent is so huge. If it wasn't because the Zidian Lingjiao hadn't burst out of coercion, I'm afraid those cultivators who were slightly weaker would have fallen to the ground at this moment, vomiting blood. Kill. After being silent for a while, Zidian Lingjiao spat out a word. This word almost made Li calmly sit on the ground. And the word kill. But it made the group of monsters boil, and the momentum rose to the extreme at this moment. On the other hand, the morale of the cultivators and the city guards on the side of Yuanshan City became extremely sluggish. In the face of the impact of the wave of monsters, there was almost no resistance at all. This is the qualitative change brought about by a heroic warcraft. Even if this heroic warcraft did not join the battle, the change in morale was absolutely impossible to estimate. It's over, it's over. Li calmly looked outside the distant mountain city. Those monsters rushed towards the distant mountain city like a broken bamboo, and couldn't stop talking to himself. Even the Hammer mercenary squad, with an improved version of the laser light, could not resist the impact of the wave of monsters. The army was defeated like a mountain. It is definitely not something that a mercenary team can change. As long as the Zidian Lingjiao is still there, the momentum of these beasts will not be sluggish. The distant mountain city is about to disappear, and everything is over. Who the hell provoked the Zidian Lingjiao? Why is this happening? It's all over, it's all gone. Those wealthy businessmen who were on the ground were all staring blankly at front. An atmosphere of despair permeated the city wall. No one wants to face such a formidable opponent. They are not strong enough, and they are also not enough in terms of mood. The wave of monsters, which was once suppressed by the magic light bomb, also began to show an unstoppable trend again, gradually approaching the city wall off the distant mountain city. The city guards and practitioners were beaten and retreated. That is to say, the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary squad are in a slightly better situation, and they can rely on the improved laser light to fight and retreat with this group of beasts. But that's about it. After the Zidian Lingjiao appeared, this group of beasts seemed to be dying. Momentum and combat effectiveness are simply not the same thing. No, it can't go on like this. Li calmly looked at the approaching wave of monsters, and suddenly pulled out the knight sword hanging from his waist. Even if I die, I will fight to the death for the distant mountain city. The honor of a knight should be to die on the battlefield, not to hide behind the back. Li Tsongrong may not be qualified to become Zidian Lingjiao's opponent. But it is more than enough to resist those low-strength monsters. City Lord Li, you really want to go with me? I have been a mercenary for so many years, and I have never escaped once. Iron Tiger also eased over from the pressure of Zidian Lingjiao. Now that things have come to this point, there is only one choice. There is the honor of death, but the shame of life. Even in the end, Yuanshan City was still lost, but he had done all his strength, even risking his life, and he was able to have no regrets or egrets. Brothers, if you don't want to be called like a bitch after you die, then don't back off. It's just some monsters, what's so scary? Show your fighting spirit and kill. Iron Tiger roared, picked up his solid copper hammer, jumped off the city wall, and joined the members of the Iron Hammer mercenary team. The city guards of Yuanshan City, listen to the order. Li calmly took a deep breath, and then shouted loudly. For Yuanshan City. For our family and friends. City guards, hold on to the weapons in your hands, follow me, and rush back. Li calmly stood on the guardrail of the city wall, holding the knight sword high in his hand, looking up at the purple lightning spirit Jiao in the sky, and shouted loudly. With the city lord personally supervising the battle, the morale of the city guards can be somewhat boosted. But how much can be improved can only be left to fate. However, regardless of the morale of the city guards, Li calmly shouted loudly, but it caught the attention of Zidian Lingjiao. It's really noisy. Zidian Lingjiao's voice was very slow, and the emotion in his tone did not reveal much. But there was clearly a hint of impatience in it. Your Excellency Zidian Lingjiao, since you are willing to answer, why can't you tell me what is the purpose of your coming to Yuanshan City? If I do something wrong in Yuanshan City, I am willing to make up for it with all my strength. Previously, Li calmly looked directly at Zidian Lingjiao and shouted, just toast whether Zidian Lingjia would answer. As long as they can reply, it means that there is still a chance for negotiation. This is also Li calmly fighting for the last chance for Yuanshan City. Make it all up? When Zidian Lingjiao heard this, he let out a sneer. You can't make it up, and you don't deserve to know. Before he finished speaking, above the sky, layers of pitch-black thunderclouds had already surged up, covering the sky above the distant mountain city. In the dense thunderclouds, the thunder and lightning were surging like giant pythons, making bursts of roars. The thunder rolls, shocking people. Like the sound of drum beats, following the frequency of the heartbeat, it slammed into the hearts of everyone. Humph. Li calmly, who was the first to bear the brunt, let out a muffled groan, followed by a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The other practitioners who were affected by the aftermath of the thunder were also not feeling well. It's just that the situation is much better than Li calmly. Cough cough, is this the power of a hero? It's really scary. Li calmly clutched his chest, breathing hard, trying to relieve the burning sensation in his chest. However, the attack of the Zidian Lingjiao did not stop. The impact of thunder is just an appetizer. The real attack is yet to come. Boom. In these few breaths, the thundercloud in the sky has already formed, and a storm full of thunder and lightning also appeared on the thundercloud. In the eyes of the storm, countless thunders kept surging, making a heart-pounding roar. It seems that in the next second, it will turn into a thunder dragon and rush out of the eye of the storm, smashing all obstacles ahead. Damn, such a tyrannical force can't be resisted at all. Li calmly looked at the thunderclouds in the sky with a horrified face. The surging majestic coercion was so terrifying that it made people breathless. This is the strength of the Zidian Lingjiao. Thunder, which is the most terrifying element of destructive power, can burst out with unimaginable power. Under the control of Zidian Lingjiao, it can be transformed into an incomparable force, annihilating all enemies that block its way. The dark clouds weighed down, making the sky in the distant mountain city darken. All the inhabitants of Yuanshan City were shivering incessantly. Even the firm-willed city guards couldn't help but feel a little weak at the moment. The majestic and unparalleled power is like the vast and boundless ocean, making life not a single thought of resistance. That's not to mention those idle cultivators who were already resigned. Under the shroud of the power of thunder, he had already lost his armor and abandoned his armor, and the army was completely defeated. The remaining Iron Hammer mercenary squad, under the command of Iron Tiger, could not exert much combat effectiveness. Because the blocking of the improved laser light requires someone to withstand the impact of the enemy in front and attract firepower. However, in this situation, it is obviously unlikely that anyone will continue to help attract firepower. Those who bully the soft and fear the hard. Don't they think they have escaped now, and when Yuanshan City is broken, they won't have to be buried with Yuanshan City? Tiehu shouted angrily, his face full of hatred that iron is not steel. On the battlefield, Xinqing and will is really a very important part. If the will is not strong, there will only be insufficient success and more failures. Captain, don't rush forward, let's fight and retreat, brothers are about to be unable to withstand it. Grizzly followed closely behind Tiehu and persuaded loudly. Now that the defeat is set, just relying on a hammer mercenary team will not play a role. At the moment when the thundercloud in the sky took shape, although it suppressed the ferocity of these demon beasts, it was a bigger blow to the side of Yuanshan City. The morale, which had finally been boosted up a little, was dissipated completely. It is probably the responsibility on their shoulders who are still supporting the city guards in their fight against the monsters. In order to protect the distant mountain city. Retreat? Where else can we retreat now? Iron Tiger sighed and looked up at the sky. The thunder in the eye of the storm had already condensed and formed, and its lashed down fiercely. The deep purple thunder was like a sharp blade that pierced the sky, slicing through the darkness brought by the dark clouds, but it also brought a more terrifying death. Like a punishment from heaven, people can only feel despair. Do not. Li calmly roared unwillingly. Lei Ting's target was the city wall of Yuanshan City. As long as the city wall is broken, the tide of monsters will be able to drive in and destroy the distant mountain city. But these things, as long as this thunder strikes the city wall, it has nothing to do with Li calmly. Because this terrifying attack, together with the city wall, will wipe out all the creatures on the city wall, without exception. The wealthy businessmen in Far Mountain City had long since collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the guards hired seemed so pale and powerless. In the face of absolute power, nothing is. Master Qi. Bu Yuyan looked at Lei Ting, who was approaching quickly. Her whole body was shaking. The threat of death is so close at this moment. But the gentle and confident smile around him is so reassuring. Miss. Xuanhuan gripped the corner of Bu Yuyan's clothes tightly, so hard that her knuckles started to turn white. Boom. The dark purple thunder is so dazzling and bright, as pleasing to the eye as the fireworks that bloom at the last moment of life. It's a pity that you can only enjoy it once in a lifetime. Bam. Just when everyone fell into despair, a black shadow suddenly flashed, and then, a roar resounded through the world and broke out. And with this roar, there is also the thunder light that fills the sky. Scattered down, like starlight falling, extremely gorgeous. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? In this thunderous light, the first thing that sounded was an angry roar. With the roar of the Zidian Lingjiao, everyone on the city wall opened their eyes, closed because of despair. Surprised to find that he is still alive. I'm still alive, it's not real, I'm not dreaming. It's true, I'm really still alive. It's great, it's great. The surprise of the rest of their lives made these wealthy businessmen cry with joy. This feeling of being pulled back from the brink of death is really exciting to the point where ordinary people can't bear it. Even these old foxes who have seen the wind and waves only feel that their whole body is weak, and they don't want to experience it again in this life. However, Bu Yuyan was keenly aware of an extra figure in the sky. That figure, can't it be Mr. Gu? Looking at the figure standing above the sky, Bu Yuyan said with a stunned expression. As for Gu's strength, Bu Yuyan has been guessing again and again. But unexpectedly, it was still underestimated. This kind of power that can directly stop the thunder of Zidian Lingjiao in an emergency is really beyond imagination. Who is Mr. Gu? Li calmly, who managed to calm down, also noticed the figure that suddenly appeared. After hearing Bu Yuyan's words, she quickly asked aloud. If nothing else, it was just the power that could block the attack of the Zidian Lingjiao, just now. It is no exaggeration to say that this Mr. Gu alone is enough to demolish Yuanshan City, and no one can stop it. When did such a monster appear in this distant mountain city? As the city lord of Yuanshan City, he didn't even know about it at all, and was even taken by a little girl. And those wealthy businessmen who are still glad that they survived, quietly raised their ears at this moment, paying close attention to the conversation between the two. A strong man who can shake the purple electric spirit flood dragon. That is definitely the powerhouse of the heroic realm. If you are fortunate enough to get to know a hero-level powerhouse, then even if you put it mildly, walking sideways in the dozens of surrounding city-states, there is no problem at all. Not to mention, how much the fame of a heroic powerhouse can help his own industry. That is simply a golden sign. Mr. Gu is Mr. Qi's housekeeper, Mr. Gu Kegu, and Mr. Qi also asked Mr. Gu to protect my young lady. As for Li Calmly's question, Xuanhuan jumped ahead of Bu Yuyan and said it as if to show off. And the second half of the sentence is emphasized. Although Xuanhuan was also shocked by Gu's strength. But in this kind of time to show off, it must not be absent. Master Qi's housekeeper? Li calmly glanced at Qi Lu with a strange face, and gained a new understanding of Qi Li's identity. It is conceivable that a young man who can make a heroic, strong man be a housekeeper will have a huge family background. Absolutely not to mess with. In an instant, Li Tsongrong gave Qi Lu such a label. As for those wealthy businessmen who were secretly paying attention, they almost ran over at this time and bowed their heads to Bu Yuyan. Qi Lu couldn't stand it. Because the level is too high. But Bu Yuyan was different. If she offered her loyalty at this time, she might even get a piece of the pie. Can be protected by a hero-level powerhouse, even if it is only ordered by others. But that's a status symbol. It's an honor to speak out. Hero-level powerhouses, in this world of belief in the god of forging, are on the same level as forging masters with respected status. And forging masters in the heroic realm are naturally more respected. Although Mr. Gu mentioned by Bu Yuyan may not be a master forging. But it doesn't matter. Because they only need the name of a heroic powerhouse as a golden sign, it's enough for them to expand their industry dozens of times. Master Qi, thank you for saving me again. Bu Yuyan ignored other people's gazes, but opened her mouth to thank Qi Lu. You can thank that guy, don't thank me. Qi Lu pointed to the sky, then shrugged, not intending to accept this favor. Because to tell the truth, Gu Ku would appear here to stop the attack of the Zidian Lingjiao, because Bu Yuyan was in danger. After all, with the strength of Zidian Lingjiao, for Qi Lu, it is not really strong. What's more, this purple lightning spirit flood dragon is still seriously injured at the moment, which has greatly reduced its combat power. Therefore, Qi Lu does not need Gyuk to protect it. I know, and I will also thank Mr. Gu. Bu Yuyan nodded and said very seriously. Well then, whatever you want. Qi Lu shook his head, then looked up at the sky. There, Gu Ku and Zidian Lingjiao had already confronted each other. Who the hell is this guy? Why do you want to hurt me? Zidian Lingjiao glared at the guy in a tuxedo and white gloves before him and asked angrily. A pair of diamond-shaped vertical pupils flashed a sharp fierce light. My name is Gu Ku, I'm a housekeeper. I don't know what you're doing, beauty threatening Miss Bu's life, so I'll stop you. Gu Ku stood up straight, looked at the Zidian Lingjiao in front of him, and said expressionlessly. There was not even a trace of sound. After all, it's just a simulation robot blessed with puppet runes. It's a strange thing to have emotional fluctuations. Miss Bu? Damn it, are you here to hurt me because of this trivial reason? The Zidian Lingjiao roared angrily. Looking at Gu Ku's eyes, he became more and more vigilant. Because from Gu Ku, Zidian Lingjiao also felt a hint of threat, and this feeling of threat was still increasing. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. However, I must ensure the safety of Miss Bu. Gu Ku still had the expression of Gu Jing's waveless expression, and said calmly. Then take away the Miss Bu in your mouth, and get out of here. Zidian Lingjiao gritted his teeth. The body of hundreds of meters swayed in the air, piercing the gathered thunderclouds, and brought bursts of thunder. If it weren't for the fact that this guy in front of him had the power to make him feel threatened, Zidian Lingjiao would not have compromised so much. The weak are not qualified to make conditions in front of the strong. For Zidian Lingjiao, only with equal strength and equal realm can they be qualified for equal dialogue. Sorry, I won't interfere with Miss Bu's actions, I'm only responsible for protecting her safety. Gu Ku said in a straightforward manner, not caring at all about the anger in Zidian Lingjiao's eyes. Damn it, you are here to find fault, right? Then you should die. Zidian Lingjiao's patience was rubbed to the limit by Gu Ku's steadfast way of speaking, and he immediately let out a roar. Several thunderbolts slashed towards Gu Ku like a sky-shattering blade. The momentum was so loud that there were bursts of explosions. Where the thunder passed, the dark clouds instantly vanished, and the space shattered inch by inch. The terrifying coercion erupted, combining the power of Long Wei and thunder into one. The monsters who were still attacking the distant mountain city were so frightened that they immediately fell to the ground and began to tremble uncontrollably. Under this pressure, the city walls of Xuanhuan City also appeared small cracks. Then keep expanding. The coercion is solidified. The power of the Zidian Lingjiao is so terrifying. I'm sorry, if you do this, it may endanger Miss Bu's safety, so I can't let you do it. Guke calmly looked at Zidian Lingjiao and spread his arms. An even more majestic momentum immediately erupted from Guke's body. Then, like a reversing ocean wave, it rolled up, completely wrapping the pressure of the Zidian Lingjiao. Crush! With a light drink, Guke folded his palms together. The monstrous pressure that the Zidian Lingjiao burst out suddenly shattered like a crystal that had suffered a heavy blow. Puff! Pale golden blood immediately spit out from the mouth of Zidian Lingjiao. Just one trick. To start is to hit hard. Although Gyuk looks sunny and handsome in appearance. But the puppet runes blessed on the body are all fighting runes. Under the elegant appearance, there is a violent core hidden, which is the final evaluation of Guku. Of course, this did not rule out the reason why the purple lightning flood dragon itself was seriously injured. But Rao is so, Guku's strength is beyond doubt. How is this possible? Among the human race, how could there be such a strong clan? Is it true that there is no one in my dragon clan? The Zidian Lingjiao, who was seriously injured after being hit by Guku, and his injuries became more serious. And this scene, in the eyes of people on the ground, is simply shocking. One blow hit the Zidian Lingjiao. What a terrifying combat power this is. In terms of various basic attributes, the human race can't compare to the monsters, let alone the purple lightning dragon, a strange beast with pure dragon blood. However, Guku not only suppressed the Zidian Lingjiao in aura, but also hit it hard with one move. This level of combat power is absolutely appalling. Standing on the city wall, Li calmly almost glared his eyes out. I'm not dreaming, or I'm dazzled. This Mr. Gu's strength is too strong. My God, this kind of combat power, even among the few hero-level powerhouses, is one of the best. It is an honor for me to be fortunate enough to meet such a strong man. The wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City strengthened their thoughts even more. Be sure to follow Bu Yuyan steadily. This is a great opportunity to fly. With this level of powerhouse watching, they don't even ask Bu Yuyan to cooperate with them. As long as there is some soup left for them to drink, it will be enough for them to make a lot of money. Xuanhuan even glanced back and forth on the faces of these wealthy businessmen with a proud look, and the pride in her eyes was about to overflow. The meaning is self-evident. The stronger Guku's strength is, the more beneficial it is to Bu Yuyan. Then Xuanhuan will naturally be more proud. Why? Because of Bu Yuyan's safety, Guku is watching over her. If you have any thoughts in your heart, you should weigh them carefully to see how many lives you have. Among the people here, there is only one person. At this moment, his hands and feet are cold, his heart is cold, and his face is bloodless. That is Yan Lin, from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Bu Yuyan soared into the sky, it meant that the Bu family would also soar into the sky. What about the rest of the Yojia and Yen family? In front of such a strong man, can there be any storms? However, Yan Lin's psychological activities are not for the time being. However, after seeing Guku make such a heavy hand, Qi Lu hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Guku and stopped his next attack. Wait, Guku, let me talk to it first. This Zidian Lingjiao is also a dragon, the predecessor of the dragon in Qila's memory. In this world full of giant dragons, it is still quite rare. So in an unnecessary situation, Qi Lu still didn't want to end his life in such a sloppy way. What's more, this purple lightning flood dragon itself was seriously injured. In this case, he would go to the distant mountain city. There should be other secrets, so Qi Lu felt that it would be better to ask more clearly. So, in the sky, Guku, who was about to start, suddenly stopped his movements. What happened to you? Why did you stop? Are you taking pity on me? I don't need your pity. You goddamn humans are all the same despicableness. Zidian Lingjiao panted hard and roared. Although Guku could understand the words of Zidian Lingjiao, and also knew that they were phrased in exasperation, his face still had the look of Gu Jingwubua. It's just that there's a little bit of laughter mixed in. After all, Guku just looks like a person, not a human race. How can a robot be a human? But Qi Lu didn't like listening to what Zidian Lingjiao said. Therefore, the expression on Guku's face at this time actually expressed Qi Lu's mood. I didn't pity you, I stopped, just because my young master had something to talk to you about. Guku used his paralyzed face to express a helpless look with all his strength, and then said. Your young master? What does he want to talk about? The young master in Guku's mouth suddenly made Zidian Lingjiao vigilant. Although the Zidian Lingjiao lived in the Zidian forest for a long time, as long as it reached the hero-level realm, whether it was a beast or an alien beast, the spiritual wisdom would have long been enlightened. There will also be concerns about changes in external forces. It is not without the power that can make a hero-level powerhouse act as the personal butler of his descendants. But there are too few. And each of them is a major force that no one can shake. Even if Zidian Lingjiao faced these powerful people, he had to think about it a bit to see if he could afford it, and then make a decision. My young master wants to ask you, why is it that he is seriously injured, but still has to forcefully suppress the injury and come to attack the distant mountain city? Guku faithfully conveyed the words of Qi Lu. However, as soon as these words came out, Zidian Lingjiao was suddenly stunned, and immediately became furious. Why do you know? Could it be that the guy who went to Zidian Forest before is also yours? After Zidian Lingjiao was confident that he had forcibly suppressed the injury, it was impossible for ordinary people to see it. Even if they are both heroes, the possibility of being able to detect them is very small. So when Guku said this, he made Zidian Lingjiao feel that they must have something to do with the strong human race who invaded the Zidian forest before. I'm sorry if my question reminds you of bad memories. However, the person you said has nothing to do with us, because we don't even know who you are talking about. Guku said slowly. The first sentence is the etiquette of being a housekeeper, and the second sentence is to recite Qi Li's words. Yes? Zidian Lingjiao approached Guku suspiciously, and stared at Guku with a pair of vertical pupils that did not need Guku much smaller. After a long while, he said, the breath is different, then I will trust you once. Are the powerhouses in this world so embarrassing for their perceptual accomplishments? This scene made Qi Lu frown on the city wall. Although the practitioners of this world had known for a long time, they did not seem to understand the importance of perception. But what Qi Lu didn't expect was why even a powerful beast like the Zidian Lingjiao looked like this. Since you are willing to believe me, please tell me the purpose of your coming to Xuanhuan City. If it is really Yuan Shanqing's fault, then I will never be partial. Guku still said in a flat tone. Li Tsungrong said this before, still as the city lord of Xuanhuan City. But Zidian Lingjiao didn't pay attention to it at all. However, what a hero-level powerhouse said would be much heavier than a city lord of a distant mountain city. So after listening to Guku's righteous words, Zidian Lingjiao also began to hesitate. After a long while, I heard Zidian Lingjiao sigh. Then he said in a deep voice, it's okay to tell you about this matter, but I hope you and your young master can judge from a neutral position. Instead of favoring Xuanhuan Mountain City because of his human identity. As it should be. Guku nodded solemnly. The answer, of course, was also what Qi Lu meant. Because Qi Lu never felt that racial identity was the reason for a person to do evil. Besides, as a store manager, Qi Lu has long been pessimistic about race. No matter what race, they are all treated equally. If it was only in the business of the human race, the store in the Beishan Mountains should have closed long ago. I naturally believe what a strong man like you says. Zidian Lingjiao nodded, and then slowly told the whole story. A few days ago, it was the day when the Zidian Lingjiao shed its skin and was promoted. The promotion of beasts and beasts, unlike most other races, requires trial crystals to open up trial space. But each has its own way of promotion. And Zidian Lingjiao's promotion method is to shed its skin. Every time the scales are changed, the realm will be higher, and the strength will be stronger. However, when it sheds its skin and is promoted, it is also when the combat power of the Zidian Lingjiao is at its lowest point, and it is most likely to be taken advantage of by the enemy. Although the Zidian Lingjiao was fully prepared before shedding its skin, but still found an opportunity by a hero-level powerhouse of the human race. Fortunately, the fighting power of Zidian Lingjiao is no joke. Those alien beasts with pure dragon blood have always been synonymous with tyranny. After desperately fighting to burn blood and even the risk of falling in realm, after a desperate fight, the Zidian Lingjiao finally repelled the intruding enemy. However, when the Zidian Lingjiao woke up from the dying state, he found that the Lingjiao egg that he had left in another place had disappeared. Lingjiao egg? Guku spoke for Qi Lu and interrupted Zidian Lingjiao's narration. What's wrong? Can't I have children? As soon as the words of Zidian Lingjiao were interrupted by Guku, he immediately became a little embarrassed and angry. So then? Can't you? Sure. Guku was still talking with an expressionless face. But Qi Leke, who was standing on the city wall, couldn't calm down. Before, I just sensed that the purple electric spirit flood dragon was seriously injured, but I did not perceive the gender of this purple electric spirit flood dragon. Who knew this was still a female alien beast? However, even if Qi Lu had this consciousness, he probably didn't know how to distinguish male and female Zidian Lingjiao. Looking at it now, it is no wonder that this lady Zidian Lingjiao is so difficult to get along with. It turned out that his child was lost. This kind of thing, no matter who it is, I am afraid it will have to die in a hurry. And besides that, Qi Lu thought of another thing. That is, the Zidian Lingjiao immediately began to shed its skin and promote after laying its eggs, so it is no wonder that it was targeted by others. Don't look at the powerful physique of Zidian Lingjiao. But the matter of breeding offspring, not to mention the purple lightning spirit flood dragon, even if it is a real dragon, it will have to be weak for a while. In addition, when it sheds its skin, its combat power will drop to its lowest point. To make things worse, it would be strange not to be targeted by those who have plans. So, you came to Xuanhuan City for this matter? Guku replaced Qi Lu and asked this sentence. That's right. I can feel that the last place where the aura of the spirit flood dragon egg disappeared is in the distant mountain city. Zidian Lingjiao said very confidently. All of a sudden, things became clear. Zidian Lingjiao came to Xuanhuan City in order to find the lost Lingjiao egg. However, after being attacked before, Zidian Lingjiao subconsciously believed that the heroic powerhouse of the human race who attacked him was in the distant mountain city. That's why the tide of monsters was called to attack the distant mountain city. The purpose is nothing but to find his child, and revenge. He almost died under a sneak attack, and now he is relieved. It would best range not to take revenge. I know, this time, it's not your fault. But the powerhouse you are worried about is not in Xuanhuan City, and what Xuanhuan City has caused is nothing but a disaster, so please let the tide-off monsters recede. Qi Lu knew that what Zidian Lingjiao did was excusable, so he just asked Guki to speak, and asked Zidian Lingjiao to send these monsters back. And Lingjiao egg, as long as it is still in the distant mountain city. Then Qi Lu is also willing to give Zidian Lingjiao justice. Okay, since you are willing to open this mouth, then I will sell you a face. Zidian Lingjiao is also not hypocritical. Anyway, things like the tide of monsters can be mobilized at any time for Zidian Lingjiao, but it is a matter of time. Thank you very much then. Guko nodded politely in thanks. I heard Zidian Lingjiao let out a mighty dragon roar. Then I saw the thunderclouds gathered in the sky, dispersing towards the surrounding, and soon all dissipated, revealing the blue sky. The beast that was originally crawling on the ground because of the power of thunder and the might of the majestic dragon began to retreat at this moment. It didn't take long before he retreated into the forest in the distant mountains. The battle is finally over. Great, I survived, I actually survived. I have experienced such a terrifying wave of monsters. When I go back, I can tell those guys and let them see the world. Drink, be sure to drink tonight, you won't go home if you don't get drunk. Seeing the thunder cloud dissipate and the demon beasts recede, the practitioners were all excited and wept with joy. The joy of the rest of your life is always the strongest. Just like those wealthy businessmen whose legs are still a little weak, they are all happily gathered together at the moment, not knowing what they are discussing. It is estimated that they are also discussing where to go to party to relieve the pressure of this incident. But for this group of wealthy businessmen, the most important thing is how Tokri favor with Bu Yuyan. So that Bu Yuyan can leave a sip of soup for them to drink when she is flying with the Bu family. Li Tsongrong also sighed with emotion, and gained a new understanding of the strength of the Mr. Gu who was standing still in the void. To subdue a soldier without fighting is the highest state of the art of war. And to achieve this state, the strength required is extremely high. City Lordly, most of the matters have been resolved, but there are still some follow-ups, and you may need your help. When Li calmly sighed, Qi Lu walked over slowly and said, Young Master Qi needs help with anything, even if you speak, the city lord will do his best. Li calmly responded quickly, not even asking anything. As for the title of Qi Lu, after guessing that Qi Lu might come from a big power, he also changed his name and called him the Sun. Don't worry, it's not difficult, just wait here for a while. Qi Lu waved his hand and said lightly. The matter of finding the Lingjiao eggs, just leave it to Guku to do it. As long as he perceives the same breath as the Zidian Lingjiao's body, there is basically nothing wrong. Probably because the world's awareness of perception is not high, so the means of concealing the breath are not very clever. If you can hide the means of Zidian Lingjiao, you may not be able to hide Guku. After all, the system produced must be a boutique. God knows how much effort and energy the guy in the system has spent on Gukido be able to combine high technology and ancient runes so perfectly. It's not at all comparable to the improved version of the laser light. The price of the energy core in Gyuk's body alone is estimated to be an astronomical figure. Sure enough, just as Qi Lu expected. But in less than a quarter of an hour, Guku sent back the feedback. In the area where the wealthy businessmen lived in Yuanshan City, I sensed a very weak aura, but it was confirmed that it was of the same origin as the aura of the Zidian Lingjiao. Young Master Qi, do you have something to order? When Li calmly saw Qi Lu look over, he quickly cupped his hands and asked. There is indeed something, and it is a very interesting thing. Qi Lu squinted his eyes, glanced at the group of happy wealthy businessmen, and said with some playfulness, I want to go to those manors, to see if I can. Of course, Master Qi needs me to lead the way? Li calmly responded quickly and asked attentively. It's naturally the best for City Lordly to follow along, but it's a good show to call those rich businessmen together. Qi Lu smiled, then turned around and walked into the city-state. Qi Lu had never been to the manor area where the rich businessmen lived. But under the huge perception, the entire distant mountain city is in Qi Lu's mind, so why should anyone lead the way? After Li calmly listened to Qi Li's words, he immediately called over the wealthy businessmen who were still negotiating. Young Master Qi wants to go to the manor area to watch it, you all follow quickly. As soon as these words came out, the rich businessman suddenly looked overjoyed. Qi Lu wants to go to the manor area? Do you want to live in the manor area? Then this is a great opportunity to be diligent. If you can take the opportunity to get Qi Li's appreciation, it will be more than 100 times stronger than getting Bu Yuyan's trust. Didn't see that Bu Yuyan was just a partner. Could she be protected by a heroic powerhouse? Who doesn't want such a good thing? So after thinking of this, the wealthy businessman no longer had soft legs and no waist pain. They immediately ran away, vowing to make Qi Lu watch it with satisfaction and enjoyment. As long as you fancy a manor, you can take it directly. Miss, Qi Gongzi is going to the manor area now, what should we do? Xuanhuan looked at Bu Yuyan and asked anxiously. Qi Lu is now the only support for the rise of the Bu family. If there is an accident at this time and give up working with Bu Yuyan, then something big will happen. Don't worry so much, Xuanhuan, Mr. Qi is not the kind of person you think, don't worry. Bu Yuyan smiled and comforted Xuanhuan. Then he raised his head and continued, but the manor area, we should also go and see, some accounts, we still have to do some calculations. Among the heads of the 3 major families of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the people from the Yu family and the Yan family lived in the manor area because they came to Xuanhuan City earlier. And the person in charge of the Bu family came late and was temporarily replaced by Bu Yuyan. So the situation is not good. But those things are in the past tense. Now, it was time for Bu Yuyan to go to the manor area and settle accounts with the Yu family and Yan family. Now that all the skin has been torn, there is nothing to hide. The Bu family's victory in Xuanhuan City was just the beginning. With the support of Qi Lu, the rise of the Bu family is a sure thing and cannot be stopped at all. Since the Yu family and the Yan family, they didn't plan to let the Bu family go at first. Then Bu Yuyan will not be soft-hearted. It is absolutely impossible for a snake to be bitten without dying. The manor area is still a specially opened area. Quiet and elegant. It's just that Guku, who is standing at the gate of the manor area, is a little bit ruining the peaceful atmosphere. This one is my young master. Guku stretched out his hand and introduced Qi Li's identity to a woman beside him. It also caught Qi Li's attention. Hello, my name is Qi Lu, you can just call my name. Qi Lu said his name, and then looked up and down the woman standing beside Guku. Wearing a purple neon gauze skirt, she looks both dignified and gorgeous. With long purple hair tied behind her head, her melon-seeded face looked extremely seductive. And what Qi Lu cared about most was the woman's eyes. A pair of purple vertical pupils looked beautiful and charming, and the slightly upward hanging corners of the eyes carried a unique hostility and majesty. Are you just? That's right, the woman affirmed Qi Li's guess, nodded, and said, you can call me Ziyun. I didn't expect the Zidian Lingjiao to be so beautiful after transforming, sorry, I was the one who was abrupt. Qi Lu smiled and apologized. Because it is really impolite to stare at a woman all the time. No need to be sorry, I just want to know where my kids are. Ziyun didn't care about the etiquette of the human race. After all, Ziyun's body is still a Zidian spirit flood dragon, which must be somewhat different from a human woman in her personality. Don't be in a hurry. If you want to enter someone else's place, you have to ask the owner's consent. Qi Lu raised his chin. Not long after, Li calmly ran over with a group of wealthy businessmen. It was also thanks to these wealthy businessmen that they were able to drag their bodies, which had long been hollowed out by the color of wine, across most of the distant mountain cities and ran to the gate of this manor area. At this time, he was gasping for breath, and he was a little bit tired and paralyzed. Master Qi, I heard that you want to visit the manor area, so we couldn't wait to run over. After Jin Dazai took a few deep breaths, he immediately ran to Qi Lu and said diligently, if you can come to the manor area, we can be regarded as flourishing here. The one by your side is Mr. Gu. As he spoke, Jin Datsai looked at Guku again, and then bowed deeply. Thank you Mr. Gu for your life-saving grace, I will never forget it. As for the woman next to Qi Lu, Jin Datsai didn't know him, so he didn't Dorito look at it. Who knows if it will be Qi Li's woman? It is also normal for such a powerful son-in-law to go out with his own woman. One more look, maybe something will happen. It can be said that Jin Datsai is very good at life. Rushing to say something that can be complimented first, it is also impeccable in etiquette, and it is very comfortable to look at. It's just a bit of a snobbery for people. And this is also a common problem of these wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City. So Qi Lu thought about it, it would be better to open up the words. Don't be too busy to thank you, I haven't introduced you yet. This one is the Zidian Lingjiao you saw before, transformed into a human form. With a teasing expression on Qi Li's face, he said calmly. However, as soon as the words came out, it was like a thunder on the ground. It almost didn't blow Li Songrong and these wealthy businessmen to the ground. Qi, Mr. Qi, what are you talking about? You just said this is. Who is it? Li calmly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the beads of sweat on his forehead came out with a swoosh. He cautiously glanced at Zi Yun, and the cold sweat on his back immediately soaked his clothes. And Jin Datsai, who was close, was even more soft on his feet, and knelt directly on the ground. Zidian Lingjiao. What a terrifying might he had when he attacked Far Mountain City before, and the thunder that filled the sky is still vivid in his mind. Compared with a powerhouse like Guku, who is not very powerful, the Zidian Lingjiao is undoubtedly 100 times more terrifying. After all, Qi Lu and Guku can still communicate anyway. But in the face of the Zidian Lingjiao, there is no way to communicate. What are you afraid of? If it wasn't for your fault, how could people come to Youo? Qi Lu sneered, then ignored these snobbish guys, turned and walked into the manor area. As he walked, he said aloud, don't stay there anymore, just come in. Are we at fault first? The wealthy businessmen were confused by Qi Li's words. However, at this time, it was impossible not to follow up, so everyone did not hesitate. Although the Zidian Lingjiao is very scary. But with Mr. Qi and Mr. Gu next to him, Zidian Lingjiao would not dare to mess around. And Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who followed at the back, were also full of shock. Young Master Qi said just now that the person beside him is Zidian Lingjiao. I didn't expect young Master Qi to be able to make friends with such a tyrannical beast as Zidian Lingjiao, as expected of someone who came from the top forces that dominate one side. This kind of courage is really beyond my reach. Although the environment in the manor area is elegant and beautiful, Qi Lu isn't here to visit this time. So let Guku lead the way and go directly to the place where the breath appeared. Following behind, people who don't know why, even if they are full of doubts, can only follow silently and dare not ask more. After all, the power of the Zidian Lingjiao is still there. No one dared to disturb the woman walking beside Qi Lu at this time. Unless this person feels that living is not a meaningful thing, he will take the initiative to provoke Zidian Lingjiao. However, in this group of wealthy businessmen, there should be no such people. But it didn't take long for the wealthy businessmen to be wary. Although the manor area is not small, Qi Lu has no intention of hanging out in it. Guku went straight to the destination. Not long after, everyone came to a manor that was decorated with red and green leaves and was well organized. On the gate of the manor, there is also a plaque with 4 characters written on it. Greenwater Manor. It's just that the guards in this manor have disappeared at this time. I don't know if I was scared away by the news of the previous wave of monsters attacking Yuanshan City, or was taken away by others. Master, the place is here. Gu-ku stood at the entrance of Lushui Manor and nodded to Qi Lu. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Qi Lu returned a salute, then turned to look at the people behind him, and said with a playful smile, does any of you know who the owner of this manor is? This question suddenly awakened those wealthy businessmen who were timid. Hearing the tone of Qi Li's words, the wealthy businessman thought that Qi Li had taken a fancy to this green water manor. For a while, everyone was feeling the luck of the owner of this green water manor. Qi Li could even take a fancy to it. Then, as long as you take the opportunity to give Lu Shui Manor to Qi Lu, I am afraid it will not be far from the time of prosperity. It's just the wealthy businessmen who live in the manor area, although they are still acquainted with each other. But the location of this green water manor is really a little off. So for a while, no one recognized who this manor belonged to. However, among the crowd, there was one person with a happy face. Master Qi, this green water manor is the real estate under his name. If Mr. Qi likes it, then this green water manor should be regarded as a little thank you from Mr. Gu for saving his life. Yan Lin, who was still pale at first, now stood up beaming. This green water manor is the manor owned by Yan Lin. At this time, being able to be seen by Qi Lu is simply a godsend opportunity. As long as you can hug Qi Li's thigh, if you want to soar to the sky, it just around the corner. A mere step Yuyan is nothing to worry about. Like it? Just treat it like you like it. Qi Li narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Yan Lin with interest. The emotion in his tone, Qi Li has always been very light. Therefore, the people around him didn't hear Qi Li's implication at all. He just looked at Yan Lin, who was smug, envious, and jealousy flashed in his eyes from time to time. It is the blessing of this manor to be liked by Master Qi. From today, this green water manor will belong to Master Qi. I hope Master Qi can accept it. Yan Lin made a statement immediately. Bu Yuyan, who was following behind the crowd, suddenly changed her face slightly. If Yan Lin also got Qi Li's blue eyes, then things would be difficult. Qi Lu will definitely not ignore the battle between the Bu family and the Yan family, and the interior of the Fian Chamber of Commerce will be even more chaotic. Miss. Xiaowen shouted softly beside her. It's okay, Xiaowen, we are not qualified to interfere with Qi Gongzi's decision, just look at it. Bu Yuyan shook her head and stopped talking. After all, she and Qi Lu are only partners, and this is a cooperation that relies entirely on Qi Lu. So when facing Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan had no right to speak at all. Only, in the eyes of everyone's envy and jealousy. Qi Lu did not readily accept Yan Lin's manner, and the expression on his face did not change. Instead, he smiled lightly and said slowly, "Don't be so anxious, I don't need to give this green water manor to me. After all, I'm not a person who likes Torb." This sentence seems to have something in it. But before Yan Lin could savor it carefully, Qi Lu looked at Zi Yun beside him again. I hope you can restrain yourself later, because I think it would be better for Yuanshan City to be a complete city-state. With the fighting power and destructive power of the Zidian Lingjiao, it weighs an easy task to destroy a distant mountain city. So some words must be said first. I see. Ziyan stared at Qi Lidua for a second before nodding in agreement. That's good, Qi Li nodded lightly with a smile, then looked at Gu Ku with a condensed expression, and said, Gu Ku, prepare to start breaking the formation. Okay, sir. Gu Ku nodded slightly, and then walked into the gate of Lu Shui Manor first. Immediately afterwards, he raised his foot sharply and stomped on the ground off the aisle entering the main house. Boom! The earth suddenly shook violently, and the person standing outside the Greenwater Manor almost fell to the ground. But the vibration didn't last long, and it stopped in less than 10 seconds. But even so, it made everyone outside Lu Shui Manor full of shock. Intuitively felt the terrifying power that Gu Ku possessed, and it even raised the awe in the hearts of everyone by a level. Qi Lu followed Gu Ku and walked slowly into the Greenwater Manor. Then, following the crack that was cracked under Gu Ku's foot, he slowly walked to the courtyard of Lu Shui Manor. Right here. Qi seemed to mutter to himself, and then he reached out and found a shimmering spar from the crack. That is a magic core. Seeing this, a look of sudden realization flashed in Ziyun's eyes. Others, however, were full of doubts. Including Yan Lin, they are also puzzled. However, Qi did not explain, but continued to walk forward along the crack. Every time he walked a distance, he squatted down and found a magic core from the crack. Until the end, the entire green water manor was turned around. When he returned to the gate, Qi already had more than a dozen demon cores in his hands. It's all here, the magic core used to arrange the magic circle. Qi said with certainty, and threw the magic core in his hand on the ground. These magic cores, whose energy is almost exhausted, are just a pile of waste in their hands. Guku, break the formation. As ordered. Guku had been waiting for a long time, and when he heard Qi words, he immediately raised his fist and smashed it heavily on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the entire green water manor was affected by the power of this punch. Then there was a whimper. Immediately afterwards, the entire ground carrying the green water manor began to collapse downward. It's like this place was originally a depression. At this time, Ziyun's eyes also lit up slightly, and there was an uncontrollable excitement on her face. That's right, it's the aura of the spirit flood dragon egg. Qi nodded, affirming Ziyun's perception, and then said slowly, this kind-off shallow breath-holding magic array is completely wasting the magic core. However, someone who can set up this breath-holding magic circle here is considered a capable person. The development of the breath-holding magic circle is inseparable from the improvement of perception. Therefore, the breath-holding magic circle arranged outside the green water manor can hide the perception of Zidian Lingjiao, but it cannot hide the perception of Qi and Guku. Found it. Although Qi could still speak slowly, Ziyun couldn't wait. When Qi nodded, Ziyun had already rushed into the main house of Lushui Manor. Then, following the place where the breath came out, he smashed the ground directly, and found the purple radiant spirit dragon egg from a hidden basement. The fertility of dragons has always been low. That's why the dragon clan cherishes their offspring and protects them very much. If you can be like a rabbit and have the ability to breed for 3 years, you can flood disasters, then it is estimated that this world is the territory of the dragon race. Is this the Lingjiao egg? It's pretty good looking. Qi stepped forward and looked at the Lingjiao egg that Ziyun was holding in her hand. The shell that exudes purple light is as dazzling as amethyst, and it looks noble and elegant. If nothing else, just by looking at this appearance, you can know that this is definitely a rare treasure. That's not to mention the essence of the spirit flood dragon egg. And that's the truth, the eggshell of the spirit flood dragon egg is a rare forging material. It contains majestic energy, and the material is extremely tough and can absorb a lot of impact. This is also to protect the Zidian Lingjiao that has not yet been born. However, the eggshells of spirit flood dragon eggs that can be collected are extremely rare. Because after the Zidian Lingjiao broke out of its shell, the majestic energy contained in the eggshell was a treasure that laid a good foundation for the little Zidian Lingjiao. So basically there can't be anything left. Of course. Ziyun seemed to be showing off, but she didn't let Qi look at it, so she put away the Lingjiao egg. For the egg of the dragon, the purple electric dragon has its own unique storage method. It's just not usable when it's molting. And everyone who was waiting outside Lushui Manor saw it and realized that Qi brought the Zidian Lingjiao to Lushui Manor's real purpose. All are not stupid. Through these few words that can be regarded as express, it is natural to deduce the whole thing. So looking at Yan Lin, his eyes immediately changed from envy and jealousy to anger and pity. The anger was naturally because Yan Lin stole the eggs of the spirit flood dragon, so Zidian spirit flood dragon summoned a wave of monsters to attack Yuanshan City. If Guku hadn't acted in time, Yan Lin would have been to blame even if headied. And pity, of course, is because of committing such a thing. In front of Zidian Lingjiao, Yan Lin may be dead soon. Yan Lin, who also wanted to understand the whole thing, got weak on the spot, knelt on the ground, and shouted hysterically, "It's not me. I didn't dot his. I know who did it, don't kill me, I'll tell you who did it." Faced with the threat of death, Yan Lin's desire to survive was stronger than he had imagined. Fortunately, Qilu retreated quickly, or else Yan Lin would hug his calf, Snowtan tears, "It's really not the same thing." "Humph, the Lingjiao egg was found here, who else did you make it?" "You guy, I have long seen that you are not a good thing, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing." Jin Dazai immediately jumped out at this moment, pointed at Yan Lin and shouted loudly. Not only to please Qilu and Ziyun, but also to vent his anger for his previous fears. Other wealthy businessmen also chimed in, belittling Yan Lin to be worthless, as if getting to know him is a shameful thing. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen glanced at each other, and both saw surprise and joy in each other's eyes. "I really didn't expect that things would turn around so quickly. Yan Lin, you don't need to say any more, the Battle of Yuanshan City should never have happened. But because of you, how many families are broken and how many people can never go back? You have to take the main responsibility for all this." Li Tsongrong also reprimanded in a stern voice. If it weren't for Qilu and Ziyun still watching, maybe Li calmly would have drawn his sword and rushed up in the next second. "I didn't do it, it really wasn't me, that guy must have done all of this. That bastard did it without me." Yan Lin shouted desperately, trying to defend himself. However, Ziyun didn't want to hear these words. In the face of the guy who dared to steal the egg, Ziyun just wanted to kill Lit and then hurry up. Laugh. A purple electric light suddenly appeared on Ziyun's fingertips, and the power it carried made everyone around couldn't help but be moved. Startled, everyone backed away. "No, please let me go. I really didn't do this." When Yan Lin saw this purple electric light, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. But he still refused to give up the last trace of life, and shouted loudly. "Noisy, you should die for me. Wait, Ziyun." At the last moment, when Ziyun was about to shoot, Qilu reached out and stopped Ziyun. "What? You want to favor this guy?" Ziyun looked at Qilu unhappy. "Of course not, it's just that I don't want to see the real prisoner get away with it." Qilu shook his head, then glanced at Yan Lin, who was paralyzed on the ground, and said aloud, "I'm afraid there is someone else who really stole the Lingjiao eggs. Because just laying out this breath-holding magic circle is not something this guy can do." It's not that Qilu is underestimating Yan Lin. In fact, the breath-holding magic circle that was easily broken by Qilu and Gu Ku before may only be a slightly valuable magic circle in Qi Li's eyes. But in this world, that is a very high-level magic circle. Therefore, with the means Yan Lin possesses, it is definitely impossible to orange it. Otherwise, Yan Lin wouldn't be like this now. So, it seems to make some sense. Ziyun frowned, she didn't seem to catch a cold for this kind of thing that requires brainstorming. "So wait for me to ask first." Qilu waved his hand and looked at Yan Lin. "Then please talk about it. You said you knew who it was before, so who is the person you know? Since the Lingjiao egg will appear in the green water manner, then even if it is not made by Yan Lin, it must be related. Otherwise, such a big living person lives here, how could Lingjiao eggs hide here quietly?" "Yes, it's the person in charge of the Yu family in Yuanshan City, it must bet Hat Guy. He told me about a month ago that he met a strong man outside Yuanshan City and hoped that I could provide him with a place to live. I didn't find it strange at the time, because in Yuanshan City, the Yan family was in charge of the real estate of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, so I gave him the address of Lushui Manor. Now that this kind of thing happened, he must have done it." Yan Lin said this paragraph in a confused and fast tone. but Qi Le still sorted out the meaning of the words. So, that guy is no longer in Yuanshan City. Qi Le said with some regret. If it is true as Yan Lin said, then the person in charge of this wandering family must have slipped away from Yuanshan City at the moment when the wave-off monsters appeared. And he was in such a hurry that he didn't even take the Lingjiao egg with him. However, it is not ruled out that the guy deliberately left the Lingjiao egg here to frame the Yan family in the distant mountain city. Then take this opportunity to let Zidian Lingjiao move his anger to the Yan family in Fian City. In this way, the Bu family was already on the decline under the joint attack of the Yu family and the Yan family. Then the Yan family was targeted by the Zidian Lingjiao. Then it won't take long for the Fian Chamber of Commerce to fall into the hands of Yojia. Really a good way. But, there is still a question. That is the person in charge of the Yu family in Yuanshan City, who knows what kind of powerhouse can carry out this plan. Because if you want to steal the Spirit Flood Dragon's egg, it is impossible to do it without waiting until the Zidian Spirit Flood Dragon is dying. Then according to this judgment, the biggest possibility is that on the day when the Zidian Lingjiao shed its skin, the hero-level powerhouse who went to Zidian Forest to sneak attack. Thinking about this, Qi Le took a deep look at Ziyun. Did you find anything? Ziyun had a strange look in Qi Li's eyes. No, what I want to ask is why that guy attacked you. Qi Le asked carefully. There are countless examples of being killed by a snake without dying. If you offend a strange beast like the Zidian Lingjiao, if you can't kill Itans, you will probably get endless revenge. However, the heroic powerhouse still did it. There must be a reason. After all, a cultivator who can be promoted to the hero-level realm must have a good brain. Why did you sneak attack on me? Do you need a reason for the despicable behavior of the human race? Ziyun snorted coldly and said disdainfully. No, profit is the driving force that drives such a strong man to take risks. I think you must have some incredible treasure on your body. Qi Le shook his fingers and said slowly. There is nothing to offend a heroic Zidian Lingjiao unless his brain is got in the door. However, the brain of the hero-level powerhouse is caught by the door, so it is estimated that it will be fine. Maybe it was a brain hemorrhage. If you have to say that, I do have something here, but I don't know if it's the treasure you said. Ziyun frowned and pondered for a long time before answering aloud. Then, he took out a palm-sized disc from his arms. This disc was about a finger thick, and it was dark, but it shone with a jade-like luster, which was rather strange. This is an item I dug out of the ground a long time ago. Because the texture is extremely hard, I have always taken it with me. Ziyun introduced the origin of this disc. How tough is it? Qi Le asked curiously. Even now, I can't leave a trace. Ziyun answered immediately, without any hesitation. When everyone present heard this, they suddenly took a breath of cold air. Qi Le looked bewildered. The question I asked, what's the matter with you taking a breath? However, Qi Le didn't feel ashamed to ask this sentence, because according to the situation introduced by Ziyun, if it is true. So if this disc is not a treasure, what is a treasure? Even the hero-level Zidian Spirit Flood Dragon can't leave a trace of the disc. Just based on this hardness, it can be regarded as a top treasure. He took it out so lightly, and he didn't care. Is it really good? System, host. Hello, host, is the host there? At this moment, the long-lost system ran out again, and it also changed the way of greeting. I'm here, say something. The corners of Qi Li's eyes twitched slightly, and then quickly returned to normal. System, it's like this, host, there is a black disk in front of you, and it exhibits the luster of jade. I wonder if you see it. Qi Le listened to the description of the system, and for a while, did not know how to speak. According to the level of detail of this description, it is probably the disc in Ziyun's hand. I saw it, so what? System, it's good for the host to see it. To be honest, this disc is a treasure of extremely high quality. Please, the host, find a way to get it. System, again, please ask the host to think of a way. This. Qi Lu was once again stumped by the system's words. Sure enough, the only time that the system can take the initiative to show itself is when the task is issued, only when it encounters treasures. And when the task is completed, when you want to receive the reward, you will start to hide, and you have to shout from Qi Lu. And also chirping. However, if it can be judged by the system as a treasure of extremely high quality, it is definitely not far behind. The last time, it must be a fairy magic weapon level thing. If you can get it in your hands, it's definitely not a loss. However, it is not very good to ask someone for a treasure when they meet for the first time. Qi Lu asked himself that he didn't have such a thick skin. So now it's in trouble. Qila, do you have anything to say? Seeing Qi Li's expression of hesitating to speak, Ziyun couldn't help but ask. It's not that important, let me think about it again, just wait a moment. Qi Li raised a hand, indicating that he was still thinking. In fact, it is in the bargaining with the system. System, as soon as you meet, let me grab the treasures in other people's hands, isn't it inappropriate? My relationship with Ziyun is not so familiar, right? If this happens, won't it damage my image? Qi Lu made a reasonable analysis. To be honest, this kind of tyranny is really not Qi Li's style. Unless it's poaching things from the system, that's about the same. After all, the relationship between the two, the degree of intimacy, basically does not distinguish each other's level, so there is no pressure in Qi Lu's shirt to set up the system. System, of course this system knows, that's why I let the host think of a way. This is a reasonable statement. However, between Qi Lu and the system, it was a daily routine to pit each other, so Qi Lu was not surprised at the system's righteous tone. In short, the treasure found by the system, this guy will definitely try his best to get it. In the past, when the IQ of this Erbi system was still low, it would kindly send out a task and reward the previous task. It may be the first time to make a system, and I have no experience. But now, this stingy system basically finds Qi Lu directly, and then asks Qi Lu to find a way. As for quest rewards, as long as Qi Lu didn't mention it himself, then this stingy system would definitely be acting stupid and would never mention it voluntarily. Just like now, Qi Lu has already hinted it, saying it doesn't feel right to do it yourself. The implication is that as long as you give some quest rewards, this matter is suitable. However, this two-stroke system does not. Okay, let's stop playing dumb riddles and speak frankly. Qi Lu knew that if he continued to hint, there would be no result. The most is to appreciate how this Erbi system is acting silly and stupefied, so as to reflect its excellent acting skills. Acting like a real fool. So Qi Lu paused for a while and considered his words before saying bluntly, let's put it this way. If I get that black disc in my hand, will it be more beneficial to you or Tong? This is a straight-to-the-core question. Those good things that the system encountered in the past can basically all be handed over to the system. Because almost all of them are raw materials, it is useless for Qi Lu to take them. But now the black disc is different. A treasure of extremely high quality, which means that Qi Lu can use it himself, so it does not have to be handed over to the system. System, this is a very complicated issue. Stop, don't get me too far. Just say what you have to say, or else it's over. Qi Lu quickly stopped the system's tendency to want a long speech, and said it quite firmly. System, actually, this issue can be discussed after you have obtained the black disc, host. No, either say it now, or don't say it. Qi Lu once again stopped the system from trying to speak his mind. The reward must be made clear first. Otherwise, after the incident, with the system's stingy and greedy temperament, it is estimated that he will try his best to get in the way. System, the system will tell the truth. Hearing this, Qilu immediately raised his eyebrows. Knowing how to compromise is a good thing. If the small system still wants to fight with the host, let's learn it for a few more years. System, actually, this system can only see that the black disk is a treasure, but if you don't get it in your hand, this system can't determine what the function of this treasure is. System, so for the host's question, this system is temporarily unable to answer. This answer is somewhat unexpected. If that's the case, then we won't discuss the function of this black disk. Qilu raised his hand silently, rubbed his chin, and said slowly, if you ask me to help you get the black disk, then it should be a matter of course to pay a little reward. System. Silence, silence is tonight's Kong. No, it should be the black disk now. But the silence did not last long. System, okay, deal, as long as the host can submit the black disk to this system, then this system will send you the newly developed products. Oh? The latest product? Qilu raised his eyebrows and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, the words were still not spoken, but turned into two words. Make a deal. Although I don't know what the new product developed by the system is. But in the usual way. System produced, must be a boutique. No matter how bad this new product is, it shouldn't be much worse. Purple rhyme. Huh? Are you finished thinking? Hearing Qilu's voice, Ziyin asked subconsciously. I'm done thinking. Qilu nodded slowly, then squinted his eyes, and said with a pretense of deepness, this matter is simple, and complex is quite complicated. I don't know if you can show me this disk. There may be some clues on it. Although I don't know what this black disk is. Even the system can't see it now. But it's hard to guarantee that the heroic powerhouse who attacked Xian didn't come for this thing. You must know that even a heroic purple lightning dragon can't destroy a disk, whether it is a treasure or a forging material, it is a valuable thing. Only, if that's the case. Then, there is a problem with the heroic powerhouse who attacked Ziyun. That is, from where did this guy who came to sneak attack on purpose got the news that this black disk was on Ziyun's body? Do you want to see this? Then take it and see. Actually, you can also give it to you, just as a thank you gift for helping find the child. Seeing Qilu staring at the black disk in her hand, Ziyun generously handed it to Qilu without asking why. After all, the scales of the Zidian Lingjiao are not weak in defense. No matter how hard this black disk is, it doesn't mean much to Ziyun. Can you give it to me too? Qilu just took the black disk in his hand when he heard Ziyun's next sentence, and was stunned on the spot. Yes, in fact, I dug up this disk a few years ago, but I haven't found any use for this thing. Ziyun nodded and answered, obviously not knowing the value of this black disk. Thank you so much, I owe you a favor for this. Qilu hurriedly thanked him. I was still thinking about how to get this black disk. Who knew that Ziyun didn't care at all and sent it out directly? This is really nowhere to be found after stepping through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. You're welcome, if you know the true origin of this disk, that's your fate. Ziyun said, quite freely. Ziyun's understanding of the phrase, treasures with virtue live in them, can be said to be quite profound. But it is not necessarily without the meaning of misfortune in the East. Because if this black disk is really the source of Ziyun being targeted by those human race powerhouses, then giving it to Qilu is equivalent to drawing the attention of those human race powerhouses to Qilu. In Ziyun's view, if Qilu can have a strong man like Gu Ke as his butler, then the power behind him must be not small. Even if it's not the behemoth that dominates one side, that's pretty much the same. Leveraging force is an advanced skill. Ziyun did this just to protect herself. So no matter what Ziyun was thinking when she did this, Qilu still had to accept this favor. Okay, then the next thing to do is to block the distant mountain city. Until things get to the bottom of things, all members of the Fian Chamber of Commerce are not allowed to leave the distant mountain city. Qi Lu put away the black disc and submitted it to the system before speaking aloud. At this point, things are already very clear. As long as you can find the person in charge of Yojia in Yuanshan City, everything will become clear. I'll leave this to you, City Lordly. Qi Lu looked at Li Tsongrong. It would be very easy for Qi Lu to get rid of all the people in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. However, it is still relatively difficult to block the distant mountain city with Qi Lu alone. Happy to serve. Li calmly responded and left here to arrange the blockade of Yuanshan City. And what can be done next has actually come to an end. It was a free time until he caught the person Yanlin said. So after Li calmly left, Qi Lu chatted with Bu Yuyan for a few more words, and also left together. As for Gyuk, of course, he returned to the vending point. Ziyin retrieved the spirit-fled dragon egg, and of course she had to return to the Zidian forest, and then bred the small Zidian spirit-fled dragon inside the spirit-fled dragon egg. So Ziyin and Qi Lu left the manor area together. On the way, Qi Lu glanced at Ziyin and asked, curiously, well, I don't know if it's inconvenient for you to tell me, who is the father of the child? Of course, if it's inconvenient, it doesn't matter if you don't say it, I'm just curious. Qi Lu specially emphasized the reason why he asked this question, saying that it had absolutely no other purpose. After all, species isolation does not exist for most of the beasts. Not even for a considerable number of races. In the world of fighting spirit and magic, how can it be explained by the theory of technology? So Qi Lu can't be sure that Ziyun's other half must be another Zidian Lingjiao. You know, there is a saying that the dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each of which is different. This dragon gave birth to 9 children, which were bred with objects of 9 different species, and had different abilities and talents. It is enough to see how much influence the parents' bloodline inheritance hasten their children. It's not inconvenient, it's just that he died a few years ago, at the hands of those goddamn humans. Suddenly being asked this question by Qi Lu, Ziyun's eyes darkened. But he recovered quickly and added, sorry, I'm not talking about you. I know you're not finished, I don't mind. Qi Lu waved his hand. Of course, I'm also sorry to bring up your sadness. After apologizing, Qi Lu didn't ask any more questions. No wonder Ziyun had such a big reaction after the Lingjiao egg was lost. It turned out that this was the son of her deceased husband. As for this spiritual flooded egg, why it hasn't hatched yet, that's a very simple question. Dragons breed offspring, which has a very interesting feature. That is, the longer it takes for a dragon egg to hatch, the higher the potential and the better the aptitude of the individual after hatching. Because the dragon egg needs to absorb a considerable amount of energy during the hatching process. The longer the incubation time, the more energy is absorbed. This is also what every dragon who will become a parent wants to see. However, the longer the incubation time, the more dangers may be encountered. Therefore, when a giant dragon hatches a dragon egg, it usually finds a hidden place and quietly waits for the dragon egg to break its shell. And when Lingjiao eggs have characteristics similar to dragon eggs, it proves that Ziyun's other half is a pure-blooded dragon. Send Ziyun to the outside of Yuanshan City and watch her leave. Qi Lu returned to Yuanshan City again. Then he couldn't wait to shout in his mind, System, you have received that black disc. System, don't worry, host, this system will not forget your reward. This time the system is quite bold. So Qi Lu immediately thought that the black disc must be an incredible treasure. Don't worry about the reward first, you won't be able to run anyway. However, that black disc, you should have detected what it is. Qi Lu immediately asked in his mind. The tone is quite firm. System, yes, this system has indeed detected it, and it is stronger than expected. Really? Then tell me quickly, what is that thing? Then tell me quickly, what is that black disc? Qi Li's eyes lit up, and when he heard the system say it's stronger than expected, he immediately became excited. If it can be stronger than what the system imagines, it must be an incredible treasure. System, don't worry, host, this black disc is called the casting jade plate, which contains a lot of forging methods, as well as various ancient runes, magic circles, and other things. System, furthermore, this cast jade plate can also be used to derive the luck of heaven and earth, and to carry the power of faith. Derive the luck of heaven and earth? Qi Li didn't pay much attention to what the system said before. After all, those forging methods, ancient runes, magic circles, and the like are really tasteless for Qi Li. Just leave it to the second. However, the latter functions such as derivation of heaven and earth as fortune and bearing the power of faith have a greater effect on Qi Li. The fate of heaven and earth is the key to achieving the power level. The power of faith is a necessary item to open the purchase channel of the fairy and demon battlefield. Both are good things. System, yes, this casting jade plate can generate the luck of heaven and earth. After this system is thoroughly researched, it will be able to produce the luck of heaven and earth more quickly. As soon as these words came out, Qi Li's excitement was instantly reduced by half. I almost forgot that although this Erbi system is usually very tricky, in terms of hard power, it is powerful without the slightest discount. The thing of heaven and earth luck is precious indeed. But the system seems to be able to produce normally, maybe it's just a little slower. However, the function of producing heaven and earth luck is really rare when it is not available. But after that, the speed is not so important. After all, the usual battles do not necessarily use the luck of heaven and earth. Even if it is a battle between powerhouse-level powers, it is quite rare to oust the power of heaven and earth to use the power of heaven and earth before fighting for life and death. Because it is so precious. Even if it is a powerhouse-level power, unless it can aspire to the legendary powerhouse-level peak. Otherwise, the luck of heaven and earth will be used a little less, and who is willing to waste fun when he has nothing to do? Wait, system, you seem to have said just now that this cast jade plate can also carry the power of faith. After Qi Li came back to his senses, he asked. System, yes. Then what is the use of this function? Qi Li asked, a little puzzled. Carrying the power of belief, it is not derived from the power of belief. Why does this function still look so tasteless? System, the casting jade plate has the function of carrying the power of faith. When the host conducts transactions in this world, the upper limit of the power of faith that can be collected in each transaction can be increased by about 50%. What? Increase the single collection limit of the power of faith. It can be increased by so much. Qi Li's eyes widened suddenly, a look of surprise on his face. The single collection limit of the power of faith is definitely an extremely embarrassing setting. It greatly hindered Qi Li's speed of collecting the power of faith. However, this is also impossible. Because a person's power of belief is limited. This thing is not like gold coins, you can earn as much as you want. The power of faith requires a person's ideological belief, and it also depends on whether he is devout, so collecting them all at once is tantamount to killing the chicken and taking the eggs. The limitation of the system in this regard is also for the sake of the overall situation. However, the appearance of the cast jade plate really solved Qi Li's urgent needs. Forcibly, the collection speed of the power of belief has been increased by 50%, and there may be much more. And this is 50% real, not fake at all. Finally found a feature that works for me. Qi Li said to himself, with satisfaction. However, apart from that, the other functions of the cast jade plate were of little use to Qi Li. But for the system, there may be many places where it can be used. Especially the knowledge about forging methods, ancient runes, and magic circles contained in the casting jade plate. You know, Qi's, Ugh, knowledge is power. As long as this knowledge falls into the hands of the system, plus a little time, it can be quickly learned and used. For example, the improved version of the laser light, and gyuk. Those are all things that the system created by combining the ancient runes learned not long ago and the technological means found in Qi Li's memory. And it's all good stuff. At this point, the talent of the system is really not covered. Qi Li refused to accept it. Therefore, although the function of the cast jade plate is useless to Qi Li, as long as it is useful to the system, it is a good thing. Because of these uses, in the end, it will still be fed back to Qi Li. For example, from various new products. By the way, when we talk about new products, Qi Li suddenly thought off this question, system, since the cast jade plate is of no use to me, then you should hurry up and give me the new products. Qi Li is still looking forward to new products. System, okay, please wait a moment, host. System, the size of the new product this time may be a bit large. Please also ask the host to read the new product information before making a decision. Big size? Qi Li was stunned by the system's words. To be honest, in Qi Li's impression, the size can be called a huge commodity, and it seems that there are only pets summoned by those pet cards. For example, the wind and flying dragon, and another example of the bronze giant. But other commodities, to be honest, are really not big in size. However, since the system kindly reminded him, Qi Li was still very curious and opened the store manager's backstage. Then click on the information of the new product. No way. Immediately afterwards, Qi Li was sluggish. Because this new product is really beyond Qi Li's expectations. Bomb-dropping airship, it is transformed from a basic helium airship, with a lot of ancient runes. The airship is 545 meters long, and the manned room is 50 meters long, 42 meters wide and 9 meters high. A total of 10 bomb openings and 2 railguns were installed. Among them, the bullet port can continuously project explosive magic light bombs to the target, causing huge destructive power. The railgun can launch high-compression magic light projectiles, which can penetrate the body protection, aura, and magic shields of heroes in the primary realm. The energy storage gems carried by the bombing airship can sustain high-intensity combat for more than 300 hours. My God, you actually got all this stuff out. Qi Li was really dumbfounded. This is an airship. An airship with a total length of 545 meters, this thing flies in the air, it is bigger than the Zidian Lingjiao hovering over the distant mountain city before. And on this bombing airship, it is also equipped with 10 bomb openings and 2 railguns. Qi Li did not say what the bomb opening was, because there was nothing to say. Everyone knows the power of magic light bullets. The explosive magic light bullet is just to strengthen the power of the normal version of the magic light bullet. The destructive power caused is probably equivalent to the full burst of the improved version of the laser light. That is, a magician at the peak of the master level, trying his best toe tack. It's just that the improved version of the laser light can only burst once, so it is necessary to add magic power to the energy storage gem. The bombing port of the bombing airship can continuously throw such powerful magic light bombs, and it can also have a secondary explosion. But that's not the most important thing. The most powerful part of this bombing airship is the 2 railguns mounted on it. As for the principle of the railgun, I won't go into details. Anyway, according to the character of the system, after learning a little knowledge, I dare to start making finished products according to my imagination. If you don't understand, just use the power of the ancient runes to make up. Otherwise, why not make it before? So even if the principle is said, I am afraid it is useless. Because the principle on the technology side is fundamentally different. However, the strongest part of the railgun is the terrifying burst speed when it is launched, which leads to the terrifying destructive power and super penetrating power. As stated in the data, the high-compression magic light projectiles fired by railguns can penetrate even the body protection and magic shields of the heroic beginners. This may be due to the high-compression type magic light bomb. But the railgun itself is the culprit. Moreover, this high-compression magic light bullet is different from ordinary magic light bullets. This kind of magic light bullet has extremely strong penetrating power. However, it doesn't burst. It's just that sometimes, the question of whether it will burst has no effect. On the contrary, it is a high-compression magic light bullet that does not burst, which can burst out a more terrifying impact. This is very scary. However, what is even more powerful is the last sentence: the energy storage gem carried by the bombing airship can sustain high-intensity combat for more than 300 hours. What is this concept? The so-called high-intensity combat refers to the case where the bomb openings and railguns are fully fired. This can last for 300 hours. Under normal circumstances, it is not a problem at all to hold on for 2 months. Moreover, if the bombing airship does not enter the combat state, it just hovers in the sky and consumes little energy at all, which is almost negligible. This is definitely a defensive weapon. As long as there is a bombing airship suspended above the city-state, then even an ordinary hero-level powerhouse should be carefully weighed. To be honest, although Chile thought of this new product, the system will make a fuss about hot weapons. But unexpectedly, the system's hobbies seem to have changed again. From the sophisticated technology of simulated robots to the rough technology of bombing airships. The difference was so big that Chi Lu was a little caught off guard. But according to the combat effectiveness of the bombing airship, what price should be set? After a moment of amazement, Chi Lu began to think about new questions. The combat power of a bombing airship is a little exaggerated, and there is no problem at all with 5 or 6 heroic beginners. It could even be said that it is more than enough. Especially in terms of sustained combat capability and offensive intensity, it is even more so. In addition, the status of hero-level powerhouses in this world without even the luck of heaven and earth. Therefore, a certain price of the bombing airship must be an astronomical figure. There are only a handful of people who can afford it. System, host, I forgot to tell you, there is only one bombing airship. Chi Lu, who was still thinking about how to price the bombing airship, was suddenly choked by the system's words. There is only one ship, so if you say a hammer, I was really excited. It's really uncomfortable to have a hint of helplessness in the anger, but it's embarrassing to denounce the system. After all, the system only mentioned sending new products before, not the quantity. System, this system has detected that the host has experienced more intense mood swings. Please calm down a little. System, the amount of materials required to make a bombing airship is too large to be convenient for mass production. I guessed so. Chi Lu said while holding his forehead. The system gave a rare explanation, which made Chi Li's helplessness dissipated a little. This is the familiar stingy system. The cost of this bombing airship is at least as high as hundreds of thousands of improved laser lights, and it may be more than that. Of course, it is impossible to give it away in large quantities. If you can send one, it is considered a generous system. But forget it, anyway, this time the reward is like a free gift, so don't be too greedy. The process of getting the cast jade plate was too easy, so Chi Lu was embarrassed to take credit. Since there is no excuse for fooling the system, let's wait for the next time. Anyway, there are many opportunities, and there is no hurry. Now, there is another thing that makes Chi Lu more interested. That is to see with your own eyes how huge this bombing airship is, and how the interior is decorated. However, with the size of the bombing airship, if it were summoned directly in the distant mountain city, it would be too conspicuous, and it would definitely cause a lot of damage. So the first place Chi Lu thought of was the sky. The destination of the bombing airship is the vast sky. So Chi Lu immediately used the power of the broken boots to open the door off space, and instantly came to the sky. In this place, even the distant mountain city on the ground is almost invisible. So summoning the bombing airship here will not attract the attention of those who care. Okay, system, take out the bombing airship for me, and let me appreciate the reward you gave me this time. Qi Lu shouted in his mind, and then stepped back. In the next second, a white light flashed, and a huge bomb-dropping airship appeared in front of Qi Lu out of thin air. The first impression of the bombing airship on Qi Lu was that it was big. The total length is 545 meters. What is the concept? If it is calculated according to the standard of a 3-meter one-story building, these 545 meters are 181 floors, and there is still some surplus. If a 181-story building stands on the ground, it will be so high that Yotsant see the top at a glance. And now, this bombing airship is floating in the sky, and the visual impact is also not small. With Qi Li's size, standing in front of this bombing airship is really too small. However, the total length of 545 meters is not the manned compartment of the bombing airship, but the airship airbag in the shape of a football above. At the tail of the airship airbag, there are also 4 tail wings, which can be used to adjust the forward direction and lift of the bombing airship. On the surface of the airbag, it is covered with various obscure ancient runes. The layers are covered together. If it wasn't for a prompt from the system, even Qi Lu would not have recognized these ancient runes right away. This is still under the condition that Qi Lu has learned ancient runes. Not to mention other people who don't know the ancient runes at all. Looking at these obscure lines, without knowing it, I am afraid that the idea of scratch is more like the idea of ancient runes. After a difficult identification, Qi Lu finally managed to recognize a small part of these ancient runes. Including the stagnant runes before and after filling the airbags, and the defensive runes. There are also a considerable number of reinforcing runes and breathing runes. The configuration is quite complete. System, you have blessed so many runes on this airbag, can you tell me the specific anti-strike ability? Qi Lu was dizzy looking at these ancient runes, and finally he could only ask one question in his mind. No way, knowing these ancient runes is one thing, but knowing the specific effect is another. Qi Lu can't forge, and he can't use these ancient runes. So knowing is the limit. System, probably can withstand the full blow of a hero-level mid-level powerhouse without being damaged, but it will be damaged to a certain extent. The defense is so strong. No wonder this thing can't be mass-produced. Qi Lu heard the words and suddenly realized. Because just think about how precious those armors are that can defend against the full blow of heroic mid-level powerhouses. You can understand the value of this bombing airship. These ancient runes alone must have consumed a lot of energy. All of a sudden, this bombing airship is really not something that ordinary people can afford. I am afraid that it is a little difficult to exhaust the financial resource of a city-state. After all, most of the city-states are not guarded by strong heroes in the heroic realm. If you can buy a bombing airship, it will definitely be a qualitative change in the overall strength of this city-state. Looking down, it is the pod hanging under the airship airbag, which is the so-called manned room. From the appearance, the manned room is also engraved with a lot of ancient runes. Although the volume is completely inferior to the airship airbag, the total length has reached 50 meters, the total width is 42 meters, and the height is 9 meters. It is divided into 3 layers. The top floor is the living area. This is where the manipulator of the bombing airship lives, with various rooms. For example, bathrooms, kitchens, dining rooms, toilets, and other rooms, and the most of them are bedrooms. The second floor is the airship control room. The central control room has a very wide field of vision, which can overview the whole situation around the bombing airship, and also has a device to assist in locking the enemy. That is, the system is a magic version of the radar improved from the energy fluctuation detector. The magic version of the radar can effectively detect the strength and location of the enemy based on energy fluctuations. It can also help the railgun to lock on the enemy, which is quite convenient for auxiliary combat. The third floor is the storage room, as well as the bomb opening and railgun. The bomb opening is located at the bottom of the manned compartment, and the railgun can move in 5 directions around and at the bottom. Moreover, the magic light bombs used by the bombing airship all come from the energy storage gems installed in the airship airbag, so there is no such configuration as the ammunition depot. Seeing this, Qilu has a general understanding of the configuration of this bombing airship. Fierce firepower, tyrannical combat power. When the storage room is fully filled, it can accommodate hundreds of people living on the airship for nearly a month without any supplies. Definitely a true moving fortress. The only downside is that it is more troublesome when docking supplies. After all, it is quite difficult to fill the energy storage gems on the bombing airship with magic power. Even a magician in the heroic realm would have to spend more than a dozen rounds in order to fill up the energy storage gems with such a huge energy storage capacity. Not to mention relying on those master-level magicians. Every time you add magic power to the bombing airship, you may not dare to let the bombing airship take off for a few days if you are not busy. But these things don't have to worry about Qilu. Anyway, Qilu himself doesn't need a bombing airship, so let's leave a bombardment airship buyer as a headache. I am very satisfied with the reward, and the delivery speed of the system I sell so fast. If there is such a task, remember to call me again next time. While thinking about the comments in his mind, Qilu asked the system to help put away the bombing airship. System, I almost forgot, the host, together with the bombing airship, also has a special storage ring, which is specially used to store the bombing airship. What am I? Qilu was stunned for a moment. Is there anything you can't say all at once? The reward will also be distributed twice. System, this time is purely a mistake, please rest assured, the host, if the system forgets this kind of thing next time. Are you going to compensate me extra? Qilu immediately interfaced. System, no, this system will treat the rest of the rewards as non-existent. The smile on Qilu's face disappeared immediately, and he felt that he would never be happy again. There are already so many intrigues in real life, why do you have to play routines in this second stroke system? But having said that, a special storage ring is still available. The system is ridiculed, and the action is still very fast. The storage ring was quickly handed out to Qilu. This is a featureless ring. At first glance, it looks more like a small iron ring, but on this small iron ring, a pattern of an airship is also engraved. It's just that the nicks are quite shallow, and you can't really see it if you didn't look carefully. After putting the bombing airship into the storage ring, Qilu followed and went back to Xuanhuan City. At this time, Li Tsongrong was letting people clean the battlefield. Although the tide of warcraft is extremely dangerous, but the benefits after the battle are over are also quite high. A large number of magic cores, as well as various raw materials such as the fur, meat, bones, and teeth of warcraft, can cover various industries such as clothing, eating, and forging. As long as it can survive the wave of warcraft, it is an all-round improvement for a city-state. Although after this battle, the city guards and practitioners of Xuanhuan City also suffered a lot of casualties. But how can there be no casualties in the war? After getting used to seeing life and death, of course it is necessary to cherish the deceased, but more, it is still necessary to consider the living. The dead rest on the ground, but the living will continue to walk. Master Qi, all the members of the Fian Chamber of Commerce stayed in Xuanhuan City, and no one left. As soon as Li calmly saw Qilu, he immediately spoke up. Thanks a lot. Qilu nodded. It's not hard work, this matter is not only the matter of Qi Gongzi, but also the matter of Xuanhuan City. It's all because of that guy that Xuanhuan City suffered such a huge loss, and he deserves to be severely punished. When Li calmly talked about this, he gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Qi Li's presence this time, if it wasn't for Gu Ku to lend a helping hand, then Yuanshan City would definitely be destroyed in this wave of monsters, and no one could resist the attack of the Zidian Lingjiao. By the way, Master Qi, I don't know what kind of improved laser light. Li calmly said, suddenly remembered this matter. For the improved version of the laser light, City Lord Li should go to Bu Yuyan. I have already handed it all over to her agent. Qi Lu waved his hand, interrupting Li Songrong's words. Now that you have chosen an agent for yourself, there is no need to intervene in these matters. Otherwise, when Qi Lu left this world and went back to the Beishan Mountains, Bu Yuyan had not managed the vending point well, then there would be a problem. Somewhere in this world, in an extremely luxurious mansion, an old man with white beard and hair was sitting on the main seat of the main hall. His head was slightly drooping, his fingers were crossed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the hall, there was a young man kneeling on one knee, his head lowered, not daring to look directly at the old man. The black armor on this young man's body was already stained with blood at this moment, his body was a little shaky, and his breath was not stable. At a glance, he knew that he was seriously injured. However, the old man above the main seat didn't care. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze, no one moved, and there was no sound. After a long while, the old man slowly raised his head and looked at the young man. Even after waiting for so long, it still failed. Why? The old man's voice was vicissitudes and deep, with a little imperceptible injure. He asked, slowly. My subordinates underestimated the fighting power of the Zidian Lingjiao. I didn't expect it to be able to burst out so powerful in the end. My subordinates deserve to die for their crimes. The young man lowered his head deeply, not daring to refute, but just confessed his guilt. Listening to the meaning of the words, there is no doubt that this young man is the heroic powerhouse who attacked Zidian Lingjiao before. However, even a hero-level powerhouse still has to bow his head in front of this old man. It is enough to see the high status of this old man. You dare to despise the semi-pure-blooded dragon clan, and you will receive the punishment yourself later, the old man snorted coldly. If it weren't for your contributions over the years, this alone would be enough to destroy you. Yes. Thank you for your kindness. My subordinates are so grateful. Hearing this, the young man hurriedly thanked him as if he were relieved. What about that thing? The old man ignored the young man's thanks and continued to ask. The things are still on the Zidian Lingjiao. Please give your subordinates another chance. This time I will definitely bring the things back. The young man replied quickly, with a very excited tone. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it yourself. The casting jade plate that was taken away by the Zidian Winglong must not be lost. This time, we must bring the casting jade plate back. The old man gave a cold look at the young man kneeling in the hall, shook his head, and said slowly. Pass my order. The people from the Fian Chamber of Commerce who stayed in the distant mountain city have already checked all of them. But the guy Yan Lin said was not found. That is, the person in charge of the Yojia arranged in Yuanshan City. It looks like he should have escaped. So Yuanshan City stopped for a few days during this time. In the past few days, the Hammer mercenary team has also gained fame in the distant mountain city because of the previous battle of the Warcraft wave. It is also for this reason that the improved version of the laser light has also become popular. Attracted those wealthy businessmen, frantically snapped up. Even if the rules of the vending point are a bit strange, these wealthy businessmen dare not ask why. One person can only buy an improved version of the laser, so call more people and take turns to buy it. There may be few strong people in Yuanshan City, but ordinary people still grab a lot. Paying only in gold coins is also a trivial matter. Among these wealthy businessmen, there are people who open a bank, and the exchange of gold coins and gold tickets is only a matter of minutes. All in all, in a word, in the face of buying an improved version of the laser, all the problems are not problems. This is not to please Qi Lu or Bu Yuyan. Of course, this reason cannot be ruled out. But more importantly, it is because the functions of the improved laser light are too powerful for these wealthy businessmen. The mere fact that anyone can use this is a must-buy. After all, compared to his own life, what is a mere thing outside of his body? And it's not a big problem to need a magician to replenish the magic power of the energy storage gem. For the vast majority of magicians who are not very powerful, it is a happy thing to be able to exchange a little magic for a lot of income. In addition to these wealthy businessmen, another major purchaser is Li Com. To be precise, it should be the city guard of Yuanshan City. After understanding the functions of the improved version of the laser light, as well as its advantages and disadvantages, Li calmly waved his hand and prepared to replace 1/3 of the city guards with the improved version of the laser light. This ratio is just right. Because if it was all an improved version of laser light, there would be no resistance at all when facing the rushing formation. The battle-hardened Li calmly wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. In addition to this, there are the idol cultivators in Yuanshan City, as well as the mercenary team that participated in the battle of this war of beasts. They began to inquire about the origin of the improved laser light. So in the past few days, Bu Yuyan has been very busy. Coupled with the support of the stern and calm, and the intentional flattery of the wealthy businessmen, no one dared to make trouble. Soon, several shops near the vending point were bought by Bu Yuyan. Then started to do business in other industries. If a chamber of commerce wants to grow and develop, it is impossible to do only one type of business. Even in those stores opened by Qi Lu, the products in it are never of a single type. So Bu Yuyan's actions can be said to be very smart. Now to take advantage. Together with the east wind, it must be soaring into the sky, unstoppable. And the only one who can take advantage of this shareholder wind is the Bu family where Bu Yuyan is. It has nothing to do with Fian Chamber of Commerce. As for the Yu family and the Yan family, they could no longer stay in Yuanshan City. Yan Lin, who was lucky enough to escape from the claws of the Zidian Lingjiao, also left from the distant mountain city in a disheartened manner. This move was also intentional by Bu Yuyan. As long as Yan Lin can return to Fian City and speak out about this, it will definitely provoke a conflict between the Yan family and the Yu family. Because of this matter, the Yu family plotted against the Yan family first. At that time, the Fian Chamber of Commerce will naturally collapse. The Bu family can also retreat completely. As for Yan Lin's failure to return to Fian City, that naturally has his value. And that value is young Master Qi. People have already caught it. Li calmly knocked on the door of Qi Li's room and shouted respectfully at the door. Fortunately, Qi Li lived in the Bu families in these days, otherwise he would not be able to find anyone. So fast? It's faster than I thought. Qi Lu, who seemed to have expected this for a long time, was not too surprised, but opened the door of the room while replying in a flat tone. Li calmly stood at the door, and behind him were 2 strong city guards. And a man detained in the middle by the 2 city guards with their arms clasped behind their backs. The man had messy hair, blood on his face and body, and many tears in his clothes. It seemed that he had struggled. It's just that in the face of 2 strong city guards, plus a master-level lioned calm. This is just an ordinary man, struggling in vain. Young Master Qi really did not miss anything. As soon as this Yan Lin left the city, he was intercepted and killed by someone before he left the distant mountain city. Li calmly said with a touch of admiration on his face, half compliment and half sincerity. This detained man is the person in charge of the Yu family's arrangement in Yuanshan City, Yumu. When the wave of monsters attacked Yuanshan City before, Yomu got the news in advance and fled Yuanshan City. By the way, he also plotted against the Yan family once. However, Yomu did not escape, but stayed in the nearby city-state, paying close attention to the news of the distant mountain city. Until he learned that Xuanhuan City had actually repelled the tied-off monsters, Yuki began to feel uneasy. There is no reason for him. Yomu secretly calculated the Yen family, which was based on the fact that the wave of monsters could break through the distant mountain city. If it can be successful, then in time, the Fian Chamber of Commerce will inevitably fall into the hands of Yojia. In this case, Yomu can also become a great hero of the Yu family. However, if there is no such foundation, then Yomu doing this is tantamount to forcing the Yen family from the ally of the Yu family to become the enemy. At that time, the Yojia will not only fail, but will become the target of public criticism. That Yomu is the sinner of the Yu family. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, Yomu must intercept Yen Lin, or the person who sent the letter from the Yen family back to Fian City, to prevent the news from leaking out. Although Qi Lu doesn't like intrigue, he still knows this kind of thing. So he asked Li Songrong to send someone to follow Yen Lin secretly and take down all those who tried to kill Yen Lin. After all, Yomu's identity and status are only like this, and the strength of the people who can be hired is probably not as high as that. It's enough to let someone who is Li Calm to deal with it. What's more, the people sent out by Li Calmly still carry an improved version of the laser light. There are not many people who can defend against magic light bullets in unexpected situations. As for Yen Lin, it is natural to continue to let him go back to Fian City. When there should be chaos in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, it still needs to add a fire. It's just a very simple speculation. I didn't expect this guy to be so anxious. The time to start is much earlier than I expected. Qilu responded casually, and then glanced at Yomu. However, Yomu's eyes were numb and dull, and there was still a look of panic on his face. With this kind of heart, can you also get to know a hero-level powerhouse? Qilu couldn't help but have some doubts. It stands to reason that the matter of the Fian Chamber of Commerce should be handled by Bu Yuyan, which has nothing to do with Qi Lu. However, after Qi Lu took Ziyun's casting jade plate, this was not the case. It must be taken into account what forces the people who attacked Ziyun before came from. So the key person among them is Yomu. Because the hero-level powerhouse who is now missing has only been contacted by Yuki. Since the people have already brought it, I won't stay anymore. There are still many things to be dealt with in the city lord's mansion. Li Songrong and Qi Lu exchanged a few words before saying goodbye. Now. It was a stage of rapid improvement in the overall strength of Xuanhuan City, and there were a lot more things to deal with than usual. City Master Li is free. No one can escape from me without my consent. Qi Lu nodded, but did not hold back. That's natural. Although Li Songrong didn't know what Qi Li's strength was, as long as Gu Q is there, he would be hard to find a rival in the distant mountain city. And Yomu was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, so he wasn't even threatening. So Li calmly left with the two city guards. The disciple left Yomu to stand on the spot by himself without anyone watching, so Qi Lu stood at the door and squinted at him. This time, Yuki was moved again. No one wants to die, and even if there is a chance of life in despair, they will desperately seize it. When Yomu was captured by Li and Calm people, he actually struggled, but after all, he had no ability to escape, so he was a little desperate. After all, what happened this time would have been known by Li Songrong and others. Not to mention that Li calmly will kill him, even the Yen family and the Yu family will not let him go. To plot against the Yen family, we must find a scapegoat to take the blame. Moreover, the plot against the Yen family was the result of Yomu's willful actions, and the rest of the Yu family didn't even know about it. In particular, Yu Qiyuan, the current head of the Yu family, has never even heard of it. If it succeeds, that's fine, Yomu can still be a great hero. But now the situation is a failure. In this case, Yomu will definitely die. But now, if he could escape, he might still be alive. I advise you not to think so carefully, because it will not do you any good. Looking at Youmu's changing face, Qile knew what he was thinking, and gave a warning. It's no good? I'm going to die, thinking about it so much. Youmu, disdainful of Qile's warning, seeing that Li Songrong and the 2 city guards had been gone for a long time, he seized the opportunity and ran away towards the stairs of the inn. I said it all, it's not good for you to run away. Qile shook his head, but he didn't like this kind of people who didn't listen to advice. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, accompanied by 2 strands of vindictiveness, he pierced Yuki's legs in an instant. There was no blood splattering as expected, but Yuki, who was running, fell to the ground all of a sudden. His legs seemed to have disappeared, and a cold did exert any strength. Leg, my leg. It's gone, it's all over, it's all over. At the same time as he fell to the ground, it also shattered the last glimmer of hope that appeared in Youmu's heart. Everyone said don't run, but you have to run. After I finish asking, it won't be so much trouble if you don't run again. Qile walked slowly in front of Youmu, squatted down, and said expressionlessly. This is the inn of the Bu family, and it was specially ordered by Bu Yuyan. So there is no way to disturb Qile at all. Unless Qile called someone by himself. Question? What do you want to ask? I don't know anything. Youmu saw Qile with fear in his eyes, but he still shouted subconsciously. Don't worry, if you insist on not answering, I won't force you, I just hope you don't regret it. Qile said with a light smile, without any reluctance. Qile can't do things like soul search, but the system can. If Youmu is unwilling to answer, then you don't need to answer, just throw it to the system to search for souls, and you're done. It's okay to let me answer your questions, but you have to make sure that I can live, or I'll let you know what is false and true, true and false. Hearing Qile's words, Youmu rolled his eyes, and said quickly. It may be difficult to keep you alive. The only thing you can ask for now is to die quickly. Qile shook his head, the smile on his face unchanged. Qile is generally reluctant to do things like emptiness and conspiracy, especially at times like this. Say what you have, why lie? If a person does something wrong, he has to take responsibility. If Youmu hadn't stolen the spirit flood dragon egg, Yuanshan City wouldn't have suffered this disaster. The city guards of Yuanshan City, as well as the practitioners, how many people died under the claws of monsters because of his actions. So it's impossible to live, I just want to die quickly. Otherwise, there are still many people waiting for Youmu to survive and die. No, it's impossible. If that's the case, I won't answer your question, don't even think about it. With horror on Yuki's face, he shouted hysterically. I said it long ago, it doesn't matter if you don't answer me, because I don't need your answer either. Qile spread out his hands, and became a little impatient with this guy. Self-righteousness, no self-knowledge. No wonder it caused so much trouble for the traveler. System, if you search for souls, you should be fine. System, of course, but ordinary people's souls are relatively fragile and make as irreversible damage. Then let's start, you don't have to think about damage or anything, just feel free. Anyway, Yuki is doomed to not survive, so such a little damage is simply a small problem. Maybe even after Yuki became cerebral palsy, he would still express his gratitude. After all, sometimes, death is a very luxurious thing. What do you want to do? Youmu saw that Qile was silent for a while, then he stretched out his hand, grabbed his head, and immediately stepped back with his hands on the ground. However, even if Youmu can still run, it is impossible to escape Qile's speed. What's more, now even the legs are abolished. Start. Qile grabbed the top of Youmu's head and snorted in his heart. What? Immediately afterwards, Youmu heard a miserable howl, and then his eyes turned white and his body trembled. But after a few seconds, he fell to the ground. It's not dead yet, let City Lordly send a few people to clean it up. Qi Lu stood up, turned around and returned to his room without even looking at Yomu, who was lying on the ground. And the system quickly sorted out Yuki's memory. Mainly about the memory of that heroic powerhouse. In Yuki's memory, the heroic powerhouse looked like a young man, dressed in a strong black suit, with a very arrogant attitude. After he rescued Yomu, who was trapped by the monster near the purple electric forest, he asked Yomu to find a place for him. It seems that it should be waiting for the day when Zidianling sheds its skin. After all, when will the Zidianlingjia shed its skin? But it is uncertain, we can only calculate a rough time range, and then wait. After that was a period of calm. Until the hero-level powerhouse left and went to the purple electric forest, Yomu also immediately hired a team of mercenaries and followed them to the purple electric forest. I originally wanted to pick up cheap ones, but I accidentally stole the egg off a Zidianlingjiao. To be honest, in terms of the appearance of Lingjiao eggs, it is indeed too eye-catching. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is a treasure. That's why Yomu was fascinated by profit, so he boldly planned this event. Seeing the Zidian spirit flood dragon appear in the sky above the distant mountain city, the plan was about to succeed, but at the last moment, it fell short. He also leaked his plans. I have to say, it is up to people to make things happen, and God to make things happen. Yomu dared to think, this is indeed a talent. But for the sake of his own selfish desires, ignoring the entire distant mountain city, and not getting a good end, is also what he deserves. And the origin of that heroic powerhouse, in Yomu's memory, is only a few words. One of the most likely words is casting hall. Sure enough, it came for the purpose of casting the jade plate. The name already explains the problem. Seeing this, Qi Lu almost fully understood. There are not so many coincidences in the world. Even if there is, it won't all happen to the same thing. Therefore, Qi Lu can almost conclude that this casting hall is to attack Xuanhuan for the purpose of casting jade plate. It is only because he is intimidated by the fighting power of the Zidianlingjiao that he will be cautious. Of course, it's also possible that he was thinking about other things, but Qi Lu didn't know that. After all, Qi Lu is also quite unfamiliar with the power of the casting hall. Still have to ask someone to find out. Fian City, the main residence of the Bu family. Walking empty sitting in his study, looking at the letter in his hand. All the writing on it has been processed with masking magic, and only the designated person can see the text on it. Or the caster of the shielding magic can release the shielding magic, so that others can see the text inside. If the covering magic is forcibly destroyed, the letter will be automatically burned. People from the Yu family actually take the initiative to plot against the Yan family. Is this a plan to start an infighting? Walking Sora pondered while reading the letter. Bu Yuyan wrote a lot in the letter, including the conspiracy of the Yu family and the Yan family, and the incident about the encounter with Qi Lu on the way to Yuanshan City. Probably not. Yu Qiyuan is not such a person. Infighting at this time will only reduce his own strength. He has no reason to do so. Then, this is Yuki's own decision. It seems that even if Yan Lin returns to Fian City, it may not be possible for the Yu family and the Yan family to directly oppose each other. At most, they will be treated coldly. Walking empty in it, seeing this kind of thing more clearly. Yumu plotted against the Yan family's affairs, at most, to make Yan Qianshan be a little more vigilant towards the Yu family. But at this time, the Yan family and the Yu family turned against each other, so the one who benefited the most was the Bu family. This is something neither Yan Qianshan nor Yu Qiyuan wants to see. However, at least this matter can make the Bu family a lot easier. Among allies, they are most afraid of alienation. Once there is no trust, even solid allies will quickly collapse. People's greed is always endless. If you want to swallow the Bu family, you are also worried that the other party wants to plot against you. This incident is just a fuse. Fortunately, Yuyan didn't have an accident. Otherwise, even if you burn all the jade and stones and let the Fian Merchant Guild disappear from now on, the two of you won't have a better time. The bottom line of walking empty is clear. That's your family. Bu Yuyan lost her mother since she was a child, and Bu Yuyan cared and spoiled her immensely. If it weren't for the helpless situation, Xuanhuan would not be willing to give in to Bu Yuyan to go to the distant mountain city and develop alone. But now it seems that it is probably Bu Yuyan's chance. Being able to meet a young master like Qi Lu, who is very likely to be born in a big power, and also get the protection of a heroic powerhouse Guku, can only be said to be a blessing for Bu Yuyan. I don't know if Qi Gongzi is married or not. Yuyan's appearance is not bad. Far Mountain City, in the city lord's mansion. As soon as Qi Li's perception was turned on, he quickly found Li calm in handling various affairs. City Lord Li, I'm sorry to disturb you. Hearing this, Li Tsongrong was startled in his heart. He looked up quickly, and saw Qi Li standing not far in front of him with a smile on his face. It turned out to be Mr. Qi. Don't bother, I don't know what is going on with Mr. Qi coming this time? Li calmly said with some surprise. For Qi Li's silent appearance here, he didn't even notice it, and his heart was full of shock. From this point of view, the strength of this young Master Qi is probably not low. City Lord Li, don't need to be nervous. I'm here this time just to inquire about a faction with City Lord Li. Qi Lu, straight to the point, stated the purpose of his coming. I don't know what force can make Qi Gongzi come here specially. If it is town reputable, I'm afraid I don't know. For this kind of thing, Li Tsongrong didn't dare to pack a ticket. Because those who can achieve the position of the city lord are basically lone rangers. The city-state itself is a powerful force, and naturally it will not let other forces control it. Of course, if those behemoths are on one side, it's another matter. Wanting to control a few city-states is still a piece of cake. Therefore, Li Tsongrong actually doesn't know much about some small forces with little reputation. From Li Comli's point of view, since Qi Lu came from among those behemoths, he was no stranger to the same level of power. It must be some little-known people who will ask Qi Lu to come to ask. That's why Li calmly said this. It doesn't matter if you don't know, I just came to ask. I wonder if City Lord Li has heard of the name Casting Hall? Qi Lu waved his hand and asked aloud. Casting Hall. Haven't you heard of this name, Master Qi? This time, Li Tsongrong was really shocked. His face was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. Famous? Qi Lu saw something wrong in Li's calm expression. It's not just famous, it's almost everyone who doesn't know it, everyone doesn't know it, Master Qi. The gods worshipped in the casting hall are the gods of forging. They claim to be the spokespersons of the gods of forging, and the master of the casting hall is the forging master who is recognized as the most skilled in forging, Duan Wenqin. Li calmly introduced it with a pious face. As for Qi Li's identity, there was a little doubt again. In this world that believes in the god of forging, it is extremely rare to not know this casting hall that claims to be the spokesperson of the god of forging. Unless it's those babbling kids. Or those delirious fools and lunatics. Otherwise, everyone would know the name of the foundry hall and look forward to the recognition of the foundry hall. In the casting hall, there are countless blacksmiths and forging masters, and they also have an unimaginable amount of resources for ordinary practitioners. Joining the foundry hall means that you have embarked on a promising road. Even some heroic powerhouses have a hard time resisting this temptation. However, Qi Lu didn't even know about the casting hall. Had he slipped out of some extremely closed place not long ago? That's it, I know, I'm sorry, City Lord Li. Qi Lu didn't care about the doubts in Li Comli's eyes. After getting the answer he wanted, he left immediately. However, the high status of the casting hall was somewhat beyond Qi Lu's expectations. Spokesperson of the Forge God. If this name is placed in the eastern wilderness or the northern mountain range, it may be scorned by others. But in this world, it would be incredible. Faith is such a miraculous thing. Then why are they looking for the casting jade plate? Is it? Qi Lu rubbed his chin, thinking in his heart, and then frowned as if remembering something. There is knowledge about forging in the casting jade plate. The people in the cast hall definitely know how precious the knowledge contained in the cast jade plate is. If you believe in the god of forging, then you must have a fanatical obsession with forging skills. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. After all, the casting jade plate may be just an indestructible jade plate in the hands of others. If you don't know how to read the knowledge inside. However, when it fell into the hands of the people in the casting hall, it weighs an irreplaceable treasure. Most of the knowledge contained in the cast jade plate has not even been seen in the system, and it needs to be relearned, which is enough to see the preciousness of this knowledge. So, some things are still true. Knowledge is power. Without this knowledge, the system would not be able to develop new products so quickly. What's more, for Qi Lu, the role of the cast jade plate is more than that. Deriving the luck of heaven and earth, and carrying the power of faith. Those are all essential features. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Qi Lu to give up the casting jade plate. There is only one final conclusion left. I had a head-to-head talk with the casting hall last time to solve the problem of the ownership of the casting jade plate. As for whether it is a real talk or a real fight, it is not clear. I really worked hard for a cast jade plate. System, you only give me one bombing airship for this task, is it a little less? I strongly request to increase the reward, otherwise it will be Amos. Qi Lu thought about the back and felt that he was at a loss. System, host, you're joking, if you really have the ability, you can't take care of the aftermath, and try. This time, Qi Lu was really choked by the system's words, and he was blocked to the point of pain. It is true that a wise man has 1,000 worries, and he will have a loss, a fool has 1,000 worries, and he will have a gain. Why hadn't thought about this before? Now it's being mocked by the system. However, it is impossible for Qi Lu to hand over the casting jade plate. It's one thing to be unwilling, the key is to hand over the casting jade plate, how much benefit you have to lose. This is absolutely impossible. Okay, if you don't help, then don't look for me again if you have any treasures you want in the future. Because I'm very busy with the aftermath. So Qi Lu quickly found a way to deal with it. Cooperation will benefit both, and fighting will hurt both. Let's see. System, host, you're joking again, and this system didn't say no to help. Compromise is fairly quick. After all, the system and Qi Lu are still one in the end. It's okay to quarrel, but it's really not good to fight. For a stingy system, it is better to do less of this kind of thing than the loss. It's good that you know. When I need it, I will call you. Don't drop the chain for me. Qi Lu snorted, and then said, slowly. System, that's natural, the host's business is the system's business, please feel free to order it when you need it. Don't worry, I won't be polite. Qi Lu said with a smile, and suddenly his face changed. Oops, Ziyun. Because of the existence of the Xidian spirit flood dragon in the purple electric forest, few people are willing to come here to hunt. There are always many forests of monsters. For some uncertain harvest, it isn't worth it to accidentally take one's own life. However, for the heroic powerhouse, there is no such concern. The Hall of Castings is a first-class force in this world, and it can be said that it includes nearly half of the hero-level powerhouses. The strength is unparalleled. For a purple electricity forest, naturally, it will not be taken seriously. If the Xidian Winglong was still there, maybe the Foundry Hall would still be afraid of it. After all, the purple electric pterosaur is a real pure-blood dragon, and Itis also a heroic pinnacle. Ordinary hero-level powerhouses can't make 10 moves at all in front of the purple electric pterosaur, and they will lose, or even be beheaded on the spot. But to this day, the tyrannical beast guarding the purple electric forest, there is only one purple electric spirit flood dragon left. The realm of the heroic elementary level is really not enough to see. Back then, the Xidian Winglong took the casting jade plate, and because of the strength of the Xidian Winglong, the casting hall did not dare to speak. However, today, the courage has grown stronger. This time, thanks to the trust of the Lord of the Palace, we can hand over the matter of regaining the casting jade plate to us, so we must not lose it. Among the 5 hero-level powerhouses outside the purple electric forest, the leader was named Tong Wu. The raw tiger has a bare waist and a suffocating face. He is also the only hero in the middle-level realm among the 5. As for the other 4, they are all in the heroic primary realm, and it is difficult to compare with Tong Wu in terms of strength. So as soon as Tong Wu spoke at this time, the other 4 quickly nodded and said yes. Now, disperse immediately, and use the things that the Lord of the Palace gave us. We must not let the Xidian Lingjiao escape. Tong Wu's eyes glanced around the edge of Xidian forest, and then ordered the matter. Then, he walked into the Xidian forest alone. The remaining 4 looked at each other, then turned around, each chose a direction, and flew away quickly. After Ziyin returned to Xidian forest, she has been dormant in her own territory to recover. At first, when he was shedding his skin, he was attacked by someone sneakily, and then when he went to attack Yuanshan City, he was attacked by Guku again. Hurt. If it weren't for the strong dragon bloodline in Ziyun's body, it would greatly improve her recovery ability. At this moment, I am afraid that he is still seriously injured. Fortunately, Xidian Lingjiao's physique is inherently strong, and coupled with its extremely strong recovery ability, after these days of recuperation, most of the injuries have recovered. It's just that there is still some distance from recovery, so hibernation is still needed to speed up recovery. But today, while Ziyun was still sleeping, a sudden breath suddenly awakened Ziyun. There are cultivators in the heroic realm who broke into the purple electric forest. What do they want to do? Ziyun stood with her head held high, and her huge body was particularly eye-catching in the lush jungle. Since being attacked earlier, Ziyun has been alerted a lot. Especially for such unidentified hero-level powerhouses, they are especially vigilant. I didn't expect you to be able to detect my arrival. Are you welcoming me into his battle? Tong Wu soon came to Ziyun's territory, and saw that the eyes of Xidian Lingjiao in front of him had been locked on him. He couldn't help sneering out loud. Welcome? If you leave now, I can let go of the past, but if you don't listen to advice, then I won't be polite, and I'll let you know what the price is. Ziyun could naturally see Tong Wu's malicious intentions, and suddenly warned. Although Ziyun's injuries have not yet healed, there is absolutely no doubt about the fighting power of Xidian Lingjiao. Even in the face of the last hero in the middle-level realm, he is still not weak. After all, there is a big gap between the fighting power of the human race and the dragon race. Under the same realm, it is almost impossible for the practitioners of the human race to be the opponents of the dragon race. Even if the difference is a small realm, the practitioners of the human race would not dare to say that they can win the dragon race. Otherwise, why would the hero-level powerhouse sent by the Hall of Casting for the first time choose to wait for the opportunity to make a sneak attack instead of fighting head-on? If you can make me pay the price, then I would like to see your ability, but I am afraid you can't do it. Tong Wu is extremely confident in his own strength, and naturally scoffs at Ziyun's warning. A seriously injured Xidian Lingjiao also dared to make false statements here, but don't come to scare people. Then come and die. Ziyun has always had no good feelings for the practitioners of the human race. The weak fear, the strong covet. No one would use an ordinary attitude to face a powerful Zidian Lingjiao, so Ziyun naturally couldn't go up to communicate with these people. For those who dare to come to the intruder, behead it. Don't be so full of words. Tongwu sneered and said, if you are willing to hand over the casting jade plate, then I will naturally leave, but if you are unwilling, then I will also let you understand the price of offending the casting hall. Tongwu and others came to Zidian Forest this time to cast jade plates. If he could get things without fighting, Tongwu naturally didn't want to waste his energy. After all, Tongwu is not a fighting maniac. Casting jade plate? What you said, I don't have it here. After thinking about it for a while, Ziyun replied coldly, paused for a while, and then said, however, I would also like to see what your casting halls are capable of. Stubborn. Tongwu wouldn't believe Ziyun's words. The casting jade plate, that was Duan Wenxin, the master of the casting hall, personally ordered them to take the casting jade plate back from Zidian Lingjiao's hands. Tongwu Wei doesn't need to say who he believes. You don't eat a toast and take a penalty drink. Since you don't want to hand it over, then I can only find the casting jade plate from your corpse with my own hands. Before he finished speaking, Tongwu waved his right hand, and a large sword that was as black as ink appeared in his hand. This is the weapon Duan Wenxin forged for Tongwu for this mission. The armor-piercing power is particularly tyrannical, and it was created to break the scales of the purple lightning flood dragon. Humph, shameless. Ziyun let out a roar, and the hundreds of meters long body stretched out, and the huge Jiao tail swept away towards Tongwu. Along the way, all the obstacles in front of Jiawei were destroyed. Tall trees and hard boulders were all smoked to dust, raising smoke and dust all over the sky. The speed is so fast that it is almost in the blink of an eye. Body protection fighting qi, armor. Tongwu's speed was also not slow, and he reacted in an instant. The fighting qi in the body suddenly surged, and then condensed in front of him, forming an incomparably strong shield. Bam! Jiawei collided with the shield condensed by Do Qi, and a wave of air erupted in an instant, spreading out towards the surroundings. Wherever the airwaves go, trees and stones are all crushed. The ground was also shattered, and a spider web-like crack burst out, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. The terrifying power also made Tongwu take a few steps back. The power of the dragon family is really terrifying. Tongwu took a breath and moved his wrist. Although Zidian Lingjiao is not a pure-blooded dragon, in terms of bloodline strength, it is no worse than a pure-blooded dragon. The giant dragon and the Jiaolong are two branches of the dragon family. It's just that the Jiaolong is more rare than the giant dragon. The reaction speed is really fast, but unfortunately, with this level of power, trying to defeat me is just a fool's dream. From the test just now, Ziyun also found out some details of Tongwu. It's just that based on these things alone, there's no way to completely determine Tongwu's strength. But that's almost enough. Hero-level beginners and hero-level intermediates seem to have a small gap. However, in some cases, there may be only a small level difference between this small realm. 5 small levels are a small realm, and the difference between this small level can be fully compensated for by the dragon race and the human race. After all, this small level difference is not the gap between the hero level and the strong level. That gap really cannot be filled. But at this moment, Ziyun had already noticed that Tongwu's fighting power was actually similar to her own. Even Ziyun could rely on her tyrannical physique to overwhelm Tongwu. Huh. The Lord of the Palace is right. The power of the Dragon Clan should not be underestimated. It is difficult for me to take you down, but it will be difficult to prevent you from running away. Ziyun is testing, and Tongwu is also taking the opportunity to test. Between offense and defense, no matter which side it is, there is a chance to find out the details of the other side. In terms of real combat effectiveness, Tongwu and Ziyun are indeed in the same league. In this case, not only is the outcome difficult, but if one side wants to escape, the other side is basically unable to keep it. Escape? You should leave this word to yourself. Ziyun said disdainfully. Immediately, Jiaowei carried a huge power and slapped it out again. In an instant, the wind near Jiaowei roared like a roar, rolling up the wind blades and slashing at Tongwu. Don't look down on people too much. This time, Tongwu did not dodge or evade. Black light flashed on the blade of the big saber in his hand, and he raised his hand and slashed. OM. A sharp hiss sounded. Immediately afterwards, a black light slashed out from the blade, like a pitch-black thunder, extremely dazzling. The two attacks collided together, and the two terrifying forces also collided together. In an instant, the earth was shattered, and the huge stones were crushed into powder. This time, there are no cracks on the ground, there are only stone dust all over the ground, and a bottomless cliff. It was the cracked cliff, cut out by Tongwu's knife. Lying on the ground, it is more than 1,000 meters long, and it is as black as ink like the light of a knife. When people see it, they feel chills in their hearts. It's no wonder that you dare to say that kind of big talk, you really have some skills. There was also a dignified look on Ziyun's face, and then with a swing of her body, she rose from the ground and came to the sky. For Zidian Lingjiao, the sky is the real home. Fighting on the ground will only weaken one's own strength. It's actually able to block my slash, no wonder that guy failed to complete the task successfully, it seems to be excusable. That guy in Tongwu's mouth naturally refers to the young man who came here for the first time. In the casting hall, Tongwu's strength can be ranked in the forefront. Coupled with the weapons forged by Duan Wenxin himself, Tongwu is even more powerful. Compared with the man who came here for the first time, he was much stronger.